As Jiang Feng emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau, he felt a sense of disorientation. He gazed at the receding figure, a hint of bitterness curling at the corners of his mouth. 4 years of romance, 3 years of marriage, ultimately could not withstand the test of the 7-year itch. Jiang Feng lowered his gaze to the divorce certificate in his hand, feeling a profound sense of loss. At that moment, a car approached and came to a halt beside him. The window rolled down, revealing a familiar face. Wu Zhe, Jiang Feng's high school classmate and good friend. Finished with the divorce proceedings? Wu Zhe inquired. Yes, Jiang Feng replied. Let's head to my place for a drink. Wu Zhe suggested I ask your wife at home. Jiang Feng asked. Wu Zhe was a few months older than Jiang Feng. She's not home. Who would cook for us otherwise? Wu Zhe retorted. Come on. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. You're just going to flaunt your love. Isn't this rubbing salt in my wounds? We'll be toasting to your newfound singleness today. I envy you, Wu Zhe remarked. Come on, Wu Zhe, do you not have a conscience saying that? Who among our high school classmates doesn't know your wife is both beautiful and virtuous? Jiang Feng countered. Wu Zhe chuckled. All right, just get in the car. The food and drinks are all prepared. Jiang Feng hesitated for a moment, but eventually got into the car. About half an hour later, Jiang Feng followed Wu Zhe to his home. He knocked on the door. When the door opened, a woman with her hair elegantly styled in a bun and an apron tied around her waist appeared before Jiang Feng. She exuded an aura of domesticity and warmth. In her mid-20s, her silky long hair was casually swept back, with a few playful strands framing her face, enhancing her delicate beauty. Her bright, clear eyes sparkled like autumn waters, seemingly capable of conveying endless tenderness. She resembled a flower blooming in spring, gentle and lovely, a captivating portrait shaped by the passage of time. Her name was Su Qianyu, Wu Zhe's wife and his childhood sweetheart. During high school, Jiang Feng and Wu Zhe were desk partners, while Su Qianyu attended the same school and was in the same class. However, their interactions during those years were limited. Now, they all worked at the same university, with Jiang Feng as a counselor and Su Qianyu as an English teacher. Even back in high school, Su Qianyu had blossomed into an enchanting beauty, undeniably the school belle. Today, she embodied both sensuality and maturity, a rare gem of unparalleled allure. Each time Jiang Feng laid eyes on her, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Wu Zhe for his good fortune. His wife was not only stunning, but also possessed a gentle and generous spirit. Previously, during a karaoke outing, when Su Qianyu had to leave due to an emergency, she had even arranged for Wu Zhe to have a princess accompany him. This had left all the other men, including Jiang Feng, envious that, in stark contrast, Jiang Feng's wife, now to be referred to as his ex-wife Xiaomo, was also quite beautiful, arguably on par with Su Qianyu. Yet, Xiaomo was a woman with a strong possessiveness and control, who forbade Jiang Feng from getting too close to any woman besides herself. After a rainstorm, when Jiang Feng had taken Su Qianyu home, Xiaomo had learned of it and had exploded in fury. Ah, Jiang Feng has arrived, Su Qianyu said with a smile. Sorry for the intrusion, Jiang Feng replied. Don't be so polite, we're all family, Wu Zhe chimed in. Su Qianyu laughed lightly. Come in, please. Jiang Feng nodded and entered the house. Just a moment, the last dish is almost ready, Su Qianyu added. Thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law, Jiang Feng said. Oh, I truly don't know how to deal with you. I've told you, we're family. If you keep being so courteous, don't come to my house anymore, Wu Zhe teased. Jiang Feng felt a bit flustered and replied, I don't need to be polite with you, but with your sister-in-law. With your sister-in-law, there's no need for formality, just treat her like family, Wu Zhe insisted. Jiang Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. Su Qianyu also exhibited a slight twitch at the corners of her mouth. However, she said nothing and returned to her tasks in the kitchen. Let's play some games while we wait, Wu Zhe suggested. That a moment later, Su Qianyu finished preparing a sumptuous meal, and Wu Zhe brought out a prized bottle of Mao Dai. Ah, Wu Zhe, you shouldn't, Jiang Feng exclaimed. This is Mao Dai. Are you really willing to part with it? He knew well how Wu Zhe cherished his few bottles of Mao Dai. Don't say that. If others can't drink, can't my brother enjoy it? Wu Zhe responded. Beside them, Su Qianyu's lips curled again. It was known that her father had wanted to drink several times, but had been evaded by Wu Zhe. It seems the father-in-law isn't as close as a brother. However, Su Qianyu chose not to comment. Today, as Jiang Feng went through a divorce, Wu Zhe's gesture of offering the finest liquor to comfort his friend was entirely appropriate. Jiang Feng, let me tell you, it's just a divorce, there's no need to be disheartened. It's hard to find a three-legged toad, but two-legged women are everywhere, Wu Zhe remarked. Jiang Feng felt a bead of sweat form. Hey Wu Zhe, you haven't even had a drink yet, and you're already talking nonsense. Aren't you afraid of getting punished by your wife? Jiang Feng teased. Don't project your ex-wife's template onto my wife. She's not that kind of woman. Wu Zhe paused and looked at Su Qian. You right, dear? That's not necessarily true. Even a clay Buddha can get angry. Su Qian replied with a smile. She's just saying that she wouldn't really let her man kneel on the washboard, Wu Zhe added, glancing at Jiang Feng. Come on, Wu Zhe. You're ostensibly here to comfort me, but you're just showing off your wife, aren't you? Jiang Feng paused and added, I feel even more heartbroken. Let's drink a drink, we'll take away your sorrow, Wu Zhe said. All right, Jiang Feng did not refuse. Today, he wished to drown his sorrows in alcohol, seeking to escape his troubles. About an hour later, both Jiang Feng and Wu Zhe were somewhat inebriated. Wu Zhe, I need to head back, Jiang Feng stated. Why go back? Your wife is gone, Wu Zhe paused and added, just stay at my place tonight. The guest room is always free. With that, Wu Zhe turned to Su Qianyu. Honey, could you tidy up the guest room? Su Qianyu didn't dislike Jiang Feng, but having other men stay over at their house was. What are you standing around for? Go make the bed. Wu Zhe urged. Su Qianyu shot Wu Zhe a glare, but ultimately got up to prepare the guest room. Once Su Qianyu left, Wu Zhe suddenly turned to Jiang Feng and asked, Jiang Feng, what do you think of my wife? Jiang Feng found himself somewhat bewildered by Wu Zhe's question. My wife, how is she? Wu Zhe continued. Capable in the parlor and proficient in the kitchen. A good woman. Jiang Feng paused momentarily and replied, all right. I understand your wife is wonderful. There's no need to flaunt it. So, do you wish to be with her? Wu Zhe suddenly inquired. What? Jiang Feng felt he must have misheard. Do you want to be with my wife? Wu Zhe reiterated. Jiang Feng was taken aback and quickly responded, Wu Zhe, have you heard some rumors? Though I work at the same school as your wife, I swear before heaven, our relationship is entirely innocent. We hardly chat outside of work. The most we discussed was that time it rained, and you asked me to take your wife home. The topics were primarily about you. Wu Zhe chuckled. Don't be so tense. How can I not be tense? As the saying goes, one must not covet a friend's wife. If you misunderstand me, I would be more wrong than Do-yi, Jiang Feng remarked. Isn't my wife pretty and alluring? Wu Zhe countered. That has nothing to do with it. Jiang Feng replied, somewhat exasperated. After a moment, he looked at Wu Zhe with suspicion and said, Wu Zhe, are you testing me? No, I am serious, Wu Zhe replied flatly. His expression indeed appeared earnest. Jiang Feng glanced towards the guest room and then lowered his voice. Hey, Wu Zhe, have you lost your mind? I don't have much time left. What do you mean? I mean it literally. My lifespan is limited. Jiang Feng was stunned. Wu Zhe hesitated before continuing. Well, my family has a hereditary congenital heart disease. My grandfather and father both did not live past 30. After a brief pause, Wu Zhe added, for years, I have avoided seeking medical attention. Recently, I went to the hospital for an examination, and my condition has deteriorated to the point where surgery is necessary. Then go get the surgery, Jiang Feng urged. It's not that simple. The doctor said my condition is severe and the success rate of the surgery is low. Even if the surgery is successful, my health will likely never be like that of a normal person. I have thought about this seriously. I cannot burden Qianyu. She is a good woman and should not waste her time on me. Wu Zhe paused, looking at Jiang Feng, and added, Jiang Feng, don't think I am doing this out of goodwill. I have my selfish reasons. The longer I stay with Qianyu, the heavier my guilt weighs on my heart, and the greater my psychological pressure becomes. I have been sleepless over this matter, and if this continues, I may not die, but I will surely collapse mentally. But why come to me? I just got dumped by Xiaomo, Jiang Feng replied. That is her loss. I know you are a man worthy of lifelong commitment. I would feel at ease in trusting Qianyu to you. I truly cannot trust any other man. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Jiang Feng's mouth. If Su Qianyu's identity were not so sensitive, he might consider this a good suggestion. After all, Su Qianyu was widely acknowledged as a virtuous and good woman. However, she was Wu Zhe's wife, a friend-s woman, which made it somewhat difficult to pursue. What do you think? Wu Zhe pressed again. If you were testing me. Just say so, Jiang Feng responded. I am not. I am serious. Wu Zhe then lifted his glass, intending to drink, but Jiang Feng stopped him. With your heart condition, you shouldn't drink. Without drinking, I cannot express certain things, Wu Zhi replied blandly. Does your wife not know about your condition? Jiang Feng inquired. Wu Zhi shook his head. He paused before saying, for years, I have concealed my illness from her. Just then, Su Qianyu emerged from the guest room. Having finished tidying up, Wu Zhi immediately ceased speaking. What are you discussing? Your expressions are so serious, Su Qianyu casually asked. Nothing much. Just. Wu Zhi hesitated and continued. We talked about his divorce settlement with Xia Mo. Su Qianyu rolled her eyes. You are so nosy. Why does a couple's property division concern you? Are you inheriting something? Just asking, Wu Zhi replied. He then glanced at Jiang Feng and said, Jiang Feng, it's getting late. You should wash up and sleep. You can borrow my pajamas. To be honest, I'm not quite accustomed to bathing at someone else's home. Also, I don't know if Su Qianyu would mind, Jiang Feng admitted. Do you not wash up before sleeping? Wu Zhi remarked. Fine, Jiang Feng conceded. With the conversation having reached this point, he had no choice but to freshen up. After Jiang Feng entered the bathroom, Su Qianyu turned to Wu Zhi and asked, How are we sleeping tonight? Jiang Feng was aware they were to sleep in separate rooms. We are, Wu Zhi replied. Wu Zhi, have you lost your mind? Why do you share everything with Jiang Feng? Why not let you two be together? Su Qianyu expressed her disbelief. Although she held no prejudice against Jiang Feng, she found it somewhat difficult to accept her husband discussing their marital issues with another man. Wu Zhi laughed. At that moment, he discreetly activated his phone's ringtone. I need to take a call, he stated, leaving the house with his phone. Su Qianyu remained silent. She sensed something was off with Wu Zhi lately, but chose not to pry. Was there someone else involved? Su Qianyu pondered silently, uncertain of her thoughts. Moments later, her phone's notification light began to blink. It was a WeChat message from Wu Zhi. Qianyu, I have to urgently travel out of town for work and won't be back tonight. Jiang Feng has been drinking, so please take care of him. If he needs anything, do your best to accommodate him. My phone is about to die, so I'll stop here. Su Qianyu stared at the message, utterly dumbfounded. What kind of logic was Wu Zhi operating under? Your friend is staying over and bathing at our home, and you leave your wife alone to care for him? Moreover, you expect her to cater to his needs? If he wishes for a woman, should I then share a bed with him? Initially, Su Qianyu was merely venting. But a thought crossed her mind, and her expression gradually turned serious. Although Jiang Feng had only just divorced Xia Mo today, it was rumored they had been separated for 6 months. If Jiang Feng had not been with a woman for half a year, he must have accumulated a great deal of pent-up desire. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. Just then, the bathroom door opened, and Jiang Feng emerged. Su Qianyu composed herself, stood up, and smiled. You're done? Yes. Jiang Feng glanced around before asking, where is Wu Zhi? He went out to take a call, Su Qianyu replied. She hesitated to tell Jiang Feng that Wu Zhi would not be returning home tonight, fearing he might have ulterior motives. All right. Jiang Feng did not head directly to the guest room, but sat down in the living room. I'll make you a cup of tea. After saying that, Su Qianyu entered the kitchen. She took out her phone to call Wu Zhi, but the call indicated that the number was switched off. Su Qianyu felt an urge of frustration. That scoundrel Wu Zhi. After a moment, Su Qianyu regained her composure. She carried a cup of brewed tea into the living room and placed it in front of Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng glanced at Su Qianyu, feeling a rush of hormones. To be frank, Su Qianyu was indeed a stunning beauty. Not only did her gentle demeanor make her an ideal wife, but her alluring figure was also hard to resist. The two sat awkwardly in the living room. By the way, you were married to Xia Mo for 3 years. Why haven't you had children? Don't you like kids? Su Qianyu initiated the conversation. The river breeze lingered in silence for a moment before Jiang Feng spoke. Xia Mo mentioned she does not wish for her child to fall behind at the starting line. Her ambition is to focus on her career first. It is quite characteristic of her. What about you two? Jiang Feng gazed at Su Qianyu and continued. You both married before Xia Mo, and I did. Why haven't you had children yet? We're in the midst of preparing, Su Qianyu replied. Oh, by the way, do Nangong and the others know about your divorce? Su Qianyu inquired. Jiang Feng, a counselor at Jiangxing University, managed 4 classes with 4 female homeroom teacher partners, one of whom was Su Qianyu. They probably don't know yet. Such matters can be rather embarrassing to discuss, Jiang Feng responded. You ought to mention it. If you don't, how will anyone know you're single again? To my knowledge, there are female teachers at our school who harbor feelings for you. Su Qianyu remarked. Is that true? Someone has feelings for a penniless man like me? Jiang Feng chuckled. Although you may lack wealth, your looks are quite appealing. Many women are willing to invest in beauty, Su Qianyu teased. Thank you for your kind words, Jiang Feng replied with a smile. The conversation dwindled as they finished their tea, and Wu Zhe had yet to return. Jiang Feng's gaze inadvertently drifted to Su Qianyu's alluring figure, stirring a sense of distraction within him. Su Qianyu, perceptive to Jiang Feng's lingering glance, felt a momentary tension. Wu Zhe is still on the phone, Jiang Feng noted. Well, he just texted me saying he had an urgent business trip and might not return tonight, Su Qianyu calmly stated. Jiang Feng observed the nervousness in her expression, sensing her unease. Amused, he said, Su Qianyu, after knowing each other for years as high school classmates, is this how you perceive me? Despite Wu Zhe's attempts to match us, I assure you, I am not the type to impose myself on anyone. Regaining his composure, Jiang Feng suggested. Perhaps I should head back. I'll drive you, Su Qianyu quickly offered, relieved. No need. I can take a taxi, Jiang Feng insisted. That won't do. Since you've had a drink at our home, we must take responsibility if anything happens, Su Qianyu countered. All right then, he acquiesced. Subsequently, Su Qianyu drove Jiang Feng away from their neighborhood. She was familiar with his residence as she had visited with Wu Zhe before. Jiang Feng, where are you living now? Su Qianyu asked. In the same apartment Xia Mo and I rented, Jiang Feng replied. How did things end up this way? I once had high hopes for you too. College sweethearts marrying post-graduation. What a lovely story. Su Qianyu lamented. Jiang Feng remained silent. Suddenly, Su Qianyu hesitated. Then softly said, Your ex-wife wouldn't think we. I can clarify that our relationship is entirely innocent. Previously, Jiang Feng had been misunderstood by Xia Mo when he had driven Su Qianyu home, causing quite a stir. Jiang Feng smiled. That is unrelated to you. I prefer not to delve into the reasons for my divorce. Su Qianyu chose not to press further. She smiled lightly, saying, It's fine. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Though she spoke lightly, Jiang Feng paused before responding. Let us drop the subject. He glanced at Su Qianyu and asked, How are things with you and Wu Zhe? We're doing well, Su Qianyu said after a moment's thought, her laughter light. Just then, a voice echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. 3 years of marriage without intimacy, how splendid. It was Su Qianyu's voice. Jiang Feng blinked in surprise. Was that just his imagination? He rubbed his head. Perhaps I've had too much to drink and am hearing things. Su Qianyu looked at him curiously and asked, What's wrong? Nothing. I just envy you both, he replied. There's nothing to envy. Being single has its advantages. You can flirt without consequence, Su Qianyu teased. Just don't pursue any of our female students, she added, a hint of seriousness in her tone. While there were no formal rules against relationships between counselors and students, past instances indicated that such entanglements often led to the counselor's dismissal. Which female student would be interested in me? I have nothing. No house, no car, nothing. Jiang Feng remarked with a wry smile. Speaking of female students, your sister-in-law is in my class, correct? Su Qianyu asked. Yes, Jiang Feng paused before adding. Don't jump to conclusions. My sister-in-law is an ice queen. She hardly acknowledged me before. Now that I'm divorced from her sister, she is likely even less inclined to associate with me. I wasn't implying anything about you and your sister-in-law. It's merely a common trope that men often have feelings for their sister-in-laws, she teased. That is nonsense. Su Lao, sure. Don't spread rumors just because you lack a sister of your own. Such behavior is unbecoming of an educator, Jiang Feng replied. Su Qianyu chuckled. I was just joking. Jiang Feng chose not to elaborate further. His marriage to Xia Mo had faced opposition from her entire family. Compared to her parents, his sister-in-law's indifference was perhaps the most forgiving stance. After a moment, they encountered a red light, and Su Qianyu halted the car at an intersection. Nearby, a red Porsche SUV pulled up. With both windows down, they could see each other's interiors. Jiang Feng's gaze fell upon the driver of the Porsche, who he recognized as Chun Cheng, a senior from university who had once pursued his ex-wife. Xia Mo. Jiang Feng had heard that he had become quite successful in business, amassing a fortune since graduation. At that moment, Jiang Feng spotted Xia Mo in the passenger seat. She too seemed taken aback upon seeing Jiang Feng and Su Qianyu. Suddenly, the light turned green, and Chun Cheng accelerated away. Who was in your car? That woman looked stunning, Chun Cheng remarked with a smile, clearly trying to provoke a reaction. If you like her, you could pursue her, Xia Mo replied coolly. Chun Cheng hesitated before expressing, Xia Mo, you know how I feel. From the moment I laid eyes on you in college, I have been enamored with you. You are the only one in my heart. Xia Mo remained silent, contemplating her response. After a pause, she abruptly said, Please stop up ahead. We're not at your house yet, Chun Cheng protested. I need to get out, Xiao insisted. Understanding her temperament, Chun Chung complied and pulled over. Once out of the Porsche, Xiao dashed across the road to flag down Su Qianyu's car, which came to a screeching halt just in time to avoid a collision. Jiang Feng, seated in the passenger seat, felt a rush of adrenaline. Once his heart settled, he stepped out of the vehicle. Xiao, have you lost your mind? Are you throwing your life away? Jiang Feng exclaimed. When did you two become involved? Xiao replied with indifference. Do not speak so harshly. I was merely drinking at their house earlier, and now my sister-in-law is giving me a ride home. That's all there is to it. Our relationship is not as sordid as you imagine. Jiang Feng paused before continuing. Moreover, we are already divorced. Huh, Xiao laughed. Jiang Feng, what are you being so conceited about? Do you think I am jealous? What qualifications do you have to make me feel that way? Is it your bleak career? Or perhaps your lack of ambition? Jiang Feng, the greatest regret of my life is marrying you. If I could start anew, I would never make the same choice. Jiang Feng was taken aback. Is that truly how you feel? What else should I think? Xiao retorted, gazing coldly at him. Jiang Feng fell silent, sometimes struggling to comprehend Xiao. In truth, years ago, she had chosen the poorest of suitors among many wealthy admirers. She was never the type to covet material wealth. Yet when she initiated the divorce, she claimed to be weary of poverty. However, her eyes hinted at deeper reasons for the divorce, ones she would not voice. He longed to know her thoughts, yet he remained in the dark. After a brief moment, Jiang Feng regained his composure. So what I have with Su Qianyu has nothing to do with you, he stated calmly. Xiao shrugged. Indeed, it has no bearing. I was impulsive. She then approached the driver's side window. Although Su Qianyu remained inside the car, the window was open. Xiao leaned against the window, smiling slightly at Su Qianyu. Teacher Su, I must say I am impressed. When I first met you, I thought you were an unblemished angel. Now I realize you are no angel, but rather a beguiling vixen who has stolen my man right under my nose. Your performance as a White Lotus could easily win you an Oscar. Su Qianyu remained silent, tears welling in her eyes. Jiang Feng, not one to easily lose his temper, his nature being quite gentle, was genuinely enraged by Xiao's provocation. He abruptly pulled Xiao away from the driver's side, exclaiming, Xiao, are you out of your mind? Why must our affairs involve others? At that moment, a growing crowd of onlookers gathered. Qingqing approached, saying, Xiao, let us go. Xiao's emotions seemed to cool as she ceased speaking and turned to leave. Jiang Feng returned to Su Qianyu's vehicle, and without a word, she started the car and drove off. The atmosphere inside the car felt heavy. I apologize, Jiang Feng began. Su Qianyu had calmed down as well. She smiled softly. It's fine. It's just, I had heard before that Xiao could be quite domineering. And today I have witnessed it. Living with a strong-willed woman must be quite challenging, right? That's why I have always envied Wu Zhe. He is fortunate to have a wife like you. Jiang Feng sighed. Indeed, the flower at home cannot compare to the wildflower. Men always think others' wives are better. After a pause, she continued, perhaps Wu Zhe feels the same way. Like tonight, he suddenly went out and hasn't returned, leaving one to wonder where he might be, perhaps lying beside another woman. That's not the case. Don't think such things. I assure you. Wu Zhe is not seeing anyone outside, Jiang Feng quickly replied. Su Qianyu shot him a skeptical look. You men just cover for each other. After a moment, she said, let us not discuss this anymore. The car fell silent once again. After a while, Su Qianyu suddenly remarked, I still feel quite wronged. You clearly have 4 beautiful female colleagues at school, one of whom is even pregnant. Everyone says it's your child. Why doesn't Xiao confront them? Does she think I'm the easiest target? Who knows what Xiao is thinking? Jiang Feng responded. Su Qianyu gazed at him and asked, speaking of which, Jiang Feng, is the child in teacher Nangong's belly yours? That's just a rumor, Jiang Feng firmly denied. All right, Su Qianyu replied, still looking doubtful but choosing not to pursue the subject further. About 20 minutes later, Su Qianyu's car stopped at the entrance of a neighborhood in Jiang City. I've arrived. You should head back. Be careful on the road, Jiang Feng said. Can you manage alone? Su Qianyu inquired. I can, he assured her. Just as he spoke, he stumbled slightly, the effects of the alcohol hitting him again. Su Qianyu got out of the car. Let me help you upstairs. Despite her conflicted expression, she extended her hand to support him. She guided Jiang Feng back to his rented apartment. All right, you're home now. Rest well. I'll take my leave, Su Qianyu said. Thank you, he replied. No need for thanks. Goodbye. With that, Su Qianyu opened the door to the living room, preparing to leave. In that instant, a middle-aged woman stormed in from outside, looking fierce. Upon seeing Su Qianyu, she shouted, "So you're the little hussy Jiang Feng cheated with?" Su Qianyu's face flushed with embarrassment. Though she had a gentle disposition, even a clay figurine has its limits. No one wishes to be humiliated. Just then, Jiang Feng rushed out from the bedroom. The intruder was none other than Xiaomo's mother, his former mother-in-law. Seeing Jiang Feng, Xia's mother became even more agitated. "Jiang Feng, you scoundrel. When Momo wanted to marry you, I opposed it. You come from a single-parent family with nothing to your name. After 3 years of marriage, you haven't even bought a house. You're just a worthless bum." Afterward, she turned to Su Qianyu. "Are you out of your mind? You seem quite pretty. What do you see in a man like Jiang Feng? He is nothing but a lazy good-for-nothing who refuses to seek better employment. Being a university counselor is hardly a respectable job. He is just a glorified errand boy." "Auntie," Su Qianyu interjected. She paused before calmly stating, "I believe you are mistaken. While you may view a university counselor as a job without prospects, you absolutely cannot dismiss it as unworthy. This role is far more significant than you might think. It serves as a vital bridge between students and the institution, an integral part of higher education. One could even argue that counselors hold greater importance than tenured professors." "Humph, you must be his mistress to defend him," Xia's mother retorted. "I am not his mistress." Su Qianyu finally snapped, unable to hold back any longer. Her temperament was gentle, but she was not the type to be walked over. Xia's mother was taken aback by Su Qianyu's sudden outburst. Not daring to confront Su Qianyu further, she turned back to Jiang Feng. "Jiang Feng, dragging this out serves no purpose. I advise you to divorce Momo as soon as possible. I don't mind telling you that a senior from her university is pursuing her. He owns a company with assets in the billions. Compared to him, you are nothing. If you still have any feelings for Momo, if you possess even a shred of conscience, let her go." Jiang Feng was somewhat astonished. He and Xiaomo had finalized their divorce today and already obtained a certificate. Yet from Xia's mother's words, it seemed she had not informed her family. What is this woman up to? He collected himself and grinned. "So you want me to divorce Xiaomo? Fine. But you'll need to pay me $1 million in emotional damages." Xia's mother nearly choked on her indignation. "Jiang Feng, are you shameless? Am I shameless? You come in here hurling insults without a care in the world, yet you speak of shame?" Jiang Feng shot back. "I think you are the one devoid of any." Jiang Feng was resolute. He unleashed his full force. Over the past 3 years of marriage to Xiaomo, he had endured enough of his sharp-tongued mother-in-law's incessant ridicule and various vexations. In the past, he had tolerated it for the sake of his marriage. However, now that he and Xiaomo were divorced, who could bear the torment and insults from his former mother-in-law? Xia's mother was left speechless by Jiang Feng's outburst. Who could have anticipated that the once meek and ineffectual son-in-law would suddenly exhibit such assertiveness? "Very well, Jiang Feng, just wait. So you don't want a divorce? We'll see each other in court." Before leaving, Xia's mother cast one last glance at Su Qianyu and remarked, "And you, being the third party, have brought shame upon your parents. You won't have a good ending." Su Qianyu remained silent. After Xia's mother departed, she calmly stated, "I should return as well." Jiang Feng looked at Su Qianyu and said, "I'm sorry. I share some responsibility. I shouldn't have sent you home alone so late." Su Qianyu paused, gazing at Jiang Feng, and replied, "Perhaps we should maintain some distance." With that, she left. As she descended the stairs, she never imagined that one day she would be accused of being a homewrecker. If she had truly engaged in such actions, she would deserve the scorn. Yet, she had done nothing wrong and still faced such humiliation. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. Accumulating grievances led her to tears, and in her distraction, she nearly slipped into the community's pool. Fortunately, someone pulled her back just in time. It was Jiang Feng, who had followed her down. "Why did you come down?" Su Qianyu wiped her tears and replied calmly, "I noticed you seemed unwell, and I was concerned you might be in danger," Jiang Feng said after a brief pause, adding, "I apologize for my lack of foresight." "It's fine," Su Qianyu replied. After a moment, she continued, "What I said earlier may have been too harsh. Upon reflection, I acknowledge I might have some issues. I often find myself the subject of gossip. For instance, I once visited a male classmate's home for a school visit and was inexplicably accused of having an affair with him." Jiang Feng frowned. "What? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me?" Su Qianyu's class was also under Jiang Feng's supervision. According to the responsibilities within Jiangcheng University, matters concerning students outside of academics, including ideological education, daily life, and psychological support, as well as employment guidance post-senior year, fell under the purview of the counselor. The innocent remain clear of blame, and besides, it's impossible to find out who spread the rumor, Su Qianyu explained. Jiang Feng shook his head. Sister-in-law, your mindset is flawed. Such matters must be investigated thoroughly. Otherwise, the rumors will only escalate. After a pause, he added, I'll look into it. Su Qianyu intended to say more, but Jiang Feng interjected, this is my responsibility. She opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Glancing at the time, she remarked, it's getting late. I should head back. Let me accompany you to the community entrance. Jiang Feng offered. Her vehicle was parked there. Su Qianyu smiled. No need. It's just a short walk. All right then, take care on your way, Jiang Feng replied. Refraining from insisting on escorting her, he could tell that although Su Qianyu claimed to be fine, she instinctively maintained her distance from him. You should go back. She insisted again. Jiang Feng nodded, saying nothing further, and turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly heard a splash behind him. Turning around, he noticed Su Qianyu had inexplicably fallen into the pool. Jiang Feng rushed over to help her up. The water was shallow, and she hadn't drowned, but her clothes were thoroughly soaked. Under the streetlight, the damp fabric revealed the white bra beneath, accentuating her well-proportioned figure, curvaceous, with a slim waist and long legs. The sight was undeniably striking, particularly in the context of her C-cup bust pressed against the clingy fabric. Jiang Feng was caught in an awkward predicament, unsure whether to look or look away. I'm fine, Su Qianyu said as she regained her composure, gently pulling Jiang Feng's hand away to create some distance. Her traditional upbringing made her cautious. Despite Jiang Feng's divorce, she was still a married woman, and Jiang Feng was the brother of her husband. Some boundaries needed to be clearly defined. I felt a bit faint just now. Perhaps it's due to lack of sleep and some anemia. I'm all right, Su Qianyu reassured him. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. Once again, I'm fine. Sister-in-law, is that all you can say? What if this were a deep pool, and you had no one around? He paused again, insisting, you should go to the hospital for a checkup. Tomorrow is fine, she replied. What if you faint in class tomorrow? Jiang Feng pressed. Su Qianyu fell silent. Jiang Feng scrutinized her and said, I'll call Wu Zhi to bring you a change of clothes and then take you to the hospital. He proceeded to dial Wu Zhi's number, but it was turned off. Jiang Feng's expression darkened. That guy? At that moment, Jiang Feng began to realize that Wu Zhi was serious about trying to matchmake him with Su Qianyu. Such scenarios often play out in melodramatic narratives, where a dying man entrusts his beloved to his most trusted friend. But could he truly be Su Qianyu's destined partner? Did he possess the capability to bring her happiness? Moreover, Jiang Feng glanced at Su Qianyu, who was keeping her distance, and his lips twitched. It was evident that she was wary of him. Regaining his composure, Jiang Feng looked at Su Qianyu and said, Sister-in-law, Wu Zhi might be busy, perhaps with his mistress? Su Qianyu interrupted him coolly. That's not true. Then why is his phone off? She countered. This left Jiang Feng momentarily speechless. Could he really say, your husband is trying to set us up? He collected his thoughts and replied, I'll ask Wu Zhi about it later. After a brief pause, he added, I believe I have a set of Xiaomo's clothes at home. She may have forgotten to take them. If you don't mind, you could shower there, and I'll take you to the hospital afterward. If Wu Zhi doesn't mind. Why should I? Su Qianyu replied after a moment. But if you dare, I wouldn't mind showering with you. Jiang Feng felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. He could tell that Su Qianyu was merely teasing out of frustration. As a cool breeze swept by, Su Qianyu sneezed. It was May, but the nights were still quite chilly. Let us head back, Jiang Feng suggested, smiling. Don't worry. I want to take advantage of the situation. Su Qianyu remained silent as she followed Jiang Feng back to his rented apartment. The apartment was modest, consisting of 2 bedrooms and a shared bathroom. This is Xiaomo's coat, but, Jiang Feng said, slightly embarrassed, there are no undergarments. Su Qianyu felt a twinge of discomfort. Returning to Jiang Feng's apartment had some element of spite, but she had no intention of becoming more intimate with him. In her worldview, being in a single man's home without wearing undergarments was tantamount to infidelity, especially since they would soon be heading to the hospital. Oh, I just remembered. There's a women's lingerie store nearby that stays open until 10. We can buy something there in time. With that, Jiang Feng hurriedly left. Su Qianyu couldn't help but chuckle. You don't even know my size. When Jiang Feng returned with the lingerie and underwear, Su Qianyu had already taken her shower in the bathroom. He knocked on the door and said, I've placed the underwear at the door. You can fetch it later. Got it. Su Qianyu paused and added, Thank you. You're welcome. Subsequently, Jiang Feng returned to the living room. Although his gaze was fixed on the television, his mind was elsewhere. The sound of the shower water cascading in the bathroom frequently distracted him. Sigh, that scoundrel Wuxia. Jiang Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. If Wuxia hadn't spoken those words to him, he certainly wouldn't be overthinking things. After a moment, Jiang Feng slapped his hands against his face. Jiang Feng, calm down. What capability does a divorced man with nothing have to offer Su Qianhua happiness? A weariness crossed his features as he recalled something. Over the years, he hadn't been idle. In addition to his primary duties at school, he had taken on numerous part-time jobs online. Yet, he found himself ensnared in an almost bottomless pit. Years ago, when his mother was in a car accident, the perpetrator fled, and to this day, they had not been found. His father, in pursuit of medical treatment for his mother, borrowed from high-interest lenders. Sadly, his mother ultimately passed away, leaving behind a lingering debt, one that was compounded by interest. Over the years, Jiang Feng and his father had repaid hundreds of thousands, yet nearly $1 million still loomed over them. The cycle of debt continued, and he had no idea when it would be settled. However, the money Jiang Feng used to repay the debts was earned from his part-time work. He had not hoarded any of his counselor's salary, as it was all spent on daily expenses with Xia Mo. Xia Mo was aware of his mother's situation. She had even suggested that they earn money together to quickly repay the debt. But now, Jiang Feng wouldn't hold Xia Mo accountable for this matter. She had no obligation to pay off his debts. She was merely making the most sensible decision any woman could make. Few women would choose to remain with a man who offered no visible future or hope. In Xia Mo's eyes, he was that man devoid of promise. A trace of self-deprecation appeared at the corners of Jiang Feng's mouth. Perhaps she was right. I am just an ordinary man. How could I possibly change my fate? Just then, Su Qianyue's voice echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. Huh? The bra and underwear fit perfectly. How did Jiang Feng know my size? He couldn't have spied on me while I showered, could he? Coughing, Jiang Feng choked slightly and hurriedly replied, I didn't. His words abruptly ceased. At that moment, the sound of the shower continued unabated. Su Qianyue was still inside, not yet emerged. Yet, the earlier voice. Jiang Feng recalled something. Earlier. While they were in the car, he seemed to have heard Su Qianyue's thoughts. After a moment of silence, he gradually began to realize a bizarre, yet genuine truth. He seemed able to hear others' inner voices. However, this was not an active ability, but rather a passive and random occurrence. If he could actively eavesdrop on others' thoughts, that would be impressive. A tinge of regret washed over him. Wait a moment. If this is an auditory hallucination, then what did Su Qianyue mean when she thought during the car ride that she and Wu Zhe had never shared a bed since their marriage? A look of confusion crossed Jiang Feng's face. Was it due to Wu Zhe's condition? As he pondered, the bathroom door swung open and Su Qianyue emerged, dressed in dry clothes. The outerwear was left by Xia Mo, but as for the underwear, it was unclear whether Su Qianyue wore the lingerie Jiang Feng had just purchased. I apologize for borrowing your bathroom, Su Qianyue said. Sister-in-law, you're far too polite. Aren't we old friends from high school? Back then, you called me by my name, and now you insist on calling me sister-in-law. It sounds awkward when it's just us. Please call me by my name, Su Qianyue smiled. Jiang Feng nodded. All right. He checked the time and added, shall we head to the hospital? We really need to go to the hospital? Dizziness is no trivial matter. Just think, if you had fainted not by the community pool, but in the central city moat. How dangerous would that have been? Jiang Feng's expression turned serious. Fine. Soon, the two arrived outside the community. Su Qianyue's car was parked nearby, but as they approached, they discovered all 4 tires were flat. It was evident without guessing that it was the work of Xia Mo's mother. She must have followed them upon seeing Su Qianyue drive Jiang Feng home. Su Qianyue seemed to have guessed the same. She fell silent, not uttering a word. Wait a moment. I'll ride my electric bike to take you, Jiang Feng said before dashing back into the community. Moments later, he returned riding an electric bicycle. I'll take you, Jiang Feng patted the back seat. Su Qianyue looked skeptical. Can you handle it? Su Qianyue, don't question a man's capabilities. If you ask, the answer is only one. Absolutely. Jiang Feng smiled. Su Qianyue felt a bit awkward. That's not what I meant. Jiang Feng chuckled. I know, just joking. He paused before adding, I'm no longer inebriated. Hop on, and if anything goes awry, I'll take responsibility. A slight smile pulled at Su Qianyue's lips. Perhaps due to her preconceived notions about Jiang Feng, she felt every word he spoke bore a double meaning. Nonetheless, she climbed aboard. But instead of wrapping her arms around his waist like a couple, she grasped the small backrest behind the electric bicycle. She was reserved by nature, as a married woman. Even though her marriage was strained, She was reluctant to engage in any overly intimate behavior with another man. The night had grown late. Although it was already late May, the night air remained cool. She sneezed softly. Jiang Feng hesitated before finally saying, it might be warmer if you scoot closer. It's fine, Su Qianyue declined politely. Jiang Feng chose not to press further. Sitting behind, Su Qianyue quietly observed Jiang Feng, lost in her thoughts. Moments later, Jiang Feng suddenly slammed on the brakes. Su Qianyue, caught off guard, instinctively wrapped her arms around Jiang Feng's waist. The sudden inertia caused her body to lurch forward, her chest pressing against his back. I'm sorry. It was unintentional. A cat suddenly darted out in front of us, Jiang Feng quickly explained. You probably haven't fully sobered up. Let me take over. Su Qianyue calmly suggested. All right. Jiang Feng then moved to the back seat while Su Qianyue took the front. Having just showered, Su Qianyue emanated a delightful fragrance. And Jiang Feng found his thoughts wandering. It's all Wu Zhi's fault. He said he would entrust Su Qianyue to me, leading me to entertain such inappropriate thoughts. But who is Su Qianyue? Though gentle in nature, she is incredibly strong and independent. She is not an object to be passed around. If she were to discover the deal between her and Wu Zhi, she would undoubtedly block me without hesitation. Gradually, Jiang Feng regained his composure. At a red light ahead, Su Qianyue slowed down and stopped at the intersection. Just then, a luxury Maybach rolled up behind them. The window rolled down, revealing a heavily made-up woman in the passenger seat, who seemed to recognize Su Qianyue. Qianyue, you and your husband are quite romantic. Riding bikes in the middle of the night, the woman from the Maybach remarked. Su Qianyue's lips twitched slightly, neither denying nor affirming the statement. There was no way to refute it. After all, how could she explain riding with a man who was not her husband in the dead of night? At that moment, the traffic light turned green. Let's go, bye. The Maybach drove off, and Su Qianyue started her vehicle to cross the intersection. Is she an acquaintance? Jiang Feng spoke up. As a university classmate, she has never met Wu Zhi. It seems she mistook you for my husband, Su Qianyue remarked. Jiang Feng chuckled. I don't mind. The corners of Su Qianyue's mouth twitched slightly, but she remained silent. By the way, Jiang Feng continued, are you on bad terms with that woman? It felt like she was boasting about riding in a Maybach. You're too nosy, Su Qianyue replied. All right. Jiang Feng laughed and said no more. Moments later, they arrived at the hospital, and Jiang Feng busied himself with registering Su Qianyue and handling various formalities. Su Qianyue sat there in silence, watching Jiang Feng rush around. In her memory, he seemed to be the first man to accompany her to the hospital. Wu Zhi had never come with her, let alone taken care of the paperwork. She found it hard to comprehend Xiaomo was such a husband truly inadequate. If Jiang Feng were considered lacking, then what did that make Wu Zhi? It was one thing to not share a bedroom after marriage, but he frequently vanished. Tonight, he had left her to care for a drunken friend while he himself ran off. Was this what a husband should be like? Was it a sign of too much trust or a lack of respect? She felt perturbed. Yet, as she observed Jiang Feng diligently attending to her, a hint of self-mockery crept onto her lips. But Jiang Feng seemed unbothered by caring for me. Am I just being petty? At that moment, Jiang Feng approached her. The paperwork is done. We can now proceed to the examination, he said. All right, Su Qianyue replied, standing up. However, perhaps due to her sitting position, her legs felt numb. I can carry you, Jiang Feng offered. No need. I can manage a few steps, she responded. A passing nurse chuckled. Your husband is truly good to you. I'm envious. Su Qianyue smiled awkwardly, choosing not to explain. A moment later, the nurse wheeled Su Qianyue into the examination room. Jiang Feng waited anxiously outside, pacing back and forth near the door. About an hour later, Su Qianyue emerged from the examination room, and Jiang Feng's tension heightened. Why are you so anxious? Su Qianyue asked. I'm worried about you. Why did the examination take so long? What did the doctor say? Jiang Feng hurriedly inquired. Su Qianyue smiled. It's nothing serious, just stress and insomnia lately. Is it because of the rumors about you and the male students in your class? Jiang Feng questioned. Su Qianyue paused for a moment before nodding. Wu Zhi's situation left her speechless, but she had grown accustomed to it. Her recent insomnia was indeed due to the rumors surrounding her and her male students. She claimed to be indifferent, but how could she truly not care? As a female teacher, rumors linking her with Jiang Feng were far more acceptable than those with the male students in her class. Jiang Feng took a deep breath and calmly reassured her. Don't worry, I will definitely uncover the source of those rumors. So make sure to rest well tonight. All right, she replied. Subsequently, Jiang Feng rode his electric bike to take Su Qianyu back home. Are you sure it's fine for you to ride alone? Su Qianyu asked with concern. It's fine. The alcohol has worn off. Jiang Feng waved his hand. Goodbye, he said, departing. Su Qianyu stood on the balcony, watching Jiang Feng ride away until his figure completely vanished from sight. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was past 1 a.m. She stretched and prepared for bed. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng was wide awake, unable to sleep. He was eager to explore his newfound ability to hear others' thoughts. After being preoccupied with Su Qianyu's health, he finally had the time to delve into this phenomenon. Surely, it couldn't be merely random and passive. That would be rather unpleasant. It reminded him of a gacha game where the mechanics were incomplete, requiring unlocking of certain features to access the full system. Yet in games, one could use money to resolve such issues. How could he resolve this? At that moment, Jiang Feng heard the door from the neighboring apartment open. His neighbor, a beautiful woman, returned home late at night, as usual. He wondered what her profession might be. If only he could hear her thoughts. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. The neighbor probably thinks I'm a hostess, and she's not wrong, but I'm an undercover cop. When will this mission end? I'm about to lose it and want to hit something. Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat. Wow, his neighbor was a policewoman, and from the sound of it, she had a rather volatile temperament. Wait a moment. Jiang Feng suddenly realized, frozen in place. Why was he able to hear the undercover policewoman's thoughts? After pondering, he concluded there was only one possibility. He had genuinely wanted to know the neighbor's thoughts. Could it be that this ability was not purely passive, but he could also actively listen in? He began to experiment, spending the entire night trying different approaches, and ultimately, he found success. He discovered that the ability to hear thoughts was not entirely random or passive. When he strongly desired to know what someone was thinking, the likelihood of eavesdropping on their thoughts increased. Although it wasn't guaranteed, the chances were significantly heightened. Moreover, those with weaker mental fortitude were easier for him to overhear. If only he could hear Xia Mo's thoughts. He had long desired to know the direct catalyst behind her resolute decision to divorce. Their marriage certainly had issues, but Xia Mo's sudden proposal for divorce must have stemmed from a specific trigger. Yet, she had never disclosed the reason, leaving Jiang Feng in the dark. Moments later, Jiang Feng yawned, finally feeling tired. However, there was no time to rest. He had to go to work. Meanwhile, Su Qianyu enjoyed a deep, undisturbed sleep. Arguably the most restful night she had experienced in the past month. While brushing her teeth, Wu Zhi returned home. I bought breakfast, he announced. Su Qianyu ignored him. Feeling guilty, Wu Zhi set down the breakfast and retreated to the guest room. Did Jiang Feng leave? He asked. He left, Su Qianyu replied coolly. After a pause, she looked at Wu Zhi and suddenly added, I slept with Jiang Feng last night. Su Qianyu was eager to observe Wu Zhi's reaction. Upon hearing about Su Qianyu's liaison with Jiang Feng, Wu Zhi's expression became somewhat intricate. There was a hint of reluctance, yet he did not exhibit anger. Su Qianyu gazed at Wu Zhi and calmly remarked, This is your response to my affair with Jiang Feng? What else can I do now that you've already slept together? I bear some responsibility in this matter. We did not engage in anything. After you left, I simply took Jiang Feng home, Su Qianyu replied, her tone indifferent. She chose not to disclose the events that transpired afterward. I see. Wu Zhi discerned Su Qianyu's irritation and refrained from further comment. I must head to work now. With that, he hastily departed. Su Qianyu maintained a serene expression, her thoughts a mystery. At 7:30 in the morning, Su Qianyu arrived at the entrance of Jiangfeng University, her nerves beginning to tighten. Entering the school meant confronting the rumors surrounding her alleged infidelity with a male student in her class. After a brief moment of hesitation, she inhaled deeply and finally stepped into the campus. Upon reaching her office, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses approached her with a stern demeanor. Su teacher, please come to my office, she said. This was Chen Susu, the deputy director of the Academic Affairs Office at Jiangfeng University, primarily responsible for faculty management. Su Qianwei followed her silently into the office. Once inside, Chen Susu abruptly tossed the documents she held onto the desk and fixed her gaze on Su Qianwei. What is going on, Su teacher? A student has lodged a complaint with the Academic Affairs Office, alleging that you took advantage of home visits to engage in an inappropriate relationship with them. Su Qianyu's hands clenched into fists. Director Chen, I did not. Then how did these rumors arise? Chen Susu inquired. I too am curious. However, I will never admit to something I did not do, Su Qianyu asserted. I believe you are not so frivolous. Yet, as the saying goes, where there is smoke, there is fire. If you were more mindful of your words and actions, Such rumors could have been averted, Chinsusu replied. Su Qianyue remained silent, aware that Chinsusu had never been particularly fond of her, and she understood the reason behind it. All right, return to your lesson preparations. Be more cautious with your conduct in the future, Chinsusu added. Yes, Su Qianyue responded calmly before leaving her office. She appeared composed, yet the moment she exited, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Life was not always smooth, but she had been feeling particularly suffocated lately. Her husband was suspected of infidelity. She was being accused of impropriety with a student, and last night she was insulted as a mistress, only to be reprimanded by her superior now. Su Qianyue felt an overwhelming weight in her heart. Yet, she had no one to confide in. Her sister was out of town, her best friend was a busy doctor, and even if they were nearby, Su Qianyue's nature prevented her from seeking solace in them. She had always been the type to save her smile for others and bear her pain alone. However, she feared that if this continued, she might one day reach a breaking point. At that moment, footsteps approached. Su Qianyue quickly wiped away her tears and turned to see who it was. Oh, it's you, she said. The visitor was Jiang Feng. He walked over and handed her a tissue. I'm not crying. Su Qianyue turned her head away. Jiang Feng chuckled softly. He paused for a moment and then said with calm determination, I told you I would find the source of the rumors and restore your reputation. Su Qianyue sighed, realizing that such rumors, spread through word of mouth without any written evidence, could not be traced even if reported to the police. Leave it to me, Jiang Feng concluded before departing. He headed directly to Class 1 of the English department, where Su Qianyue served as the class instructor. Though it was not yet class time, most students had already arrived. Today was Su Qianyue's class, and many seemed eager to witness her demeanor amid the storm of rumors. However, it was not Su Qianyue who appeared, but the counselor. Jiang Feng stepped onto the podium and addressed the class calmly. I've heard that someone is spreading rumors about Teacher Su. Who is it? He scanned the room with a piercing gaze and continued. Actually, I already know who it is. I simply want to see if they have the courage to admit their mistakes. Suddenly, a male voice piped up. No way. How could he know it was me spreading the rumors? He must be trying to frame me. What a childish trick. At that moment, Jiang Feng's gaze landed on a male student in the class, his eyes icy. Yao Qingguang. Yao Qingguang was the student Su Qianyue had visited for a home visit. A local student known for his troublesome behavior, often skipping classes and eventually dropping out entirely. The voice just heard belonged to Yao Qingguang. Panic surged within him. Had he truly been discovered by the counselor? How could this be? Did Jiang Feng know about the drugs he had slipped into Su Qianyue's tea and the hidden camera he had set up in the restroom? Yet, Su Qianyue hadn't even used his bathroom, and he had no incriminating photos of her. How had Jiang Feng managed to pinpoint him? Fury coursed through Jiang Feng as he approached Yao Qingguang, seizing him by the collar. You scoundrel! Teacher Su kindly visited you, and you had the audacity to drug her tea and set up a hidden camera in the restroom. When your plan failed, you fabricated rumors of an affair with her. You are truly a despicable wretch. Yao Qingguang was taken aback, shocked that Jiang Feng knew so many details. Why? He stammered. At that moment, someone called out, Qingguang. Is what the counselor said true? So what if it is? I didn't want to come to school and she insisted on doing a home visit. Yao Qingguang retorted defiantly, having decided to give up now that his secret was exposed. You heartless scoundrel! Jiang Feng exclaimed, delivering a punch. Yao Qingguang, who was no stranger to brawling, retaliated. The classroom erupted into chaos. Someone called the police. When Su Qianyue arrived at the classroom after hearing the commotion, both Jiang Feng and Yao Qingguang were being taken away by the police. What happened? Su Qianyue asked. The students recounted the events, leaving her in silence. Yao Qingguang was truly despicable. How could someone be so low? Thanks to the counselor, they would still be in the dark otherwise. Teacher Su, I've always believed in you. One student spoke up. So have I, another chimed in. Actually, I have too. I never believed for a moment that Teacher Su would be involved with Yao Qingguang. Amid this uproar, the only student remaining unshaken was a girl sitting quietly in the corner, engrossed in her book, as if she were a serene painting. Sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting delicate shadows upon her. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her face was exquisitely crafted, resembling a masterpiece shaped by divine hands. Her fair skin glowed with a soft pink hue, akin to the gentle kiss of the morning sun. Her figure was tall and graceful, standing like a model. Clad in a simple white shirt and blue jeans, she could not conceal her striking silhouette. The tailored design of her shirt accentuated her slender waist, delicate enough to be grasped in a gentle hold. In terms of appearance, physique, and demeanor, she stood out remarkably. Her name was Xiao Liang, Jiang Feng's sister-in-law, more accurately, his former sister-in-law. Xiao Liang possessed a cool demeanor. In school, Xiao Liang seldom spoke to Jiang Feng, and few were aware of their relationship. She had little interest in the antics of her classmates. When her former brother-in-law was fighting with another woman, she merely glanced over before returning to her book. At that moment, Su Qianyue regained her focus. It was self-study time. After speaking, Su Qianyue hurriedly left. 2 hours later, she bailed Jiang Feng out of the police station. "You were too impulsive. The school will undoubtedly punish you," Su Qianyue remarked. Jiang Feng chuckled. "If given another chance, I would still beat him. That guy is utterly shameless." Su Qianyue's lips twitched, but she said nothing. After a brief pause, she composed herself and asked, "I heard Yao Qingguang hit your head. Are you all right?" "I'm fine. He's the one who got hurt worse," Jiang Feng replied with a smile. "Still, you should get checked at the hospital." "Coincidentally, my friend works at a nearby hospital and is on duty today," Su Qianyue suggested. "Is your friend male or female?" Jiang Feng inquired. "Female. If she's a female doctor, then never mind. How can you still have such thoughts after receiving a higher education?" Su Qianyue paused, shooting Jiang Feng a glare before insisting, "No excuses. We must go to the hospital today." "All right." Moments later, Jiang Feng and Su Qianyue arrived at the nearby Renai Hospital. Renai Hospital, a private institution in Jiangcheng, is owned by the wealthy He family. The founder, He Yin, passed away a decade ago, leaving the group leaderless and on the brink of collapse. However, under the leadership of his only daughter, He Hongya, the He Group not only survived but thrived, expanding its assets more than tenfold over the past decade. At 48, He Hongya became the richest woman in Jiangcheng and the youngest female tycoon in the city's history. Despite being a private hospital, Renai's robust financial backing allowed it to attract elite doctors from across the nation and even internationally, quickly establishing itself as the premier private hospital in Jiangcheng. Now, there are two top hospitals in Jiangcheng: the public Jiangcheng First People's Hospital and the He Group's Renai Hospital, which has even higher recruitment standards than the former. Consequently, the doctors employed at Renai Hospital are all elite professionals. Shortly after, Su Qianyue took Jiang Feng to an outpatient room after registering. Inside sat a female doctor in a white coat, wearing glasses, exuding an air of elegance. Her beauty rivaled that of Su Qianyue. Her face was like a meticulously sculpted masterpiece, with fair skin radiating a soft glow, resembling polished mutton fat jade. Her forehead was smooth, with playful strands of hair cascading down, adding a touch of vivacity. The exquisite glasses perched on her high nose, and her clear, bright eyes sparkled like a bottomless spring or twinkling stars in the night sky, deep and spirited. Her tall and proportionate figure, even under the white coat, could not conceal her alluring curves. Upon noticing their entrance, the beautiful doctor looked up in surprise. "Qianyue?" Then her gaze shifted to Jiang Feng. "And who is this?" "Oh, he's a teacher at our school. Today." Su Qianyue hesitated, then continued, "He bumped his head and is worried about a possible concussion. So I brought him to see you." The beautiful doctor rolled her eyes. "Sister, I'm a surgeon. If you said he had a long bone fracture, I could examine him, even perform surgery. But assessing concussions isn't my specialty." Jiang Feng broke into a sweat. He hadn't expected such a rough personality from the elegant beauty. Su Qianyue's cheeks flushed as well. "Just a joke," she said. At that moment, the beautiful doctor looked at Jiang Feng again and said, "Although I can't handle neurology, I can provide you with a referral for a brain CT scan. You can take the form to get checked." "Thank you," Jiang Feng replied. The beautiful doctor then handed him the form. "I'll take you to the examination room," Su Qianyue offered. "You stay," the doctor said. "Why should I stay when I'm not the one who's sick?" Su Qianyue seemed to anticipate the doctor's question and prepared to make an exit. The doctor smiled slightly before saying, "Qianyue, you wouldn't want that incident from high school to become known to others, would you?" "Fine, I'll stay," Su Qianyue conceded. "Good girl. Now, remember to maintain a ladylike demeanor around male colleagues. Don't tarnish their favorable impression of you," the beautiful doctor added with a light laugh. Su Qianyue held her head, feeling somewhat helpless. Jiang Feng said nothing, just smiled and left with the examination form. After he departed, the beautiful doctor turned to Su Qianyue. "So, what's going on with you and him?" "Hey, Lu Jin, how could the esteemed daughter of the He Group be so nosy?" Su Qianyue responded, exasperated. Even within Renai Hospital, few were aware that Lu Jin was the sole daughter of He Hongya, the richest woman in Jiangcheng. He Hongya had eloped for love and gave birth to Lu Jin. But later, they separated due to incompatibility. After He Hongye's father passed, she returned to the He group as chairwoman, eventually becoming the wealthiest woman in Jiangfeng. While He Hongye was well known, few knew about her daughter, Lu Jin. Even within the He group, only a handful of senior executives were aware of her identity. At that moment, Su Qianyue added, "I'm different from you. You're single and unafraid of rumors, but I am a married woman. So you personally brought him to the hospital? Aren't you worried Wu Zhi will get jealous?" Jealous? Su Qianyue recalled how last night, Wu Zhi had left her alone at home to care for his drunken friend, eliciting a faint smile. She truly couldn't comprehend her husband's logic. Did he have a green hat complex? Thankfully, Jiang Feng had a good temperament, even when drunk. He had not behaved inappropriately. If he were the kind of friend with poor drinking habits, would Wu Zhi still leave her alone at home to take care of him? Shaking her head, she chose not to dwell on it further. She glanced at Lu Jin and said, "All right, enough about me. What is your situation? As for me?" Lu Jin sighed, then continued, "My mother pretends to have severed ties with that man, but I suspect they still communicate privately. My parents divorced years ago. I wouldn't oppose her remarrying. However, that man has been widowed for many years. But that's not the issue. The main concern is that I've heard he has debt. I and Appos am genuinely worried my mother will be deceived. I wasn't Appos. Asking about your mother and Appos' situation. I wanted to know about yours," Su Qianyue replied. "I have nothing to say. Anyway, I don't have anyone I like, so if they want me to marry, I'll just marry," Lu Jin said nonchalantly. It was evident she did not wish to marry. However, how many marriages among the affluent were truly within one's control? Regaining her composure, Lu Jin looked at Su Qianyue and asked, "How are things with you and Wu Zhi lately?" "Very well. To what extent?" "He trusts me immensely. For instance, when his friend gets drunk, he leaves me alone at home to care for him, completely unbothered by the thought that I might cheat." Su Qianyue smiled. "Lu Jin, is Wu Zhi out of his mind? Is he a green hat slave?" Su Qianyue shrugged. "Who knows?" Lu Jin paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled broadly, asking, "So, have you been with his friend?" "Stop it." Su Qianyue playfully tapped Lu Jin's head, replying in exasperation, "Enough of that. I won't delay your work any longer. Let us have dinner together tonight." Lu Jin remarked, "We'll discuss this in the evening." After speaking, Su Qianyue exited Lu Jin's consultation room and made her way to the examination department, where she settled into a chair in the lobby. No sooner had she taken her seat than a familiar voice called out, "Su Qianyue?" The sound sent a jolt of unease through her. Once she steadied herself, a familiar figure appeared before her. It was Lu Ran, the one she had encountered the previous night, the one who drove a Maybach. She was Su Qianyue's university classmate, though their relationship seemed rather indifferent. The night before, while Jiang Feng had taken Su Qianyue to the hospital, they had coincidentally spotted Lu Ran in her luxurious vehicle at a red light. What a coincidence, Su Qianyue smiled. Indeed, Lu Ran paused before inquiring, "Are you here for a prenatal checkup?" Coughing slightly, Su Qianyue replied, "No." After glancing at Lu Ran, she asked, "Are you here for a prenatal checkup?" "Yes. I'm 3 months along," Lu Ran stated, then looked at Su Qianyue and added, "By the way, you've been married for 3 years now, haven't you? Why haven't you had children yet?" Su Qianyue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. How could she explain that they had never even shared a bed? Gathering her composure, she forced a smile and replied, "I'm still young. There's no rush." "True. I also don't want a child right now. But my in-laws are pressuring me. They promised $1 million for each child, regardless of gender." "Sigh. They're offering too much," Lu Ran said, her ears almost spilling off the screen. Su Qianyue found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Lu Ran continued, "So, if you're not here for a prenatal checkup, are you here for something else?" Just then, Jiang Feng emerged from the examination room, and Lu Ran noticed him. "Oh, so you're accompanying your husband for a checkup," she remarked. Su Qianyue felt an acute embarrassment. If she denied that Jiang Feng was her husband, it would contradict the fact that they had ridden bikes together late last night and were now at the hospital together. But being misunderstood was not an option. Just as she prepared to explain, Jiang Feng approached. "Wife, isn't this your university classmate?" he asked. Su Qianyue was momentarily speechless, her prepared explanation thwarted. "Classmate? It's not that I'm saying anything," Lu Ran interjected. "Su Qianyue was our class beauty. No, the campus belle. Back then, countless rich heirs pursued her. We all thought she would marry into wealth and live a life of luxury. Yet, here I am, an ordinary-looking woman now riding in a Maybach, while our class beauty is still on a bicycle. This is simply unreasonable." You must strive to provide a better life for our class beauty. Jiang Feng was momentarily rendered speechless. Memories of his ex-wife, Xia Mo, flooded back, along with the reproaches from his former mother-in-law, echoing similar sentiments. Her words struck a sensitive chord within him. Had he not tried hard enough? He had juggled numerous side jobs, reselling game accounts, delivering food, running errands, tutoring, anything that was legal and paid. Even tonight, the day after his divorce, he would be out delivering food. Had it not been for Wuja dragging him to drink at their place last night, he would have been delivering food instead. His time could not afford to pause. The high-interest loans for his mother's medical treatment were accruing every moment. He still needed to send money to his father and pay for a private investigator to look into the circumstances of his mother's past car accident, which was fraught with doubt. However, it was already past the statute of limitations, making a police report futile if he wanted to investigate. He had to foot the bill himself. While he was still married to Xia Mo, he had to cover the household expenses. Although Xia Mo paid the mortgage, Jiang Feng was responsible for the daily costs. All these expenses left him unable to save, let alone afford a luxury car. He could barely manage a modest electric bike. "You're right, I still lack in effort," Jiang Feng replied after a moment, his tone tinged with melancholy. At that moment, Su Qianyue exhaled softly and suddenly linked her arm with Jiang Feng's, looking at Lu Ran with an air of indifference. "Not everyone aspires to ride in luxury cars. I find joy in riding a bicycle. Moreover, while you may ride in a luxury car, your life doesn't seem all that splendid, does it? You came here alone for your checkup, whereas your husband—" "No, Su Qianyue, how can you be so ungrateful when I'm trying to support you?" Lu Ran protested. "My own man is beyond the judgment of others," Su Qianyue replied, pausing before adding, "and you know exactly what you think in your heart." To be honest, Su Qianyue was clear-minded. Lu Ran's remarks were merely a veiled attempt to suggest that Su Qianyue's life was inferior to hers, that she had made a less advantageous marriage, and there was some truth to that. She did not care for wealth or poverty. As long as she could lead a sustainable life, that sufficed. Yet, her 3 years of marriage had felt like a life of solitude. Her husband rarely returned home, and their communication was scant. She could not fathom where she had gone wrong. Although she had married Wu Zhu out of familial obligation, Su Qianyue questioned her own performance as a wife. Yet, Wu Zhu's demeanor towards her was perpetually lukewarm. She could not comprehend his true feelings. The thought of divorce had crossed her mind, but the Wu family had shown her kindness, making that notion fleeting. She had never genuinely contemplated divorce. However, after 3 years, her emotions teetered on the brink of collapse. She had spoken to Wu Zhu, yet he always evaded her questions with vague answers. "All right, Su Qianyue, you heartless person. You deserve to ride a bicycle for the rest of your life." Lu Ran finally dropped her facade. "For the sake of your unborn child, you should show some restraint." After saying this, Su Qianyue disregarded Lu Ran and turned to Jiang Feng, asking, "When will the examination results be available?" "In about half an hour," Jiang Feng replied. "Then let us take a stroll outside," Su Qianyue suggested. "All right." Once outside and out of Lu Ran's sight, Su Qianyue released her grip from Jiang Feng's arm. "I'm sorry," she said. I should be the one apologizing for mistakenly identifying you as my husband," Jiang Feng replied, pausing before adding, Please don't mention this to Wu Zhu." Although Wu Zhu had claimed to be gravely ill with a high risk of surgical failure, wishing to facilitate a bond between Jiang Feng and Su Qianyue, could such matters be taken seriously? What if Wu Zhu recovered and had a change of heart? Even if she told him, would he even care? Su Qianyue paused before calmly stating, "This morning, he returned home. I told him that I slept with you." Yes, how he reacted? What was his reaction? He just said, "Oh." A bitter smile crept onto Su Qianyue's lips. "This is my husband of 3 years. She paused, gazing at Jiang Feng before continuing. "Jiang Feng, if you were still married to Xia Mo and she told you she slept with Wu Zhu, would you be angry?" "Yes," Jiang Feng replied softly. "I would be furious." "Exactly. If one's wife sleeps with a friend, any rational man wouldn't merely respond with a calm "oh," would he?" Su Qianyue looked intently at Jiang Feng and added, "Oh, Jiang Feng, you are Wu Zhu's closest friend. What do you think Wu Zhu truly desires?" Jiang Feng was at a loss for words. If he were to speak the truth, well, "Your husband wishes to bring us together." Su Qianyue would likely harbor murderous thoughts. "If he desires a divorce, I shall grant him his freedom." What is the meaning of a marriage steeped in mutual torment? At that moment, Su Qianyue added, I will find a time to have a serious conversation with him." Jiang Feng replied, "All right." Su Qianyue paused before adding, "Thank you." At that moment, Jiang Feng's phone rang. I need to take this call, Jiang Feng stated. Su Qianyuan nodded in acknowledgement. He then stepped aside and pressed the answer button. Hello, Dad, Jiang Feng said. A middle-aged man's voice responded, Jiang Feng, are you financially stable? I'm out of money. That can't be. Didn't I just give you 2,000 yuan 10 days ago? Jiang Feng retorted. 2,000 is hardly enough. Jiang Feng fell silent. After a moment, he continued, Dad, the debts for my mother's medical treatment are not solely my responsibility. Are they? I understand, and I am doing my best. What are you doing? I am the one repaying all the debts. What efforts have you made? Have you found a job? Jiang Feng's emotions flared. Life can sometimes feel utterly despairing. Although Jiang Feng had a generally cheerful disposition, many nights found him restless and unable to sleep. All right, I'm sorry, Jiang's father said. Jiang Feng remained silent and hung up the phone. Nevertheless, he transferred another 2,000 yuan to his father. His bank account now held merely 3,000 yuan. In the transaction memo, he wrote, This is the last time I will send you money. I have an obligation to support you, but you are not even 50 yet. You are far from needing financial support. I will repay my mother's debts, but I implore you to be self-sufficient. After the transfer, Jiang Feng turned off his phone. He returned to Su Qianyue, smiling. It's about time. I will go fetch the test results. I'll accompany you, Su Qianyue replied. Being perceptive, she sensed that Jiang Feng appeared even more despondent after the phone call, yet she refrained from probing further. Everyone harbors sorrow that they wish to keep untouched by others. After obtaining the test results, they proceeded to Lu Jin's clinic. Although Lu Jin claimed to be a surgeon and not specialized in neurological disorders, Su Qianyue insisted that she was quite versatile. Lu Jin glanced at Jiang Feng's test report and remarked, There is nothing to worry about. Su Qianyue exhaled in relief. At that moment, Su Qianyue's phone rang. She did not shy away from Lu Jin and Jiang Feng, directly pressing the answer button. Hello, Teacher Li? Came the voice on the other end. Are you with Jiang Feng? I brought him to the hospital for a checkup. What is the matter? Tell him to turn his phone back on quickly. The leaders at the Academic Affairs Office cannot reach him and are quite upset. I understand. After hanging up, Su Qianyue turned to Jiang Feng, saying, Jiang Feng, why did you turn off your phone? Quickly turn it back on. The leaders from the Academic Affairs Office are trying to reach you and are furious. Jiang Feng hesitated but ultimately switched it back on. If he continued to keep it off, he would likely face dismissal. However, that would not alleviate the dissatisfaction of his former mother-in-law, who always criticized Jiang Feng's counselor position for its low salary. Indeed, Jiang Feng had his reasons for not wanting to resign. His mother had once been a teacher and had hoped for him to follow in her footsteps, educating future generations. Unfortunately, Jiang Feng had failed his college entrance exams for Huazhong Normal University and had been relegated to a less prestigious institution. After graduation, he obtained his teaching qualification through self-study. But when he applied for a teaching position at Jiang University, he was unsuccessful. By chance, he became a counselor at Jiang University. Over the years, he had gradually grown fond of his role. The significance of this job was no less than that of a certified teacher. Shall we return to the school? Su Qianyue suggested. Yes, Jiang Feng replied. The verdict regarding Jiang Feng's punishment arrived swiftly. A formal reprimand and disqualification from this year's outstanding counselor selection. Upon seeing this outcome, Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared expulsion. For the students of the first-year English class, Jiang Feng's continued presence was a relief. He had been their counselor for nearly a year, and most had grown fond of him. In class, Xia Liang maintained an impassive expression, her thoughts inscrutable. After school that afternoon, she left the classroom. It was Friday, and her home was in Jiang City, so she would return home for the weekend. Upon her arrival, she found only her father at home. Where are Mom and my sister? Xia Liang inquired. Your mother took your sister out on a blind date, her father replied. Just as he finished speaking, the door swung open, and Xia Mo and her mother entered. What? They didn't invite you to stay for dinner? Her father asked. Xia Mo ignored the quarrel between her parents and turned to Xia Liang. Did you come back early today? There was no class meeting today. So I finished school a bit earlier, Xia Liang responded. After a pause, she looked at Xia Mo and asked, How did the blind date go? Not well. Xia Mo replied. You were too picky. The person you met today was far superior to Jiang Feng. He graduated from MIT and works at the Shanghai branch of Miracle Group with an annual salary of $1 million. I don't know what you are being picky about. Their mother complained. Miracle Group is a renowned private giant in the country, whereas he Group is only famous in Jiang City. Miracle Group is a nationally recognized conglomerate covering real estate, technology, shipping, tourism, and more. Last year, it ranked fifth among private enterprises, breaking into the national top 5 with impressive growth. Miracle Group encompasses several subsidiaries, including Miracle Semiconductor Group, headquartered in Jiang City, specializing in high-tech industries like integrated circuits and semiconductor devices. It also boasts the highest average salary among its subsidiaries. Everything about him is commendable. Except for the timing of his appearance, Xia Imo said dispassionately. What do you mean? I just got divorced. I am not in the mood for blind dates. Xia Imo replied. Huh, are you blaming me for forcing you into blind dates? Her mother retorted. I would never. You gave me life. So whatever you say or do is right, Xia Imo replied. Xia Imo's mother twitched her mouth slightly, recognizing that her daughter was subtly criticizing her. However, it was not me who pressured you into divorcing Jiang Feng. That was your own decision, their mother added. I bear no resentment. I do not regret divorcing Jiang Feng. I simply need time to forget that chapter of my life, Xia Imo stated calmly. That is the right mindset. Jiang Feng is truly lacking. He has neither background nor education nor capability. He is simply a man with no distinguishing features. Divorce is for the best. It opens the door to finding someone better, their mother asserted. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and turned to Xia Liang. By the way, Liang, did you see Jiang Feng today? Was he in a bad mood? Indeed, Xia Liang confirmed. I knew it. He is just putting on a brave face. After your sister divorced him, he will never find another beautiful wife like her. That is simply a dream, their mother said. She paused and, with interest, asked, so what was it that brought his mood down? Recently, someone has been spreading rumors about our beautiful counselor having an affair, and today my ex-brother-in-law confronted the rumor monger and got into a fight. Wait. Their mother interjected, sensing something amiss. What does him standing up for another woman have to do with your sister? Did I say it was related to my sister? I merely mentioned that he was feeling down, Xia Liang replied. As for whether it is due to my sister's divorce that has left me feeling despondent, or the rumors surrounding our homeroom teacher, who can say? Xia Liang remarked softly. Xia's mother twitched her lips, observing her two daughters, one with a sarcastic tone and the other a stoic sharp tone. After a brief moment, Xia's mother scoffed dismissively, saying, Can your homeroom teacher possibly compare to your sister in beauty? Aesthetic appreciation is subjective. I shall refrain from commenting, yet I dare say she is more endowed than your sister. This elicited a darkening expression from Xia Imo, who subsequently fell silent, contemplating her thoughts. While Xia's mother was unaware of who Xia Liang's homeroom teacher was, Xia Imo was not. Her fists clenched in anger. Scoundrels! In a conference room at Jiangxing University, the counselors convened an impromptu meeting primarily to criticize Jiang Feng for his recent altercation. Jiang Feng, too, offered a profound self-criticism during the assembly. After the meeting, another counselor remarked, Jiang Feng, I understand your feelings of anger for a fair maiden, but he paused before continuing. Are you not aware that Su Qianyue is already married? Previously, there had been male colleagues who pursued her, leaving roses on her desk. Su Qianyue later confronted one of these suitors, stating that she was married and had a husband, imploring him to cease sending her gifts to avoid misunderstandings. I sense her feelings for her husband run quite deep. Your actions are unlikely to win her heart. It would be a futile endeavor. I am aware she is married, Jiang Feng replied calmly after a moment's pause. My outrage stems solely from a sense of justice and ethics. I would feel the same regardless of which female teacher was involved. That is reassuring. Regardless, one cannot deny that Su Qianyue is indeed a captivating beauty, albeit already a married woman. Alas, it is of little consequence. Moreover, Su Qianyue possesses a traditional character and would not engage in extramarital affairs. I understand, Jiang Feng replied steadily. At that moment, the deputy director of the Academic Affairs Office, Chen Susu, approached. Jiang Feng, please come to my office. Understood. Following her, Jiang Feng entered her office. Do you know why the school has imposed such a lenient punishment on you? Chen Susu inquired. Is it because I was an outstanding counselor last year? Chen Susu rolled her eyes, saying, You overestimate your importance. It's because Su Qianyue threatened the school. What? Jiang Feng was taken aback. She stated that if the school were to expel you, she would expose the matter to the media, asserting that public opinion would undoubtedly side with you. She is not mistaken. If the situation were to be revealed, public sentiment would indeed favor you. Thus, the school conceded. Chen Susu paused before adding, However, Su Qianyue's threat to the school was quite inappropriate, and the leadership is displeased. So, Director Chen, you are suggesting I should I would like you to persuade Su Qianwei to refrain from making threats. It benefits no one, Chen Susu advised. Jiang Feng regarded her closely, puzzled by her apparent bias against Su Qianwei. What are you looking at? Chen Susu retorted. I simply do not understand why you harbor such strong prejudice against Su Qianwei. Jiang Feng, I advise you to be cautious with your words. I am not targeting anyone in particular. I am merely conducting official business. Has Su Qianwei not stirred enough trouble since her arrival at the school? Meanwhile, Jiang Feng recalled Chen Susu's earlier remarks about Su Qianwei, reflecting on her beauty and questioning why her son was deemed unworthy of her. A smile suddenly spread across his face. What are you laughing at? Chen Susu inquired, her brow furrowing. Nothing. I take my leave, Jiang Feng replied before departing. As he prepared to leave the campus on his electric bike, he spotted two familiar figures at the gate, Su Qianwei and Lu Jin, whom he had encountered earlier that day. At that moment, Lu Jin was not clad in her white coat, but instead wore a simple yet form-fitting black skirt, her long legs adorned with sheer black stockings. Previously, Jiang Feng had only seen her seated in the hospital, noting her striking features and ample bosom. Yet now, he realized that her most captivating attribute was not her face or figure, but her elegantly long legs. They were fair and slender, devoid of any excess flesh. The gentle curve of her knees resembled a graceful crescent, exuding an alluring charm. Her calves were delicate yet toned, the muscle contours subtly visible against the backdrop of her black stockings, akin to mountains obscured by mist, teasingly inviting and mysterious. Her ankles were dainty and refined, resembling exquisite jade, with the stockings slightly wrinkling at the ankles, adding a playful and lively touch. The hem of her skirt fell at mid-thigh, complementing the stockings, showcasing her sensuality and elegance in perfect harmony. Even if Jiang Feng was not typically enamored with legs, he could not help but exclaim, "What beautiful legs!" At that moment, Lu Jin beckoned him over. Jiang Feng composed himself and rode towards her. Upon reaching Lu Jin, he couldn't resist stealing a glance at her. She wore a white shirt that was slightly unbuttoned at the collar, revealing her fair collarbone. Her lips were plump and rosy, reminiscent of ripe cherries, with the corners of her mouth curving into a subtle smile that radiated confidence and allure. Truly, she was a stunning beauty, perhaps even more so than Su Qianwei. Of course, Su Qianwei's looks and figure were not inferior to Lu Jin's. It was merely that her conservative nature prevented her from dressing so provocatively. Having known Su Qianwei for quite some time, Jiang Feng could not recall her ever wearing anything revealing, let alone stockings. Though Jiang Feng's furtive admiration for Lu Jin was subtle, it did not escape Su Qianwei's notice. She twitched her lips, contemplating, men, indeed. However, she chose to remain silent. Jiang Feng's reaction was a perfectly normal response for a man. When Wu Zhe first encountered Lu Jin, his reaction had been even more exaggerated. So, my husband is just a regular man with hormonal responses towards women. It's just that he doesn't feel any spark with me, Su Qianwei mused quietly. Jiang Feng then gathered his thoughts and inquired, Dr. Lu, is there something you need? Let's head to KTV together later, Su Qianwei suggested. The three of us? Jiang Feng hesitated. Are you hoping to have both of us on your arms? Not at all. Jiang Feng paused before asking, what about Wu Zhe? Is he not coming? I told him about it. He said he would join, Su Qianwei replied. Jiang Feng felt conflicted as he had initially planned to work a delivery job that day. Moreover, going to KTV would entail expenses that he could hardly afford. I have some matters to attend to, so perhaps I shall skip it, he said. If you don't go, I'll be a third wheel watching you two flaunt your love, Lu Jin retorted. After a moment, she added, besides, tonight's gathering is primarily to comfort me. Jiang Feng chuckled, I'm fine. Although I don't know why, I haven't been expelled. He was aware that Su Qianwei was the reason, but understood that some matters should remain unspoken. No, I meant to comfort you over your divorce, Lu Jin clarified. Cough cough. Su Qianwei sputtered, casting a resentful glance at Lu Jin. Clearly, the details of Jiang Feng's divorce had been shared with Lu Jin by her. I apologize. I inadvertently spoke of your divorce, Su Qianwei said, turning to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng merely smiled. Say what you wish. Is it wrong to discuss divorce? It is quite normal. Did my parents not divorce as well? Lu Jin chimed in. After a pause, she looked at Jiang Feng, offering a gentle smile. It's all right. In our hospital, there are numerous charming single nurses. I can introduce a few to you another day. This sounds promising, Jiang Feng chuckled. His relationship with Su Qianwei has become somewhat awkward. However, if he could find a new girlfriend, perhaps things would improve. All right, but let us first enjoy ourselves today, Lu Jin remarked. Su Qianyu rolled her eyes and retorted, "Officially, this is a consolation event for Jiang Feng. But I see it's merely your excuse to have a wild time." After saying this, she turned to Jiang Feng and added, "This woman is a karaoke enthusiast. She pulls us along solely to hear her sing. If no one listens, her singing loses its charm. We are merely her support crew. Therefore, the expenses for today's KTV session will be entirely on her." "That's fine." Su Qianyu paused before adding, "Originally, this gathering was organized by my group, and I shall cover the costs. Anyone who tries to contest me will face my wrath." Jiang Feng secretly sighed in relief. He was currently financially constrained and might not even be able to afford to pay. Gathering his emotions, Jiang Feng smiled and said, "Since this is organized for me, I suppose I must attend." Soon after, the three of them boarded Lu Jiyin's car and headed to a luxurious KTV in Jiang City known as Tianren-in-Go. Observing the opulent exterior, Jiang Feng couldn't help but grimace slightly. This must be the most extravagant KTV in Jiang City, and the costs are rumored to be astronomical. He glanced at Lu Jiyin, feeling somewhat contemplative. "It seems that being a doctor is quite lucrative. Had I known, I would have pursued a medical career." At that moment, Wu Zhu arrived. Lu Jiyin stretched lazily and said, "Let us go." Subsequently, the four entered the interior of the KTV, where the lavish decor surpassed even the grandeur outside. Their private room had already been reserved, and the four proceeded directly into a luxurious suite. Just as they settled in, a line of KTV hostesses dressed in revealing outfits approached them. "Wait, Wu Zhu, did you order this?" Jiang Feng whispered, his head buzzing. "How could I? I value my life." Wu Zhu replied in a hushed tone. Lu Jiyin then smiled and said, "I ordered them. To be precise, I ordered one for you." "Ah? No way, just pick one," Lu Jiyin insisted. Jiang Feng was momentarily at a loss for words, clearly dissatisfied. Lu Jiyin immediately declared, "Let us change them out." Soon, a second batch of hostesses arrived, and Jiang Feng felt his scalp tingle. Among them, he recognized someone, and Xiaoya, his beautiful neighbor. She had moved in next door about 3 months ago and consistently returned home late at night, reeking of alcohol. Jiang Feng had suspected her profession, but it wasn't until he accidentally overheard her last night that he learned she was a police officer and that her role as a hostess was merely an undercover assignment. Otherwise, he might have mistaken her for an ordinary hostess, albeit a stunning one. And Xiaoya's beauty was not inferior to that of Su Qianyu and Lu Jiyin, but she was somewhat lacking in certain attributes. Lu Jiyin possessed a D cup, Su Qianyu a C cup, while Xiaoya barely reached an A cup. Noticing Jiang Feng's lingering gaze on Xiaoya, Lu Jiyin pointed at her and said, "She can stay, the others may leave." And Xiaoya felt a wave of embarrassment. After 3 months undercover in Jiang City's largest and most luxurious KTV, this marked her first encounter with an acquaintance. And it just had to be her neighbor. As she gathered her composure, the other hostesses had already departed, leaving Xiaoya to awkwardly sit beside Jiang Feng. "Jiang Feng, don't be so stiff. Act naturally." Lu Jiyin paused, and then looked at Xiaoya, saying, "Miss, my friend is quite reserved, so please take the initiative." To clarify, Xiaoya stated, "I can sing and drink with you, but I won't provide any other services." "No intimacy, huh?" Lu Jiyin teased. Jiang Feng nearly choked. "I never implied that." Regaining his composure, Jiang Feng suggested, "Since she has stated her terms, let us choose some songs." "Lu Doctor, aren't you the karaoke queen? You should pick a song." "Okay," Lu Jiyin replied, selecting the song Happy Breakup. Jiang Feng's lips twitched as he said, "Lu Doctor, are you doing this on purpose? Let us change it." She then chose "Unfortunately, it's not you." Jiang Feng remained silent, no longer protesting. At that moment, Lu Jiyin began to sing. Suddenly, this moment feels so familiar, as if yesterday and today are playing simultaneously. Her voice stunned Jiang Feng. The quality was simply extraordinary. While her speaking voice exuded a charming mature tone, her singing transformed into something far less appealing. This instantly reminded Jiang Feng of a woman he had seen on Douyin singing The Temptation of the Husband by Phoenix Legend. Su Qianyu stifled a laugh, an expression not often seen on her face lately. Lu Jiyin, however, was fully immersed in her performance. Halfway through, Su Qianyu could no longer hold back. She snatched the microphone from Lu Jiyin and declared, "Stop singing, let me take over." She then stood and approached the karaoke station, clearing her throat before softly singing along to the accompaniment. "Unfortunately, it's not you who accompanies me to the end." We once walked together, but lost our way at that intersection. Her voice was ethereal. Jiang Feng gazed at Su Qianyu, suddenly aware of Wu Zhe's watchful eyes, and quickly averted his gaze. And Xiaoya, observing this scene, wore an intrigued expression. Interesting, she murmured, leaning closer to Jiang Feng and lowering her voice. After 3 months as your neighbor, we often greet each other, yet I seem to know nothing about your name. Oh, it's Jiang Feng, he replied. Their hushed conversation slightly distracted Su Qianyu, causing her to falter in her singing. Qianyu, you're off-key, Lu Jiying pointed out. How dare you accuse me of being off-key? Su Qianyu retorted, tossing the microphone back to Lu Jiying. Perhaps you should take over. She resumed her seat. Not far from Jiang Feng, but separated by Wu Zhe. It seemed Jiang Feng and the hostess were chummier than she and Wu Zhe were. Though, it might also be due to the considerable distance between herself and Wu Zhe, a gap that had accumulated over 3 years of marriage. At this moment, Wu Zhe chuckled and remarked, now that Jiang Feng is divorced, he is more liberated. Back when he was married to Xiaomo, he wouldn't have dared to invite a KTV hostess. It seems divorce isn't such a bad thing. Should I order one for you? Su Qianyu smiled. I think I'll pass, Wu Zhe replied awkwardly. It's perfectly fine. I don't mind, Su Qianyu reassured him. Oh Wu Zhe, what kind of fortune have you accumulated over lifetimes to marry such a virtuous wife? Jiang Feng quipped, feeling envious of the treatment Wu Zhe received post-divorce. Lu Jiying paused, then encouraged, if I were you, I would gladly accept Qianyu's kind offer. Wu Zhe's lips twitched in response. Jiang Feng also felt a bead of sweat form. Lu doctor, please stop fanning the flames. You're clearly enjoying this. Lu Jiying grinned, and then sat directly beside Jiang Feng, with Xiaoya on his other side. Hey, beautiful, since you're here to sing, why aren't you singing? Lu Jiying remarked, all right. And Xiaoya paused for a moment, gazing at Jiang Feng, and suggested, how about we sing a duet? Sounds good. Subsequently, and Xiaoya selected the song The Summer Blown by the Wind. This particular song rendered Jiang Feng speechless. It was a duet they often chose during their KTV outings with Xiaomo back in the day. Naturally, Jiang Feng understood that Xiaoya had no malicious intent. She had only moved in next door 3 months prior. Jiang Feng and Xiaomo had separated 6 months ago, and Xiaoya was unaware of Jiang Feng's name, let alone that of his ex-wife. At this moment, Xiaoya sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. What's wrong? She inquired. Nothing, Jiang Feng replied. Taking a deep breath and smiling, let's go with this one. The two then each took a microphone. Do you remember that summer yesterday? The moment the gentle breeze passed by, Jiang Feng began softly. As he sang, everyone was taken aback. Wow, can he sing this well? Lu Jiying exclaimed in astonishment. Su Qianyu was equally surprised. She had never been to KTV with Jiang Feng and had no idea he possessed such a remarkable singing voice. His tone was so authentic that it could easily be mistaken for the original artist. And Xiaoya was also taken aback. What are you dawdling for? It's your turn. Jiang Feng reminded her. Oh right. And Xiaoya composed herself and began to sing. The wind still blows, the autumn rain follows. Yet the warmth in my heart does not fade, as if I continue to close my eyes. They exchanged glances and sang together. The blue longing suddenly transforms into the sunny summer. The warmth in the air feels not far away, as if winter no longer lingers. The green longing waves goodbye, whispering that the 4 seasons remain unchanged. Just a season's time, we return to the past, that summer blown by the wind. As the song concluded, Lu Jiying couldn't help but applaud. Oh, that was wonderful. You two are simply perfect together, she exclaimed. Jiang Feng felt a slight headache. Why was this sister so fond of pairing them up? I need to use the restroom, Lu Jiying said before Jiang Feng could voice his thoughts. Just as she exited the room, she encountered a middle-aged woman emerging from the adjacent room. They both paused, momentarily stunned. Mom, what are you doing here? Lu Jiying asked after a moment. Oh, just here to discuss business with a client, Hihongye replied. Lu Jiying fell silent, then suddenly dashed towards the neighboring room, only to be swiftly restrained by Hihongye. What are you doing? Hihongye asked coldly. Is that man inside? Lu Jiying pressed. What man? I don't understand what you're talking about, Hihongye retorted. Mom, I don't oppose your remarrying, but as your daughter, shouldn't I at least have the right to know? I ought to know who he is, Lu Jiying stated calmly. Well, it's not quite at that stage yet. He's just a friend, someone I get along with. Hihongye stammered. Just a friend? Then why won't you let me meet him? Lu Jiying countered. At that moment, hearing the commotion outside, Jiang Feng and the others also stepped out of the room. However, None of them recognized He Hongye, although her name was well known. Few in Jiang City were familiar with her appearance as she kept a low profile. Jiang, with so many people around, do you really need to make this so awkward? He Hongye said again. Lu Jiang clenched her fists and finally replied, let's return to singing. She turned to head back to Jiang Feng's group. Just then, the door to He Hongye's room opened as well. A middle-aged man stepped out. Yezi Hao. His words abruptly halted. Jiang Feng was equally dumbfounded. Huh, Dad. Old man, what on earth is going on? Jiang Feng's first reaction was that his father was spending his hard-earned money on this middle-aged woman. How infuriating. He worked tirelessly to earn a living while his father squandered it on dating. He couldn't even bring himself to spend money on dating. But Jiang Feng remained silent. It appeared that the middle-aged woman knew Lu Jiang. At this moment, she pulled Lu Jiang aside. Once they were in a secluded area, the middle-aged woman said, Jiang, do you really have to make everyone uncomfortable? There's nothing going on. You're just chasing shadows. Chasing shadows? Lu Jiang looked at the middle-aged woman and continued, Chairwoman he. As the richest woman in Jiang City with a net worth of over 100 billion, you usually dress in designer brands. A single coat, let alone an outer garment, would cost thousands. Now, look at what you're wearing today. Do you even have 1,000 in total? He Hongye's gaze flickered. Ah, so it seems. Lu Jiang continued. If this isn't love, then what is love? I truly don't understand. You, speak properly. Without that sarcastic tone, He Hongye replied. Mom, do you like him? Lu Jiang asked calmly. He Hongye paused for a moment before saying, I don't know. But I do have feelings for him. He is the first man I've found appealing since my divorce from your father. What makes him special? Lu Jiang inquired. He sings beautifully, He Hongye replied. Lu Jiang was left speechless, covering her forehead with one hand. This woman was hopeless. Who are you calling hopeless? He Hongye shot back, her expression darkening. You're nearly 50. Can you still call yourself a young lady? Fine. If you think you're a young lady, then so be it. However, Lu Jiang regarded He Hongye with a serious expression. Do you truly know that man? Are you aware of his thoughts? Can you completely dismiss the possibility that he might be after your wealth? Although you have never made a public appearance. And the people of Jiang City only know your name. What if someone with ulterior motives has investigated you? That can't be. I used an alias. I told him my name is Lu Yi, so he shouldn't know my identity. He seems quite honest. He even voluntarily told me about his widowhood. Did he mention that he has a son in his 20s who owes quite a bit of high-interest debt? He Hongye paused, clearly taken aback. A son? High-interest debt? Evidently. He had not mentioned those two matters to her. If you don't believe me, you can investigate it yourself. I'll ask him myself. With that, He Hongye turned to leave. She approached Jiang Feng's father and said, we need to talk. Oh, Jiang Feng's father followed He Hongye back into the room. So, Yezi, what do you want to discuss? He asked. You have a son and owe high-interest debt, correct? He Hongye inquired. Jiang Feng's father hesitated before finally admitting, yes. So you knew from the beginning that I am He Hongye, correct? He Hongye pressed. Yes, Jiang Feng's father replied, pausing before adding. I used to work for a company under the He Group. I saw you when you inspected our company, but of course, you didn't notice me. So, you are after my wealth then? He Hongye asked. Jiang Feng's father remained silent, failing to deny it. I see. Goodbye. With that, He Hongye turned to leave. As she reached the door, feeling unsatisfied, she suddenly turned around and splashed the beer from the KTV table onto Jiang Feng's father before storming out. Lu Jiang, Jiang Feng, and the others remained outside, still processing the unfolding drama. Upon witnessing He Hongye storming out of the private room with no sight of his father, Jiang Feng mustered his courage and remarked, that man has passed away. What? Jiang Feng was taken aback. He Hongye offered no explanation and departed immediately. Could it truly be a life lost? Wu Zhe uttered weakly. Among the crowd, only Jiang Feng, Wu Zhe, and Su Qianyue were aware that the deceased was Jiang Feng's biological father. Years ago, when Jiang Feng married Xia Mo, Wu Zhe and Su Qianyue had visited their home. At this moment, Su Qianyue felt a pang of concern. Let us go in and see, and Xia suggested, her identity as a police officer prompting her decisive action. Without hesitation, she pushed open the door to the adjacent room. Inside, Jiang's father sat motionless, the stains of spilled beer stark against his clothing. Thankfully, he seemed unharmed, prompting a sigh of relief from Jiang Feng. Just then, Lu Jiang approached Jiang's father and coolly stated, do not approach my mother again. I will not hesitate to confront any man with impure intentions. What? That was your mother? Jiang Feng asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Indeed, Lu Jiang paused. Exhaling deeply before continuing, I apologize. I intended to comfort you today, but I stumbled upon a man of ill repute. Haha, I'm fine. It's just. Jiang Feng glanced at his father before adding, is this uncle a con artist? It is quite evident. His interest in my mother is solely for financial gain. Is that true? Jiang Feng inquired. He is in debt and has another son awaiting marriage. If he weren't scheming for money, my mother wouldn't have been so furious, Lu Jin explained. Jiang Feng felt tears welling up. This old man was deceiving for both love and money. Yet what connection did it have with his son? I refuse to bear this blame, he thought, though he dared not voice these sentiments. Fortunately, his father, though often unreliable, did not recognize Jiang Feng in this moment. Otherwise, it would have been a mortifyingly public embarrassment. However, even without the revelation, it felt like a partial social death, considering both Wu Zhe and Su Qianyue were aware of the familial connection. After a brief silence, Jiang Feng cleared his throat and said, this situation falls under attempted fraud. Even if reported, it may not lead to a case. Let us depart. Jin, we should go. Su Qianyue chimed in, agreeing. Lu Jin said nothing further and turned to leave, and Xiaoya glanced at Jiang's father but refrained from comment. Jiang Feng's assessment was accurate. Cases of attempted fraud often lacked sufficient evidence for prosecution. Moreover, without the victim's report, law enforcement had no grounds to intervene. Not to mention, she was presently in the role of a hostess, not a police officer. Undercover work requires expertise. The group returned to the adjacent room, but it was evident that Jiang Feng's thoughts were elsewhere. He surmised his father's intentions to swindle were likely to settle debts owed to his mother. Despite his father's dubious motives, he felt pity for him, fearing he might do something drastic. Wu Zhe, catching Jiang Feng's expression, understood his thoughts. By the way, Jiang Feng, Wu Zhe suddenly interjected, didn't you mention a blind date at 8 o'clock? The time is drawing near. I almost forgot. Jiang Feng paused, then smiled. My friends, I must take my leave. Is your blind date more beautiful than the women here? Lu Jin teased. Jiang Feng surveyed the three women in the room. To be honest, few in Jiang City could rival their beauty. They essentially represented the pinnacle of attractiveness in the city. Regaining his composure, Jiang Feng replied, of course. You are all stunning, but you wouldn't consider becoming my wife. I must hurry. With that, he waved goodbye and exited. Upon closing the door, Jiang Feng swiftly entered the next room, only to find his father had vanished. Panic-stricken, he rushed out to search for him, ultimately locating his father at a nearby food stall. Jiang Feng's current residence was rented. His family originally hailed from Jiang City, specifically a suburban village. His grandparents had passed away long ago, and after his mother's tragic death in a car accident 10 years prior, only Jiang Feng and his father remained. Jiang Feng had moved out after marrying, leaving his father alone. Jiang Feng held no objection to his father's remarriage, despite his reluctance to have a stepmother at his age. His mother had been gone for a decade, and it was pitiful for his father to be so solitary. Yet, deceit in matters of the heart was unacceptable. Gathering his emotions, Jiang Feng approached and sat across from his father, grabbing a few bottles of beer from the table in front of him. What is the point of drinking alone? I'll join you, Jiang Feng declared. Do you look down on me? Jiang's father retorted. Dad, it's not that. There are countless ways to earn a living. Why choose this path? Jiang Feng paused, then continued. Do you have feelings for her? I initially had no intention of deceiving her. I merely sought to earn some money to pay off debts. You were still married to Xiao Mo at the time. But I knew you faced derision from her mother due to financial struggles. As your father, I felt helpless and entertained misguided thoughts. However, Jiang's father offered a faint smile. Did you genuinely grow fond of her? My heart will always belong to your mother. But I cannot deny that I developed feelings for her. Yet, I suppose I was overreaching. I do not deserve her. Being discovered today is perhaps for the best. Feelings that should not exist must be curtailed promptly. With that, Jiang's father opened a beer and drank deeply. Jiang Feng felt a bead of sweat form. It appeared this time had taken a toll on his father. Reflecting on his own situation, he sighed. The struggles of both father and son were palpable. He too opened a bottle and downed it in one go. Indeed, a tiger father does not raise a dog son. However, if your mother were alive to see us drinking like this, she would surely have scolded us with a feather duster. But alas, she is no longer with us. Yes, she is gone. They both fell into a dejected silence. After a moment, Jiang Feng spoke again. Dad, I plan to save money to hire more private investigators to look into my mother's car accident. Do you still believe it wasn't an accident? But who would bear a grudge against your mother to run her over? I don't recall either of us ever having made enemies, Jiang's father replied. How much do you know about my mother's background? I don't believe I ever visited my grandmother's house, Jiang Feng said. I inquired about your mother's history when we first met. She mentioned that her family was no longer around, so I did not pry further. I looked into the address on her ID, but it turned out to be a collective household with no one recognizing her, Jiang Feng elaborated. I see. What secrets did your mother conceal from us? Regardless of what she hid, her love for us was genuine. Jiang Feng paused before stating, thus, I must uncover the truth. If someone intentionally caused my mother's death, I will not let them escape justice. With a deep breath, Jiang's father affirmed, this matter is not solely yours to bear. As her husband, I too bear the responsibility to uncover the truth behind your mother's demise. Tomorrow, I will head to the construction site. Although it is exhausting, the salary is higher than that of an ordinary job. At my age, even with some education, it is of little use. I still have to toil to earn a living. However, tonight, let us indulge in some drinks. Jiang Feng chuckled in agreement, and the two continued to drink. By the way, there is something else. At this moment, Jiang's father recalled something and looked at Jiang Feng. How do you know? The daughter of Lu Yi. He had not disclosed He Hongye's identity to Jiang Feng. Originally, He Hongye used a pseudonym precisely to keep her identity hidden. She is a close friend of Wu Zhi's wife. Jiang Feng responded, I see. Jiang's father paused, gazing at Jiang Feng, and earnestly said, Jiang Feng, as the ancients say, one should match in social status and family background. Given our family's circumstances, Sai, you and Xia Mo have just divorced. You should understand my concern. I understand. Jiang Feng replied calmly. Although he was unaware of Lu Jin's background, he could discern that her family in Jiangsheng must be at least upper middle class with assets in the millions. Not to mention, just the fact that Lu Jin drives a luxury vehicle worth over $1 million speaks volumes. It is good that you understand. I worry that you might be looked down upon due to the disparity in background. Frankly, every time your mother-in-law, your former mother-in-law, mentions that you lack capability, I may nod in agreement, but inside, it feels as though a mountain has been pressed upon me. What parent enjoys seeing their child belittled? Enough of the past. Let's not dwell on it. Let us drink. Jiang Feng stated once more. Very well. At that moment, neither of them noticed a luxury vehicle passing by the roadside. It was Lu Jin's car. Inside the vehicle, Lu Jin was driving, with Su Qian was seated in the passenger seat. Wu Zhi was absent. Singing is truly delightful, Lu Jin exclaimed. Su Qianyue rolled her eyes. You may be enjoying yourself, but I am about to lose my mind. How else could we be such good friends if you could tolerate my noise pollution? Lu Jin chuckled lightly. She paused for a moment and suddenly asked, by the way, is everything all right between you and Wu Zhi? It seems you two have had little interaction today. Su Qianyue turned her gaze to the window and replied nonchalantly, what could possibly be wrong? We are simply living our own lives. Is he out there seeking other women? Lu Jin's demeanor shifted instantly. You have a kind heart and cannot bear to confront him. Let me handle it. I am uncertain about any other woman, but he certainly has issues in his mind. By the way, Qianyue, you previously mentioned that Wu Zhi left a drunken friend at your house while he slipped away, leaving you alone with his friend. Is that friend of Wu Zhi actually Jiang Feng? Lu Jin inquired again. Yes. Jiang Feng seems a bit timid, doesn't he? Wu Zhi is clearly trying to make him a cuckold, hoping Jiang Feng would end up in bed with you. Did he actually refrain from doing so? Is he lacking in that regard? Su Qianyue's expression darkened. Ahem, I was merely jesting. Su Qianyue did not respond, turning her gaze back to the window. Then, she happened to catch sight of Jiang Feng and his father drinking together, both appearing quite inebriated. She quickly glanced at Lu Jin. Relieved that Lu Jin had not noticed the roadside eatery, Su Qianyue's eyes flickered. After passing this stretch of road, Su Qianyue suddenly said, Jin, I think I will get off here. Your home is not far yet. I do not wish to return home right now. I want to take a stroll alone. Su Qianyue replied. Do you not want me to accompany you? You are too noisy. How rude. Plastic friend. Despite the teasing, Lu Jin parked the car and let Su Qianyue out. She understood that Su Qianyue and Wu Zhi were currently in a strained relationship, and Su Qianyue indeed needed some solitude. When Lu Jin faced pressure from her family regarding marriage, she too would take walks alone to relieve her emotions. If you encounter any danger, call me, Lu Jin said. Understood. After Lu Jin drove away, Su Qianyue hailed a cab to return to the eatery where Jiang Feng and his father were drinking. At this moment, the owner watched the drunken father and son with a bit of a headache. They were from the same village, Settling the bill was inconsequential. Yet, with only one person, how could he manage to take both of them home? Just as the owner was preparing to take them home one by one, a beautiful woman suddenly approached. It was Su Qianhua. "Excuse me, have they settled the bill?" Su Qianhua asked. "Oh, not yet. But it is fine. We are from the same village. We can ask for it tomorrow," the owner replied with a smile. "How much is it?" "I will cover it for them," Su Qianhua offered. She knew Jiang Feng and his father were currently financially strapped. The owner was somewhat taken aback. He looked at Su Qianhua, who was indeed quite beautiful but clearly not Jiang Feng's wife. He had seen Jiang Feng's stunning wife, who, although not residing in the village, had returned before. Goodness. What luck Jiang Feng has with women. "Owner, how much is it?" "I will pay via scan code," Su Qianhua said again. "Oh, it is 186. But you can give me 180, the owner replied. Su Qianhua said nothing further and proceeded to make the payment of 180 yuan. She then glanced at the father and son, who were slumped over the table in drunken stupor, feeling somewhat troubled. "Excuse me, owner, could you help me take them home?" Su Qianhua asked again. "Sure, I was just worried about how to take both of them home at once. Here is the plan. I will take Jiang Jun. And you take Jiang Feng." Jiang's father's name is Jiang Jun. Very well, Su Qianhua nodded. She then approached Jiang Feng, assisting him as they walked back to the village. A moment later, Su Qianhua and the owner helped the Jiang father and son back home. "Well then, I will take my leave," the owner said before departing. Su Qianhua hesitated. Although she could easily leave, she worried about the two Jiang men getting into trouble after drinking. Just then, her phone rang. It was a call from Wu Zhe. Su Qianhua hesitated briefly before ultimately pressing the answer button. "Hello," she began, intending to explain her delayed return home. When Wu Zhe interjected, "Qianhua, I'm heading to my mother's house today, so I won't be coming back." "I understand," Su Qianhua replied calmly, realizing that her husband was unaware of her still being out. "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Sleep early," Wu Zhe added. "Got it." With that, Su Qianhua ended the call. Though she had grown accustomed to her husband's late nights, a sense of discomfort lingered in her heart. What married woman would not yearn for her husband's affection? Their marriage, arranged by their families, felt more like a mere partnership than a shared life. After 3 years of marriage, it seemed they were living separate lives, more akin to roommates than a couple. A sigh escaped her lips. At that moment, she suddenly heard retching from Jiang Feng's room and hurried over. She found him leaning over the bed, vomiting. "Are you all right?" Su Qianhua gently patted Jiang Feng's back. Jiang Feng, his eyes bleary from intoxication, glanced at her and managed a smile. "Sister Weiwei, you're back." Su Qianhua was taken aback. They had known each other for many years, yet she had never heard anyone call her Weiwei. After Jiang Feng had finished throwing up, he lay back down to sleep. Compared to the previous night at her home, it was evident that he had truly overindulged this time. Gathering her emotions, Su Qianhua began to clean the floor. The next day, when Jiang Feng awoke, Su Qianhua had already left. He rubbed his head, recalling the previous night's events. "I seem to remember vomiting. Why is everything so clean? Am I imagining things? Oh right, I Haven Tea settled the bill from last night." Jiang Feng then made his way to a local eatery, the one owned by the vendor from the previous night. Just as he arrived, the vendor emerged from his yard. "Uncle Tan, I'm sorry. I drank too much last night and didn't tea settle the bill. How much do I owe?" Jiang Feng inquired. "Someone paid for you," Uncle Tan replied. "Who?" "I don't know her," Jiang Feng said. "A stunning beauty," Uncle Tan remarked. Jiang Feng paused, recalling that he had vaguely seen someone enter his room. "Was it Sister Yue?" he asked. "What are you thinking? She is a big star now. She probably won tea returned to our village again," Uncle Tan chuckled. It was a lady in a white dress. Jiang Feng's eyes widened. He remembered Su Qianhua had indeed worn a white dress the night before at KTV. "Oh, right, she paid via QR code. I can check her WeChat nickname." Uncle Tan pulled out his phone, scrolling through. "Proud Rabbit. Do you know her?" Jiang Feng stood there, speechless. This was indeed Su Qianhua's WeChat nickname. So, the person I saw last night was actually Su Qianhua, and she was the one who cleaned up after me. His expression grew complex. Even his ex-wife had never done such a thing for him. Of course, that was also because he never drank excessively while with Xia Mo. Uncle Tan broke the silence. "Jiang Feng, who was that beauty last night? Aren't you worried your wife will find out? It's been a while since you last saw her." "She's divorced," Jiang Feng replied calmly. "Oh, I see." Uncle Tan paused, then patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder, chuckling. "You're quite something. You divorced a beauty and now have another one." Jiang Feng felt a slight sweat. "No, it's not like that. Never mind." It's not what you think. He quickly left, not wanting to give Uncle Tan any further opportunity for gossip. It was Saturday, a day of rest. However, if any student required assistance, he, as a counselor, would still need to work overtime. Holding his phone, Jiang Feng hesitated to thank Su Qianyue with a call. After much contemplation, he opted instead to send her a text. Thank you for last night. Simultaneously, he ordered a bottle of hand cream for her online. He had heard Wuja mention that Su Qianyue had saved a set of L'Occitane hand creams in her Taobao cart for quite some time, but had never purchased them. The entire set was under 600 yuan, not overly expensive, yet she had never bought it. He used his virtual phone number for the order, which was linked to his main card and known only to him. Originally, he had created this virtual number for receiving game verification codes, but it proved useful in other ways as well. Upon returning home, Jiang Feng's father had also awoken. Son, didn't we forget to pay yesterday? He asked. It's already settled, Jiang Feng replied. All right then. He paused and continued. I'm heading to the construction site. A friend of mine is a contractor there. He said he could give me 300 a day. Be careful, Jiang Feng warned. I will, his father said before leaving. Jiang Feng returned to his rental unit. Although it was the weekend, it was not a day off for him. He had part-time work to do. Jiang Feng had taken on various part-time jobs, but mainly he delivered takeout, as it allowed for flexible hours. When he had time, he could pick up orders. When he was busy, he could simply refrain from working. His delivery uniform was in his rental unit. Just as he arrived at his door, the neighboring door opened, revealing in Xiaoya. Out all night, huh? And Xiaoya remarked. I went back to my hometown, Jiang Feng replied, glancing at her with a smile. Should I call you Miss Annie? Or Miss Ya? Call me Annie outside. And I'll break your legs, and Xiaoya warned, an edge of violence in her tone. Jiang Feng felt a bead of sweat form. This policewoman had quite a temper. All right, I want to keep you. I have things to attend to, and Xiaoya said before walking away. Jiang Feng entered his home, donned his delivery uniform, and began to grab orders. He quickly secured one, commencing his delivery. Today had gone smoothly, within 2 hours, and not even during peak delivery hours. He had completed 10 orders, earning 50 yuan. It seemed he could break 300 today. Jiang Feng felt invigorated. While 300 yuan might seem trivial to the wealthy, for him, every penny was invaluable. At 10 in the morning, Jiang Feng snagged another order, a milk tea delivery. After picking it up, he headed to the customer's location, a CAF. He couldn't quite grasp the logic behind ordering milk tea at a CAF, but that was not his concern. He was merely the deliverer. As he composed himself and entered the milk tea shop, a familiar voice rang out. This is the milk tea I ordered. Jiang Feng turned to see his ex-wife, Xia Mo, seated across from a sharply dressed man, seemingly on a date or a blind date. At that moment, the CAF played Adu's song, He Must Love You. I should be under the car, not in it, witnessing your sweetness, making it easier for me to let go, to find the courage to leave. When Jiang Feng turned away, Xia Mo also caught sight of him, momentarily stunned. She was unaware that he had become a delivery man, as he had never disclosed this to her, fearing it would embarrass her. The delivery guy? Why hasn't he brought the milk tea yet? Xia Mo said to the man across from her. Jiang Feng composed himself, approached, and placed the milk tea before Xia Mo. Enjoy, he said, turning to depart. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar figure approached, and Xiaoya. Jiang Feng was speechless. Was the world truly this small? And Xiaoya, surprised to see him, remarked, Jiang Feng, your wife has already left. Why are you still working so hard? Jiang Feng nearly choked. Officer, you certainly have a way with words. He had never mentioned his divorce to her, so she must have heard it from Lu Jin and the others after he left last night. In the distance, Xia Mo cast a glance at Xiaoya, unfamiliar with her. And Xiaoya had only moved in next door 3 months ago, whereas Xia Mo and Jiang Feng had separated 6 months prior. Her expression remained calm. Her thoughts a mystery. Then Xiaoya stood before Jiang Feng and said, You needn't deliver today. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. If I'm not delivering, you'll have to pay me. Fine. How much do you earn in a day? I'll cover it. And Xiaoya replied, Please, don't joke around. I'm genuinely busy. I'm serious. To be frank, my family has set me up on a blind date. I told my parents I have a boyfriend to avoid marriage. I initially thought of hiring a runner online to pose as my boyfriend, but none seemed suitable in terms of looks or demeanor. Then you came along, so fortuitously. Hey, don't misuse idioms. I mean it. You have charm, intelligence, and a spirited nature. I believe you would impress my parents, and Xiaoya declared, linking her arm with Jiang Feng's. Since you're already divorced, consider it a favor. She clasped her hands together pleadingly. But, Jiang Feng interjected. You're not still pining for your ex-wife, are you? A gold digger like her isn't worth your thoughts. There are plenty of good women in this world. At that moment, Xiaomo clenched her fists tightly. The man across from Xiaomo, on the blind date, noticed her agitation and asked, Miss Xiao, are you all right? I'm fine, Xiaomo replied, taking a deep breath. She unwrapped the milk tea packaging, abruptly stood up, and addressed Jiang Feng. Delivery guy, come here. What is it? Jiang Feng approached calmly. Why is the packaging you delivered open? Did you take a sip of my milk tea? Xiaomo questioned. Jiang Feng was momentarily speechless. The man across the table appeared bewildered. He had witnessed Xiaomo tearing open the packaging himself, but chose to remain silent. Seeing it as a chance to display his assertiveness, he stepped forward, seized Jiang Feng's collar, and growled, How dare you be so disgusting? Let him go? Xiaomo exclaimed fiercely at the man, startling him into releasing Jiang Feng. They say a woman's thoughts are inscrutable, but this was extraordinarily perplexing. What to do now? Xiaomo then turned to Jiang Feng, her tone softening. Jiang Feng remained silent, pondering her thoughts. Since acquiring the ability to hear others' minds, his deepest desire had been to understand the heart of his ex-wife. Yet her psychological barriers were formidable, rendering his mind-reading abilities ineffective. What should we do? After a moment, Jiang Feng replied calmly, Compensate me with 10,000 yuan. Jiang Feng was taken aback. After all, I'm the gold digger, fixated solely on money, Xiaomo added. Jiang Feng's head throbbed. His mother-in-law was indeed materialistic, but he had never labeled Xiaomo as such. Their marital failure partly stemmed from financial issues. Yet Xiaomo had never been a gold digger. Had she truly been one, she wouldn't have chosen the poorest suitor among many wealthy contenders. However, seeing her current anger, it was clear she believed he had called her a gold digger. Heaven bear witness, Jiang Feng had never said such a thing. At that moment, Xiaoyu approached. What is going on? She asked. This is between him and me. It doesn't concern you, Xiaomo replied coldly. And Xiaoyu was not one to tolerate disrespect. Even while undercover, she struggled to keep her temper in check. As a KTV songstress, she could sing, but anyone daring to take advantage of her would face her wrath. Ironically, this was precisely why she was selected for the undercover mission. She appeared anything but a spy. Then Xiaoyu looped her arm through Jiang Feng's again, stating, He is my boyfriend. Does this concern you? Jiang Feng rubbed his head, feeling an even greater headache. Please, just don't complicate things. Xiaomo scoffed, glancing at Jiang Feng. Who knew you were quite the catch? Sighing, Jiang Feng pulled out 100 yuan from his pocket. This is all the cash I have. Consider it my compensation. He continued. My ex-wife and I have many conflicts and issues, but I have never believed her to be a gold digger. With that, he placed the money down and turned to leave. Hey, Jiang Feng, wait for me. Xiaoyu called as she followed him outside. Xiaomo returned to her seat, staring blankly at the milk tea and the 100 yuan on the table. The man across from her spoke again, If you don't want it, I can dispose of the milk tea for you. Do not touch my milk tea, Xiaomo replied calmly. All right then. The man was utterly perplexed, unable to grasp Xiaomo's thoughts. Xiaomo then looked up at him and said, You noticed earlier that my emotions are rather unstable. The man's mouth twitched slightly. He had previously heard from the matchmaker that Xiaomo's remarkable quality was her emotional stability, that she rarely lost her temper. But just now, was it a deliberate act? Was she rejecting him? Regaining his composure, he looked directly at Xiaomo and asked, Are you rejecting me? Yes. Why? Because I'm materialistic. That is not a problem. My family may not be wealthy, but we have nearly 100 million in assets. That should support your moderate materialism. Far from enough, Xiaomo replied coolly. I aspire to marry into a family with assets in the billions. The man was left speechless, feeling humiliated and enraged. He stood up, seething, Xiaomo, you are indeed beautiful, but don't forget you're divorced. Just this alone, which wealthy heir would marry you? Moreover, children of affluent families often engage in arranged marriages. They marry daughters of other wealthy families. Why do you think you can enter high society? That is my concern. Xiaomo replied indifferently. Crazy. The man spat, fuming as he stormed away. Xiaomo exhaled, her expression finally relaxing. Sigh, I'll be scolded by my mother again. Her gaze fell upon the milk tea on the coffee table. She opened the straw, inserted it into the drink, and took a sip while gazing out the window. The CAF was on the second floor, midway through her drink. She spotted Xiaoyu still linked to Jiang Feng's arm below and promptly discarded the milk tea into the trash. Disgusting. With that, Xiaomo stood up and left. Jiang Feng did not take the 100 yuan that was offered to him. On the other side, he said, "Missin, what exactly do you intend to do?" Jiang Feng replied helplessly, "I am merely assisting you," and Xiaoya retorted, "Yesterday, I overheard Lu Jin mention that your ex-wife is materialistic. Yet I did not anticipate her to be so domineering. I intended to provoke her, despite not knowing the relationship between Xiaomo and Jiang Feng beforehand. And Xiaoya had already deduced it from the earlier incident. So how does it feel? Is there a sense of satisfaction in your heart?" She continued, "Apologies, but I feel nothing. My chest is too small for such sensations," Jiang Feng responded. And Xiaoya glanced down and instantly turned somber. "Are you seeking death?" "Enough of this nonsense. I still need to earn a living," Jiang Feng added. At that moment, a BMW 5 Series came to a halt beside them. The window rolled down, revealing a middle-aged woman with an unpleasant expression. "Mom, what are you doing here?" And Xiaoya asked, bracing herself. Before the middle-aged woman could respond, and Xiaoya quickly pointed at Jiang Feng. "This is my boyfriend, Jiang Feng." "Mom, you won't look down on a delivery worker, will you? When you married Dad, he was merely a porter. You both are my role models, so you wouldn't oppose my relationship with him due to his job, right?" The middle-aged woman was momentarily at a loss for words, successfully silencing and Xiaoya's mother. Just then, Xiaomo descended from the second floor CAF. She glanced over at Xiaoya, her eyes flickering, and then suddenly approached Jiang Feng with swift steps. And Xiaoya's heart sank. What does this woman intend to do? "Don't ruin my good fortune," she thought. Xiaomo looked at Jiang Feng and stated, "I'm pregnant." Cough. Jiang Feng nearly choked. He and Xiaomo had not shared a bed for 6 months. Even if she were pregnant, it had nothing to do with him. This thought left him feeling somewhat glum. He briefly glanced at Xiaomo's abdomen. Could it be true? And Xiaoya was also taken aback by Xiaomo's shocking declaration. At this moment, An's mother turned to Xiaomo and asked, "Young lady, who are you?" "I'm his friend," Xiaomo replied, gesturing towards Jiang Feng. "Friend? Is it possible to be pregnant among friends?" "Jiang Feng and I frequently engage in such activities," Xiaomo added. The onlookers were left speechless. The middle-aged woman's face gradually darkened. "And Xiaoya, get in the car." "No, Mom. She is Jiang Feng's ex-wife, and she is speaking nonsense. They have been separated for a long time. How could she possibly be pregnant? Get in the car." The middle-aged woman insisted, her tone growing more severe. And Xiaoya, still intimidated by her mother, reluctantly complied and entered the car. Once inside, she wished to bid farewell to Jiang Feng. But An's mother hit the gas and drove away. Thus, only Jiang Feng and Xiaomo remained. "I am not pregnant, and you are not being cuckolded," Xiaomo calmly stated. Jiang Feng smiled. "I am aware. I have not committed adultery. I have not betrayed you. But perhaps I am the one who is truly in the green." Xiaomo replied, "This topic has been a source of contention between us on numerous occasions. If you do not trust me, what can I do? Should I trust you?" Xiaomo fixed her gaze on Jiang Feng and said softly, "When you called out another woman's name in your dreams, how can I trust you?" Cough. Jiang Feng choked again. Indeed, this matter had been the catalyst for Xiaomo's decision to pursue divorce. There was no need to eavesdrop on her thoughts. She had articulated it plainly. Jiang Feng found himself momentarily speechless. He and Xiaomo harbored numerous issues between them. Differing expectations and plans for the future, familial conflicts, and debts owed by his mother. However, the root cause of their separation and eventual divorce stemmed from half a year ago when he dreamt of calling out Sister Weiwei. Sister Weiwei, whose full name is Shen Yuwei, is now a highly sought-after star in the entertainment industry of Huaguo. At 28, she is 3 years older than Jiang Feng. Shen Yuwei gained fame at 18 by participating in a singing competition titled Let's Sing Together, with her original song You Are My First Love, which captivated the judges and audience alike, ultimately winning the championship and launching her career. Through a decade of hard work, Shen Yuwei has become a prominent figure in the music scene of Huaguo. Her concerts are marked by fierce ticket wars, and her popularity is immense. Before her rise to fame, she lived in Jiangjia village and was Jiang Feng's neighbor. She was also his first love, a relationship that never materialized. Back then, they both had feelings for each other, but Jiang Feng was still young, and they agreed to officially date when he turned 18. The song that brought Shen Yuwei to stardom, You Are My First Love, was composed by Jiang Feng, with her writing the lyrics. Many are unaware of Jiang Feng's remarkable musical talent, which he inherited primarily from his mother. While his father could sing, he lacked the ability to compose. His mother, on the other hand, was skilled in both composing and lyric writing. After making the agreement with Shen Yuwei, Jiang Feng experienced a profound sense of happiness daily. However, this came to an abrupt halt when his mother discovered their relationship. She went to the Jiang household and directly warned him to stay away from her daughter. Later, when Shun Yue debuted, her family relocated, never to return. Consequently, Shun Yue ceased all contact with Jiang Feng. Their paths, once intertwined, drifted further apart. Jiang Feng harbored lingering feelings of regret for a long time, but eventually, he found peace. Now, they inhabit entirely different worlds. One is a celebrated star surrounded by admirers, while the other, recently divorced, relies on delivering food for a living. Perhaps she had long forgotten their youthful promise and may no longer even remember him. As for why he dreamed of Shun Yue, Jiang Feng truly had no idea. Who can recall the specifics of their dreams? Nevertheless, Xia Mo was unaware that Sister Wei Wei referred to Shun Yue and could not associate her with the popular star. After Shun Yue's rise to fame, she moved away from the village. Initially, villagers were thrilled to have a star emerge from their midst, but as time passed and she never returned, their excitement waned. Gradually, discussions about Shun Yue faded, and villagers became reluctant to mention her. When Shun Yue came to Jiangcheng for a concert, the villagers were initially excited, hoping she might share some tickets. However, the disappointment was palpable when she failed to return to the village or offer any tickets. Although Xia Mo and Jiang Feng had been married for 3 years, she only visited his village during holidays and spent little time there, remaining unaware of Shun Yue's story. When Xia Mo pressed Jiang Feng about Sister Wei Wei, he could not divulge her identity. If it were anyone else, he would have told them. However, Shun Yue was now a star, and she had not returned to the village in years, likely to conceal their past from public scrutiny. Jiang Feng understood Xia Mo's character. If she learned of his connection to Shun Yue, he could only imagine the consequences. Should the paparazzi discover their youthful promise, it could jeopardize everything Shun Yue had worked for over the years. After all, when he made the promise, he was just 15, still a minor, while Shun Yue was already an adult. A headline about a famous star having a minor boyfriend would undoubtedly make waves. Thus, Jiang Feng ultimately chose not to reveal Shun Yue's identity. That evening, Xia Mo packed her belongings and left. At this moment, Xia Mo spoke softly, "Do not overthink. I merely sought to retaliate for your interference in my blind date, as it left me quite displeased. Now we are even. I shall take my leave." "Can we ever return to the past?" Jiang Feng asked bitterly. In his 25 years of life, he had only loved 2 women, the hazy first love, Shun Yue, and then Xia Mo. In contrast to his first love, which had perished before it could truly begin, his relationship with Xia Mo was the first complete romance of his life. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Xia Mo paused, but did not turn back. After a moment of silence, she replied, "I will not look back. I no longer love you." With that, Xia Mo walked away, leaving Jiang Feng's lips twitching as he ultimately said nothing. He still could not hear Xia Mo's true feelings. He could comfort himself with the thought that she was merely being disingenuous, claiming to have ceased loving him while still harboring affection. However, without hearing her true sentiments, self-deception seemed futile. Perhaps she truly had moved on. For the first time, Jiang Feng felt frustrated by his inability to perceive his own heart's whispers. The very feelings he most yearned to understand from Xia Mo remained elusive. It was not until she vanished from his sight that he withdrew his gaze, managing a wry smile. "Oh, I am such a fool, still tangled in my emotions. Despite being divorced, I entertain such thoughts. Look at Xia Mo, she is so decisive. Just divorced, and she has already begun dating." Yet, he pondered, was she not with Qin Cheng? Qin Cheng was the man who had driven Xia Mo home that night. A senior of Jiang Feng's from university who had pursued Xia Mo, only to have her choose Jiang Feng instead. Lost in thought, Jiang Feng's phone rang, startling him. It was a call from Wu Zhe. His heart sank. Recalling that Su Qianyu had visited them the day before and had taken care of him while he was intoxicated. Surely, Wu Zhe was not calling to settle scores. He steadied his emotions and answered. "Hello, Wu Zhe," Jiang Feng said, his voice tinged with unease. "Are you busy?" Wu Zhe inquired. "Whether I am busy depends on what you need," Jiang Feng replied. "My attending physician informed me that my surgery can be scheduled for a month from now, but it requires signatures from immediate family members. What should I do?" Wu Zhe explained. "Is it really that soon?" Jiang Feng's expression turned grave. He knew the surgery was perilous, with a global success rate of less than 10%. Jiang Feng had 2 close male friends. Aside from Wu Zhe, there was also Qin Lin, a childhood friend who had moved away 10 years prior due to his parents' job transfers. Although Jiang Feng kept in touch, seeing each other a few times a year, he spent the most time with Wu Zhe. He could not bear the thought of Wu Zhe facing an accident. Yet he couldn't prevent him from undergoing the surgery either. Wu Zhe stated his condition had reached a critical point where surgery was unavoidable. Without it, he might survive another year or so, but it would be meaningless. He wished to take a gamble. If successful, he could extend his life significantly. Yet, Wu Zhe was acutely aware of the low success rate. "Does your mother know about your surgery?" Jiang Feng asked. "I haven't told her. If I did, she would absolutely forbid it. She is quite conservative and would never agree to such a life-threatening operation," Wu Zhe responded. "You need to explain to her that without surgery, you have at most a year left. That won't work. I know my mother well. Once the doctor informs her that the surgery has a mortality rate exceeding 50%, she will never consent. What should we do then? Your immediate family consists of only your mother and Su Qianyu. I don't know. Which is why I reached out to you," Wu Zhe admitted. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps you should be honest with Su Qianyu? I might as well ask my mother for her signature. I can't hide my illness from my wife after having deceived her for so long. I'll handle it." "No, Jiang Feng. If you dare to say anything, we will sever our friendship," Wu Zhe retorted. Jiang Feng smirked slightly. Wu Zhe was quite stubborn. Then Wu Zhe added, "Sigh. I suppose I should discuss this with my mother." He promptly hung up. Jiang Feng stared at his phone, realizing that Wu Zhe seemed unaware of Su Qianyu's visit to his home the previous day. He glanced towards Wu Zhe's house, wondering what Su Qianyu might be doing at that moment. At noon, at Wu Zhe and Su Qianyu's home, Su Qianyu had just awoken. She had spent nearly the entire night at Jiang Feng's place, leaving only at dawn. After returning, she took a shower and fell asleep, only now stirring from her slumber. Checking her phone, she noticed a missed call from JD Express. She had silenced her phone while sleeping and had not heard it ring. "I did not order anything." "Did Wu Zhe?" At that moment, the front door swung open, and Wu Zhe entered with a package. "Su Qianyu, is this your delivery?" "I found it at the door," he said. Su Qianyu paused, realizing it was not from Wu Zhe. She vaguely acknowledged him and retrieved the package. The recipient was indeed her, and the contact number matched hers, but the sender's phone number was unfamiliar. Confused, she opened the package, revealing a set of L'Occitane hand cream. Su Qianyu was taken aback. She had long saved this particular hand cream in her Taobao shopping cart, but had never purchased it. "Who sent this to me? Is something wrong? Is the packaging damaged?" Wu Zhe asked again. "Nothing," Su Qianyu replied, then added, "Mother's Day is approaching. Let us return home together." "Oh no. That's unnecessary," Wu Zhe instinctively declined. He had told his mother about his illness today, and she had cried profusely. She was not adept at masking her emotions. And Su Qianyu would surely notice something amiss. Su Qianyu looked at Wu Zhe, and after a moment of silence, she said softly, "Wu Zhe, what do you truly mean? You hardly come home, and now you want to even let me see your mother. If you no longer wish to continue, just say so." "Well, my mother," Wu Zhe hesitated, then awkwardly stated, "she has recently found a partner and is in the early stages of that relationship, so it's not convenient." "Is that so?" Su Qianyu chose not to press further. Wu Zhe retreated to his room, quickly gathering something before leaving in haste. Su Qianyu sighed softly. What difference is there between this marriage and being single? Her gaze fell again on the hand cream. Who could have sent this to me? Meanwhile, after Xia Mo departed, Jiang Feng prepared to continue claiming food delivery orders. Just as he secured one, his phone rang again. It was a call from Yang Tao, the homeroom teacher of the 3rd class of the accounting marketing department. Jiang Feng was currently serving as a counselor for 4 classes, including 1 freshman class led by Su Qianyu. He also oversaw 1 sophomore and 1 junior class, in addition to the graduating marketing class, which was Yang Tao's class. This graduating class was the first he had counseled since becoming a mentor, and he felt a deep affection for them. The students were exceptionally talented, and for the past 2 years, he had been awarded best counselor at the school, largely due to the marketing class. He pressed the answer button. "Hello, Teacher Yang." Jiang Feng greeted. "Jiang Feng, you need to come quickly. Something has happened." A woman's voice echoed through the phone. "What's wrong?" Jiang Feng hastily inquired. "It's Su Lu from our class. You know her, right?" "Of course I know her." Jiang Feng paused before asking. "What happened to Su Lu? Isn't she interning at the Jiansheng Hongye Group, primarily in gold sales?" "Yes, but during today's inventory, some gold went missing, valued at over 200,000. The company suspects Su Lu of theft. The poor girl is overwhelmed with guilt and is now sitting on the rooftop of the Shuangxing office building, contemplating suicide." Yang Tao explained. "I'll head over immediately," Jiang Feng declared. After hanging up, He mounted his bicycle and sped towards the Shuangxing office building, not far from his location. Upon arrival, he discarded his electric bike and sprinted up the stairs at an astonishing pace, opting for the stairs over the elevator. As it was midday and peak commuting time, he reached the 33rd floor in one breath. There were already many people gathered there. A young woman sat silently at the edge of the rooftop. "Mr. Jiang, you're here." A woman with an anxious expression approached him. She appeared to be around 30. Her beauty perhaps not rivaling that of Xia Imo or Su Qianwei, but still striking. Tall and slender, she wore a simple black dress that elegantly accentuated her figure. It was Yang Tao. In the past, Yang Tao had been composed and mature, but now she seemed visibly flustered. "I've been trying to persuade her, but she won't listen," Yang Tao said. "It's all right. I'll handle it," Jiang Feng reassured, then pushed through the crowd to the forefront. "Su Lu, if you jump now, it will only cement the false accusations against you. They will say, 'See, she must have stolen it. Otherwise, why would she jump?' But I believe in you. We have known each other for 4 years. I understand you," Jiang Feng stated. "But, Mr. Jiang," Su Lu turned to him, her eyes glistening with tears. "Everyone says I stole it, and I can't explain myself. I will help you prove your innocence," Jiang Feng vowed. "But there is surveillance at the counter. And only one night the cameras malfunctioned. That day, my colleague was on leave, and I was alone at the counter. I can't clarify anything. But I truly did not take the gold," Su Lu protested, her face a picture of distress. "I told you, I'm here to help you find the real thief." Jiang Feng paused, then smiled. "Don't you trust your teacher?" "I do," Su Lu replied. Unlike Su Qianwei's first-year classmates, Jiang Feng had built a solid rapport with these fourth-year students over the years. "Then come down," he urged again. "All right." Su Lu shifted her leg from the ledge, preparing to descend. But just then, a gust of wind swept by, and Su Lu, having sat there for too long, felt dizzy and began to topple outward. The crowd gasped in alarm, and Yang Tao shut her eyes in fear. In that instant, Jiang Feng dashed forward, swiftly catching Su Lu's leg and pulling her back from the edge of the rooftop. Once safely on the ground, Jiang Feng collapsed, exhausted. That had been too perilous. Had he reacted a second later, Su Lu could have fallen. The consequences of a 33rd floor drop were all too clear. Su Lu, regaining her composure, thanked him. "Phew." Jiang Feng exhaled, looking at her. "After I help you prove your innocence, you owe me an apology letter of no less than 5,000 words. "Okay," Su Lu nodded. Jiang Feng smiled and said, "Let us go." He then led Su Lu back to the Hongye Group's counter, where the gold had gone missing. Although the headquarters of Hongye Group was located in the Shuangxing building, Su Lu's counter was in a shopping mall's gold section. The counter was equipped with surveillance cameras. But on the night Su Lu was on duty, the cameras had conveniently malfunctioned. "I need all relevant personnel to be here." Jiang Feng instructed the person in charge from Hongye Group. "Who are you?" The manager's tone suggested irritation. "I am Su Lu's teacher. You are maligning my student. And I'm here to seek justice for her," Jiang Feng replied. "But how can you be so sure Su Lu didn't steal the gold?" The manager queried. "I will find the real thief," Jiang Feng asserted. "That is a matter for the police. Are you forcing my student back to the rooftop?" Jiang Feng glared at the manager, adding, "Is this the way Hongye Group operates?" The manager's face paled. "How does this escalate to company ethics?" He retorted. "All right. I understand." Ultimately, the manager capitulated. With so many witnesses present, he realized that pushing Su Lu back to the rooftop would lead to a public relations disaster for the company, and his own fate would be no better. About half an hour later, as Jiang Feng requested, all involved parties had gathered, including Su Lu, her colleague who had been on duty that night, and the personnel responsible for the surveillance. "Actually, I already have a good idea of who the thief is. Gathering everyone here now is for verification," Jiang Feng suddenly declared. The crowd erupted in murmurs. How could he possibly know the culprit already? Even detectives like Conan need to search for clues on site. Was he merely speaking without basis? Yet, his confident demeanor suggested he truly knew who the thief was. In truth, Jiang Feng had no idea who had stolen the gold. He was merely employing intimidation tactics. Based on his understanding of mind reading, he knew that the more fragile one's psychological defenses were, the easier it was for him to discern their thoughts. Sure enough, a woman's voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. "Damn it, how does he know? It's impossible. I coordinated flawlessly with Sunny. How could there be any slip-ups?" At that moment, Jiang Feng stopped in front of a woman. It was Mo, Su Lu's colleague who had been on leave that day. What do you want?" Mo stammered, her confidence faltering. "Are you still going to feign ignorance? Sunny has already confessed to me. He saw you commit the act, Jiang Feng stated. In truth, he didn't even know who Sunny was. Sure Mo froze for a moment before glaring at a man present. He was responsible for the surveillance, part of the logistics department. Typically, there was little interaction between logistics monitoring personnel and front desk sales staff. Sunny, you bastard. You were the one who incited me. And now you're shifting the blame onto me. Sure Mo shouted furiously. Her words effectively amounted to a confession of her involvement in the theft. Sun, he was livid. This fool. Someone just needed to provoke her a little, and she lost control. But how does he know about my connection with Sure Mo? Sunny, did you and Sure Mo steal the company's gold? The manager demanded sternly. Realizing the situation was turning against him, Sun, he attempted to flee. However, with so many people surrounding him, he was quickly subdued. Just then, the police arrived. Sure Mo sank to the ground, weeping. It was Sunny who coerced me. He forced me to steal. Stop crying. We'll discuss everything at the police station, one of the officers instructed. Subsequently, the police took both Sure Mo and Sunny into custody. The manager stood there, visibly embarrassed. Sulu, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hastily accused you. I apologize, the manager stammered. An apology isn't sufficient. My student was nearly driven to suicide because of you. Jiang Feng replied coolly. I resign. The manager sighed. In truth, given the circumstances, even if he did not voluntarily resign, the company would inevitably terminate his contract. Jiang Feng then turned to Su Lu and asked, Are you satisfied with this resolution? Su Lu nodded. Well, you should go back and write a reflection. Bring it to me at school next Monday, Jiang Feng instructed. At that moment, Jiang Feng's phone rang. He glanced at it and discovered that he had been reported. Suddenly, he recalled that he had claimed a delivery order but failed to deliver it. What happened? Su Lu inquired. I've been reported. Thanks to you, I lost 5 yuan in delivery fees and got complained about, Jiang Feng retorted. While the students from his new class might be unaware, Su Lu's graduating class certainly knew. Jiang Feng had not concealed this from them. Nor did he feel embarrassed about his part-time delivery job. In this world, work is categorized by the amount of money it earns, not by social status or value. Su Lu chuckled. I'll cover the difference for the teacher. How about that? You should just buy your homeroom teacher a bottle of quick-acting heart tonic. You're sitting on the rooftop while your homeroom teacher is trembling as he walks. Jiang Feng replied. Su Lu then approached Yang Tao and bowed. Teacher Yang. I'm sorry, she said. Yang Tao did not speak, but opened her arms to embrace Su Lu, saying, Don't be so impulsive in the future. However, the one you should be most grateful to is your counselor. I haven't really been of any help. Teacher Yang. How should I thank Teacher Jiang? Su Lu paused, chuckled, and added, How about I offer myself? Smack. Yang Tao playfully tapped Su Lu on the head and replied, What nonsense are you talking about? Teacher Jiang has been married for 3 years. Just joking. I know Teacher Jiang is married, and his wife is stunning, Su Lu said. They were unaware that Jiang Feng and Xia Mo had already divorced. At that moment, Su Lu suddenly seemed to recall something and exclaimed, of course. Teacher Yang is also very beautiful. Yang Tao shot Su Lu a look, saying, Why should I be compared to Teacher Jiang's wife? You kids have such chaotic thoughts. Su Lu giggled and then remarked, Many students privately regard the 4 female homeroom teachers of Teacher Jiang's classes as part of his harem. Cough, cough. Yang Tao almost choked. Before she could respond, Su Lu had already dashed away. At that moment, Jiang Feng approached. What is going on? You seem quite agitated. Jiang Feng commented. Nothing, Yang Tao replied, looking at Jiang Feng. I truly owe you a lot this time. Jiang Feng smiled. It's nothing. As a counselor, this is part of my job. However, I just realized our 4 years of collaboration are coming to an end. In the organizational structure of Jiangxing University, counselors and homeroom teachers complement each other. While homeroom teachers focus on academic matters, counselors are responsible for the ideological education of students, acting as partners. However, homeroom teachers typically have teaching responsibilities as well, usually managing only one class. In contrast, counselors often oversee several classes, meaning that homeroom teachers have just one partner, while counselors have multiple. Jiang Feng was partnered with Yang Tao, and he was also a partner with Su Qian Wenel. Indeed, time flies, Yang Tao paused and then smiled. To thank you for your assistance over the past 4 years, let's have dinner tonight. Oh, of course, you should check with your wife first to avoid misunderstandings. Jiang Feng hesitated before smiling and saying, We're already divorced. Is that so? Yang Tao did not press further. At that moment, Jiang Feng added, All right, enough of that. I need to continue my delivery work. See you tonight. Yes, see you tonight, Yang Tao replied. Jiang Feng said nothing more and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, his stomach growled unexpectedly. He had not eaten anything yet. Yang Tao smiled. How about we change it to lunch? I'm hungry too. Before Jiang Feng could respond, Yang Tao continued. There's no rush to make money right now. All right, Jiang Feng nodded. Subsequently, the two made their way to a lavishly decorated hotel, the Miracle Hotel. Miracle Group is a domestic private giant with subsidiaries focusing on semiconductor business, real estate, and dining. This Miracle Hotel is one of the properties under Miracle Group's real estate division. The food here must be quite expensive, Jiang Feng remarked. I can barely afford to eat here once a year. Come on, it's on me, Yang Tao smiled. Fine. With that, Jiang Feng and Yang Tao headed towards the hotel. The second and third floors of the hotel are the dining area. Whether to say what a coincidence or what bad luck, the sight of Jiang Feng and Yang Tao entering the hotel together happened to be seen by Su Qianhua, who was passing by in her car. On the car, Su Qianhua sat alongside a young female teacher, Li Luo, who, like her, was a new instructor. Su Qianhua and Jiang Feng were of similar age, yet this marked her inaugural year in the workforce. After graduating with a bachelor's degree, Jiang Feng immediately took up the role of a counselor, whereas Su Qianhua commenced her teaching at Jiangcheng University only after completing her master's degree. They were en route to a gathering for new teachers. Li Luo had also noticed Jiang Feng entering the hotel with Yang Tao. Wow. While I was aware that Jiang Feng had a good rapport with teacher Yang, I never anticipated their relationship had progressed to this extent. Li Luo paused momentarily and added, by the way, although Yang Tao is divorced and single, Jiang Feng is married, right? I've seen his wife. She's quite beautiful. While teacher Yang is also charming, I doubt she can surpass Jiang Feng's wife. Men indeed find the wildflower more fragrant than the garden flower. Speaking of which, could teacher Yang's divorce possibly be linked to Jiang Feng? Su Qianhua hesitated and then remarked, but going to a hotel does not necessarily imply they are seeking a room. The Miracle Hotel has a restaurant famous for its Beijing cuisine. I've dined there a few times with friends. Therefore, Su Qianhua paused again and advised, Li teacher, please refrain from speaking indiscreetly at the gathering. However, I trust you won't gossip behind anyone's back. Haha, of course not. I merely mentioned it casually, Li Luo replied. After that, Su Qianhua said nothing further and drove away from the Miracle Hotel. Meanwhile, upon entering the hotel, Jiang Feng and Yang Tao ascended to the second-floor restaurant and found a suitable spot to sit. Yang Tao placed the menu before Jiang Feng with a smile, saying, order away. Let us keep it under 2,000. Jiang Feng glanced at the menu and set it down, expressing, I still find it too expensive. But this is the Miracle Hotel. I've heard the presidential suite here rents for 8,888 per night, Yang Tao countered. 8,000 for a night? I cannot fathom the spending habits of the affluent. Alas, our impoverished perspectives are indeed limited. After a brief pause, Jiang Feng closed the menu and looked at Yang Tao, stating, Teacher Yang, honestly, I crave the fish-flavored shredded pork rice you make. Previously, when Jiang Feng and Yang Tao took their class to an orphanage for charity, Yang Tao had personally cooked, and one dish particularly delighted Jiang Feng's palate, the fish-flavored shredded pork rice. Suddenly, Jiang Feng realized that the last time he had tasted Yang Tao's cooking was during their visit to the orphanage. If he desired her cooking now, he would have to go to her home, which was rather inappropriate. Although both were single and divorced, visiting each other's homes might still attract unwarranted attention. I was just saying that casually. You needn't worry about it, Jiang Feng expressed gratefully. My mother has taken my daughter, and there is no one at my place now. How about you come over, and I'll cook for you? Yang Tao suggested. No need. What? Are you afraid I might eat you? Yang Tao laughed. Or perhaps I should come over and cook for you. Jiang Feng found himself in a dilemma. With her words laid out so plainly, how could he refuse? Gathering his thoughts, he finally replied, then, perhaps we can go to my place. I have some ingredients in the fridge. All right. Subsequently, the two departed from the Miracle Hotel's restaurant and headed to Jiang Feng's rented apartment. Despite having worked together for 4 years, it was Yang Tao's first visit to Jiang Feng's place. The rented space is a bit small, Jiang Feng remarked. Same here. I'm also renting, Yang Tao replied. Didn't you buy a house? Jiang Feng inquired. I gave it to my ex-husband during the divorce. I only wanted my daughter. The house was a fair exchange for the custody rights of my daughter, which I deemed worthwhile, Yang Tao said calmly. Jiang Feng chose not to respond. He was aware that Yang Tao's previous marriage had not been particularly happy, yet he did not delve into the details. recognizing that personal matters were sensitive and not his place to inquire about. At that moment, Yang Tao took a deep breath and smiled, saying, "Let us not dwell on those unpleasant topics. Where's the kitchen? I'll start cooking." "It's in the kitchen," Jiang Feng indicated. Yang Tao said nothing further and proceeded to the kitchen. The ingredients and seasonings are all quite complete. "Okay, you can watch TV. I'll start cooking now," Yang Tao announced. "Do you need my help?" "No need," Jiang Feng replied, opting to sit on the sofa and turn on the television. Though his mind wandered, Yang Tao was the third woman he had shared this space with. The first was his ex-wife, Xia Mo, followed by Su Qianyue just days before. Truth be told, while Yang Tao's looks might not match those of the previous two women, she possessed a mature charm that neither Xia Mo nor Su Qianyue had. Both of those women, though married, lacked the aura of a wife, perhaps due to not having children. In contrast, Yang Tao exuded a more pronounced sense of being a wife. Jiang Feng had a slight preference for older women, likely stemming from his first love being 3 years his senior. Thus, Yang Tao's type resonated with him. Yet he recognized that Yang Tao had recently experienced a failed marriage and was likely apprehensive about marriage, probably preferring a more established man rather than a younger man like himself, who was neither mature nor particularly successful. Approximately 20 minutes later, as the meal neared completion, Jiang Feng's phone rang suddenly. It was Wu Zhi calling. He stepped onto the balcony, pressed the answer button, and said, "Hello. Jiang Feng, are you busy right now?" Wu Zhi asked. "Not particularly." "Why?" "Su Qianyue just messaged me saying that during the new teacher gathering, her colleagues kept toasting her, and she's a bit tipsy. She asked me to come pick her up," Wu Zhi explained. "Then you should go," Jiang Feng urged. "You go," Wu Zhi insisted. Jiang Feng replied, "Are you out of your mind? Su Qianyue is your wife, not mine." Jiang Feng lowered his voice. "You already know my situation, right? I have surgery in a month. It's a dire situation. Even if I'm fortunate enough to survive, my health will be compromised. I don't want to delay her." Wu Zhi maintained a calm demeanor. "Jiang Feng, I'm not being unfaithful. I trust you, which is why I want to entrust Su Qianyue to you. Su Qianyue is not a commodity to be transferred. Our actions may only cause her harm." Jiang Feng responded coolly, "So, as a friend, are you going to stand by while she is in trouble?" Jiang Feng felt a headache coming on. After a moment, he sighed and said, "Send me the address." "All right," Wu Zhi replied before ending the call and sending Jiang Feng the location of Su Qianyue's gathering. At that moment, Yang Tao had finished cooking and brought the dishes to the table. Teacher Yang, I have an urgent matter to attend to. I need to step out," Jiang Feng stated. "Are you in such a hurry? Ken and Appos, do you eat first? I really need to go. My friend has had too much to drink. And I have to pick her up," Jiang Feng explained. Yang Tao chuckled. "All right then. Just put the food in the fridge. I'll leave too. No need to rush. Just stay here. You can eat first and then leave," Jiang Feng insisted. Yang Tao laughed. "Aren't you afraid I might steal from you? My place is bare." "Feel free to take anything," Jiang Feng joked in return. "All right then, you go take care of your business. I'll finish eating and put your portion in the fridge. You can reheat it later," Yang Tao said. "Okay." After bidding farewell to Yang Tao, Jiang Feng hurriedly left. In a private dining room at a restaurant in Jiangqing, Su Qianyue indeed felt a little tipsy. She kept staring at her phone, but there were no messages or calls. A wry smile crept onto Su Qianyue's lips. At that moment, another individual approached Su Qianyue with a wine glass in hand, saying, "Teacher Su, another drink?" Su Qianyue exhaled heavily, grasping the full glass before her, only for it to be snatched away unexpectedly by Jiang Feng. "Teacher Su, why are you still drinking? A student from your class is in trouble," Jiang Feng remarked. Su Qianyue's mind instantly cleared. What happened?" she stammered. "Let's discuss it on the way." "We need to hurry," Jiang Feng replied. "I understand," she said, rising to her feet and heading toward the exit. However, her body felt uncooperative, nearly causing her to stumble. It was Jiang Feng who steadied her. He turned to the other teachers and apologized. "I'm sorry, everyone. A student from our class is in trouble. We need to address it." With that, Jiang Feng supported Su Qianyue as they exited the private room. He had arrived on an electric bike. "Can I ride in the back?" Jiang Feng asked. "Sure," Su Qianyue responded. As Jiang Feng rode the bike, Su Qianyue inquired, "Who is in trouble?" "No one is in trouble. I just needed an excuse to get you out." "You've had too much to drink," he replied. "Why do you care?" "Even my husband doesn't tea," she retorted. "If you put it that way, I have nothing more to say. But I can't help but be meddlesome," Jiang Feng countered. Su Qianyue fell silent, gazing at his broad and warm back, wishing to lean against it, yet knowing it wasn't hers to claim. After a moment of quiet contemplation, she suddenly asked, "Did Wuja send you?" He couldn't make it, so he asked me to come in his stead," Jiang Feng responded. "Does he have you do everything for him? Even in bed?" Su Qianyu's tone was flat. Jiang Feng coughed, nearly choking. He realized Su Qianyu was angry, and rightly so, any woman would be. However, despite her anger, she did not direct it at Jiang Feng. About 20 minutes later, Jiang Feng brought Su Qianyu back to her home. By then, her inebriation had fully set in. As soon as they entered, she rushed to the bathroom, covering her mouth, and began to vomit. Jiang Feng stood at the bathroom door, asking, "Qianyu, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I feel much better now," she replied. Moments later, she emerged from the bathroom. "I apologize for showing you such a vulnerable side of myself," she said. Jiang Feng chuckled. "It's no problem. I was more embarrassed last night, collapsing drunk on the roadside. Thank you for helping me home. I just happened to pass by," she replied. After a pause, Su Qianyu recalled something and asked, "So, was that hand cream you gave me from you?" Jiang Feng hesitated, knowing that if he admitted it, Su Qianyu would surely refuse it. Despite the fade of her marriage with Wuja, her character remained traditional. Once married, she was a wife and could not accept gifts from other men, especially personal items like clothing, jewelry, or skincare products. "It seems so," Su Qianyu remarked. "You paid for my bill yesterday, so it's only fair to reciprocate," Jiang Feng said. Su Qianyu shook her head. "The money I spent was far less than that hand cream." "Wait a moment." She returned from her bedroom with 5 100 yuan bills and handed them to Jiang Feng. "I can't return the hand cream since I've used it, so just accept it. But you must take this money. I covered 180 yesterday. And that hand cream cost 680, so this is 500 back." Jiang Feng's lips twitched at her meticulous calculations. He collected the money she offered, then thanked her. "We help each other out. You assisted me last night as well," he replied. He paused before asking, "How are you feeling?" "If you're all right, I'll take my leave." "I'm fine. You can go about your business," she said. "All right," Jiang Feng said before departing. Su Qianyu returned to her bedroom and opened her drawer. The hand cream still lay untouched, and a self-deprecating smile crept onto her lips. It was her first time receiving skincare products, and they were given to her by her husband's friend. Did this mean she was stooping to Wu Zhi's level? She fell into silence, lost in thought. Meanwhile, when Jiang Feng returned home, Yang Tao had already left. The house bore signs of having been tidied. Upon opening the fridge, he found a plate wrapped in cling film, containing the very dish he cherished, fish-flavored shredded pork rice. He took it out, heated it in the microwave, and began to eat. The taste was just as he remembered. It was still delicious. However, as he savored the meal, a wave of sadness washed over him. His fondness for this dish stemmed from his mother's love for preparing it. Since her passing, he had tasted many versions of fish-flavored shredded pork rice over the past decade, but none compared to his mother's. It was tea until he had that dish made by Yang Tao at the orphanage that he had a taste reminiscent of his mother's cooking. Recalling his mother's death, Jiang Feng clenched his fists. "Mother, I will uncover the truth behind your accident. If someone did this to you intentionally, I will avenge you." After a long moment, his emotions gradually settled, and he continued eating. After dinner, he glanced at the clock. It was only 3 in the afternoon. Plenty of time remained. He thought about continuing his food delivery job. Just then, his phone rang. It was a labor agency calling. He pressed the answer button. "Hello, is this Jiang Feng?" A young woman's voice came through. "Yes, it is," he replied. "I'm Song Ying from Shuahua Labor. I recognized your voice. I wanted to talk to you," she said. "What is it?" Jiang Feng asked. "The Jiangxing concert featuring Shen Yue is just half a month away, right? We've been contracted to handle the security for the event. I recall you did quite well during your previous part-time work with us. Would you consider taking on a security role?" Without waiting for Jiang Feng to respond, she added enticingly, "Working security would give you a chance to get close to Shen Yue. Opportunities for such close encounters with a major star are rare." "Forget it," Jiang Feng replied firmly. After 10 years of absence, there had been no communication. When she first moved away, he had written her many letters using their private language, but he had never received a response. He thought those gifts had been intercepted by her mother or management, preventing her from seeing them. Later, during a television interview, she stated that she would read fan letters when she had the time and even write back, yet Jiang Feng had never received any reply. From that point on, he ceased sending her anything. Song Ying was taken aback by Jiang Feng's resolute refusal. "Jiang Feng, that is Shen Yue. Isn't she the new goddess in every man's heart? She is practically one of us from Jiangxing. If you become security, You might even get a signed photo from her. If luck is on your side, perhaps a chance to take a picture together. That is something many men dream of. Jiang Feng replied curtly, then you should find those men. Our manager specifically requested you, saying you performed well last time. She pressed. I'm sorry, but I'll be quite busy in the coming days, Jiang Feng insisted. Jiang Feng sighed softly. The other party had ceased to speak and subsequently ended the call. As he tucked his phone away, his expression grew somewhat complex. He was no longer the naive youth who was solely enamored with Shun Yue. Over the past decade, he had found affection for other women. Yet, the unfulfilled first love from his youth still lingered in his heart, a sentiment he had yet to release. Exhaling deeply, he shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. It was time to deliver his orders. Upon entering the elevator, he noticed the property staff replacing the advertisements within. The new poster featured Shun Yue's promotional material for her concert in Jiangqing. In the poster, Shun Yue resembled a dazzling star, radiating an irresistible charm. Her face was a masterpiece sculpted by the heavens, with a delicate oval shape, smooth and taut skin akin to exquisite jade, glimmering under the lights. Her eyes were deep and alluring, reminiscent of a tranquil lake, shimmering with the flicker of countless stars. Her slightly pouting crimson lips, vibrant and luscious, resembled the petals of a blooming rose, exuding a fatal allure that made one yearn to taste their sweetness. Dressed in an opulent, deep V floor-length gown that clung to her curvaceous form, the dress perfectly accentuated her silhouette. Her aura was powerful and unique, encompassing the entire space of the poster with an invisible charisma. This presence was not a deliberate display of flamboyance, but rather a serene confidence radiating from within. Jiang Feng gazed at the poster in silence. A decade had passed, and he had matured, undergoing many transformations. The woman he once admired had changed even more drastically. Once, Shun Yue was merely beautiful, with a character reminiscent of the girl next door. 10 years later, she had undoubtedly become a queen. At that moment, the property staff glanced at Jiang Feng and remarked, our community's advertising income is all accounted for. A bead of sweat formed on Jiang Feng's brow. He composed himself and smiled, saying, I was just curious. If Shun Yue's concert tickets are sold out, why continue with promotions? The staff member paused before replying, who knows? I heard Shun Yue is from Jiangqing. Is that true? Jiang Feng replied calmly, I'm not sure. I'm not her fan. As the elevator doors opened on the first floor, Jiang Feng stepped out. He checked the battery level of his electric bike and noted it was rather low. He had run too many errands today. Reluctantly, he decided to forego the deliveries and charge his bike instead. Returning to his rented room, he prepared to rest for a while. Just as he lay down on the bed, a knock echoed at the door. Was he not allowed to rest? Since seeing Shun Yue's poster, Jiang Feng had felt a surge of irritation. Nonetheless, he rose from his bed and opened the door to the living room. There stood a woman. And Xiaoya, Jiang Feng, I'm sorry for today, she said, hands clasped together. It's fine. However, Jiang Feng glanced at Xiaoya and continued, regarding marriage. It's not right to deceive your parents. Honesty is the best policy. It's too late for that, she responded. What do you mean? After my efforts to explain. My mom has accepted your humble background and your divorce. She's willing to meet you again, and Xiaoya stated. Jiang Feng was taken aback. Wait, and Xiaoya, are you out of your mind? He exclaimed. He suddenly recalled that this woman was a police officer, and her temper was not to be trifled with, sending a shiver down his spine. And Xiaoya was equally stunned by Jiang Feng's outburst. She had never witnessed him lose his temper before. Was his frustration today due to her insistence on having him pretend to be her boyfriend? After a brief pause, and Xiaoya calmly said, I'm sorry. With that, she turned and returned to her own apartment. At least 10 minutes later, and Xiaoya's voice echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. That jerk Jiang Feng actually yelled at me. And my parents have never scolded me. I'm so irritated. I feel like hitting something. Jiang Feng broke into a light sweat. This woman certainly had a lengthy reaction time. Rubbing his head, he felt a headache coming on. Why did it seem that life had become more complicated after his divorce? At that moment, and Xiaoya's thoughts resounded in his mind again. Sigh, I'm so tired. My undercover work is making no progress, and my boss is angry. I was complained about during a karaoke session, and my manager is furious. I can't find a boyfriend, and my mother is scolding me. What is the meaning of life? He could sense her deep despondency. Jiang Feng remained silent. Many nights, in moments of despair, he too had pondered this question. What is the meaning of life? After a brief while, he exhaled softly and made his way to the adjacent apartment, knocking on the door. Moments later, and Xiaoya opened it, revealing her presence. You've already scolded me. What else do you want? She asked. I'll accompany you to meet your mother, Jiang Feng replied. And Xiaoya blinked, a look of skepticism on her face. What are you plotting? Jiang Feng raised his hand as if to tap in Xiaoya's head, but restrained himself upon remembering her profession. What if she reported him for assaulting an officer? I can't pretend to be your boyfriend to deceive your mother, but I can speak with her. Don't underestimate me. I excel at conversing with middle-aged women, he assured her. Excel at conversing? Is that what you call being berated by your former mother-in-law? Jiang Feng replied, somewhat disheartened. There's a saying, don't expose people's weaknesses. Why do you enjoy pricking at others' scars so much? Jiang Feng felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Upon reflection, he realized that he was indeed not well liked by middle-aged women. Previously, Shen Yue's mother had viewed him as a hindrance to her daughter's future, and later, Xiaomo's mother had similarly regarded him as an obstacle. Contemplating these memories, Jiang Feng's mood soured. Noticing his change in demeanor, and Xiaoya quickly reassured him, it's okay. My mother is not like your former mother-in-law. Although she is straightforward and has a fiery temper, she is certainly not unreasonable. I believe you can persuade her to stop pressuring me into marriage. Jiang Feng smiled. I'll do my best. About half an hour later, in a tea house in Jiangcheng, Jiang Feng once again met in Xiaoya's mother. This time, her demeanor was not as cold as before, though it remained far from warm. Every parent has their own standards for their daughter's partner. Even if unspoken, they have a clear idea of the kind of son-in-law they desire. And in Xiaoya's mother's eyes, Jiang Feng's circumstances evidently did not meet her criteria. A single parent, divorced, and from a modest background. While his job as a teacher at a prestigious university sounded respectable, he was merely an uncredentialed counselor. To her, he hardly qualified as a desirable match. The most significant advantage he had was his decent appearance. But what use was a handsome man? It merely attracted more attention from women. She wanted to meet Jiang Feng primarily to discern what charm this man possessed that could awaken interest in her previously stubborn daughter, who had always been absorbed in her career. The sudden emergence of a boyfriend took her by surprise. Xiaoya, please wait outside. I wish to speak privately with your boyfriend, and Xiaoya's mother instructed. And Xiaoya hesitated, unwilling to leave. At that moment, Jiang Feng smiled and said, Xiaoya, go ahead and step out. After a moment of internal conflict, she eventually complied. Once Xiaoya had exited, and Xiaoya's mother took a sip of her tea, preparing to speak, but Jiang Feng interjected, I am not Xiaoya's boyfriend. Just then, Xiaoya's mother nearly choked on her tea, losing her composure. What did you say? An's mother, momentarily losing her composure, exclaimed in astonishment. Actually, I am Xiaoya's paid boyfriend, came the reply. An's mother, flustered and agitated, abruptly rose, intending to confront her daughter. Auntie, do you know why your daughter has hired a fake boyfriend? She could easily disregard your relentless pressure for marriage by blocking your calls and messages. There are many daughters like her in society, Jiang Feng interjected. An's mother's steps faltered. Please, do not rush. Sit down first, Jiang Feng urged. After a moment of inner conflict, An's mother complied and took her seat once more. Why are you telling me the truth? She inquired. Because you dislike being deceived, Jiang Feng responded, meeting her gaze. My deception differs from Xiaoya's. Hers is rooted in kindness. Humph, that sounds nice, but it is still deception, she retorted. Jiang Feng, fixing his eyes on her, posed another question. Have you never deceived anyone? An's mother appeared somewhat flustered under his scrutiny. At that moment, a thought echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. What is with her gaze? Could she already know that Xiaoya is not her biological daughter? Hearing An's mother's inner voice, Jiang Feng was taken aback. This revelation was wholly unexpected. Regaining his composure, he continued, for instance, regarding Xiaoya's origins. An's mother sprang to her feet. What do you know? She stammered. Not much, just that Xiaoya is not your biological child, Jiang Feng replied. An's mother was left in shock. How could you possibly know this? Is that the crux of the matter? Jiang Feng paused before adding. Even if Xiaoya learns she is not your biological daughter, it will not diminish her love for you. After all, you raised her. However, you fear that upon discovering her origins, she might feel sorrow and create a rift between you, do you not? Yes, An's mother admitted, gradually calming down. And Xiaoya, like you, is concerned about one another. She understands your desire for her to marry and have children soon, yet she has her own life plans. She does not wish to disappoint you, which is why she sought me as a fake boyfriend. I want to convey that if you do not pressure her, she would not feel the need to hire a fake boyfriend. Understanding is essential among family members. If I do not heed your advice, will you reveal Xiaoya's origins to her? I will, An's mother replied. You are threatening me. Indeed, Jiang Feng acknowledged, provoking her ire. Yet, after a moment, she gradually regained her composure and focused her gaze on him. Despite his seemingly nonchalant demeanor, his mother sensed no malice in him. With a sigh, she conceded, well, pressuring her into marriage is indeed wrong. Jiang Feng smiled. Then I shall summon in Xiaoya to join you for a conversation. With that, he departed. He found the anxious and Xiaoya waiting downstairs at the tea house. Upon seeing him approach, she rushed over. Jiang Feng, how did it go? She inquired, visibly tense. She knew her mother well, straightforward and quick-tempered. While Jiang Feng claimed to excel in dealing with middle-aged women, his previous encounter with her mother suggested otherwise. And Xiaoya lacked confidence in Jiang Feng's ability to persuade her mother. He flashed a V sign, smiling. Did you succeed? And Xiaoya's expression shifted from anxiety to joy. Of course, Jiang Feng replied, pausing before adding, go on up. Your mother is waiting for you. All right, I'll treat you to dinner later. She responded before rushing upstairs to sit across from her mother. Before she could speak, An's mother asked, Xiaoya, where did you find this fake boyfriend? Haha, he already told you, didn't he? And Xiaoya felt a shiver run down her spine. But he is an honest child, An's mother remarked. After a moment's hesitation, she continued, Xiaoya, where did you meet him? He is my neighbor, and Xiaoya admitted after some internal conflict. A neighbor? An's mother pondered, then chuckled. Does he have no feelings for you? My daughter may be flat-chested, yet she is still quite attractive. And Xiaoya glanced down at her chest, letting out a long sigh. 90% of men in this world prefer ample bosoms. This indicates that most men are rather superficial, and we should not concern ourselves with such trivialities. The man my Xiaoya eventually chooses will undoubtedly be an exceptional individual. Suddenly, An's mother adopted a serious tone, saying, Xiaoya, I apologize for pressuring you to marry. Your life should be shaped by your own desires. We raised you, but you should not live solely for us. Everyone ought to live for themselves. And Xiaoya was taken aback. She had not anticipated Jiang Feng's ability to persuade her mother. Given her mother's strong-willed nature, it was surprising that she would yield so easily. What kind of magic did Jiang Feng employ? She mused. Collecting herself, she could not help but ask, Mom, what exactly did Jiang Feng say to you? Not much. We just had an open and honest conversation, An's mother replied, promptly changing the subject. By the way, Xiaoya, Mother's Day is approaching. Are you coming home that day? Of course. Nothing could prevent me from celebrating the holiday with you. Good, An's mother said, pausing before asking, by the way, Xiaoya, what is your relationship with Jiang Feng? Just a typical neighborly relationship. Have you engaged in anything romantic? Cough, cough. And Xiaoya choked. Mom, what is wrong with you? You used to worry about me and Jiang Feng having a relationship, and now you seem somewhat hopeful. What spell has he cast on you? Nothing much. I just feel that although he may not excel in various aspects, he seems like a good man, An's mother stated. However, she expressed this with a hint of resignation. For Jiang Feng held their family's greatest secret. With that leverage, she felt compelled to praise him. But how did he come to know this? Meanwhile, after leaving the tea house, Jiang Feng stretched his limbs. I am busier than the Secretary General of the United Nations. This weekend had indeed been hectic for him, rescuing Su Lu, picking up Su Qianhua, and accompanying in Xiaoya to see her mother. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 5 in the afternoon. I should head home. Today marked the first day his father returned to the construction site, and he was curious about how it was going. Jiang Feng's father had attended university and, after graduating, worked for a company under the He family group in Jiangcheng, one of the city's early white-collar workers. However, 10 years ago, his mother was tragically killed in a car accident, leaving her in a coma for 6 months before ultimately passing away. In the wake of this tragedy, his father resigned to care for her. After her death, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol and ceased working, falling into a state of despair for several years. When he finally found the strength to pull himself together, he struggled to adapt to the workforce after years of unemployment. His age also worked against him, as he faced repeated failures in interviews. Though villagers urged him to join the construction site, he found it difficult to swallow his pride. However, after the incident with He Hongye, Jiang Feng's father finally cast aside his worthless pride. Upon arriving home, he found the yard eerily quiet. His father had yet to return. Jiang Feng opened the gate, preparing to enter when a delivery person approached him. Are you Jiang Feng? The delivery person asked. That's me, Jiang Feng replied, somewhat surprised. I have a package for you. He had not purchased anything. He had ordered a set of hand cream, but it was delivered to Su Qianyue's house. With a sense of confusion, Jiang Feng accepted the package. It was an envelope. Opening it with a puzzled expression, he was taken aback. Inside the envelope was a ticket to Shen Yue's concert in Jiangfeng, and it was a front-row seat. According to market value, this ticket was worth around 5,000 yuan. Yet it was virtually impossible to obtain. Seats in the same district were being traded for as much as 20,000 yuan in the secondary market. Jiang Feng gazed silently at the concert ticket. There was no need to guess. It was undoubtedly a gift from Shen Yue. In addition to the ticket, the envelope contained a cartoon paper piece with a line written on it. A ticket I owe you from years ago. Back in their youthful, naive days, Jiang Feng and Shen Yue had dreamed of the future. Jiang Feng wrote songs for Shen Yue, who then rose to fame singing those very songs. Shen Yue had once said, "If I ever become famous and hold a concert in Jiangcheng, I will definitely reserve the best seat for you." Reading the words on the card, a faint self-deprecating smile emerged on Jiang Feng's lips. So, this was her way of fulfilling a promise. Oh, Sister Shen Yue truly kept her word. He contemplated tearing up the cartoon paper, but decided against it upon realizing the ticket's value. After all, he had not yet reached a point where he could dismiss money so casually. Ultimately, he tucked the ticket away and began preparing dinner. Shortly after, his father returned home, and the two shared a meal together. "Surely many in our village are laughing at us, a pair of bachelors," Zhang's father remarked. "People will say what they will." Jiang Feng replied nonchalantly. "By the way, I saw a poster for Yue's concert at the bus station today. Do you still keep in touch with her?" His father inquired. "No," Jiang Feng replied calmly. "Well, that's that. She's a big star now. We're not from the same world anymore. Let's eat." After dinner, Jiang Feng left the house. He greatly enjoyed night running when he had nothing else to do, but the pressures of life over the years had left him little time for it. Not far from Zhang's village lay the moat of Jiangcheng, and he jogged along its banks. After about half an hour, he spotted a girl sitting quietly on a bench under a streetlight by the moat, engrossed in a book. She wore headphones, completely absorbed in her reading. It was someone familiar, his former sister-in-law, Xiao Yang. On the surface, Xiao Yang appeared quiet and gentle, embodying the essence of a literary young woman, but in reality, she had a sharp tongue and a penchant for sarcasm, often targeting anyone, including her sister and mother, with her jibes. Of course, Jiang Feng was not spared either. She treated everyone equally in her teasing. Nevertheless, she was not particularly talkative. Despite her reticence, she possessed an impressive mental fortitude, remaining unfazed even in the face of adversity. Jiang Feng's ability to eavesdrop on people's thoughts was more effective against those with weaker mental resilience, while individuals like Xiao Yang were difficult to read. He realized he might never decipher her inner thoughts. At that moment, several drunken men passed by, having already walked past Xiao Yang when one of them caught a glimpse of her and was struck by her beauty. Indeed, Xiao Yang was exquisite, rivaling her sister in looks, and more importantly, her figure was astonishing. While Xiao Mo boasted a standard B cup, Xiao Yang might well have a D cup. Xiao Mo often joked about the perks of her second pregnancy, making her sister look like a joke. "Hey, beautiful, what book are you reading? Care to share?" One of the men called, exhibiting classic lewd advances. Xiao Yang ignored him. The man, feeling humiliated in front of his friends, grew increasingly agitated and reached out toward her. "What are you doing?" Jiang Feng shouted, his voice booming, drawing the attention of those around them. "All right, let's go." One sober man in the group quickly urged the man who had approached Xiao Yang, and the others followed suit. As they passed Jiang Feng, the man threatened, "Kid, you like playing the hero, huh? Just wait." Jiang Feng chose to disregard him, and the man was soon pulled away by his friends. Regaining his composure, Jiang Feng approached Xiao Yang. She glanced at him and said, "Thank you, brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law." Jiang Feng replied with a wry smile, "Not anymore." He sat down beside her and turned to ask, "What are you reading?" "The Flower Girl," Xiao Yang replied. Jiang Feng nearly choked. "Just kidding," Xiao Yang added. "Don't joke with a straight face." Xiao Yang lowered the book slightly and offered, "Want to take a look? It's a great read." Jiang Feng glanced at it and saw it was Alexander Dumas' The Lady of the Camellias. They had covered this novel in his classical literature elective back in college. But he had been too preoccupied with his relationship with Xiao Mo to pay attention. He only vaguely recalled the plot, which revolved around a beautiful rural girl named Marguerite who came to Paris to make a living but unfortunately became a courtesan. A wealthy youth named Armand fell deeply in love with her, rekindling her desire for a loving life. However, Armand's father opposed their union, forcing her to leave him. Armand, unaware of the truth, sought to humiliate her, ultimately leading to her tragic demise in poverty and illness. I didn't expect you to read this kind of book. I thought you wouldn't be interested in romance novels, Jiang Feng remarked. Why would you think that? Well, I've never seen you interact with the boys in your class, so I assumed you weren't interested in dating. I am interested. Just haven't met any man who piqued my interest, Xiaoliang replied indifferently. Jiang Feng's curiosity was piqued. So, Xiaoliang, what kind of man do you like? A man like the protagonist in The Lady of the Camellias, she stated. Huh? Jiang Feng exclaimed in surprise. Isn't the male lead a scoundrel? The female lead's tragedy is essentially his fault. Yet he, as a member of the privileged class, bravely loved a courtesan despite societal prejudices. That is his courage and charm. Xiaoliang countered. I can't quite grasp the thinking of a literary young woman, Jiang Feng mused. He chose not to delve further into that topic. Instead, looking at Xiaoliang and saying, "It's past 9, let me walk you home." Maybe not. If my sister sees us, she'll misunderstand, Xiaoliang replied. Jiang Feng was about to nod in agreement when he suddenly recalled her earlier comment. I've divorced Xiaomo, why should I care? After collecting his thoughts, he insisted. It's too late, I'll walk you home. Fine, Xiaoliang replied, her expression neutral. She wasn't expressionless, but her demeanor was rarely animated. I rode a shared bike here, she added. Jiang Feng was taken aback. In Jiangcheng, the shared bikes were single-seaters, and there were no other bikes nearby. My cunning former sister-in-law is trying to put me in a bind, he thought. I'll run you back, he finally said. Are you sure? My house is about 20 kilometers from here, Xiaoliang replied. Just half a marathon. Back in college, I often participated in marathons, she added with a hint of nostalgia. The river breeze paused momentarily before Jiang Feng chuckled and remarked. One significant reason my sister chose me among so many suitors is that I secured 3rd place in the Jiang City Marathon, with the top 2 being professional marathon runners. She thought that if I excelled at marathons, I must be exceptional in other aspects as well. Little did she know, haha, Jiang Feng added. But how could my sister say such a thing? Even though we are divorced, she cannot defame me like that. What makes her think I am inadequate? Jiang Feng felt a surge of frustration. As a man, one might critique my appearance or professional abilities, but one must never insinuate my deficiencies in that regard. After a moment, Jiang Feng composed himself. Let us proceed, he declared, beginning to jog forward. Xiaoliang rode alongside him on a shared bike. Throughout the journey, they exchanged no words. Approximately 1 hour and 40 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of Xia's residential complex. The 20-kilometer distance typically took Jiang Feng around 1 hour and 10 minutes. Yet due to Xiaoliang's leisurely pace, he could not quicken his own. Well, we arrived at the complex. I shall not accompany you inside, Jiang Feng smiled. All right, Xiaoliang paused before asking, how will you return? I'll just take a taxi, Jiang Feng replied. Xiaoliang nodded and waved goodbye as she entered the complex. Upon returning home, it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. Xiaomo had just emerged from the bathroom after a shower. Where have you been? Why are you back so late? She casually inquired. I ran into our counselor, who insisted on giving me a ride. I didn't want him to tire himself out, so I didn't bike too quickly, Xiaoliang explained. Xiaomo's expression shifted. Your only counselor is Jiang Feng. He drove you home? She remarked coolly. Yes, Xiaoliang responded. Suddenly, Xiaomo clenched her fists. Xiaoliang glanced at her sister, maintaining her calm demeanor. Are you going to throw another fit like last time? This time it's different. You and Jiang Feng are divorced now. She paused before continuing. He was only concerned for my safety. There is nothing more to it. This is unrelated to me. Xiaomo stormed off to her room, slamming the door with a loud bang, startling their mother, Xiaomu, from her own room. What happened? Xiaomu asked. Jiang Feng drove me home, and my sister got angry again, Xiaoliang replied nonchalantly. Xiaomu frowned. Xiaoliang, what are you thinking? He is divorced from your sister. Why do you still call him brother-in-law? And why did you come back with him? That's absurd. He is my counselor. It's perfectly normal for a counselor to escort a vulnerable female student home at this hour, Xiaoliang defended. Xiaomu was left speechless. Vulnerable. Every girl in their class could claim to be vulnerable, but you certainly do not qualify to say that. As the mother who raised Xiaoliang, Xiaomu was acutely aware of her second daughter's formidable strength. If Xiaoliang chose to fight, even the recently renowned martial arts champion in Jiang City might not stand a chance against her. All right, I'm going to take a shower, Xiaoliang announced. Gathering her change of pajamas and heading to the bathroom, Xiaomu stomped back into her room in frustration. Meanwhile, Xiaofu lay in bed, engrossed in his phone. Look at you, glued to your phone. Your youngest daughter could be in trouble and you wouldn't even know, Xiaomu scolded. Xiaofu glanced at her. You say Xia Mo is love-struck and might get into trouble, but your youngest daughter. He shook his head. That girl has always known what she wants. Even if Jiang Feng had intentions towards Xiao Liang, he wouldn't have the opportunity. Xiaomu pondered for a moment and conceded that point. Given Xiao Liang's standards, Jiang Feng indeed would not capture her interest. Try to relax a little, Xia Fu suggested, casting another look at Xiaomu. I'm not saying this lightly. But Jiang Feng and Xiao Mo are already divorced. Why do you still harbor such animosity toward him? Oh, it's easy for you to say. Xiao Mo could have married into a wealthy family. Among her college suitors was the only son of the richest man in Jiang City, Yin Luo, whose family is worth hundreds of billions. Even if she didn't choose Yin Luo, there were many other excellent options. Instead, she foolishly selected the worst one. Now, after 3 years of marriage, she has gained nothing and is branded with the divorce label. What a loss. Xiaomu began to rant about Jiang Feng's shortcomings. Xiao Fu, however, remained patient. In truth, he did not hold a strong prejudice against Jiang Feng. Although Jiang Feng came from a modest background and owed debts for his mother's medical treatment, he was diligent and not the type to be idle. Xiaomu's claims that Jiang Feng had an affair were unfounded. From what he had observed over the past 3 years, Jiang Feng simply did not possess such capabilities. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng opted not to take a taxi home, but instead jogged in the direction of his residence. During his college years, he frequently exercised, but after marriage, he had nearly abandoned physical activity, consumed by the chaos of daily life. The initial motivation for his love of sports stemmed from an admiration for Shen Yue, who expressed her fondness for athleticism. He endeavored to become someone she would admire. Eventually, however, he developed a genuine passion for fitness. As he passed a bus stop, a striking poster of Shen Yue caught his eye, her beauty paired with an aloof demeanor, embodying the essence of a captivating queen. He shook his head, dismissing any further thoughts, and continued his jog. Approximately 10 minutes later, a car slowly pulled up beside him, the window rolling down to reveal a familiar face, Lu Jin. Jiang Feng felt a headache coming on. His father had deceived Lu Jin's mother, and thankfully, Lu Jin was unaware of his true identity. Otherwise, her temperament would surely lead to trouble for him. Ah, father, you certainly know how to complicate my life, he mused internally. Lu Jin broke the silence. Jiang Feng, what are you doing out so late? Just out for a night run, he replied. Be careful. I've heard Jiang City isn't safe at night lately. With a serial killer on the loose, Lu Jin warned. Is that true? He asked, concerned. Yes. This information hasn't been publicized to avoid panic. But 3 people have already been murdered in the past week, she added before suggesting, get in the car. I'll give you a ride home. Oh, no need. Jiang Feng quickly responded, fearing what would happen if Lu Jin encountered his father. Lu Jin looked at him suspiciously. Jiang Feng, you aren't the serial killer. Are you? How could that be? He retorted, then added, that would be troublesome. Reluctantly, he climbed into Lu Jin's car. To the happiness community on Pingan Road, Jiang Feng instructed, as it was the location of his rental apartment. Moments later, they arrived at the entrance of the complex. I'm here. Thank you, Jiang Feng said. Since we're at your doorstep, won't you invite me in for a cup of tea? Lu Jin persisted. Jiang Feng hesitated. Lu Jin, you aren't the serial killer. Are you? Are you afraid? Lu Jin chuckled lightly. I trust Qian Yu's judgment. Her friends cannot be deranged murderers. Jiang Feng smiled in return. You're quite the ladiesman. Jiang Feng thought, feeling slightly uneasy. Truly, you want to invite me in for a moment's respite? Lu Jin pressed on. She was genuinely intrigued by Jiang Feng. Not out of romantic interest, but rather to understand the dynamics between him and Su Qianyu. Su Qianyu is quite tight-lipped when she wishes to keep something to herself. No amount of coaxing will yield any results. Thus, Lu Jin decided to approach Jiang Feng instead. Jiang Feng's eyes flickered. All right, let us go, he said, eager to subtly inquire about Lu Jin's mother. Upon hearing his consent, Lu Jin promptly exited the vehicle, her demeanor brimming with enthusiasm. Jiang Feng felt a slight bead of sweat form. She truly dared to visit a single man's residence at night. You really have the audacity, he remarked. Lu Jin flashed a grin. I naturally have means of self-defense. So, don't harbor any improper thoughts. Jiang Feng replied, I'm not interested in women at all. Is that so? Lu Jin teased. Even if you stood before me in the nude, you wouldn't elicit a reaction from me. Jiang Feng jested. At your young age. Lu Jin paused before continuing, but don't lose heart. Medical technology has advanced significantly. There is still hope. Our hospital's urology department is quite commendable. Jiang Feng twitched at the corner of his mouth. Lu Jin and Su Qianyue possessed contrasting temperaments. Su Qianyue was a rather conservative woman and would never engage in lewd banter. After a brief interval, they ascended the stairs together. Upon entering, Jiang Feng found the apartment surprisingly tidy. It's quite neat, which is somewhat unexpected. There aren't many single men who maintain such order. 5 extra points for you, Lu Jin remarked. Jiang Feng remained silent. It was actually Yang Tao who had tidied up earlier that afternoon. Don't you want to know what score I would give you? Lu Jin inquired. How much? With those 5 points added, that makes 60, you've barely passed. She replied. Ah, thank you, Dr. Lu. Jiang Feng paused before adding. Do you know what score I would give you? How much? Also 60. Hey, that's excessive. A beauty like me, with both looks and figure, only gets a 60? Lu Jin retorted. What are the deductions for? Your personality is quite lacking, Jiang Feng stated. Lu Jin's expression darkened. Elaborate. She restrained her rising temper. You have a domineering personality. One reason for my divorce was my ex-wife's strong disposition. That is not true. How can you say I'm domineering? Have you ever lived with me? No, but that day at KTV, your threatening demeanor startled me. Come on. I wasn't trying to meddle in my mother's private life. I was primarily concerned about her being deceived. And in fact, she was duped by that scoundrel. You've never been married, and perhaps you've never even been in love. So you may not understand that matters of the heart are complex and not merely black and white. You claim your mother was deceived. What exactly was she deceived about? Love? How do you know the other party didn't invest genuine feelings? Jiang Feng countered. Lu Jin was momentarily at a loss for words. She truly did not know. In such matters, not even her mother might be aware of whether the other party had genuine intentions. How can you be so certain that the other party was sincere? That day, the scoundrel himself confessed that he approached my mother with deceitful intentions. After a brief pause, Lu Jin added, that only suggests his motives were impure. But who can say he wouldn't eventually develop feelings? That is not the case. Jiang Feng, why are you consistently defending that scoundrel? Lu Jin questioned suspiciously. I just feel. You just think my character is poor, right? To prove your point, you even sympathize with the scoundrel. That's a deduction of 50 points. I'm leaving. No need to see me off. With that, Lu Jin stormed off in anger. Back in her car, Lu Jin dialed Su Qianyue. After a few rings, the call connected. Hello, Jin, came Su Qianyue's voice. Qianyue, I've been bullied, Lu Jin exclaimed. What? By whom? Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng. What did he do to you? He said my character is terrible. That is true. Lu Jin. Su Qianyue, are you truly my best friend? She lamented. Su Qianyue chuckled, of course. But it's rare to see you so flustered. Usually, you're the one who gets under others' skin. After a brief pause, she continued. So, what exactly transpired? Are you home? Lu Jin asked. Where else would I be? Is Wuja home? No, Su Qianyue replied calmly. Does that guy have someone else on the side? I don't know. Never mind. It's fortunate he is not home. I'm heading over to your place now. All right, Su Qianyue agreed, eager to learn more about the situation between Lu Jin and Jiang Feng. After hanging up, Lu Jin drove towards Su Qianyue's residence. Shortly after, she sensed a taxi tailing her. Reminded of the recent serial killings in Jiangfeng, she began to feel anxious. She accelerated her vehicle, and the taxi followed suit, keeping pace behind her. Fortunately, Su Qianyue's home was just ahead. Upon entering the neighborhood, the taxi abruptly turned away. Once she composed herself, Lu Jin arrived at Su Qianyue's home. Upon seeing Su Qianyue, she embraced her. Hey, you lesbian, let go of me, Su Qianyue said. Lu Jin sighed in relief and released her. You won't believe it. I think I was being followed by a taxi. Of course, it could just be my imagination. She then began to recount her encounter with Jiang Feng. After hearing the entire story, Su Qianyue grasped the situation. Qianyue, do you think Jiang Feng is being unreasonable? He only gave me a 60 and openly criticized my character. How could such a socially inept person have ever married such a beautiful wife? Lu Jin lamented. I see no fault in his actions, Su Qianyue replied. What? You've only encountered men who flatter you. Even if they thought poorly of your character, they wouldn't dare say so outright because they want to take advantage of you. Jiang Feng is simply more straightforward, Lu Jin noted. I wonder what score he would give you. Lu Jin suddenly mused. Su Qianyue rolled her eyes. You and your scoring system. Women are not commodities to be rated. Don't you want to know what score he would give you? Lu Jin pressed. Su Qianyue hesitated for a moment before responding. Not particularly. All right then. Lu Jin paused, laid down on Su Qianyue's bed, and said, You're right. Perhaps all the men I've previously encountered were merely sycophants. Now, encountering someone who doesn't indulge me has thrown me off balance. But, she sat up suddenly, frustrated. But this Jiang Feng is still infuriating. Su Qianhua chuckled. Enough of that. Don't be upset. I have a day off tomorrow. I can listen to your grievances all night. But aren't you supposed to work tomorrow? Oh, the life of a doctor is truly arduous. One must persevere on the path they've chosen. All right, time to sleep. Thus, Su Qianhua and Lu Jin lay down side by side. After a while, Lu Jin suddenly asked, Qianhua, what about you and Wu Zhe? I'll let things take their course, Su Qianhua replied nonchalantly. Are you content with that? You didn't marry him out of love. It was due to the goodwill of his father towards your family, and your elders facilitated the match. Such unions were common in the past. However, after 3 years of marriage, Wu Zhe has yet to share a bed with you. Isn't that akin to living as a widow? Lu Jin remarked. Lu Jin recently discovered that Su Qianhua and Wu Zhe had been married for 3 years without sharing a bed. It was only after she pressed Su Qianhua that she revealed this. I don't mind, Su Qianhua said calmly. Do you not have any needs in that regard? Su Qianhua replied, what about you? With no boyfriend, how do you address your own needs? Naturally, I take matters into my own hands, Lu Jin responded. So do I. Su Qianhua remarked. Lu Jin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh, I want to see. Get lost, Su Qianhua replied, pausing briefly before adding, if you don't sleep soon, I'll send you back. Lu Jin chuckled and fell silent, quickly drifting off to sleep. However, Su Qianhua found herself unable to close her eyes for a long time, her mind racing with thoughts about her studies, family, Wu Zhe, and Jiang Feng. She had never considered Jiang Feng until recently, as their interactions had increased. Lying in the marital home, her thoughts wandered to another man. Was this considered a form of emotional infidelity? Yet, if her own husband was indifferent, could it truly be classified as such? A self-deprecating smile emerged on Su Qianhua's lips. She genuinely had no idea what Wu Zhe was thinking. She never imagined that someone as beautiful as herself would spend 3 years in a desolate marriage. Sighing softly, she closed her eyes once more. Gradually, sleep overtook her. Meanwhile, it was not merely Lu Jin's imagination. The taxi was indeed following her car. However, it harbored no ill intentions, but rather a desire to protect her. Jiang Feng occupied the back seat of the cab. Having heard about the serial murders in Jiangqing, he felt concerned for Lu Jin. It was a misconception that driving ensured absolute safety. If the murder was premeditated, there were numerous ways to force one to stop. Thus, after Lu Jin left his apartment, Jiang Feng discreetly trailed behind her. Once she drove away, he hailed another taxi and began to follow her. Only when he confirmed that Lu Jin had entered Su Qianhua's community did he instruct the driver to turn back. During the return journey, Jiang Feng gazed out the window, lost in thought. As they passed a secluded area, a faint voice echoed in his mind. Help me. Someone please help me. I'm having a heart attack. Suddenly, Jiang Feng exclaimed, Driver, pull over. What now? The taxi driver, suspicious of Jiang Feng, hesitated, contemplating whether to drive straight to the police station. Someone nearby is having a heart attack, Jiang Feng insisted. The driver glanced around but saw no one and eyed Jiang Feng with skepticism. He strongly suspected that Jiang Feng was attempting to evade the fare. Just as the driver was about to call the police, Jiang Feng handed his phone to him. Use my phone as collateral, if you would, Jiang Feng proposed. The driver examined the phone and found it genuine, prompting him to pull over. The phone was worth far more than the fare. Jiang Feng quickly exited the vehicle and spotted a middle-aged man lying on the dimly lit sidewalk. The taxi driver, surprised, thought, there really is someone here. From the road, it was nearly impossible to see anything. He shot Jiang Feng a glance, thinking, this guy must have excellent vision. Brother, there are no cameras here. If you encounter trouble, it could be problematic. Jiang Feng approached the fallen man, who appeared to be around 50 years old and incapable of moving his limbs. He whispered, medicine. Jiang Feng quickly searched the man's pockets and found a box of fast-acting heart medicine, administering several pills. Moments later, the middle-aged man regained some composure. Young man, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not have made it. The man expressed his gratitude. Sir, if you have a heart condition, you shouldn't be out running at night, Jiang Feng advised. I thought a light jog with my medication would be fine, but the heart attack struck suddenly. I found myself unable to move or retrieve my medicine. With no one around at this hour, if you hadn't stopped to help me, I fear I would have met my end. I still have yet to hold my grandson, or rather my granddaughter. The man lamented. Please don't do this again, Jiang Feng urged, pausing before adding, call your family to come get you. My home is just up ahead, the middle-aged man replied. Then you should hurry back, Jiang Feng said, turning to leave. Young man, what is your name? Please leave me your number. I'd like to express my gratitude another day. The man insisted. Jiang Feng smiled. No need. With that, he returned to the taxi and instructed the driver to depart. The next day at Su Qianyue's home, Lu Jin awoke. Stretching, she remarked, nothing beats sleeping on my best friend's bed. Su Qianyue shot Lu Jin a glance. You may have slept well, but I was trapped in your embrace all night, unable to escape. If you desire a man, you should go find one. Lu Jin chuckled. No man can compare to the comfort of my best friend. Pausing, she glanced at Su Qianyue's vanity and brightened. Oh, is that L'Occitane hand cream? When did this frugal woman start splurging on such expensive hand cream? I can afford something worth a few hundred, Su Qianyue replied. Affording it and being willing to buy it are two different matters. Lu Jin paused, then asked, knowing you as I do, this hand cream likely wasn't purchased by you. Who gifted it? Su Qianyue felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Having a friend who understood her so well might not be such a blessing after all. No one. I bought it myself, she replied, forcing herself to speak. Do you have online shopping records? I purchased it offline. Do you have a receipt? Su Qianyue's expression darkened. Are you the FBI? Even if you were, it wouldn't concern us Chinese. Lu Jin chuckled. Who bought it for you? Uh-huh. My Qianyue has finally come to her senses. I've always told you, to deal with unfaithful men, one must repay in kind. If Wu Zhe can keep a mistress, why can't you stray? Su Qianyue walked over and snatched the hand cream from Lu Jiyin's hand, retorting, I haven't strayed. Besides, if you keep rambling, you'll be late for work. Lu Jiyin glanced at the time. Oh, is it that late already? Fine, I won't keep you. She quickly got up, washed her face, brushed her teeth, and applied makeup in one swift motion. Oh, by the way, can I borrow your hand cream? Lu Jiyin added. Lu Jiyin, are you done? Su Qianyue glared at her. If I say no, then it's no. Why so fierce? Seeing Su Qianyue pick up a pillow, Lu Jiyin quickly made her escape. After she left, Su Qianyue finally got out of bed. She approached her vanity and gazed at the box of hand cream that Jiang Feng had gifted her, her expression filled with conflict. Her traditional nature made her reluctant to accept cosmetics from men, yet recently Wu Zhe's various antics had left her exasperated, leading her to accept it without much thought. Nevertheless, she had given Jiang Feng money for it, so it could be considered a purchase on her part. Yet fundamentally, it remained a gift from a man. For someone like her, accepting such a gift was already unprecedented. Sighing, Su Qianyue looked at the hand cream and thought to herself, if I use this, it will only lower my standards further. At this rate, I might truly stray. If my father learns that I've been unfaithful and have cuckolded Wu Zhe, he would likely suffer a heart attack. Just then, her phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, Su Qianyue's heart raced. It was her father calling. Could he have found out about her and Jiang Feng? In truth, there was nothing significant between her and Jiang Feng. It was merely an incident where she accidentally fell into the water while escorting him home and ended up bathing in his apartment, wearing the clothes he had bought her. Su Qianyue supported her forehead with one hand. That alone was enough to infuriate her father. About 25 years ago, neither Su Qianyue nor Wu Zhe had been born, and Wu Zhe's father was still alive. One day, Su Qianyue's grandfather accidentally fell into a pond, and it was Wu Zhe's father who rescued him. At the time, both families had pregnant daughters-in-law who, through scientific means, discovered one was having a boy and the other a girl. Thus, both families eagerly arranged a betrothal. Eventually, Wu Zhe and Su Qianyue were born and grew up. Su Qianyue did not particularly resist this arrangement set by their elders. She valued filial piety, and the Wu family had saved her grandfather, which constituted a debt of gratitude. Moreover, Wu Zhe appeared to be quite decent, both in looks and character. Did it really matter whom she married if she did not have a particular affection for anyone? Perhaps, after marriage, feelings would develop gradually. Yet, Su Qianyue never anticipated that 3 years into their marriage, she would find herself in a state of widowhood. It wasn't that she had a strong need for intimacy. Rather, Wu Zhe's attitude was something she found difficult to accept. She had inquired about the reasons, but Wu Zhe always evaded her questions. This lack of trust was not what one would expect in a normal marriage. Outsiders, especially her family, were oblivious to the true nature of her marriage with Wu Zhe. They viewed him as a dutiful son-in-law who treated them well, believing him to be an excellent match. Every time she visited her family, her parents, particularly her father, would remind her to treat Wu Zhe well. Thinking of this, a bitter smile crept onto Su Qianyu's lips. What more can I do for him? 3 years of marriage without cohabitation, and I have never complained. He often stays out all night, yet I've never scolded him. I handle all the household chores without ever asking him to lift a finger. What more can a devoted wife do? In any case, Wu Zhe had a stellar reputation in her family, and Su Qianyu was acutely aware that if her father discovered she had bathed in another man's home, he would undoubtedly reprimand her. If she truly strayed, she might never be welcomed back into her family. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Su Qianyu finally pressed the answer button. Hello, Dad. Her voice trembled slightly. Qianyu, do you have any plans today? A middle-aged man's voice came through the line. What is the matter? Su Qianyu asked cautiously. Last night while jogging, my heart condition flared up. A young man passing by saved me, but I don't know who he is. Our family motto is to repay kindness. Not being able to find that young man makes me restless, her father explained. Su Qianyu's expression shifted. Are you all right? I'm fine. I just want to find the young man who saved me, her father insisted. Dad, let me handle the search. You need to go to the hospital for a full checkup immediately, Su Qianyu urged. I'm fine. I'm coming home to take you to the hospital right now. With that, Su Qianyu hung up the phone. She quickly tidied up and hurried back to her parents' home, forcibly bringing her father outside. This father was none other than the man Jiang Feng had saved the previous night. Su Qianyu drove, with her father and mother seated in the back. I'm really fine, her father insisted again. You're fine? You stubborn old man. Her mother retorted. You said yourself that when your condition flared up, you couldn't even retrieve your medication from your pocket. If that young man hadn't happened to pass by and bravely helped you, you could have been a corpse by now. With such a serious condition, you still refuse to go to the hospital. At your age, your body is starting to fail you, yet you still act tough. Her father remained silent. By the way, Dad, what did the person who saved you look like? Su Qianyu inquired. A young lad, probably around your age, about 24 or 25. He was in a taxi. I asked him for his contact information to express my gratitude, but he said he preferred to remain anonymous. However, I remember the taxi's license plate number. Perhaps we can contact the driver for more information about him, her father replied. I understand. Focus on your health. I will handle the search, Su Qianyu assured him. All right. Her father paused before adding, by the way, did Wu Zhe come with you? He had to work overtime and left early this morning, Su Qianyu replied calmly. In reality, Wu Zhe hadn't returned home at all the previous night. Her father glanced at her and remarked, Qianyu, is everything all right between you two? Of course. What could be wrong? She responded. Yet, her father sensed a hint of emotion in her tone whenever Wu Zhe was mentioned. You're being overly sensitive. There is nothing to worry about, Su Qianyu insisted. Her father remained skeptical. After a moment, he suggested, you should invite Wu Zhe over for dinner tonight. You should prioritize your health first, Su Qianyu replied thoughtfully. If hospitalization is necessary, I will go visit you with Wu Zhe. Although Wu Zhe often fails to return home, he remains quite accommodating when it comes to matters concerning his wife's family. This is also why her parents still believe that she and Wu Zhe share a loving relationship. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the hospital, Jiangfeng Renai Hospital, where Lu Jin works. However, Su Qianyu did not seek out Lu Jin. Cardiac issues fall under internal medicine, while Lu Jin is a surgeon. After registering, Su Qianyu took her father to see the doctor. Once they received the examination report, they proceeded for the necessary tests. By the time they finished, it was already noon. The test results were only available by the afternoon, indicating no abnormalities. It was surmised that the previous day's sudden heart attack was due to excessive exercise. Nonetheless, for safety's sake, they recommended a week of hospitalization for observation. Su's father was reluctant to be admitted, but was compelled by Su Qianyu to complete the admission procedures. You should come by tonight and bring Wu Zhe to see me, Su's father insisted. I know, please stop nagging, Su Qianyu replied helplessly. And you must help me find that young man who saved me yesterday, her father added. Understood. After settling her father into the hospital, it was already evening. As she was preparing to leave, she coincidentally ran into Lu Jin off duty. Qianyu? What brings you here? Lu Jin inquired. Su Qianyu explained her father's hospitalization. Oh, I need to check on uncle, Lu Jin exclaimed. I just got him settled. It can wait until tomorrow. Besides, I have other matters to attend to, Su Qianyu replied. What matters? A date? Lu Jin teased. A date? Not at all, Su Qianyu retorted, slightly annoyed. She paused and recounted how her father had been saved by a stranger. Dad wants me to quickly find his lifesaver. I'm planning to visit the traffic management office to see if I can trace the taxi driver through the license plate number and then locate the passenger. Taxi. Lu Jian recalled being followed by a taxi the previous night. What was the license plate? Su Qianwei revealed the number. Lu Jian's expression shifted. Isn't that the very taxi that was following me last night? Jian? Su Qianwei noticed her odd demeanor. What's wrong? You mean the passenger in that taxi saved your father? Yes. Dad said the area was dark and devoid of surveillance. Yet that young man rushed over to help him. Su Qianwei responded, reflecting on the goodness in the world. Lu Jian's expression turned peculiar. Based on the timeline, the taxi must have encountered Su's father after failing to follow her. Could a person with such dubious intentions really perform a good deed? Lu Jian, who had nearly forgotten about the incident, suddenly found herself curious to learn the identity of that individual. I have a friend at the vehicle management office. I'll ask him to help us look into this, Lu Jian said as she stepped aside to make a phone call. Shortly thereafter, she returned to Su Qianwei. We can check, but it's after hours. We'll have to wait until tomorrow, Lu Jian informed her. Then let it be tomorrow, Su Qianwei agreed, not feeling rushed. It would be better to find the person during the day. Conversely, Lu Jian was more anxious. I'm eager to discover who was tailing me yesterday. At that moment, Su Qianwei glanced at Lu Jian. Why the rush? I'm not in a hurry. Lu Jian denied emphatically. She refrained from mentioning her own experience of being followed by the taxi, fearing that Su Qianwei might mock her for having paranoia. Collecting her thoughts, Lu Jian linked arms with Su Qianwei and said, Come on, let us head to KTV. I refuse. Su Qianwei decisively declined. Lu Jian's voice was still melodious, as long as she refrained from singing. Just then, Lu Jian's phone rang again. Upon answering, she exclaimed, Oh, you found the taxi driver's number? Great, thank you. I'll treat you to a meal another day. After hanging up, Lu Jian beamed. Qianwei, I've got the taxi driver's number. Shall we go find him? Su Qianwei nodded. We have work tomorrow, but it would be splendid to locate the person who saved my father tonight. Moments later, Su Qianwei dialed the taxi driver's number and explained the situation. That young man? I don't know his name. One moment. He paid via WeChat yesterday. I should have his WeChat nickname on my phone. But just a nickname won't help us find him, the taxi driver said. Do you have a dashcam in your car? Lu Jian inquired. Yes, I do. But I need to get back on the road, he replied. I'll give you 1,000 yuan if you can provide us with the dashcam footage, Lu Jian offered. Sure. The taxi driver quickly agreed. 1,000 yuan was a tempting sum. He wouldn't typically earn that much in a single night shift. After hanging up, Su Qianwei remarked, Jian, isn't that a bit steep? It's just a small amount. My mother is wealthy, Lu Jian laughed. Darn capitalist daughter, Su Qianwei teased. You should have married into a wealthy family. I heard that Yan Luo, the sole heir of Jiangqing's richest family, pursued you, but was rejected. Do you regret it now? Lu Jian's mother, He Hongye, is the wealthiest woman in Jiacheng, though the true richest is Yin Kuang, founder of Yin Group. He Hongye's wealth ranks ninth in Jiangqing, but it exceeds 10 billion yuan, making her one of the city's undisputed top tycoons. Su Qianwei remained unfazed. Not at all. You're stubborn, Lu Jian remarked. Su Qianwei shrugged. You can think as you wish. By the way, Yin Luo is still unmarried, having reportedly turned down several arranged marriages. Is he waiting for you to divorce? Lu Jian teased. Su Qianwei retorted, You should focus on your own matters before worrying about others. After a pause, she added, I heard your fiancé is coming to Jiangqing to visit you? Lu Jian's lips twitched. Must you bring that up? You brought it upon yourself. This is what we call mutual affection and mutual harm, Su Qianwei chuckled. Approximately 30 minutes later, the taxi driver arrived. He brought with him a copy of the dashcam footage to give to Lu Jian. Eagerly, Lu Jian opened the video to see who had been in the car. Both she and Su Qianwei were taken aback to see Jiang Feng on the footage. The driver blinked. Do you know this person? How did he end up in your car? Lu Jian inquired. Oh, I was passing by Xingfu community last night when a young man flagged me down and asked me to follow the car ahead. When I expressed my doubts, he claimed that it was his girlfriend, and after a small argument, he was worried she might be in danger and wanted to protect her, the driver explained. What constitutes a small argument? Lu Jian couldn't help but scoff. That guy said I have a terrible temperament. No one has ever said that about me before. He was utterly insulting me. Yet you didn't deny being his girlfriend, Su Qianwei pointed out. Deny it? Absolutely not. I, Lu Jian, would rather remain single for life than be with a man who lacks charm and understanding of romance, Lu Jian asserted. The driver interjected, if you know him, He might genuinely have been concerned about you, which is why he asked me to follow. He paused before adding, initially, I thought that young man was acting suspiciously and even considered driving straight to the police station. However, later on a secluded stretch of road, he unexpectedly risked being falsely accused to save a man suffering from a heart attack, which greatly altered my impression of him. The young man has a commendable character. Lu Jin fell silent, a complex emotion swirling within her. She discerned the reason behind Jiang Feng's persistent following. It was undoubtedly related to her discussion with him about the serial murders in Jiangcheng, and he was likely concerned for her safety. That fellow, despite his inherently kind nature, possessed a sharp tongue. No, he treats Qianyu with utmost respect. He clearly adjusts his demeanor based on whom he is dealing with. With this thought, a flicker of unnamed irritation surged within Lu Jin, though it was mild and fleeting. At this moment, the driver sensed Lu Jin's discomfort and quickly interjected, well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, he departed. Su Qianyu turned to Lu Jin and remarked, you know, it's evident that Jiang Feng acted out of kindness, so why are you even more irritated? Lu Jin fixed her gaze on Su Qianyu, remaining silent. Su Qianyu felt a shiver under her scrutiny. What are you staring at? She retorted, humph, Jiang Feng is selective. He has fears towards me, but a sycophant towards you, Lu Jin replied. Su Qianyu's expression darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Feng doesn't even know my father. If it had been anyone else last night, he would have saved them too. Nevertheless, he undeniably treats you differently. You're overthinking it. Or perhaps Jiang Feng refrains from scolding me primarily because we are colleagues. We see each other often, and if our relationship soured, how could we collaborate in the future? Yet, an intuition whispered to her. Enough. Cease with your intuition. Su Qianyu interrupted Lu Jin. Lu Jin chuckled, choosing not to pursue the topic further. At that moment, her phone rang again. It was her mother, He Hongya. After the call, Lu Jin turned to Su Qianyu and said, my mother has invited me over for dinner. You should go, Su Qianyu replied. Lu Jin turned to leave, but suddenly recalled something, stopping in her tracks to look back at Su Qianyu and inquired, how do you plan to repay Jiang Feng? Su Qianyu pondered, then asked Lu Jin, do you have any suggestions? Monetary compensation is surely out of the question. Perhaps introducing him to a girlfriend? Lu Jin proposed. That could work. There are a few single female teachers in the office. I'll gauge their interest tomorrow, Su Qianyu replied. Lu Jin seemed to want to say more, but ultimately held her tongue. I'm off now. Goodbye. With that, Lu Jin waved and departed. Introducing a girlfriend to Jiang Feng? Su Qianyu's gaze was tranquil, lost in thought. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke the silence. Qianyu. It was Wu Zhe. What brings you here? Su Qianyu asked, momentarily startled. My father-in-law informed me he was hospitalized, Wu Zhe replied. Su Qianyu rubbed her temples, realizing how much Wu Zhe was favored by her father. Is your father-in-law's condition serious? You seem troubled, Wu Zhe continued. Oh, my father's health is manageable. I was just. Su Qianyu hesitated, then added, it was Jiang Feng who saved my father. I was just discussing with Jin how to thank him, and she suggested introducing him to a girlfriend. Ah, no way, Wu Zhe quickly interjected. Su Qianyu scrutinized Wu Zhe with suspicion. Wu Zhe, you don't have any feelings for Jiang Feng, do you? Cough, cough. Wu Zhe choked. His behavior over the past 3 years might indeed lead to such misunderstandings. No, I'm straight. Oh, and of course, Jiang Feng is straight too, Wu Zhe asserted, gathering his courage. Jiang Feng has just divorced and is currently disinterested in women. He naturally did not wish to see Jiang Feng involved with anyone else. Oh, is that why you were comfortable letting me be alone with him? Su Qianyu replied coolly. Although she had pretended that she and Jiang Feng had been intimate, she knew Wu Zhe would verify the truth with Jiang Feng, thus understanding that there was no such encounter. I genuinely had an urgent matter that day. You know how our profession is. We can be called to work at any moment. Wu Zhe insisted. He explained that he was a driver for a private enterprise in Jiangcheng, a job that required him to be on standby. This was indeed true. However, due to his congenital heart disease, he could not serve as a full-time driver. His actual role was in sales, which often required travel. Su Qianyu chose not to comment further, simply stating, let us go see my father. All right. They both entered the hospital room together. Upon seeing Wu Zhe, Su's father beamed with joy, immediately introducing him to the other patients. This is my son-in-law. Su Qianyu stood at the doorway, refraining from entering. She observed the harmonious interaction between her father and Wu Zhe, yet felt no connection to it. At that moment, Su's mother approached. Qianyu, tell me the truth. Have you and Wuja had a quarrel? Her mother asked. Unlike many domineering mothers-in-law, Su's mother was gentle and easygoing. Su Qianyu inherited her mother's temperament. No, Su Qianyu replied. They had not quarreled. How could we argue when we hardly see each other? She thought. I can sense you have been a bit distant with Wuja lately, her mother observed. Qianyu, are you seeing someone else? Su's mother continued. Su Qianyu was taken aback. Is this how my mother perceives me? She thought. No, it's just that you seem off lately, and you don't share your feelings. How are we supposed to know what is troubling you? Her mother said. After a moment of silence, Su Qianyu replied. It's nothing, just some work-related matters. I can handle it. That is good to hear, her mother smiled. As parents, we only wish for our children's happiness and well-being. If you could give us a grandchild sooner, that would be even better. We are all busy with our careers and currently have no plans for children, Su Qianyu stated. This was merely superficial dialogue. Her true thoughts were, how can a child come when we don't even share a room? It's not a problem. Wuja's mother can help take care of the child. If she is busy or unwilling, your father and I can assist. I adore children, her mother offered. Then you should urge my sister. She is 28 and still unmarried. Not to mention, she probably doesn't even have a boyfriend, Su Qianyu added, deflecting. I wouldn't dare pressure her. With her temperament. The last time I mentioned it, she hung up on me. She has the same temperament as your father, stubborn and unyielding, Su's mother complained. You always pick on me. Su Qianyu retorted. Su's mother shot her a disapproving glance and said, how is encouraging you to have children picking on you? What is the purpose of marriage if not to have children? Su Qianyu remained silent. Qianyu, I'm not pressuring you to have children. Just know that children are vital for nurturing marital bonds. If you both choose not to have children, any future conflicts might lead to extreme decisions, like divorce. Su Qianyu still did not respond. Well, do as you wish, her mother sighed. At 9 o'clock that evening, Su Qianyu and Wu Zhe exited the hospital. Are you staying home tonight? Su Qianyu asked. I need to go to Jiang Feng's place tonight because... You don't have to explain so much. We are merely living as a couple, or perhaps we aren't even that. Su Qianyu interjected before walking away. Wu Zhe felt conflicted, wanting to follow her, but ultimately deciding against it. He eventually went to Jiang Feng's place. What brings you here? Jiang Feng asked. Having just finished his shower and preparing for bed, he looked at Wu Zhe and added, why the long face? Has something happened? I might have upset Su Qianyu. Wu Zhe replied. What happened? Jiang Feng inquired. She asked me if I was coming home tonight, and I told her I was coming here, Wu Zhe explained. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. Aren't you putting me in a predicament? Su Qianyu might think I have some sort of affair with you. I feel more wrong than doughy. He paused before continuing. Wu Zhe, why are you avoiding going home? Wu Zhe hesitated. A faint smile of bitterness gracing his lips before he continued. I've told you before, my father and grandfather both passed away before turning 30. But I never mentioned how they died. How did they die? Heart disease, Wu Zhe stated. They both had congenital heart conditions. So their deaths from heart disease are not surprising. But they both died in bed, during, well, you know, Wu Zhe added. Jiang Feng responded. In theory, heart disease is aggravated by emotional excitement. It is indeed unsuitable for intimate activities, especially for those with congenital heart conditions. He finally understood why Wu Zhe was so hesitant to consummate his marriage with Su Qianyu. The man was afraid of dying. Sensing Jiang Feng's thoughts, Wu Zhe added, I'm not afraid of dying. Well, I am afraid of dying. The fear of a heart attack impacts my physiological responses. All right, no more of this. I understand. Jiang Feng cut him off. Essentially, Wu Zhe's psychological fears were inhibiting his physical capabilities, compounded by the concern of Su Qianyu discovering his fears. The fear of death and the desire to maintain face were why Wu Zhe had been unwilling to share a bed with Su Qianyu for 3 years of marriage. At that moment, Wu Zhe sighed and said, the most irresponsible thing I've done in my life is to marry Su Qianyu, fully aware of my physical and psychological state. I'm your brother, but it must be said, this is indeed your fault. You have kept a beautiful goddess alone for 3 years. Your sins are profound. Jiang Feng couldn't help but retort. So, Wu Zhe looked at Jiang Feng and added, cherish Qianyu moving forward. Stop. Let us not speak of such ominous matters. Jiang Feng interjected. Though your surgery success rate is quite low, what if a miracle occurs? Even if, hypothetically, the surgery fails and you really... He paused before stating, even if you were to pass, regardless of whether Su Qianyu and I end up together, I promise to look after her. All right. Wu Zhe did not argue further. If you're staying here tonight, Sleep in the guest room. I can't bear two grown men sharing one bed, Jiang Feng declared. He refrained from mentioning another reason. The master bedroom was essentially his and Xiaomo's marital space. He had rented this apartment for 5 years in one go, and it had served as their wedding abode. Although he and Xiaomo were now divorced, he did not wish for another man to sleep in the bed where Xiaomo once lay. Fine, Wu Zhe replied. The next day, Wu Zhe left early. After finishing his morning routine, Jiang Feng headed downstairs and purchased steamed buns and soy milk from a breakfast shop outside the community. Since his divorce from Xiaomo, no one had made him breakfast. This had become his typical morning fare. After breakfast, Jiang Feng hopped on his electric bike and rushed to school. Upon returning to the school, as soon as he entered the office, he was surrounded by colleagues. Jiang Feng, I heard you saved a student from jumping off a building over the weekend? Someone asked. What student jumping off? That's not true, Jiang Feng firmly denied. Su Lu's attempted suicide, regardless of the circumstances, would severely impact her future employment. As Su Lu's counselor, Jiang Feng did not wish for too many people to know about the incident. Who spread the rumor? Yang Laoshi wouldn't just make things up. At that moment, Jiang Feng's phone rang. It was Yang Tao calling. Jiang Feng pressed the answer button. Hello, Teacher Jiang. I don't know why, but many people at school know about Su Lu's attempted jump. There's a major recruitment event for graduates today, and I'm worried it will affect her job prospects. Yang Tao said. We should talk to Su Lu. We don't want her to be further triggered, Jiang Feng replied. Agreed. Shortly after, Jiang Feng and Yang Tao found Su Lu in the girls' dormitory. Typically, senior students complete their graduation procedures between June 17th and 22nd. Until then, they can continue residing in the school dorms. When they found Su Lu, she appeared to be in good spirits. Did she not realize that her incident had already spread? At that moment, Su Lu ran up to Jiang Feng, grinning. Teacher Jiang, did the leaders lift your punishment? Why did they praise me? Huh, not at all. Really? I specifically told your superiors about how you helped clear my name. They didn't lift your punishment? Su Lu questioned. Jiang Feng's expression darkened. So it was you who said that. You silly girl, you can't just say anything about the jump. If those companies find out you attempted suicide, will they still hire you? It doesn't matter. As long as Teacher John's punishment is lifted, that's all that counts. It was unfair from the start. A scoundrel who tried to film his own homeroom teacher deserves a good beating. I think Teacher Jiang is innocent. The punishment is unjust, Su Lu asserted. Jiang Feng rubbed his forehead. He was starting to get a headache. I truly don't mind, but this affects your entire future. Since you saved me, I've come to terms with things. My life isn't that fragile. Even if I don't land a position at a big company, it doesn't mean my life is over. You once told us, if there's no path ahead, we must carve one ourselves, Su Lu responded. Compared to her state during the attempted jump, she now seemed much more mature and resolute. Jiang Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him, and a faint smile crept onto his face. Good. As long as you maintain this mindset, I believe you will have a bright future, he encouraged. Thank you, teacher. I hope you find a girlfriend soon, Su Lu added. Jiang Feng felt a bead of sweat on his brow. Given her expression, she likely knew about his divorce. However, it mattered little. Although he had not made it public, he had no intention of hiding it. At that moment, Su Lu stretched out her hands to frame Jiang Feng and Yang Tao, playfully saying, I think Teacher Yang and Teacher Jiang make a perfect match. You silly girl. Don't spout nonsense, Jiang Feng replied, a hint of irritation in his tone. A moment later, Jiang Feng and Yang Tao exited the girls' dormitory together. Yang Laoshi, don't mind what the students say. They talk nonsense, Jiang Feng said. I'm not bothered, Yang Tao replied with a smile. She paused before asking, by the way, did you eat the fish-flavored shredded pork rice I left in the fridge for you? Yes. How was it? Delicious. Jiang Feng paused before smiling and adding, with your culinary skills, I do want to eat it every day. I could never get tired of it. At that moment, both Jiang Feng and Yang Tao suddenly realized something. Generally speaking, wanting to eat someone's cooking every day often implies a desire for a deeper relationship. Only couples would share meals prepared by one another regularly. Jiang Feng felt a bit awkward. That was not his intention. Yet, he was unsure if Yang Tao had misunderstood or how she perceived it. At a critical moment, his ability to read minds seemed to falter. It wasn't that it had failed. Reading minds depends on the psychological state of the other person. If their mental defenses are strong enough, Jiang Feng would not catch their inner thoughts. However, Yang Tao seemed oblivious to any underlying meanings. She smiled and said, when I retire, I'd like to open a restaurant. You must keep your word and come support me every day. Of course, Jiang Feng quickly responded, following the thread of conversation. At that moment, Yang Tao glanced at the time and said, "All right, I won't keep you any longer. I must return to the office." Jiang Feng nodded in agreement. "Okay. Goodbye." Yang Tao said nothing further and departed. Once Yang Tao was out of Jiang Feng's sight, her pace gradually slowed. Surely, Jiang Feng's earlier remarks held no ulterior motives. Did they? Yang Tao maintained a calm expression, lost in thought. Unbeknownst to Yang Tao, before she even reached her office, the gossip surrounding her and Jiang Feng had already spread within a faculty office. "Wow, I just overheard an incredibly explosive secret," a young female teacher exclaimed excitedly. "What explosive secret?" Don and Oppos, "To keep us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us," came the reply. "I just heard that Jiang Feng proposed to our teacher Yang." "Wow, is that true?" The office buzzed with heightened gossip hormones. Su Qianhua was also present in that office. Initially engrossed in her lesson plans, she instinctively looked up upon hearing the news. "I heard Jiang Feng say he wants Yang to cook for him every day. Isn't that a proposal? At the very least." "A confession," the female teacher added. "I've always said they had something going on. Perhaps Yang Tao's divorce was due to Jiang Feng," someone speculated. "And what did Teacher Yang say?" another inquired. Teacher Yang didn't respond, pretending not to understand. She mentioned wanting to open a restaurant after retirement and invited Jiang Feng to dine there daily, the female teacher noted. "That's clearly a polite refusal. It makes sense. Although Teacher Yang is divorced with a child, she is still attractive and fit, with many admirers. Why would she choose Jiang Feng? I heard that Jiang Feng recently got divorced too. His wife left him. That's normal. It seems Jiang Feng has considerable debt. I once saw him working part-time delivering food on the weekends. He does everything. I've even seen him handing out flyers. Given the housing prices and cost of living in Jiang City, his salary as a counselor is simply insufficient. He might manage to support himself, but marrying someone would be a pipe dream. Any sensible woman would hesitate to entrust her life to a man with no promising future." Teacher Liu, that comment is quite biased. Who says counselors lack prospects? Don't forget, the counselor who joined last year, Ning Yan, is the second son of the Ning family, with assets worth billions. You know Ning Yan is a wealthy heir, but what about Jiang Feng? It's not unreasonable to say he lacks prospects. Indeed, even if they hold the same position, the disparity in their futures is quite evident. Su Qianhua could no longer contain herself. She abruptly stood up, prepared to speak. Just then, Yang Tao returned. Noticing everyone staring at her, she blinked. "What is going on? Is there something on my face?" "We were just discussing the gossip about you and Jiang Feng, saying he confessed his feelings to you," someone remarked. Yang Tao remained silent, uncertain if it could truly be considered a confession. "It seems to be true," another added. "Where did you hear that?" "Stop spreading rumors. It's not true," Yang Tao retorted, returning to her desk, which was adjacent to Su Qianhua's. "Teacher Yang, you are quite the mystery. When did your relationship with Jiang Feng develop to the point of discussing marriage?" Su Qianhua teased. Yang Tao rolled her eyes. "You're just joining in with their nonsense. Where there's smoke, there's fire. It's a pure misunderstanding." After a pause, Yang Tao continued. "You must have heard about Jiang Feng saving a student from jumping off a building. That student is from my class. To thank him, I plan to treat him to a meal. We already went to Miracle Hotel." "Ah?" Su Qianhua was taken aback, then said, "So you didn't go to Miracle Hotel for other reasons?" After speaking, Su Qianhua added with a smile, "Actually, the day you and Jiang Feng went to Miracle Hotel, I happened to be driving by." Yang Tao felt a bit embarrassed. "What a misunderstanding. We just went to eat. It was nothing else." "And then what happened?" Su Qianhua probed further. Despite her lack of interest in office gossip, she seemed intrigued today. At the restaurant in Miracle Hotel, Jiang Feng didn't seem very hungry. When I asked what he wanted to eat, he said he wished for my fish-flavored shredded pork rice. I had made it once during a charity event at an orphanage with our students, and he thought it was decent. Then, Yang Tao hesitated. "Then what?" Su Qianhua pressed on. "Well," Yang Tao smiled, then said, "We went to his rented apartment, and I made him dinner." "And you say the progress isn't fast?" "You went to his apartment," Su Qianhua exclaimed. She had been there before, even taking a shower there. At that moment, Yang Tao added, "Oh, you're overthinking it. When I had finished cooking, he left." "What? Why?" "He said a friend of his was drunk, and he had to go pick her up. Although he didn't specify the gender, I could tell it was a woman. I suggested that if he wasn't in a hurry, he could eat first. But he was very anxious. It was clear he cared deeply for that woman. I wonder what kind of woman could make him so concerned." Hearing this, Su Qianhua was stunned. Judging by the timeline, the woman Jiang Feng went to pick up was likely her. At that moment, Yang Tao glanced at Su Qianyue and winked, saying, "Teacher Su, the person Jiang Feng went to pick up wouldn't he be you, would it?" Su Qianyue coughed slightly and, forcing herself, said, "How could that be? When have you seen me drunk?" Just as she finished speaking, a new teacher who joined at the same time as Su Qianyue approached and asked, "Teacher Su, by the way, did Jiang Feng take you away from our gathering on Saturday? Didn't he do anything to you, did he? I saw you were almost drunk." The remark left Su Qianyue feeling embarrassed. Regaining her composure, she replied, "I was drunk, and he didn't do anything to me." "That's good." The new teacher then left. "It really was you." Yang Tao chuckled. "Don't overthink it. That day, one of my students had an incident, and he was taking me to handle it." Su Qianyue insisted. "All right then." Yang Tao laughed and said no more. Su Qianyue also fell silent, returning to her lesson plans. Though her mind was clearly elsewhere. Does he enjoy fish-flavored shredded pork rice? Or is it merely that he likes the version made by Yang Tao? Su Qianyue rubbed her head. What he enjoys has nothing to do with her, right? Then she recalled how Jiang Feng had saved her father. It indeed had a connection. Su Qianyue's gaze flickered, lost in thought. At that moment, the preparatory bell rang, prompting her to collect herself and gather her lesson plans before leaving the office. She had her first class as well. The classroom was on the third floor, adjacent to the playground. Today marked the recruitment event for graduates of Jiang University. The playground was filled with booths from various companies and institutions, and many fourth-year students were participating in interviews. Su Qianyue quickly spotted Jiang Feng amidst the crowd. He was serving as the counselor for 4 classes, with Yang Tao's class being the graduating fourth-year students. According to the responsibilities of counselors at Jiang University, he was also tasked with coordinating and addressing the employment issues of graduates. Whether it was her imagination or not, Jiang Feng seemed to have gained a more significant presence in her perception lately. Shaking off her thoughts, Su Qianyue resumed her focus on teaching. Although the role of a counselor encompasses guiding graduates in their employment endeavors, in reality, these counselors offer little assistance to the high-achieving students from prestigious institutions. Job applications largely depend on the efforts of the students themselves. At Jiang University, students seldom engage with their counselors during the job application process. There are exceptions, however. For instance, many graduates gather around a male counselor named Ning Yan, the second son of the Ning family, a prominent business lineage in Jiang City, the capital of Huai Province, which boasts a substantial population and numerous private enterprises. While the Ning Group may not rank among the top 10, it is still one of the larger private groups in Jiang City. Ning Yan is not an illegitimate child, but rather a genuine scion of wealth. And few would expect someone of his stature to take on the role of a university counselor. Remarkably, he seems to be excelling in this position. Following the disqualification of Jiang Feng from the selection of outstanding counselors, Ning Yan has emerged as a frontrunner for the accolade. With his charm, affluence, and approachability, he embodies the archetype of a male protagonist from a romantic narrative. However, Ning Yan's special status sets him apart from his fellow counselors. While he is quite popular among students, he finds himself less favored among counselors, particularly the male ones, who speculate that a wealthy young man taking on a counseling role must have ulterior motives for attracting female attention. A fellow counselor, Yue, who is of the same age as Jiang Feng, expresses such sentiments. Jiang Feng remains silent, harboring no bias against Ning Yan. After all, who says that wealth precludes one from performing ordinary jobs? Moreover, Ning Yan appears to be doing a commendable job as a counselor, with no rumors of impropriety involving female students. Jiang Feng himself possesses a unique ability. He can hear the thoughts of others. As he meanders around the recruitment booths on the playground, he appears to be idly wandering. Yet he accumulates a wealth of information through eavesdropping on the thoughts of those around him. At that moment, a female student spots Jiang Feng and rushes over, brimming with excitement. "Teacher Jiang, I've been internally recommended." "Really? That is wonderful." Jiang Feng responds with genuine delight. The girl, Sun Wan, shares a dormitory with Su Lu. While Su Lu tends to act impulsively, she possesses a cheerful and extroverted personality, exuding confidence. In contrast, Sun Wan, hailing from a financially disadvantaged rural background, has relied on poverty alleviation funds throughout her 4 years of study, leading her to be more sensitive and self-deprecating compared to her peers. Securing a suitable job would significantly bolster her confidence, especially since many of her accomplished classmates have yet to receive offers. "What company?" Jiang Feng inquires further. "It's not particularly famous, but they have great prospects," Sun Wan replies, gesturing towards a nearby recruitment booth. "It's that one, Shaluo Trading." I'm applying for the position of instructor with a monthly salary of 10,000 during the internship and a guaranteed 15,000 upon confirmation. Upon hearing the name Shaluo Trading, Jiang Feng's brow furrows. He has already gleaned through his eavesdropping that this company bears the hallmarks of a pyramid scheme. He contemplates how to gather evidence, realizing that reporting it without solid proof would only lead to embarrassment. Surely he cannot disclose that he has heard their thoughts? Sun Wan, oblivious to Jiang Feng's change in demeanor, continues excitedly. The HR representative from Shaluo Trading just told me that we will be going to Sanshui for concentrated training and assessment tomorrow, which counts as an internship and comes with a salary. If we pass, we'll be confirmed right away. Sun Wan, that's a fraudulent company. You must not go, Jiang Feng states firmly. Sun Wan pauses, her excitement quickly deflating. Teacher Jiang, do you think only students with good grades, wealthy backgrounds, and good looks can secure good jobs? That's not my intention, Jiang Feng replies, feeling a headache coming on. At that moment, Yang Tao approaches. What is going on? Sun Wan, without answering, turns and runs away. Jiang Feng, with a serious expression, explains, Sun Wan said she has been internally recommended by a company called Shaluo Trading. But I suspect there is something amiss with them. He pauses, looking at Yang Tao, and adds, please keep an eye on Sun Wan while I investigate this company. Understood. Yang Tao responds before heading off to find Sun Wan. Shortly after Yang Tao leaves, Su Lu approaches. Teacher, what progress have you and Teacher Yang made? She inquires. Her curiosity piqued. Jiang Feng rolls his eyes. Enough with the chatter, he says, then adopts a serious tone. I have a special task for you. Su Lu's eyes light up. What pose do you need me to strike? Jiang Feng rubs his temples. You're quite the character. Just kidding. What do you think I want you to do? Su Lu presses. Sun Wan mentioned she has been internally recommended by Shaluo Trading. But I sense something is off with that company. I can't go in person, so I need you to investigate as a prospective applicant. Got it. Not long after. Su Lu returns, holding a PDF training notice. I've been internally recommended too, she declares. This company definitely has issues, although the content appears quite legitimate. The official seal is suspicious. Those unfamiliar with business registration and administrative documents might overlook it. But I've been in sales for a year and can identify flaws and loopholes in their documents. She pauses, then adds, however, the existing evidence isn't sufficient for a police report. Looking at Jiang Feng, she suggests, how about I go undercover? Absolutely not. Jiang Feng firmly rejects the idea. He pauses before stating, I will find the evidence of their wrongdoing. That's my responsibility as a teacher. You need not take any risks. Teacher Jiang truly cherishes the ladies, Su Lu quips with a smile. Jiang Feng massages his forehead. While Su Lu has always been lively, it's evident that since he saved her from a fall, she has become even more carefree. Nonetheless, it's clear that her resilience has significantly improved after that incident. He can no longer hear her thoughts as he once did. Perhaps that's for the best. At that moment, Su Lu leans closer to Jiang Feng, slightly bowing. It is now late May, and the day is quite warm, prompting Su Lu to dress lightly. As she bows before him, her figure is prominently displayed, leaving Jiang Feng feeling embarrassed as he looks up. Teacher Jiang is blushing. How adorable, she teases before darting away, leaving him with a bemused smirk. Just then, the sound of footsteps approaches, and a handsome young man steps in front of Jiang Feng. It's Ning Yan, Jiang Feng, quite popular among the female students. Aren't you? Ning Yan remarks. I wouldn't dare to compare myself to Teacher Ning, Jiang Feng replies, pausing before adding with a smile. It's impressive that you managed to break away from that crowd of admirers. Everyone is quite accommodating. I simply mentioned that I needed to speak with Teacher Jiang, and they parted ways, Ning Yan explains. So, what does Teacher Ning wish to discuss with me? Jiang Feng inquires. Nothing in particular. I merely wanted to engage in a proper conversation with you. It seems we haven't had a genuine exchange in my year of employment, Ning Yan reflects. He then looks at Jiang Feng and asks, why did you choose to become a counselor? Because I failed to secure a teaching position, Jiang Feng responds candidly. Fair enough. But what inspired you to pursue teaching? Ning Yan probes further. It was my mother's wish, Jiang Feng replies thoughtfully before adding, unfortunately. I didn't pass the graduate entrance exam back then, which disqualified me from teaching at Jiang University. Jiang University is a double first-class institution, and one of the criteria for new teachers is to possess at least a master's degree. If one aspires to be a teacher, it is not imperative to be at Jiang University, is it? Jiang Feng remained silent. In truth, this was indeed the case. However, His determination to come to Jiang University was driven by a specific reason. He suspected that his mother had once been a student there. Among his mother's belongings, he discovered photographs of her youthful days taken on the Jiang University campus. These images dated back 30 years, a time when the internet was not yet ubiquitous, and student records at Jiang University could not be accessed online. Thus, Jiang Feng devised a plan to work in Jiang City to search for his mother's records. In order to uncover the truth behind his mother's tragic accident, he needed to understand her background. Regrettably, after 4 years of employment there, he had not unearthed any information regarding her attendance at Jiang University. The photograph might simply have been a casual snapshot of his mother on campus. Nevertheless, over the course of these 4 years, Jiang Feng gradually developed an affinity for his role as a counselor. This position lacked formal status and offered modest remuneration, yet it provided a profound sense of fulfillment, particularly on days like today, when the graduating class sought employment. If a student in his class successfully secured a position, Jiang Feng felt a remarkable sense of accomplishment. It was akin to playing a nurturing game, watching his children grow and enhance their capabilities, thus gratifying his emotional needs. Regaining his composure, Jiang Feng turned to Ning Yin and inquired, "What motivated you to become a counselor, Teacher Ning? You epitomize the quintessential affluent and handsome type." "To escape," Ning Yin replied. "How so?" Jiang Feng probed. "You see, I have an exceptionally accomplished older brother. The phrase I have heard most throughout my life is look at your brother, and then look at yourself. Although I have no siblings, I can relate to that sentiment," Jiang Feng admitted. He paused momentarily before continuing. "What does your family think of your choice to be a counselor?" "They have been quite critical, accusing me of self-sabotage," Ning Yin responded. After a brief pause, he added with a smile, "While my decision to become a counselor was partly motivated by a desire to rebel against my family, I have come to genuinely enjoy this work after nearly a year." Jiang Feng extended his hand. "I can relate. My initial motivations for becoming a counselor were also less than noble, yet I have fully adapted to this role and grown to appreciate it." Ning Yin regarded Jiang Feng's outstretched hand, but refrained from shaking it. "Are you certain you wish to shake my hand? I am not particularly well-liked within the counseling community. If you associate too closely with me, you may find yourself on the receiving end of criticism from other counselors," Ning Yin cautioned. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. "If you were truly concerned, you wouldn't have approached me for a chat." After a pause, he chuckled. "Truth be told, I am also not well-liked. Who could blame them when your colleagues are all stunning women? Especially Su Qianyu and Nan Gongshui. Su Qianyu completed both her undergraduate and graduate studies at Huazhong Normal University, undoubtedly a campus belle. And Nan Gongshui? She has studied at Jiang City University for both her undergraduate and graduate degrees, having won the title of Jiang City University's Most Beautiful Girl for 4 consecutive years. Had it not been for the selection rules limiting choices to undergraduates, she might have retained that title indefinitely." Ning Yin paused, observing Jiang Feng before saying, "Teacher Jiang, what about you and Teacher Nangong?" Nan Gongshui was the homeroom teacher for class 1 of the second-year music department, the same age as Jiang Feng and Su Qianyu, both 25 years old. Ning Yan's words left Jiang Feng speechless. "Come on. Teacher Nan Gong is currently on maternity leave. It wouldn't be right to speculate about her," Jiang Feng replied. Ning Yan chuckled and said, "Some people say the child is yours." "That's absurd," Jiang Feng countered. "However, it is true that Teacher Nan Gong is unmarried, and I have not heard of her having a boyfriend. So where could the child have come from? Why don't you just ask Teacher Nan Gong directly?" Jiang Feng hesitated, eyeing Ning Yan, and then asked, "Do you have feelings for Teacher Nan Gong?" "Sigh," Ning Yan sighed. "But she doesn't like me." "Is that so?" Jiang Feng paused before stating, "Actually, I have also heard people say that Teacher Nan Gong's child is yours. Is that not the case?" Ning Yan's eyes welled with tears. "If only it were true. In reality, I have never even held Teacher Nan Gong's hand. I confessed to her once and was swiftly rejected." He hesitated before adding, "The reason I sought you out for conversation was to inquire about the child of Nan Gongshui. It truly isn't yours?" "I swear on my life it is not," Jiang Feng assured. "It is definitely not his. Nan Gongshui has a rather aloof personality. While I have ridden an electric bike with Su Qianyu, there has never been any ambiguity with Nan Gongshui. Yet, I have indeed never heard of her having a boyfriend, and suddenly she is pregnant. She is now nearly due and has gone on leave to prepare for childbirth." Ning Yin appeared somewhat disheartened. "Then who is the father?" "As I have said, do not ask me," Jiang Feng replied. At that moment, he noticed that the representatives from Shaluo Trading seemed to have received some news and were preparing to leave. We cannot allow them to escape, Jiang Feng declared, suddenly approaching the Shaluo trading recruitment booth and intentionally colliding with one of their employees, causing himself to fall backward and strike his head on the ground, resulting in a bleeding injury. The staff members of Shaluo Trading were momentarily taken aback. I hardly pushed him. How did he fall? They wondered. Is he trying to extort us? However, upon witnessing their counselor fall and injure himself, Jiang Feng students quickly surrounded the representatives from Shaluo Trading. Among the 4 classes Jiang Feng taught, he had spent the most time with this particular class, fostering a deep bond. As the crowd grew, even 2 police officers, dispatched to maintain order at the recruitment fair, arrived. Seeing the police, the representatives from Shaluo Trading clearly became flustered. At that moment, not only Jiang Feng but even Ning Yin, who had rushed over, sensed something was amiss. He approached the Shaluo Trading booth, examined some of their materials, and remarked, "These documents are all fraudulent. Who are you?" As the second son of the Ning family, Ning Yin possessed considerable business acumen and could detect the discrepancies in Shaluo Trading's materials. Upon hearing Ning Yan's assertion and noticing the arrival of the police, the representatives from Shaluo Trading attempted to push through the crowd to escape. "Do not let them get away," Ning Yan shouted. With the assistance of the crowd, the representatives from Shaluo Trading were quickly apprehended and taken away, while Jiang Feng was transported to the campus hospital. There, he unexpectedly encountered someone he did not anticipate, Lu Jin. "What brings you to the campus hospital?" Lu Jin inquired as she approached Jiang Feng. "What happened to you? Did you get into a fight?" "No, just a little accident," Jiang Feng replied. "Come here, I'll disinfect your wound with iodine," Lu Jin offered. At that moment, a doctor from the campus hospital remarked, "Dr. Lu, do you know Teacher Jiang?" Having worked as a counselor for 4 years, Jiang Feng was well acquainted with the staff at the campus hospital. "Yes," Lu Jin affirmed, pausing before adding, "I can take care of his wound. You can attend to the other patients." "All right," the doctor replied before departing. The treatment room was left with only Jiang Feng and Lu Jin. "Jiang Feng," Lu Jin began. "What is it? How did Su Qianyu express her gratitude to you?" Why?" Jiang Feng asked, surprised. He had taken Su Qianyu home, but she had cared for him throughout the night after he had become intoxicated, which seemed to settle the score. Although he had purchased a set of hand cream for her the following day, Su Qianyu had returned the money to him. Neither owed the other any favors. Lu Jin blinked. "Did she not tell you? The person you saved on Saturday night was her father." "Oh, the middle-aged man who had a heart attack?" "Yes, that was Su Qianyu's biological father. We located the taxi driver yesterday and identified you through the vehicle surveillance," intoned Lu Jin. Jiang Feng's lips twitched slightly. "You've mistaken your vocation. You should be detectives." Lu Jin continued, "However, do not despair. Knowing Qianyu, she will undoubtedly seek to reciprocate your kindness. Perhaps," she grinned, adding, "sleeping with you is a possibility. Sleep with your sister." At that moment, the door to the treatment room swung open, and Su Qianyu's voice echoed. She had witnessed Jiang Feng's staged accident from upstairs, but was unable to descend immediately due to her class schedule. Furthermore, it was unseemly for a married woman to exhibit such concern for another man. Therefore, she arrived after class, only to hear such preposterous statements. Su Qianyu was rendered speechless. "Have you contemplated how to recompense Jiang Feng?" Lu Jin inquired. "Years ago, Wu Zhi's father saved your grandfather, leading to your family's union. If you two were to have children, you could arrange a betrothal in utero. Alas, you remain childless. There exist myriad ways to express gratitude. It need not involve offering oneself in matrimony. So, what token of appreciation will you bestow?" Lu Jin pressed. Su Qianyu, her gaze fixed upon Jiang Feng, hesitated before uttering, "Are you contemplating bestowing a kiss upon Jiang Feng?" "Get lost," Su Qianyu retorted. "Without testicles, how can one roll?" Lu Jin quipped. Su Qianyu, exasperated, exclaimed, "Then roll away as a sphere." With that, she propelled Lu Jin out of the treatment room and shut the door. Turning her attention to Jiang Feng, she inquired, I heard you favor shredded pork with garlic sauce over rice." Jiang Feng blinked, perplexed as to how Su Qianyu had acquired this knowledge. Su Qianyu continued, "Or do you only relish the rendition prepared by Instructor Lu? I, too, am capable of preparing this dish. My morning classes have concluded. I shall return home to prepare it and bring it to school for your midday repast." After a pause, she added, "Consider it a token of gratitude for rescuing my father." "Very well," Jiang Feng acquiesced, aware that Su Qianyu disliked remaining indebted to others. "Then I shall depart." With that, Su Qianyu exited the treatment room, where Lu Jin awaited. You emerged swiftly. Is Jiang Feng a quick performer? Lu Jin remarked. You woman, must you always utter vulgarities? It seems you would suffocate if you refrained. Su Qianyu retorted, her face darkening. Lu Jin chuckled. I merely find it unjust that Wu Zhe is permitted infidelity, while you are not. Attend to your own affairs first. Farewell. Su Qianyu then departed. Lu Jin re-entered the treatment room to continue tending to Jiang Feng's head wound. What did Qianyu promise you? She inquired, curiosity piqued. She said. Jiang Feng paused deliberately, then continued. That is confidential. Lu Jin grew slightly agitated. Jiang Feng, I perceive a malicious streak within you. Or is it reserved solely for me? I am a practitioner of reciprocal behavior, Jiang Feng retorted. Meaning, because I treat you poorly, you reciprocate in kind? Have I treated you well? Jiang Feng countered. Lu Jin was rendered speechless. We are not intimately acquainted. How would you have me treat you? A fleeting acquaintance is sufficient. Excessive indifference is undesirable. Given that we are both friends of Instructor Su, discord between friends would distress Su. Excessive intimacy, however, is equally undesirable. Why? It impedes my pursuit of a paramour. Lu Jin's face contorted. Never before had she been so scorned by a man. Jiang Feng, do you know what I am presently contemplating? You wish to strike me. Incorrect. I wish to slay you, Lu Jin declared. Jiang Feng chuckled, but you shall not. Your words may be venomous, but your heart is kind. You are incapable of committing heinous acts. Lu Jin paused, momentarily taken aback. Humph. Do not presume that a mere palliative shall earn my forgiveness. Though her words were harsh, she continued to tend to Jiang Feng's wound. A moment later, she announced, Done. It is not a severe injury. If you remain apprehensive, undergo a brain CT scan. However, judging by your spirited repartee, you likely do not suffer from a concussion. Thank you, Jiang Feng expressed. Verbal gratitude is worthless. What token of appreciation do you desire? Jiang Feng inquired. As Lu Jin prepared to respond, her phone rang. Without hesitation, she answered it in the treatment room. Hello, mother, she greeted. The caller appeared to be Lu Jin's mother, He Hongya. Dongfang Bai has arrived in Jiangqing. Dine with him tonight, He Hongya instructed. That is inadvisable. We are not well acquainted. You were classmates in secondary school. Have you forgotten? You claim it was secondary school. I possess the memory of a fish. I have forgotten not only distant classmates, but also my university peers, Lu Jin countered. He Hongya paused, then retorted, Cease your superfluous verbiage. Dongfang Bai's parents have arrived as well. Their purpose in Jiangcheng is to formalize your nuptials with Dongfang Bai. Enough chatter, tonight. However, I have arranged dinner with another. Your notice is belated, Lu Jin interjected. With whom? You are unfamiliar, unless you reveal their identity. How can I ascertain whether I know them? He Hongya pressed. Jiang Feng, Lu Jin replied. Jiang Feng was taken aback. Who is Jiang Feng? He Hongya inquired. A teacher at Jiang University. What is the nature of your relationship? He Hongya pressed further. Friends, based on my understanding of you. You would not invite a mere acquaintance to dine with you. He Hongya paused, then queried. Have you engaged in infidelity? He Hongya. I implore you to refrain from such pronouncements. What constitutes infidelity? Are Dongfang Bai and I spouses? We are not even engaged. How can it be termed infidelity? Lu Jin protested. Therefore, what is the precise nature of your relationship with Jiang Feng? Friends. He Hongya, her face darkening, relented. Very well. The gathering with Dongfang Bai and his parents is cancelled for tonight. Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief. He Hongya continued. Bring this Jiang Feng to meet me. With that, she terminated the call abruptly, leaving Lu Jin no opportunity to decline. She turned to Jiang Feng, her voice weak. Instructor Jiang, you overheard, did you not? Nay, my hearing is impaired. Jiang Feng paused, then stated, Very well, I must return to my duties. Farewell. He turned to leave, but was halted by Lu Jin. Jiang Feng, do not abandon me in my hour of need, Lu Jin pleaded. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. You brought this upon yourself. I shall reveal Qianyu's secrets. Lu Jin offered. Jiang Feng instinctively displayed a flicker of anticipation, but quickly regained his composure. Lu Jin, what do you imply? Instructor Su is my colleague at the university and my brother's wife, my sister-in-law, outside of it. Your words suggest that I harbor covetous designs upon Instructor Su. Do you not? Absolutely not. Jiang Feng declared emphatically. I possess a photograph of Qianyu in a bikini. At this moment, Lu Jin spoke again. Gulp. Jiang Feng swallowed hard. Su Qianyu was a woman of traditional and conservative disposition. She had never even worn stockings, let alone a bikini. To claim disinterest would be an outright lie. However, principles. One must adhere to one's principles. Although Wu Zhi suggested a match between himself and Su Qianyu, Wu Zhi was still very much alive. As the saying goes, one must not deceive a friend's wife. Maintain your integrity, Jiang Feng. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Feng gradually regained his composure. Su Qianyu is my sister-in-law. I hold her in the highest regard and harbor not a shred of inappropriate thoughts, Jiang Feng declared. Just as he finished speaking, a voice echoed from outside the door. Teacher Su, what are you doing standing at the treatment room door? Jiang Feng and Lu Jin were momentarily taken aback. Then, Lu Jin opened the treatment room door. Indeed, Su Qianyu stood outside, her expression somewhat awkward. She brushed her bangs and smiled, saying, I just arrived and didn't hear what you were discussing. This statement felt rather like there's no silver here. 300 taels. At that moment, Su Qianyu turned to Jiang Feng and said, Teacher Jiang, I suddenly remembered that our gas stove is broken, and I can't cook. Therefore, I plan to order some fish-flavored shredded pork as a token of gratitude. Is that acceptable? Anything is fine. Jiang Feng felt inexplicably guilty. All right then, it simplifies things for everyone. I'm off. With that, Su Qianyu departed. Qianyu, wait for me. Lu Jin followed suit. The two left the school hospital together. Are you feeling jealous? Lu Jin inquired. What a mystery. Jealous of whom? In truth, Jiang Feng was merely putting up a tough front. Despite claiming to be uninterested in her bikini photo, Before Lu Jin could finish, Su Qianyu suddenly halted, glaring at Lu Jin, and said, Lu Jin, I considered you my closest friend, yet you intend to trade my photo with a man. Isn't that excessive? I'm sorry, I was hasty. Lu Jin clasped her hands together in apology. Su Qianyu shot Lu Jin a glance before asking, So, what exactly happened? Lu Jin recounted her intention to become engaged to Dongfang Bai. Didn't you previously say you would leave it to fate? You also mentioned that Dongfang Bai was a decent person, and since you had no one you liked, marrying anyone would be fine. What has changed? Have you found someone you like? Jiang Feng, perhaps? Su Qianyu queried. That is absolutely impossible. Lu Jin vehemently denied. She paused, gritted her teeth, and added, Jiang Feng only makes me angry. Su Qianyu cast a knowing glance at Lu Jin, remaining silent. She understood her friend well. Lu Jin was not one to care much about others' opinions. Jiang Feng was the first man to entangle her in confusion. Su Qianyu's gaze was calm, her thoughts unknown. At that moment, Lu Jin sighed. Well, avoiding the issue isn't a solution. Although I've never seen eye to eye with Dongfang Bai, what if there's a spark this time? Emotions can vary with time and place. Su Qianyu smiled. Good luck. Get yourself married off soon. You should marry off soon too. Then what? Su Qianyu remained silent. I'm sorry. Lu Jin added. Su Qianyu smiled. I'm not that fragile. My marital status is indeed quite dire. That's a fact. She paused, then stated, All right, enough of this. I'm leaving. After parting ways with Lu Jin, Su Qianyu returned home. Sitting in the living room watching television, she was clearly distracted, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the kitchen. At 11:30, her expression shifted multiple times before she finally stood up and headed to the kitchen to begin cooking. Approximately 20 minutes later, a steaming bowl of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice was prepared and placed in a thermos. She then called a delivery person to have the meal sent to Jiang City University. At that moment, Jiang City University. Noon. The morning recruitment event had officially concluded. According to the schedule, the afternoon job fair would not commence until 2:30. After leaving the school hospital, Jiang Feng returned to the playground to assist graduating students in their job search. Following the conclusion of the morning fair, Ning Yin approached. Teacher Jiang, let us go to the cafeteria for lunch, Ning Yin suggested. Just then, Jiang Feng's phone rang. Pressing the answer button, he replied, Hello, is this Mr. Jiang? It is. I have a delivery for you. Where can I bring it? I'm at the playground. Soon after, the delivery person brought Jiang Feng the fish-flavored shredded pork over rice prepared by Su Qianyu. You've already ordered takeout? Ning Yin asked as she walked over. Yes. What did you order? Ning Yin sniffed and continued. It smells delightful, like fish-flavored shredded pork. Jiang Feng then opened the lunchbox, confirming it was indeed fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. Without a doubt, it was ordered by Su Qianyu. The lunchbox contained half white rice and half fish-flavored shredded pork. The slender strips of meat were vibrant and enticing, interspersed with wood ear mushrooms, carrot shreds, and asparagus shreds, creating a colorful tapestry. Scattered green onions and red chili peppers resembled twinkling stars in the night sky, adding a playful touch to the dish. However, Which restaurant made this? The presentation was exquisite, and it indeed smelled wonderful. I wonder how it tastes. Jiang Feng took a bite, his eyes lighting up. The first sensation was the tender and succulent meat, dancing lightly between his teeth, each fiber bursting with flavor. Then came the crispness of the wood ear mushrooms, the sweetness of the carrots, and the crunch of the asparagus, each texture intertwining harmoniously, creating a symphony of flavors. He had previously enjoyed his mother's and Yang Tao's fish-flavored shredded pork, but this version was undoubtedly superior. Where did Su Qianyu order this fish-flavored shredded pork from? I must remember to try it again. However, he felt hesitant to ask Su Qianyu directly, as their earlier encounter at the school hospital had left a certain awkwardness between them. As he pondered, a familiar scent wafted in, the scent of perfume. Yang Tao had arrived. Wow, that fish-flavored shredded pork smells amazing. Which beauty made it for you? Yang Tao laughed lightly. What are you talking about? It's takeout, Jiang Feng replied. Which restaurant made it? Someone ordered it for me. I'm not sure, Jiang Feng said. Oh, who? Ning Yin interjected. Why are you more inquisitive than a woman? Jiang Feng paused before adding, just a friend I met online through gaming. Without waiting for Ning Yin to respond, he asked, Aren't you hungry, Teacher Ning? Let me have some of your fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. Not a chance, Jiang Feng firmly refused. Ning Yin smiled. All right then, I'll go eat at the cafeteria. With that, Ning Yin departed. Jiang Feng, when did you and Ning Yin become so close? Yang Tao chuckled. It was Ning Yin who took the initiative to cozy up to me. It must be for Nangong Shui, Yang Tao remarked. Jiang Feng was taken aback, you know? Yang Tao nodded. I don't quite understand Nangong Shui's choice. Ning Yin is the second son of the Ning group, handsome and well-mannered. Not like many wealthy second generations who were spoiled. Of course, how she chooses is her freedom. We outsiders shouldn't meddle, Yang Tao stated. She paused, recalling something, and added, I chatted with Nangong Shui last time. Her due date seems to be this weekend. How much red envelope will you ultimately give her? Jiang Feng pondered for a moment and replied, 1,000? I am currently rather financially constrained and cannot offer much in terms of a gift. Very well. I shall also contribute 1,000. Just then, a girl approached him, holding a flyer. Her name was Guo Jihan, a student from Nangong Shui's class. Jiang teacher, I heard you are in need of money? She inquired. You have sharp ears, Jiang Feng remarked. Hee, I have a part-time job opportunity here. It's short-term, pays quickly, and rest assured, it's legal. Jiang Feng's interest was piqued. Short-term, quick pay and legal? Is this the dream job for a worker? What kind of part-time job is it? He asked eagerly. Take a look for yourself, Guo Jihan said, handing him the flyer. Jiang Feng glanced at it, beads of sweat forming on his brow. It was a public service flyer from the Jiacheng Sperm Bank. A human sperm bank is an institution that collects, tests, preserves, and provides sperm with the aim of treating infertility and preventing genetic diseases, strictly adhering to national laws and ethical principles. Indeed, donating sperm does offer financial compensation. Short-term, quick pay, and legal. She was not wrong. Guo Jihan, how did you come across this? I work part-time there, she replied. All right, Jiang Feng paused. Curiosity getting the better of him. What is the current rate for sperm donation? The pricing appears fixed, yet it fluctuates based on the donor's circumstances. Generally, the more handsome and educated the donor, the higher the compensation. In a case like Jiang teachers, it would be at least 6,000 per donation, I'd say. Is it really that high now? Jiang Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Guo Jihan blinked. Oh, Jiang teacher, have you donated before at the previous rates? Cough, cough. Jiang Feng choked. How could that be? He vehemently denied. Well, regardless, it's a lucrative avenue. If you wish to earn some money, find me. I am familiar with the process. After saying this, Guo Jihan smiled and scampered away. Jiang Feng rubbed his head, realizing he had perhaps indulged these students too much, as they were all teasing him. Jiang teacher, are you not going to donate? It's beneficial for the nation and the public, and you can earn money too. Yang Tao teased lightly. Jiang Feng sighed. You are teasing me as well. The women in the office say you would do anything for money. It seems not entirely true. Yang Tao continued to chuckle. Jiang Feng remained silent. All right, I won't delay your meal any longer. I shall head to the cafeteria myself. With that, Yang Tao departed. After finishing his box of fish-flavored shredded pork rice, Su Lu and Sun Wan approached him again. Sun Wan stood before Jiang Feng and without a word, performed a deep bow. What is the matter? Jiang Feng asked. We just checked with the police. Those from Shaluo Trading are pyramid scheme fraudsters. Sun Wan realized she misjudged you and came specifically to apologize, Su Lu explained. I'm sorry, Sun Wan added. Jiang Feng smiled. It's all right. He paused, looked at Sun Wan, and continued, Sun Wan, you are not inferior to the other students in the class. Your only shortcoming is a lack of self-confidence. I believe that once you become self-assured, you will certainly find a good job. I will work hard, Sun Wan replied. Su Lu then circled around to Jiang Feng's back and added, Jiang teacher must have injured himself to stop those pyramid scheme fraudsters, right? Just a minor injury. Jiang Feng smiled. Su Lu fell silent. When Jiang Feng turned around, he noticed her eyes were red, looking as if she might cry. What is wrong with you? Jiang Feng asked. I find it unfair. Jiang teacher is so good, yet many people speak ill of you behind your back, Su Lu said. Jiang Feng smiled. No one is perfect. I indeed have many shortcomings. It's impossible for anyone to gain everyone's approval, so it's fine. One should not live for others, but should act with a clear conscience. I don't care what others think of you. In my heart, you are the best teacher, Su Lu asserted. Jiang Feng smiled. Thank you. That is the most heartwarming thing I have heard during my 4 years as a counselor. So, teacher, do you need a girlfriend? Su Lu asked. No, thank you, Jiang Feng quickly replied. Recently, Su Lu had been acting a bit strangely. She smiled but said nothing further. Taking Sun Wan with her as they left, Jiang Feng sat down on a bench in the campus. As he took out his phone from his pocket, he inadvertently pulled out a torn concert ticket for Shen Yue's concert, which nearly got ripped apart, dropping it on the ground. Just as he was about to pick it up, someone beat him to it. A familiar face came into view, her features striking, her demeanor cool. It was his former sister-in-law, Xiaoliang. Here you go. Xiaoliang handed the concert ticket to Jiang Feng. Aye. Jiang Feng hesitated, then added, You take it. Don't you enjoy music? This girl always had her Bluetooth earphones on, listening to music wherever she went. Is that all right? Xiaoliang asked. I wasn't particularly keen on attending concerts. Jiang Feng replied. Then why did you grab the tickets for the inner circle? That spot is not only expensive but also hard to obtain, Xiaoliang remarked. A friend gave them to me, Jiang Feng explained. Well, if you don't want it, I'll gladly accept it, Xiaoliang said. Go ahead and keep it. Jiang Feng smiled. Xiaoliang accepted the concert ticket and sat down next to Jiang Feng on the bench. My sister has been promoted. She is now the manager of their group's Jiacheng branch, Xiaoliang mentioned. Jiang Feng smiled. Your sister has that capability. Many female employees in their company privately say that my sister was promoted by sleeping with the leaders from the head office. They also say her divorce was probably because my brother-in-law discovered her affair with her superior, Xiaoliang added nonchalantly. They are talking nonsense. Jiang Feng exclaimed, somewhat agitated. Although his marriage with Xia Mo had failed, he held no resentment towards her. He simply had too many debuffs at the time. His abilities could not support the future Xia Mo envisioned. Yet Jiang Feng knew Xia Mo well. She would never sell herself for a promotion. Does your sister know about those rumors? Jiang Feng composed himself and asked. She knows. But she says, people will talk, and I can't control that. Xiaoliang paused, then added. My sister is a person of strong self-respect. She may say she doesn't care, but she probably does. Jiang Feng remained silent. After chatting for a while longer, Xiaoliang took her leave, and Jiang Feng also departed from Jiangxing University. About half an hour later, he arrived at the Twin Towers of the Miracle Group. Previously, he had saved Su Lu on the top floor of the Twin Towers. Xiaoliang's office at the Jiangxing branch of Ronghai Trading Group was located on the 8th floor of Building A in the Twin Towers. A few minutes later, Jiang Feng found himself at the entrance of the Ronghai Trading Jiangxing office headquarters. Jiang Feng was not a stranger to Ronghai Trading, having visited a few times before. Many people there recognized him. Upon seeing Jiang Feng at the entrance, several female employees at the front desk perked up. Recently, the most talked about rumor in the company was Jiang Feng catching Xia Mo in an affair. Wow, Jiang Feng isn't here to confront our manager Xia, is he? Hard to say. Although Jiang Feng seems mild-mannered, what man could tolerate the humiliation of being cheated on? Looks like a good show is about to unfold. Just then, Xia Mo returned to the office from outside. Seeing Jiang Feng there, she was momentarily taken aback. What brings you here? Xia Mo asked coolly. Jiang Feng smiled as he strolled through the streets today, suddenly spotting a vendor selling handmade osmanthus cakes. Knowing how much you relish them, he purchased some to bring over. Summer Mo looked at the osmanthus cakes Jiang Feng handed her, her expression tinged with confusion. She found it difficult to comprehend Jiang Feng's intentions. She had heard from Xiaoliang that Jiang Feng was currently thriving, surrounded by admirers, and lacked for female companionship. She did not believe he was attempting to rekindle their relationship. Nevertheless, she accepted the osmanthus cakes. Thank you, Summer Mo said. No need for such formality, after all. We were once husband and wife. Moreover, it was my infidelity that shattered our marriage. I am the one who owes you an apology, Jiang Feng replied. Summer Mo. She gazed at Jiang Feng. So you finally admit to your infidelity? She said coldly. Isn't it because you were always preoccupied with work? With your husband absent? Naturally, another woman would keep you company, Jiang Feng chuckled. Summer Mo. Her anger was nearing a boiling point. At that moment, several front desk employees at Ronghai Trading, who had been waiting to witness the spectacle, could no longer contain themselves. Scoundrel! Someone shouted at Jiang Feng. Others approached Summer Mo, offering consolation. Manager Xia, you've made the right choice in getting a divorce. Oh dear, now he is seeking comfort in numbers. How amusing. I advise you all not to follow Summer Mo's example and let work ruin your marriage. A woman should remain at home, supporting her husband and raising children. To seek the limelight is shameful, Jiang Feng added, his tone becoming increasingly outrageous. The female employees at Ronghai Trading were infuriated. Summer Mo, in a fit of rage, hurled the osmanthus cakes at Jiang Feng's face. Get lost. Why be so fierce? If you want to leave, then go, he scoffed. Seeing Summer Mo approaching with a flower pot, Jiang Feng hurriedly took his leave. After he departed, the female employees of Ronghai Trading gathered around Summer Mo, offering various forms of comfort. Manager Xia, I apologize. I once thought you abandoned your husband for wealth. I never imagined your ex-husband to be such a beast. One of them said, It's all right, Manager Xia. Divorcing such a scoundrel is a blessing. Don't be sad or afraid. We are your steadfast support. The jealousy previously directed at Summer Mo for her promotion vanished, transforming into sympathy. Upon returning to her office, Summer Mo's emotions began to settle. She sensed something was amiss. She and Jiang Feng were university classmates, and she understood his character. He was not the type to deliberately humiliate someone publicly. Why had he behaved this way today? Reflecting on the shift in attitude from the company's employees, particularly the female staff, Summer Mo began to piece together a troubling realization. She promptly called Xiao Liang. After a few rings, the call connected. Hello, sister, Xiao Liang's voice echoed through the receiver. Did you mention to Jiang Feng that I was being ostracized at the company? Summer Mo inquired. I brought it up briefly. Xiao Liang paused before asking, What did brother-in-law do? Nothing, Summer Mo replied before hanging up. She moved to the floor-to-ceiling window. From her vantage point, she could see Jiang Feng exiting the Miracle Twin Towers, his demeanor now significantly softer than before. Then, she noticed a car come to a halt before him. After a brief exchange with the driver, Jiang Feng entered the vehicle. Summer Mo recognized the car. It belonged to Su Qianhua. With a swift motion, she drew the curtains closed, her expression once again cold. Meanwhile, it was indeed Su Qianhua's vehicle. Though it was not she who was driving, but rather Lu Jin. Why are you driving Su Qianhua's car? Jiang Feng asked. Had a car accident. It's at the 4S shop for repairs, Lu Jin replied, her tone somewhat subdued. However, Jiang Feng refrained from probing further. After a moment, he felt something was off. Lu Jin, this doesn't seem to be the way to our university. Apologies, I was lost in thought, Lu Jin said, steering the car toward Jiangsheng University. Are you all right? Jiang Feng asked again. Nothing's wrong. I sometimes envy Qianhua. Although her husband neglects her, her parents dote on her. And there's a certain devoted male colleague silently watching over her, Lu Jin remarked. Jiang Feng's lip twitched. It was likely that the devoted male colleague she referred to was himself. He felt conflicted but eventually said, Well, if there's anything I can do to assist, I would be willing to help you. Really? Then, accompany me to a blind date, Lu Jin said. Jiang Feng. Just kidding, right? I'm quite serious, Lu Jin replied. Jiang Feng hesitated but chose not to refuse. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, What would I do if I went? I don't know, Lu Jin replied. Jiang Feng's lips twitched again. He fell silent once more. Moments later, they arrived at Jiangsheng University's entrance. You've arrived, Lu Jin said. Jiang Feng remained seated in the car. Jiang Feng? Teacher Jiang? Lu Jin called out again. Jiang Feng exhaled deeply and said, I'm not sure how I can help you, but if you feel uneasy, I can accompany you to the blind date. Of course, I won't sit at the table. I'll wait nearby. Lu Jin looked at Jiang Feng and smiled. What are you smiling about? I thought you only knew how to scold me, Lu Jin teased. Jiang Feng awkwardly chuckled. Some things were indeed difficult to articulate. For example, a significant part of his desire to assist Lu Jin stemmed from a need to atone for his father, who had deceived Lu Jin's mother regarding his affections. As a son, he felt compelled to accrue some merit to counterbalance his father's misdeeds. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at a tea house named Ming Tea House, a national chain. He Hongye stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Feng and Lu Jin approach, she furrowed her brow. Jin, today is a meeting between our two families. What do you mean by bringing a man? Auntie, you misunderstand. I just wanted to have some tea here, and Dr. Lu happened to drop me off, Jiang Feng explained. He paused, glancing at Lu Jin, before adding, then, Dr. Lu. I'll head in first. With that, Jiang Feng entered the tea house and took a seat in the main area. Although there were private rooms, they required prior reservations. Outside the tea house, Hongye continued, the man you went to KTV with that day, is he also that one? Yes, Lu Jin replied. What is your relationship with him? Mom, are you a detective, or do you have a crush on him? Lu Jin retorted. Child, what nonsense are you speaking? I'm just concerned you might encounter someone undesirable. You should be careful. Who knows who just got deceived? Lu Jin remarked. Hongye was momentarily speechless. At that moment, Lu Jin asked, Mom, are you really not going to report him? What good would that do? He hasn't started defrauding me of money yet. It's merely emotional deception. Does the police handle that? Hongye replied calmly. Mom, if you feel dissatisfied, I can find someone to investigate that fraud and ruin his reputation. He has a son who is still unmarried, right? Once his name is tarnished, we can see how he finds a bride. What girl would want to marry the son of a fraudster? Lu Jin argued. Enough, don't complicate things further. You should focus on your own matters first, Hongye said. Hearing this, Lu Jin immediately deflated. Mom, must I really get married? Why, my child, what is it about Dong Feng that displeases you? He is handsome, well-educated, comes from a distinguished family, and possesses a pleasant disposition. Where else can you find such a fine man? Hongye paused momentarily before retorting, do not be so ungrateful. Then, mother, may I ask you this? What do you find appealing about that man? He is neither handsome nor wealthy. Why do we keep returning to my situation? Lu Jin replied, do not impose upon others that which you do not desire for yourself. Hongye rubbed her temples, feeling a slight headache. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce came to a halt in front of the tea house. A middle-aged couple and a young man, approximately 25, disembarked. It was indeed Dongfang's family. Sorry for being late. We were caught in traffic, Dongfang Bai's mother said apologetically. We just arrived as well, Hongye replied, pausing before adding, please, come in. The three middle-aged individuals proceeded inside, while Lu Jin and Dongfang Bai followed closely behind. After so many years, you have become even more beautiful, Dongfang Bai remarked with a smile. Thank you. You also appear more handsome now. I am certain many young women are enamored with you, Lu Jin replied with a smile. Among the vast sea of admirers, I would only choose one cup of water. The abundance of suitors holds no significance if they are not to my liking. Perhaps you could establish a harem? Isn't it a common dream for men? Lu Jin jested. I only desire a life of companionship with one person, Dongfang Bai smiled back. Wow, this young man is quite eloquent. His sweet words are like a sugar-coated bullet. Jiang Feng's remarks can be infuriating, but today he is rather agreeable. Lu Jin mused inwardly. Regaining her composure, Lu Jin smiled again. Let us hurry and catch up. The elders have already entered the tea house. Dongfang Bai nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, inside the tea house, Jiang Feng was seated across from a woman, none other than his ex-wife. Xiaomo, weren't you just at the office? What brings you here? Are you on another blind date? Jiang Feng could not help but inquire. Is there a problem with that? Xiaomo responded calmly. You can ride with your female colleagues, but I cannot attend a blind date. Jiang Feng felt a bead of sweat form, realizing Xiaomo must have seen him with Su Qianhua. He composed himself and chuckled. Are you jealous? Xiaomo scoffed. Narcissism is a disease. Jiang Feng looked intently at Xiaomo, eager to discern her true feelings. Yet, he found his ability to read minds utterly ineffective against her fortified emotional defenses. When will I ever breach Xiaomo's psychological barriers? He pondered. Hey, ex-husband, are you leaving or not? My blind date will be here shortly, Xiaomo interrupted. Your taste is questionable. Let me offer some advice, Jiang Feng suggested. Ex-husband, are you a bit thick-skinned? Xiaomo replied. Jiang Feng grinned. Thank you for the compliment. If you wish to remain here, so be it. A moment later, a familiar fragrance wafted through the air. I apologize for being late, a familiar voice chimed. Jiang Feng turned to see Su Qianhua, momentarily taken aback. Seeing Jiang Feng there made Su Qianhua visibly uneasy. Please, take a seat, Xia Mo invited. Su Qianhua hesitated. The tea table had 2 rows of seats facing each other. Jiang Feng occupied 1 row, while Xia Mo sat opposite. This meant Su Qianhua had to choose between sitting with Xia Mo or Jiang Feng, both of which were unfavorable options for her. I wasn't aware you two had arranged to meet. I just remembered I have something to attend to, so? I'll take my leave, Jiang Feng stated as he stood to depart. Stop right there, Xia Mo commanded. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, approached Xia Mo, leaned in close, and whispered, Xia Mo, must you involve others in our matters? What? Do you want me to kiss you? Fine, Xia Mo suddenly declared. Jiang Feng was taken aback, unable to react before Xia Mo pressed her lips against his. He froze in shock. Having dated and married Xia Mo for nearly 7 years, they had shared countless kisses, yet this particular kiss was light, yet it felt entirely different. It evoked memories of their first kiss, sending an electric thrill through him. Su Qianhua observed Jiang Feng and Xia Mo, her expression calm as they displayed their affections. All right, you may leave now, Xia Mo said dismissively. Jiang Feng, still dazed, departed. Miss Su, please have a seat, Xia Mo said. Su Qianhua sat across from Xia Mo. Honestly, you need not kiss Jiang Feng in front of me. I am indifferent. If you wish to provoke me, you might as well kiss my husband, Su Qianhua said coolly. She paused before adding, what do you need to discuss? Speak plainly. I am quite busy. I wish to inquire about a person, Xia Mo replied after a moment. Do you know someone named Sister Wei Wei who is close to Jiang Feng? I have not heard of her, Su Qianhua responded nonchalantly. In truth, she had heard the name before. One day, while caring for Jiang Feng when he was drunk, he had mistakenly addressed her as Sister Wei Wei. You're back. But she had no idea who this Sister Wei Wei was. I assumed Jiang Feng would share everything with you, Xia Mo remarked. Why would you think that? Su Qianhua countered, her demeanor contrasting Xia Mo's assertiveness. The atmosphere between the 2 women grew tense, a palpable rivalry beginning to unfold. Jiang Feng had not strayed too far and was unaware of the topic of their conversation. His mind-reading ability had failed him once more, leaving him in the dark to their thoughts. Come on, mind-reading buddy, don't fail me now, Jiang Feng anxiously lamented. Just then, a man's voice echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. He Hongya is rather foolish. Does she truly believe we are here to discuss a match for her daughter? Our target is her. We'll drug her and confine her with us. The potion in my pocket can subdue even the strongest-willed woman. If news of an affair between the mother-in-law and her future son-in-law were to leak, He Hongya's life would be ruined. With such leverage, He Hongya, the wealthiest woman in Jiangcheng, would have no choice but to comply with our demands for investment. It was Dongfang Bai's voice. Jiang Feng felt a surge of rage. Damn, these beasts. He seethed. However, he was taken aback to discover that Lu Jian was indeed the daughter of He Hongya, Jiangcheng's wealthiest woman. Moreover, his father had chosen a remarkable partner, the daughter of a billionaire. Jiang Feng could hardly believe his luck. At that moment, he spotted Lu Jian, He Hongya, and the Dongfang family approaching. Regaining his composure, Jiang Feng walked toward them. As Lu Jian noticed Jiang Feng approaching, her heart skipped a beat, uncertain of his intentions. Moments later, as they passed each other, nothing transpired. Suddenly, Jiang Feng turned back and called out, "Wait a moment." Dongfang Bai glanced back with a furrowed brow. "Is there something you need? I seem to have lost my wallet. Did you happen to take it?" Jiang Feng inquired. Dongfang Bai was taken aback, chuckling in disbelief. "Brother, are you jesting? Do I resemble a thief?" he retorted. "A quick search will reveal the truth," Jiang Feng replied. Dongfang Bai's expression shifted slightly, and he coldly warned, "Brother, do not stir trouble. If you haven't stolen my phone, what is there to fear?" Jiang Feng raised his voice. Soon, a crowd gathered around them, including the previously aloof Xia Mo and Su Qianyu. What does this fellow intend to do now? Su Qianyu pondered, recalling the scene of him kissing Xia Mo, an inexplicable discomfort creeping into her heart. Xia Mo stood by, observing with a detached gaze, lost in her own thoughts. As the crowd grew larger, the Dongfang family began to feel anxious. "This is absurd, Jean, we should leave," Dongfang Bai declared. "Halt." Jiang Feng seized Dongfang Bai's hand and insisted. "Allow me to search you. If you are innocent, why fear a search? What if I do not possess your phone? I shall apologize. What is your apology worth?" Dongfang Bai scoffed. Faced with Jiang Feng's obstinacy, maintaining his composure became increasingly difficult for Dongfang Bai. Lu Jian remained silent, not particularly familiar with Jiang Feng, yet she sensed he was not a troublemaker. But what exactly was he after? At that moment, a voice from the crowd suggested, "Brother, Just let him search you. Why should I allow that? If not, perhaps we should call the police, Jiang Feng replied. It seems the restaurant has already contacted them, someone chimed in. Dongfang Bai grew more flustered, contemplating escape. Don't let him run, Jiang Feng shouted. Soon, a group of righteous bystanders restrained the Dongfang family on the ground. Before long, the police arrived, inquiring about the situation before commencing a search of Dongfang Bai. No phone was found, but a suspicious packet of powder was discovered in his pocket. Wow, is this not a narcotic? Jiang Feng provocatively remarked. No, it is not a narcotic, Dongfang Bai insisted. Then what is it? A police officer probed. It is nothing, Dongfang Bai stammered. It appears we must escort you to the station, the officer concluded. Subsequently, the 3 members of the Dongfang family were taken to the police station. The forensic team swiftly analyzed the powder, revealing it contained a substantial quantity of aphrodisiac substances. Upon learning this, Lu Jian was furious, berating the Dongfang family. Simultaneously, she felt immense gratitude towards Jiang Feng. Without him, she and her mother could have been in grave danger. According to police interrogation reports, Dongfang Bai had confessed that their company faced financial troubles, leading them to target He Hongya. They intended to drug Lu Jian and Dongfang Bai during a matchmaking opportunity, creating a scandal to coerce He Hongya into investing in their family. How utterly shameless and sinister. Lu Jian cursed vehemently. Just then, Su Qianyu approached. Jian, what on earth is happening? She understood Jiang Feng's character well enough to know he would not instigate trouble without reason. That scoundrel Dongfang Bai attempted to drug me. But Jiang Feng caught on in time, Lu Jian explained. Su Qianyu chuckled. Well, now you owe Jiang Feng a favor. Let us see how you scold him in the future. Lu Jian remained silent. So, how should we express our gratitude to Jiang Feng? Should I repay him with my body? Su Qianyu quipped. She said this deliberately. Previously, Lu Jian had teased her about repaying Jiang Feng. To her surprise, Lu Jian began to contemplate seriously. Cough, cough. I was merely joking. Did you take me seriously? Su Qianyu continued. Lu Jian felt slightly embarrassed. I did not take it seriously. How could I part with my virginity, preserved for 25 years? After saying this, Lu Jian recalled something and changed the subject. By the way, who was the woman you were with? Su Qianyu hesitated before answering. Jiang Feng's ex-wife. Lu Jian exclaimed, what? Jiang Feng's ex-wife, is that beautiful? Indeed, Su Qianyu replied calmly. Cough, cough, it's fine, Jianyu. Your looks are no less than hers. Besides, you have a larger bust. Lu Jian added. Why should I compare myself to her? It's absurd. Lu Jian laughed, then inquired. So, what did she want from you? Is she seeking a confrontation? She asked about a woman named Wei Wei. Who is that? I do not know. Su Qianyu paused before stating matter-of-factly, probably Jiang Feng's mistress. Mistress? Sigh, I underestimated Jiang Feng. Despite his poverty, he seems quite popular. Lu Jian pondered, looking at Su Qianyu. Qianyu, I've changed my mind. I no longer support you and Jiang Feng. In my view, he is no different from Wu Zhe. Both are fickle hearts. Perhaps, but they are not entirely alike. Jiang Feng possesses a sense of responsibility. Like today, he could have ignored the situation but chose to intervene. Perhaps that is why he is so well-liked. Su Qianyu remarked calmly. Lu Jian nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lu Jian's phone rang. All right, I must go find my mother, she said. Go on, Su Qianyu replied. After Lu Jian departed, Su Qianyu drove away, her mind occupied with thoughts. She had thought that she was particularly special to him. But perhaps she had been mistaken. He seemed warm to every beautiful woman. She fell into silence, lost in her own musings. At that moment, her phone rang. Jiang Feng was calling. Su Qianyu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately pressed the answer button. Hello, she spoke calmly. What does my wife? My ex-wife want with you? Jiang Feng's voice came through the phone. She is inquiring about a woman named Wei Wei, Su Qianyu replied. Oh, I see. Jiang Feng responded, a hint of sweat forming on his brow. He had not anticipated that even after their divorce, Xiaomo was still fixated on finding Wei Wei. Was it a lingering affection she harbored for him, or merely an attempt to confront her inner demons? Jiang Feng was uncertain. If only I had the ability to read minds, why can't I decipher Xiaomo's thoughts? He mused. Just then, Su Qianyu's voice interrupted his reverie. The other day, while I was at your home taking care of you when you were drunk, you seemed to have mistaken me for someone else and called me Sister Wei Wei. Jiang Feng's eyes glistened with unshed tears. This was absurd. Even after being separated for a decade, why did thoughts of her persistently invade his mind? After much contemplation, He surmised that it was likely due to Shun Yuwei's upcoming concert in Jiang City, marking her first return in 10 years since her debut. Although he verbally declared indifference, deep down, he sensed a flicker of concern. So who exactly was Wei Wei? At that moment, Su Qianyu spoke again. Although she was not one to indulge in gossip, she found herself intrigued by Jiang Feng's mention of Sister Wei Wei. Wei Wei, well, have you not heard the song Xiao Wei by Huangpin Yuan? There is a beautiful little girl named Xiao Wei. Jiang Feng did not finish his sentence as Su Qianyu abruptly hung up. He was bewildered. When had Su Qianyu become so assertive? Had she been influenced by Xiaomao? In Jiang Feng's memory, throughout their years of acquaintance, Su Qianyu had always maintained a polite demeanor towards him. This was the first time she had terminated a conversation mid-sentence. Sighing, he thought, it appeared that Su Qianyu truly despised him now. On the other end, Su Qianyu was taken aback by her own rude action of hanging up on Jiang Feng. Listening to his nonsensical chatter had inexplicably ignited a surge of anger within her, leading her to disconnect. However, after the call, she realized that such behavior was unbecoming of her usual self. Upon reflection, she pondered, Jiang Feng was not someone of great significance in my life. Why should I be irritated by him? She had not felt this angry even when her husband failed to return home at night. Lately, she found herself acting rather strangely. Glancing at the clock, she noticed it was already 6 in the evening. It was time to head to the hospital. Approximately 20 minutes later, Su Qianyu arrived at Renai Hospital and entered her father's ward. He was engaged in a video call with someone. I'm fine, you needn't worry. Focus on your work. If only you could bring home a son-in-law during the new year, her father remarked. Dad, I have things to attend to. I'll hang up now, she said before the other party ended the call. This girl, my sister? Su Qianyu interjected. Qianyu, you should talk to your sister. She is nearly 30 and still single. Is she planning to be a leftover woman? Her father observed. For my sister, marriage is a cage, she retorted. Nonsense. Living alone without marriage is quite lonely. When you have time, video call your sister with Wu Zhe, showcase the joys of marriage. Let her see the happiness it brings. Her father added. Su Qianyu smirked slightly. At that moment, her father glanced at her and inquired. Did Wu Zhe not accompany you? Oh, he has been busy with work lately, Su Qianyu replied calmly. Her father nodded. A man focusing on his career is good. He paused, looking at Su Qianyu, and continued. Qianyu, you should pay more attention to Wu Zhe. Understood, she replied evenly. By the way, her father suddenly recalled. Have you found the person who saved me? Su Qianyu hesitated before saying, Yes, I found him. Why? Is there something you cannot share? Her father asked. No, it's just, she paused before smiling, he happens to be a colleague of mine. Ah. Is that young man also a teacher at Jiang University? Her father queried. Yes, she confirmed. He seems like a very positive young man, her father remarked. After a brief pause, he inquired, How old is he? Around my age. 25, perhaps? That is acceptable, her father mused. He then asked, Does he have a girlfriend? I believe not, Su Qianyu replied. Do you think you could play matchmaker for him and your sister? Her father suggested. Well, Su Qianyu hesitated. He just got divorced. After a moment, she added lightly, Yes, he is divorced. Her father fell silent. What normal parents would wish for their daughter to marry a divorced man? He pushed for Su Qianyu and Wu Zhe to be together. As their marriage had been arranged before their births, and Wu Zhe was also a first-time groom. However, the thought of marrying off his eldest daughter to a divorced man made him somewhat uneasy. After a while, her father said, I'll transfer 10,000 yuan to you. Please give it to the young man who saved me. So you're not matchmaking him with my sister anymore? Su Qianyu teased. Your sister would certainly refuse. She is quite picky, her father replied. The blame shifted to her sister. Su Qianyu chose not to expose her father's thoughts. No need. I already expressed my gratitude, she stated. A mere verbal thank you won't suffice. After all, it was a matter of life and death, her father insisted. I also gave him a gift. Su Qianyu added. What did you give him? I treated him to a meal, she responded calmly. That is reasonable. Her father would never have guessed that the meal was prepared by Su Qianyu herself. Shortly after, Lu Jiyin arrived. After exchanging pleasantries, she left the ward alongside Su Qianyu. You seem quite happy today, Su Qianyu remarked, turning to Lu Jiyin. Of course, I'm happy. Finally. There is no pressure of marriage, Lu Jiyin replied. Shouldn't you properly thank Jiang Feng? Su Qianyu asked. I certainly intend to express my gratitude, but I'm unsure how to do so, Lu Jiyin admitted, pausing to look at Su Qianyu. Qianyu, how did you thank Jiang Feng? I simply treated him to a meal, Su Qianyu stated. Then I shall do the same, Lu Jin declared, immediately dialing Jiang Feng's number. Hello. Jiang Feng's voice echoed through the line. Jiang Feng, we owe you a debt of gratitude today. Otherwise, my mother and I would have been in dire straits. Let me treat you to dinner tonight. Please don't refuse, Lu Jin insisted. All right. Where shall we eat? Jiang Feng inquired. At my place. I believe cooking for you will best convey my sincerity, Lu Jin asserted. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment before responding, understood. Please send me the address. Okay, I'll hang up now. Lu Jin promptly ended the call. Jin, if Jiang Feng arrives at your 2,000 square foot villa, he will surely uncover your background, Su Qianyu remarked. Lu Jin slapped her forehead. I almost forgot. She paused, turning to Su Qianyu with hands clasped. Qianyu, may I borrow your kitchen? Su Qianyu sighed. Fine, I understand. Subsequently, Lu Jin sent Su Qianyu the location of her home. Although Jiang Feng found it somewhat peculiar, he did not dwell on it. It was quite normal for friends to reside in the same neighborhood. However, when he followed the address to Lu Jiyin's place, he realized that she had sent him the home address of Wuzhe and Su Qianyu. I never realized you lived with teacher Su, he remarked. Wuzhe is living with 2 beautiful women. How enviable. Jiang Feng gazed enviously. Would you like to swap homes with Wuzhe? Lu Jin chuckled. The suggestion of a swap carried a deeper implication, one that Jiang Feng understood. It certainly wasn't possible before, but now that I am divorced, I am indifferent to such a change. After all, I am just a solitary figure, Jiang Feng replied. Lu Jin immediately turned her gaze towards Su Qianyue in the kitchen and raised her voice. Qianyue, Jiang Feng says he wants to sleep with you. Jiang Feng nearly choked. Hey, Lu Jin, stop spreading rumors. I never said that. At this moment, Su Qianyue called from the kitchen. Lu Jin, if you have nothing to do, hurry up and come cook. Whose appreciation banquet is it today? Got it. Lu Jin responded, making her way to the kitchen. Su Qianyue then emerged, casually inviting. Feel free to sit. Her demeanor was neither warm nor cold. Oh. Jiang Feng settled onto the sofa in the living room and inquired, Where's Wuzhe? No idea. Su Qianyue replied calmly. Jiang Feng fell silent, and Su Qianyue returned to the kitchen. Lu Jin hummed a little tune while chopping vegetables, her joy evident. Are you so happy cooking for Jiang Feng? Su Qianyue asked. Not really. It's just that the pressure of marriage from home has lifted, and I feel quite liberated. Lu Jin paused before adding, I appreciate Jiang Feng, but he's not my type. Oh. Su Qianyue chose not to pursue the topic further and began frying the vegetables. In the living room, Jiang Feng was distractedly watching television. Suddenly, a variety show caught his attention. So, at the end of the day's program, we will have a face-to-face interview with a mysterious guest. She is. The host paused for effect, then exclaimed. She is none other than the sensational pop diva Shen Yue. A stunningly beautiful woman appeared on screen, causing the audience present at the show to gasp in surprise before erupting into enthusiastic applause, a testament to Shen Yue's immense popularity. Jiang Feng quietly observed Shen Yue on the television. Though she wore only light makeup, her elegance was striking, captivating everyone in attendance. The former girlfriend he hadn't seen in a decade had blossomed into a mature, alluring beauty, leaving many women feeling inferior. At that moment, Shen Yue settled into her seat opposite the host. Hello. Yue, the female host greeted. Hello, Shen Yue replied with a smile. You seem to rarely accept interviews from television stations, am I correct? The host asked. Indeed. In my 10 years since debuting, I have participated in fewer than 10 interviews. Shen Yue responded. Wow, then our program must hold significant prestige, the host remarked, then continued. What prompted you to come on our show? Shen Yue smiled. To promote my concert in Jiangfeng and sell tickets, of course. Yue, are you joking? When have your concert tickets ever failed to sell out? They disappear in seconds. The host paused again, then asked, I've heard you're from Jiangfeng? Yes, this will be my first concert in my hometown, Shen Yue stated. Have you gifted any tickets to friends or family? The host inquired. Yes, Shen Yue replied. I heard there will be a mysterious guest performer at your Jiangfeng concert. Can you reveal who that is? The host asked. Shen Yue smiled again. Since it's a mystery, I can't disclose that. All right then. I have one more small curiosity. The host said, pausing before continuing. Your famous song You Are My First Love lists the composer as anonymous. Surely you know who that is. I do. But he prefers to remain unnamed, hence the label anonymous, Shen Yue replied calmly. Why did you not continue collaborating with him? The host pressed. Because. Shen Yue hesitated, then said quietly, I made him angry. Will he attend your Jiangfeng concert? The host asked. I sent him a ticket, but I don't know if he will come. Xin Yue replied. The host chose not to pursue the topic further, recognizing her role as an interviewer, not a tabloid journalist. Jiang Feng sat in silence, watching the interview with Xin Yue, reflecting on the past. Before she moved away, Xin Yue had approached him, asking if she could keep the rights to You Are My First Love. He had agreed. Then she inquired if he would still write songs for her. He had replied that he would not. She had simply said, I understand, and left. They had not seen or contacted each other since. The concert was out of the question, as all tickets had gone to Xiaoyang. Jiang Feng switched the channel, realizing that some things and people are best left in the past. Xin Yue's departure had deeply impacted him, plunging him into a semi-isolated state until he met Xia Mo during his university years. In that late summer of September, Jiang Feng encountered Xia Mo for the first time. Her sunny smile warmed his heart, which had been battered by past wounds. It was largely thanks to Xia Mo that he had managed to emerge from Xin Yue's shadow. He had once envisioned a lifelong partnership with Xia Mo, but life was not so straightforward. After 7 years of entanglement, they ultimately divorced. Unlike his breakup with Xin Yue, his divorce from Xia Mo was primarily due to his own shortcomings. About an hour later, Su Qianyue and Lu Jin finished preparing the meal and set it on the dining table. Wow, this looks splendid, Jiang Feng exclaimed, glancing at Lu Jin. I never expected Dr. Lu could cook. Absolutely. To capture a man's heart, one must first tantalize his palate. Lu Jin replied, Oh, not referring to you. That's wonderful. Jiang Feng responded with a smile. Lu Jin felt a twinge of disappointment. Jiang Feng truly wasn't her type. She had only invited him to a blind date because he was her only male friend. She had never considered developing anything beyond friendship with him. Yet, Jiang Feng's dismissive attitude left her feeling a bit downcast. You have a thing for married women, Lu Jin remarked. Jiang Feng coughed lightly. Su Qianyue remained silent. At that moment, Lu Jin glanced at Jiang Feng and Su Qianyue, then grinned, saying, Honestly, you two seem quite compatible. Smack. Su Qianyue playfully tapped Lu Jin on the head, exclaiming, You can't keep your mouth shut even at the dinner table. Jiang Feng added, Dr. Lu, if you keep talking nonsense, I won't help you anymore. Okay, just joking. I won't say any more, Lu Jin said, placing a piece of braised eggplant onto Jiang Feng's plate. Try this, it's my specialty. Jiang Feng took a piece of eggplant and savored it. How is it? It's indeed delicious, but you didn't make it. This is Su Qianyue's handiwork, Jiang Feng declared. How do you know? Lu Jin questioned. I had it before, Jiang Feng smiled. Cut it out. You're clearly not into married women. You even know Su Qianyue's cooking style, Lu Jin teased. Hey, Lu Jin, don't use such vague terms. I know it's Su Qianyue's cooking. Jiang Feng insisted. Lu Jin grinned. Don't you want to know what Su Qianyue tastes like? Jiang Feng instinctively stole a glance. To say he wasn't curious would be a lie. Damn it, it's all Wu Zhe's fault for trying to set me up with Su Qianyue. I never had any lewd thoughts about her before. At that moment, Su Qianyue calmly stated, Lu Jin, if you continue to speak nonsense, do not come to my home again. I was wrong, Lu Jin replied. The three began their meal, yet no one spoke further. The atmosphere grew somewhat eerie until Jiang Feng introduced a new topic. He looked at Lu Jin and said, Miss Lu. Wait, what did you call me? Why address me as Miss? Lu Jin inquired. Isn't the only daughter of Jiangqing's wealthiest woman a Miss? Jiang Feng retorted. Lu Jin fell silent, while Su Qianyue quickly added, That was not my remark. Lu Jin's gaze turned to Jiang Feng again. How do you know this? Jiang Feng smiled and replied, I possess the ability to read minds. Nonsense, Lu Jin paused, then continued, Knowing I am affluent, your attitude towards me remains rather poor. Your logic is utterly flawed. My demeanor towards you is not unkind. It is you who has been overly pampered by flattery. When confronted with someone who does not indulge you, you perceive it as their fault. Perhaps the issue lies within your mindset, Jiang Feng asserted. Lu Jin was rendered speechless by Jiang Feng's retort. Then why are you so gentle with Qianyue? After a brief moment, Lu Jin added, That's your misperception. My treatment is uniform towards all, Jiang Feng insisted. Do you take me for a fool? Your manner towards Qianyue is decidedly different. Are you going to eat? Su Qianyue interjected once more. Lu Jin shrugged, fine. After dining at the Su residence, Jiang Feng took his leave. Qianyue, he truly treats you differently, Lu Jin remarked again. Su Qianyue rolled her eyes. Are you never done? Lu Jin chuckled. She looked at Su Qianyue and asked, By the way, Qianyue, have you truly considered my previous suggestion? What suggestion? Wu Zhe has a mistress. You could also indulge with his brother. When Wu Zhi harms my friend, I will find Jiang Feng to share a bed, Su Qianwei replied. What? Me? Indeed. That is what fairness entails. He sleeps with my friend, and I with his brother, Su Qianwei stated. If I were to sleep with Wu Zhi, I would rather be with Jiang Feng. I have never liked that man. Initially, I refrained from speaking out to avoid affecting your marriage. But now that I know you have been living like a widow for 3 years, with Wu Zhi never returning home at night, I feel no reservations. Lu Jin paused. Looking at Su Qianwei, it is often said, better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage. I will not urge you to divorce. But I do not want you to sacrifice your entire life for the sake of a so-called debt of gratitude. I understand. I will wait for an opportunity to have a serious conversation with Wu Zhi, Su Qianwei replied calmly. Lu Jin smiled. Good. After a moment, she continued. Qianwei, hypothetically speaking, if you were to divorce, would you consider Jiang Feng? No, Su Qianwei answered serenely. What? So decisive? I thought your chemistry was quite good. I believe there was potential. Lu Jin remarked, pausing to ask, why? Is it because he is Wu Zhi's brother? That is one reason. The second reason is, Su Qianwei hesitated before continuing. Although he is divorced, he still loves his ex-wife. But isn't she quite controlling and materialistic? She is indeed strong-willed. But the notion of her being materialistic is likely a misunderstanding. Su Qianwei paused once more before stating, if she were truly materialistic, she would not have chosen Jiang Feng in the first place. Moreover, I sense that she still loves Jiang Feng, at the very least. She harbors a strong possessiveness towards him. Then why did they divorce? Marriage is not a standard formula. Each person's marital situation is unique, and the reasons for divorce cannot be generalized. As for why Jiang Feng and his ex-wife divorced, I am not entirely sure. Could it be related to someone named Wei Wei? Perhaps. Who exactly is this Wei Wei? I am becoming quite curious, Lu Jin remarked. I am not certain. Su Qianwei paused before adding, all right, this is Jiang Feng's marriage. Let us refrain from discussing others' marital issues when my own marriage is in disarray. Very well. Moments later, Lu Jin stretched and said, all right, I must return. Isn't your car still in the shop? Just use mine, Su Qianwei offered. Lu Jin nodded. All right. As they reached the door, she recalled something and added, oh, Qianwei. There have been several homicides occurring in Jiangxing, likely a series of murders. The assailant has not yet been apprehended. If you have no pressing matters, please do not venture out alone. Understood, Su Qianwei replied. Lu Jin said nothing more and departed. Su Qianwei settled in the living room to watch television. Though she seemed somewhat distracted, lost in thought. At 9 o'clock, Wu Zhi had yet to return. Su Qianwei was preparing to wash up and sleep when her phone rang. It was Wu Zhi's mother, her mother-in-law. She pressed the answer button. Qianwei? A middle-aged woman's voice resonated through the line. Yes. Are you free at the moment? Please come to my place. I have something to discuss with you. The woman's tone sounded rather serious. Understood, Su Qianwei replied. After hanging up, she quickly tidied up and left. Lu Jin had taken her car. She stood by the roadside outside her community and hailed a taxi. Once inside, she instructed the driver. Take me to Nanwan community. The driver said nothing and promptly started the vehicle. As Su Qianwei sat in the back, she prepared to roll down the window. But the driver suddenly said, the air conditioning is on. Please do not open the window. Oh, all right. Su Qianwei closed the window again. She turned to gaze out at the passing scenery, her mind heavy with thoughts. Shortly after, she began to feel drowsy, which puzzled her. At that moment, she noticed the taxi driver was wearing a mask. Odd, considering it was no longer the pandemic period, and very few people wore masks, especially an N95 high protection mask. Furthermore, she had not heard the driver cough throughout the ride. As she inhaled deeply, she detected a strange scent. Her instincts hinted that it was likely a form of narcotic. As the vehicle approached a secluded stretch of road, Su Qianwei said, driver, please stop. I feel car sick and need to vomit. However, the driver ignored her. Instead, the car accelerated. Su Qianwei suddenly remembered Lu Jin's warning about the series of murders that had already claimed many female victims, and her heart began to race with panic. She took out her phone and dialed Wu Zhi's number, but there was no answer. In a moment of desperation, she called Jiang Feng. This time, he picked up swiftly. Qianwei, what happened? Jiang Feng asked. Help me, Su Qianwei pleaded. Where are you? Share your location, Jiang Feng urged. Just as Su Qianwei sent her location, the taxi driver stopped the car and emerged with a sharp knife from the driver's seat. Su Qianwei had no time to speak with Jiang Feng. She used her last ounce of strength to push open the back door and fled towards a well-lit area. The taxi driver pursued her closely. Su Qianwei could only run for her life. Fortunately, the surroundings were wooded, and it was late at night, providing her some cover as she evaded the masked driver. She turned off her phone, fearing the sound or light would betray her position. Thus, the two remained in a standoff for nearly 30 minutes, until the taxi driver ultimately found her. "You are truly hard to find," he said, approaching with the knife in hand. At this moment, Su Qianwei found herself utterly cornered. Behind her lay a moat over 10 meters deep. Under ordinary circumstances, she might have swum to safety, but now, having inhaled too much of the sedative, she could hardly maintain her swimming posture. Jumping into the river would be tantamount to suicide. The taxi driver approached ever closer. After an initial surge of panic, Su Qianwei gradually calmed down. She glanced back at the moat, took a deep breath, and leaped into the water. Under the influence of the sedative, her body was almost unresponsive, rendering her incapable of swimming. She began to sink beneath the surface, a bitter smile gracing her lips. She had once pondered how she might leave this world, yet she never imagined it would be in this manner. Death. So be it. She was weary. With that thought, she slowly closed her eyes, her consciousness drifting into slumber. Time passed, though she could not tell how long, until her awareness began to stir again. She felt someone kissing her. Startled, she opened her eyes to find a man's lips pressed against hers, Jiang Feng. A surge of humiliation and anger washed over her. But before she could voice her outrage, a tumultuous wave surged through her abdomen, and she expelled the water that had filled her stomach. A passerby remarked, "Miss, it was this young man who saved you." Indeed, had it not been for him rescuing her from the moat and administering mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, she might have. Su Qianwei's emotions gradually settled. She regarded Jiang Feng, her lips moving as she finally asked, "How did you find me?" "You shared your location. But the signal was lost shortly thereafter. I searched for a while nearby and eventually heard someone had fallen into the river, so I jumped in to save you," Jiang Feng replied. In truth, he had located Su Qianwei through his mind-reading ability, as her mental defenses had crumbled in her panic, making her thoughts easy to decipher. "What happened?" Jiang Feng inquired. Su Qianwei recounted the events that had transpired. Jiang Feng's pupils constricted. "We need to call the police." "Yes, we certainly should. But calling them now is futile. The perpetrator has already fled," Su Qianwei responded. After a moment and Apos' pause, Jiang Feng suggested, "Let Apos' dry our clothes first. Then we can report to the police station." "How do we dry them?" Su Qianwei pondered aloud. "There's a hotel nearby where I stayed once. They have a dryer," Jiang Feng informed her. "The hotel? If you don't mind, we can book 2 rooms," she offered hastily. However, feeling shaken, she feared being alone. Moments later, Jiang Feng led Su Qianwei to a nearby hotel. Unbeknownst to them, a friend of Wu's mother happened to pass by and witness the scene. After they entered the hotel, she promptly called Wu's mother, Su Qianwei's mother-in-law. Inside the hotel, Jiang Feng booked a room and guided Su Qianwei inside. "You should take a shower first, wear the bathrobe provided by the hotel, while I dry your clothes," he instructed. "All right," she acquiesced, heading to the bathroom. She was acutely aware that being alone in a hotel room with Jiang Feng was not ideal, but what choice did she have? Wu's calls went unanswered, and she dared not inform her in-laws to avoid causing them worry. Exhaling slowly, she peeled off her clothing, revealing a flawless figure. Her waist, resembling a willow, appeared even more delicate in the haze, embodying all the softness of the world. Her skin glistened with a subtle sheen from the steam, akin to jade caressed by moonlight, smooth and exquisite. As she gently turned, water cascaded from her rounded shoulders, trailing down her back's elegant curve, flowing along her long, straight legs to the floor. The line of her back was fluid and natural, the outline of her spine faintly discernible beneath her skin, like a sensitive string capable of producing the most enchanting melodies. Raising her arm, droplets fell from her fingertips like strings of radiant pearls. Her collarbone was delicately defined, resembling 2 elegant crescent moons that exuded charm amidst the steam. The gentle rise and fall of her chest beneath the mist added a hint of allure. Indeed, she was a rare beauty. After a while, Su Qianwei emerged from the bathroom in a bathrobe, clutching her damp clothes. "Could you show me where the dryer is?" "I'll take care of my clothes," she said. "You're going alone?" "I'll accompany you," she insisted, gathering her courage, for she truly feared solitude. Jiang Feng nodded, understanding her reserved nature. He remained outside the dryer while she attended to her garments. Half an hour later, after her clothes had dried, Su Qianwei and Jiang Feng returned to their room. Just as Jiang Feng was about to enter the bathroom, a knock sounded at the door. Su Qianwei, closer to the door, cautiously peered through the peephole. Standing outside were a hotel staff member and two others, Wu Zhe and his mother, Su Qianyue's mother-in-law. I told you I wasn't lying. This is the good daughter-in-law you trust. Wu's mother snarled at Wu Zhe. Jiang Feng quickly interjected, Auntie, you misunderstand. There was an attack just now. Qianyue was forced to jump into the water, and her clothes are soaked. Calling her Qianyue now, are we? How affectionate. Wu's mother sneered. Jiang Feng continued. She tried to call your son, but he didn't answer, so she called me. Wu's mother's derisive tone ignited a surge of anger within Jiang Feng. He felt indignant on Su Qianyue's behalf. 3 years of marriage. And her husband had not come home for nights on end, yet she had never complained, never voiced dissatisfaction, nor sought a divorce. Now, having narrowly escaped death, she faced mockery from her mother-in-law. It was easy to imagine the sorrow weighing on her heart. Wu Zhe quickly added, Mom, that's true. I was in the shower and didn't see any messages or calls. He paused, then turned to Jiang Feng, asking, what happened? Why was there an attacker targeting Qianyue? There have been several recent murders in Jiangqing. It's likely a serial killer is on the loose. The taxi driver Qianyue encountered tonight is very likely the culprit. Jiang Feng explained. Wu's mother scoffed. Oh, keep spinning your tales. I've heard nothing about recent murders in Jiangqing. That's because they fear causing public panic. Jiang Feng retorted, unable to bear her mocking demeanor any longer. He looked at Su Qianyue and urged, go change your clothes. We need to report this to the police. But your clothes are still wet, she protested. I'm fine, he insisted. The river breeze paused momentarily before Jiang Feng firmly closed the door, leaving him, Wu Zhe, and Wu's mother outside. After a brief interval, Su Qianyue emerged, having changed into dry clothing. Let us proceed to the police station, Jiang Feng remarked coolly. Glancing at Wu's mother. Let's go? 20 minutes later, the 4 individuals arrived at the precinct to file a report. The authorities took their claims seriously and shared details regarding several recent homicides that had occurred in Jiangqing, seeking to identify any commonalities among them. Now I understand. If the perpetrator is a rogue taxi driver, our assumptions align perfectly, a detective captain noted, addressing Wu's mother, who stood nearby. We appreciate the valuable leads you have provided. Wu's mother offered a faint smile, but remained silent. By the time they exited the police station, it was already 2 in the morning, the coldest hour of the night. As they stepped outside, a chilling gust of wind made Jiang Feng shiver slightly. Well, I shall head home now, he stated, turning to Wu Zhe. Take good care of Qianyue. It is your duty as her husband to cherish her. Allowing another man to do so is unacceptable. Do not wait until it is irretrievable to express your regrets. With that, Jiang Feng hailed a taxi and departed. Qianyue, I misjudged you in this matter. However, you must be mindful of your behavior. As a married woman, what were you thinking, spending time with another man in such a manner? Thankfully, it was my good friend who witnessed it. Had it been someone else, what would Wu Zhe do? They would certainly assume he had been cuckolded, Wu's mother remarked. I understand, Su Qianyue replied calmly. All right, you two should return home, Wu's mother insisted. Mother, let me escort you, Wu Zhe offered. No need. You should accompany your wife. I do not want you to be absent, only for her to be seen with another man, leading to misunderstandings, Wu's mother replied. Su Qianyue clasped her hands together and said quietly, it is unnecessary. The Renai hospital is just across the street. My father is hospitalized there, and I intend to visit him. Then I shall take my mother home, Wu Zhe stated. Go ahead, Su Qianyue smiled. Wu Zhe said nothing further and drove away with Wu's mother. Once they were gone, Su Qianyue's tears fell freely, cascading like beads from a broken string. At that moment, a taxi pulled up beside her, and Jiang Feng stepped out. Why have you returned? Su Qianyue asked, wiping her tears. I was somewhat worried about you, he replied. I won't do anything irrational. I am not that fragile, she insisted. Jiang Feng remained silent. Though Su Qianyue appeared resilient, he recognized her underlying sensitivity. Since acquiring the ability to read minds, he had often overheard her thoughts. The more fragile one's psyche, the more susceptible they are to being overheard. Jiang Feng had intended to leave, but had sensed her despair and her inclination towards self-harm, prompting his return. I will take you home, he offered again. I do not wish to return, she responded, yet she had no intention of visiting the hospital either. In her current state, seeing her parents would undoubtedly raise suspicions. And she did not want to burden them, especially with her father suffering from heart disease and currently under observation. She also wished to avoid Lu Jian. If she learned of the events of the night, Her temperament would lead her to confront Wu Jia. Su Qianyue preferred to keep the situation low-key. Jiang Feng understood Lu Jin's likely reaction and felt conflicted, ultimately suggesting, "Then perhaps you could come to my place? If it makes you uncomfortable, you may disregard my suggestion." After a moment of contemplation, Su Qianyue replied, "Fine." Jiang Feng did not say anything further and led her back to his modest apartment. "You may stay in the guest room tonight," he said. "Thank you," Su Qianyue replied, pausing before adding, "You should quickly take a hot shower and change into dry clothes to avoid catching a cold." "All right," he responded, taking a change of clothes into the bathroom. The apartment was small, with the bathroom integrated with the shower area. Su Qianyue proceeded to the guest room, which was neatly arranged with freshly laundered bedding. She removed her shoes and lay on the bed, hands behind her head, gazing at the ceiling in silence. She had never imagined she would find herself sleeping in another man's home, yet it seemed she had nowhere else to turn. Though she had a home, returning was not an option, or rather, she felt unable to return. While it was the marital residence she shared with Wu Jia, it had been purchased by his family before their marriage, and the title remained under her mother-in-law's name. Despite having lived there for 3 years, she felt little connection to it. The thought of her mother-in-law's disdainful gaze made Su Qianyue feel aggrieved and brought her to tears. After a while, Jiang Feng emerged from the shower, approaching Su Qianyue's door. He raised his hand, intending to knock, but ultimately decided against it and returned to his own room. Su Qianyue had not locked her door, yet she was not asleep. It was not that she feared Jiang Feng would do anything untoward. She had previously harbored such concerns. But after spending time with him, she had come to understand him better. Although he possessed the common flaws of other men, he had his principles and would not overstep boundaries. Unable to sleep, she pondered her marriage to Wu Jia, contemplating their future for the first time seriously. Restlessly tossing and turning, dawn broke. Su Qianyue rose directly, glancing into Jiang Feng's room, where she could faintly hear him snoring, clearly still slumbering. Initially, she intended to leave without a word, but as she passed the kitchen, she paused. After a moment's hesitation, she entered the kitchen and began preparing breakfast. She made enough for both of them, consuming one portion and leaving the other for Jiang Feng. She sent him a text message, "I made breakfast for you. Remember to eat it. If it has cooled down, please reheat it." Subsequently, while the sky was still dimly lit, she quietly departed. It was best not to linger too long and risk being seen. She went to school, but as the morning passed, Jiang Feng was nowhere to be found. Where could he be? Just then, she spotted Ning Yan and approached her. "Teacher Ning, has Teacher Jiang been absent today?" she inquired. "He took a leave of absence." "Absent?" Su Qianyue echoed. "Yes, it seems he has a severe cold. I was planning to visit him during the lunch break," Ning Yan added. Su Qianyue froze. Her mind clear as crystal. Jiang Feng must have caught a cold. His health was typically robust, and he rarely fell ill. However, yesterday he had been soaked in wet clothes for an extended period. Even a resilient person could not withstand that. "Is it serious?" she asked after a moment. "It sounds quite severe. He likely has a high fever," Ning Yan replied. "I will accompany you," Su Qianyue declared. After a brief pause, she added, "After all, he is my work partner." Ning Yan smiled knowingly. "What are you laughing at?" Su Qianyue asked, feeling a bit uneasy under her gaze. "Oh, I merely envy Teacher Jiang. When he falls ill, all the beautiful class instructors rush to see him. If I were to fall ill, I wonder if my partners would come to visit me? But then again, my partners are all men," Ning Yan mused. "Are you referring to Teacher Yang Tao?" Su Qianyue asked. Jiang Feng taught 4 classes at Jiangxing University, with 4 female teacher partners, all of whom were indeed attractive. However, one was on maternity leave, and another was away on a business trip. In the school, it was only she and Yang Tao. Indeed, Teacher Yang Tao heard that Jiang Feng was ill and went to visit him right after the first class. Ning Yan paused for a moment, looking at Su Qianyue, and added, "Teacher Su, I am also preparing to go over. Would you like to join me?" Su Qianyue felt a bit reluctant, as it seemed like she was competing with Yang Tao. However, Jiang Feng's illness was due to her. After a brief internal struggle, she made up her mind. "All right," she responded calmly. Approximately 20 minutes later, Su Qianyue and Ning Yan arrived once more at Jiang Feng's rental apartment, where Yang Tao was indeed present. Furthermore, at that moment, Yang Tao was wearing an apron, resembling a devoted housewife. While there was nothing inherently wrong with this, as Yang Tao was indeed a married woman, it was still Jiang Feng's home. It seemed a bit odd, but both of them were currently single. Su Qianyue felt her emotions slightly in turmoil. When Yang Tao opened the door and saw Ning Yan and Su Qianyue, She was initially surprised, but quickly composed herself and smiled. Here to visit Jiang Feng? Yes, how is Teacher Jiang? Ningyan asked. He's lying down inside. I just gave him some fever-reducing medicine, Yang Tao replied. How did you administer it? Ningyan joked. Yang Tao shot Ning Yin a disapproving glance. Ningyan, do you know why Teacher Nangong doesn't want to pay attention to you? It's because you lack seriousness. Ningyan instantly felt dejected. Teacher Yang, you really know how to hit the nail on the head. After a brief pause, he added, I'm going to check on Teacher Jiang. Which room is he in? The innermost one, Yang Tao indicated. All right, Ningyan said before departing. After Ningyan left, Su Qianhua smiled and remarked, Teacher Yang seems quite familiar with Jiang Feng's home. Do you come here often? When did you start making such jokes? Yang Tao replied. Su Qianhua felt a bit embarrassed. Her personality had not been one to joke around with colleagues previously. Fortunately, Yang Tao did not press further and instead said, This is only my second time here. The apartment is small, so one visit is enough to understand it. True, Su Qianhua paused, hesitating slightly before continuing. I'll help with cooking too. Sure. Meanwhile, in Jiang Feng's room, Ningyan was being nosy. When did you become so close with Teacher Yang? Now I understand why your father didn't choose you as his heir. You are too gossipy, Jiang Feng responded. Damn, I just took a hit outside, and now you're hitting me again, Ningyan replied. What hit? Jiang Feng inquired. Teacher Yang said that the reason Teacher Nangong doesn't pay attention to me is mainly because of my frivolous behavior. That's not true. Nangong is cold towards everyone. I am her partner, yet her attitude towards me is equally frigid. Outside of work, we hardly interact, Jiang Feng clarified. That makes sense. She has so many admirers. She can't possibly dislike me alone, Ningyan concluded. He collected his thoughts and looked at Jiang Feng, smiling again. However, I envy you. When you're ill, someone cares for you. If I were sick, he sighed lightly. Are you not on good terms with your family? Jiang Feng asked. It's complicated, Ningyan replied. Jiang Feng refrained from probing further. Every family has its own struggles. Honestly, Teacher Yang is quite remarkable. While her looks may not rival Teacher Su's stunning beauty, she certainly scores above average, perhaps an 80. More importantly, Teacher Yang is mature and nurturing, making her an ideal candidate for marriage. Ever since her divorce, many single male teachers at school have been eager to pursue her. You should seize the opportunity, he advised. Stop joking. We're merely colleagues, Jiang Feng retorted. Colleagues who share a bed? Ningyan teased. Get lost. In the kitchen, Su Qianhua chuckled. Can you guess what the two men are discussing in there? Yang Tao shrugged. That guy Ning Yin is surely talking about the ambiguous relationship between me and Jiang Feng. So what is the truth? Su Qianhua asked. Yang Tao glanced at Su Qianhua and smiled. Teacher Su seems quite concerned. How could that be? Su Qianhua replied, forcing her words. I have a husband, and he is a friend of Jiang Feng. Ah, then your relationship is rather intricate, Yang Tao commented. Don't overthink it. There's nothing between Jiang Feng and me. Su Qianhua paused before calmly asserting, it was just a joke. Yang Tao laughed lightly. As a woman who had experienced marriage, she could sense that the relationship between Su Qianhua and Jiang Feng was not as simple as it appeared. Previously, there seemed to be nothing between them, but recently, the dynamics had evidently shifted. Yang Tao was curious about what had transpired between them, yet she understood that it was a matter for Jiang Feng and Su Qianhua alone, and she should not pry too much. The kitchen fell silent for a moment. After a brief pause, Su Qianhua suddenly asked, Teacher Yang, do you have feelings for Jiang Feng? Yang Tao hesitated before finally responding. I'm not sure. However, I do have some fondness for him. Yet we can only remain friends. Why? Yang Tao smiled wryly. I am 5 years older than him, divorced, and have a daughter. What young man would marry a woman like me? You are only 30, at the prime of your life. How can you label yourself as an old woman? Su Qianhua retorted. Pausing before adding, Teacher Su, you should not belittle yourself. I know many single male teachers at our school are pursuing you. Yang Tao did not deny it. Indeed, there were a few male teachers who had shown interest in her, but she felt nothing for them. After her divorce, Yang Tao had closed her heart to love, but her daily interactions with Jiang Feng had gradually reopened it. Still, she was hesitant to trust men again and was afraid to believe in love. As for Jiang Feng, Yang Tao was acutely aware of her feelings for him. If one were to say that was affection, she wouldn't argue against it. Yet, she felt somewhat inferior. At school, some jokingly referred to Jiang Feng's 4 class head teachers as his harem. Yet the other 3 were undeniably stunning beauties, all younger and more attractive than her. Moreover, Jiang Feng's ex-wife was also beautiful. Surrounded by goddesses, Jiang Feng likely held no interest in an ordinary-looking woman like her. Su Qianyue glanced at Yang Tao, sensing her thoughts, and chose to remain silent. About half an hour later, Su Qianyue and Yang Tao finished cooking, and Jiang Feng and Ning Yin emerged from the room. Wow, I am truly fortunate to be able to eat the meals prepared by two of the school's goddesses. Thank you, Jiang Feng, and thank you, Cold Virus. Ning Yin exclaimed. You really have a way with words, Jiang Feng remarked. Yang Tao smiled. Teacher Su is a goddess. I am not. In Jiang Feng's eyes, you too are a goddess, Ning Yin asserted. Cough cough. Jiang Feng choked slightly. He instinctively glanced at Su Qianyue, feeling inexplicably guilty. Upon reflection, he felt a bit irritated. Su Qianyue is Wu Zhi's wife. Why should I feel guilty? At that moment, Yang Tao looked at Jiang Feng and asked, Is that true? Of course it is. Jiang Feng replied with a smile. Then your standards for goddesses are quite low, Yang Tao teased. Su Qianyue remained silent, her expression tranquil, lost in her thoughts. Even the mind-reading technique failed to unveil her current sentiments. After lunch, everyone bid farewell and departed. Jiang Feng also prepared to return to his room for a rest, having taken the day off. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Jiang Feng approached the door and opened it, only to find Su Qianyue standing outside. Did you forget something? He inquired. Su Qianyue shook her head, and yet she remained speechless. Please, come in, Jiang Feng urged. She stepped inside, and he closed the door behind her, asking, Has something happened again? No, Su Qianyue paused, then bowed slightly, saying, I'm sorry. It's all because of me that you fell ill. Jiang Feng smiled. I actually find it worthwhile. Worthwhile for what? She asked. Nothing. Nothing at all, he replied awkwardly, unable to confess that it was worthwhile because of the kiss during his resuscitation of her. Despite his reticence, Su Qianyue seemed to have guessed it. Her lips twitched, but she remained silent. I have no matters to attend to, so you may continue with your tasks, Jiang Feng suggested. I have no classes this afternoon. Su Qianyue replied hesitantly, and nowhere else to go. Then, if you don't mind, you may stay here for a while, Jiang Feng offered. She settled onto the living room sofa, but soon succumbed to sleep, exhausted from the previous night's lack of rest. Jiang Feng approached her, calling her name a few times. But she did not stir. She was far too tired. After a moment of hesitation, he finally lifted her into his arms. Su Qianyue woke with a start. I saw you sleeping and thought to take you to the guest room. I meant no harm, he stammered, setting her down, flustered. Thank you, she replied after a pause. Then I will go sleep in the guest room. I am a bit tired. All right, Jiang Feng responded. She said nothing further and headed to the guest room, quickly drifting off to sleep again. Jiang Feng closed the door behind her and sat on the sofa. Lost in thought, he wrestled with whether to inform Wu Zhi that his wife was present in his apartment. Just then, the doorbell rang once more. What on earth was happening today? He stood up and opened the door, only to feel a jolt of panic at the sight of his ex-wife, Xiaomo. Why? Why are you here? He stuttered, anxious. What are you so afraid of? We are divorced. Even if you are hiding a beauty, it's none of my concern. Xiaomo replied coolly. Having been in a relationship for 7 years, she knew Jiang Feng all too well and immediately sensed another woman was present. Jiang Feng blinked at her words, realizing she was right. They were divorced, so what should he fear? His posture straightened, though Xiaomo's expression darkened slightly. She said nothing further. Do you need something? Jiang Feng queried. Did I leave a set of clothes here? She asked nonchalantly. Yes. Where are they? On the balcony drying. I washed them a couple of days ago, Jiang Feng replied. Why wash them? Did someone wear them? How could that be? I merely noticed they had gathered dust in the wardrobe, so I washed them, he insisted. Xiaomo remained silent and walked inside without hesitation. Jiang Feng did not dare to stop her, knowing that according to their financial arrangement during marriage, he was responsible for daily expenses while Xiaomo covered the rent. Technically, this was her rental property. Upon entering, Xiaomo glanced at Su Qianyue's shoes on the shoe rack by the door and let out a cold laugh. Jiang Feng, you are quite skilled at hiding things. After knowing you for so many years, I only recently discovered you are a wife sharer. It's truly dangerous to be your friend. Does Wu Zhi know you've put a green hat on him? She remarked. Jiang Feng remained silent, unable to defend himself, uncertain how to justify the situation. The fact that Su Qianyue was in his apartment was undeniable, and their recent ambiguous relationship was also a fact. All of this stemmed from Wu Zhi's meddling. Having orchestrated events that led to Su Qianyue's first near drowning and subsequent bathing in his apartment, leaving only Jiang Feng and her. Last night, their hotel stay was also a consequence of Wu Zhu's phone being unreachable, prompting Su Qianyue to call him. Xia Mo said nothing more, moving to the balcony to retrieve her clothes. Goodbye, she said, leaving. Jiang Feng sat in silence on the sofa, reflecting on the years of their relationship, now reduced to mere arguments. Just then, his phone rang. It was Ningyan. Teacher Jiang, did your ex-wife come to see you? Ningyan inquired. What do you mean? After leaving your place, I went shopping and ran into your ex-wife. I mentioned you were ill, Ningyan continued. No worries, she didn't come to see you. Which is normal since you were divorced. Don't take it to heart. Jiang Feng remained silent, a bittersweet smile forming. So she did come to see him after all. I'm not exceptionally perceptive. Some things are beyond my guess, unless explicitly stated. He suddenly felt a pang of regret, wondering why his mind-reading ability could not penetrate Xia Mo's defenses. He composed himself and opened the door to pursue her, but was unable to catch up. As he reached the entrance of the community, he spotted Xia Mo getting into a taxi, and he did not continue his pursuit. Su Qianyue was still resting in his apartment. More importantly, he pondered what he could accomplish by chasing after her. The fact that he had shouted Sister Wei Wei in his dreams was merely a catalyst for their divorce. Even without that incident, other matters would have ignited their separation. Their relationship had been frayed and burdened for years. Jiang Feng returned to the rental apartment, where Su Qianyue had awoken. I'm sorry, she said. You heard everything. Didn't you? Jiang Feng smiled, yes. Jiang Feng, I've already divorced her. Whom I choose to take in is my prerogative. But you still went after her. Su Qianyue pointed out. Did you not catch up? A bit later, I smiled wryly. Teacher Su, you have a knack for delivering the final blow. Su Qianyue regarded him. What? What is it? Jiang Feng felt a shiver under her gaze. I'm just a bit surprised that you still carry feelings. She replied. Do I? Not really. I merely. He paused and added softly, 7 years of emotion cannot simply be cast aside. Su Qianyue averted her gaze and said, I will return now. Let me see you off, Jiang Feng offered. No need. I'll take a taxi. Her words abruptly ceased, a flicker of fear crossing her face as she recalled the events of the previous night. It had truly been a matter of life and death. Had her reactions been a moment slower, she might have met her end in that taxi. After jumping into the river, had Jiang Feng arrived even a moment later. Or if he had performed artificial respiration. The thought of artificial respiration brought tears to her eyes. She had never kissed Wu Zhu. Although Jiang Feng had been resuscitating her, it had indeed been a kiss. Shallow moon? At that moment, Jiang Feng spoke again. Su Qianyue collected her emotions. After a brief silence, she asked, May I continue to stay with you? I find myself a bit frightened to be alone. Sure, Jiang Feng replied. I apologize for the trouble. You needn't be so courteous with me. Jiang Feng chuckled softly before adding. If you feel uncomfortable, perhaps you could help me with cooking. Of course, I'll take care of the household chores as well, Su Qianyue assured. Jiang Feng felt a slight sweat bead on his forehead. Did this imply that Su Qianyue intended to stay long-term? Though he felt a twinge of discomfort, he found it hard to refuse her. After all that had transpired yesterday, it was understandable that Su Qianyue might harbor some psychological scars. Moreover, with Wu Zhu being absent every day, it was indeed possible that she would feel scared alone at home. It and Appos. It's still early to prepare dinner. Why don't you rest a bit more? Jiang Feng suggested, pausing before adding, Don't worry, I'll remain in the house and leave you alone. Thank you, she replied. I've mentioned, there's no need for such formality. Jiang Feng reiterated. Su Qianyue did not respond further and returned to her guest room, lying back on the bed. Although the shadows of the previous night still lingered in her mind, the knowledge that Jiang Feng was just outside eased her fear. Soon, she drifted off to sleep once more. When she finally awoke again, it was already past 7 in the evening. Oh no, she exclaimed, hastily getting out of bed. She had promised to cook for Jiang Feng. As she opened the guest room door, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. She made her way to the kitchen where Jiang Feng was busy at work. You're awake. I was just about to call you for dinner, Jiang Feng smiled. You can cook? Su Qianyue asked in surprise. Jiang Feng chuckled and replied, When I married Xia Mo, I had nothing, yet she still chose to marry me. I had to rely on my diligence, cooking and managing household chores to repay her. Unfortunately, we still ended our marriage. I've been married to Wu Zhu for 3 years, and I've never seen him cook or help with chores, Su Qianyue remarked lightly. Jiang Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Su Qianyue continued, However, I don't mind that. It's just that he never shares anything with me, which leaves me feeling insecure. Even if we can't be completely open with each other, I should at least feel that he cares for me. Regrettably, I haven't sensed that from Wu Jia. I don't understand what I mean to him. As she spoke, Su Qianyue appeared fatigued. It was evident that she felt exhausted from this marriage. I'm sorry, Jiang Feng said. His apology stemmed from his inability to reveal the truth about Wu Jia, as he was not permitted to do so. Su Qianyue rolled her eyes. What are you apologizing for? Are you speaking on Wu Jia's behalf? You two are quite the good buddies, able to speak for one another. After a pause, she added, speaking of which, you've done quite a bit for Wu Jia already. Comforting me when I'm down, picking me up when I'm drunk, fighting for me, buying me clothes, getting me hand cream, and cooking for me. There were two things Su Qianyue did not mention, performing CPR on her and taking her to a hotel. Reflecting on this, she was momentarily stunned. Jiang Feng had done so much for her. She fell silent, lost in thought. At that moment, Jiang Feng announced, dinner is ready. It was a simple meal of 2 dishes and soup. As they ate, Su Qianyue suddenly burst into tears, leaving Jiang Feng utterly bewildered. What's wrong? Is it that bad? He stammered, feeling a chill run down his spine. It's not that, she replied, wiping her tears. I just suddenly thought of my parents. After a pause, she looked at Jiang Feng and said, could you take me to repay hospital later? Jiang Feng nodded. After experiencing life and death struggles, emotions can easily fluctuate. Jiang Feng lamented, damn that Wu Jia. He should be here with Su Qianyue right now. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Feng accompanied Su Qianyue in a taxi to repay hospital. Please don't tell my parents about the murder incident I experienced last night, Su Qianyue requested. Huh? Jiang Feng blinked, hesitantly asking, should I come too? As an outsider, accompanying Su Qianyue so late to visit her father might lead to misunderstandings. You are my father's savior. He has always wanted to meet you, Su Qianyue replied. Oh, all right, Jiang Feng said, pausing before adding, wait a moment. He then went to a nearby supermarket to buy a carton of milk and a basket of fresh flowers. Okay, let us go, Jiang Feng said. When Jiang Feng and Su Qianyue arrived at her father's hospital room, everyone inside turned to look at them. Su Qianyue and Wu Jia had visited her father before, and the other patients were aware that Wu Jia was Su Qianyue and Appo's husband. However, the man Su Qianyue brought today was clearly not her husband. Jiang Feng felt the pressure of their gazes. At that moment, Su Qianyue said, Dad, don't you recognize him? This is the young man who saved you that day. You wanted to meet him, so I brought him along. Su Qianyue smiled. Her father put on his glasses from the bedside table, and his eyes lit up. Oh, it's that young man who saved me. He was visibly excited, getting out of bed and heading straight for Jiang Feng. Thank you, young man, he exclaimed. Jiang Feng smiled. It was merely a small act. I hear you're Su Qianyue's colleague? Her father inquired. Yes, Jiang Feng replied. What subject do you teach? Jiang Feng gathered his thoughts and said with a smile, I'm not a teacher, I'm a counselor. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room noticeably shifted, becoming less lively. The distinction between being a contracted employee and a permanent staff member was significant. In some universities, counselors held permanent positions. But that was not the case in Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng was a coastal city with a developed market economy that began exploring market-oriented counseling positions in universities over 30 years ago. Jiang Feng was a contract worker at Jiangcheng University. While contract workers had opportunities to transition to permanent positions, the chances were scarce and typically occupied by those with connections. Jiang Feng faced immense challenges in attempting to secure a permanent position. The locals in Jiangcheng were well aware that university counselors lacked official status. This was also the reason why Xiao Mo's mother, Jiang Feng's former mother-in-law, looked down on his job due to the absence of a permanent position. It was perplexing that despite Jiangcheng being an economically developed coastal city, there was a pronounced obsession with official status. In the local matchmaking market, civil servants and those with permanent positions were highly sought after, even more so than small business owners. Su Qianyue's father felt a bit awkward. At that moment, Su Qianyue said lightly, Jiang Feng has been the best counselor at school for the past 2 years. According to our school's regulations, outstanding counselors can transition to permanent positions. While this statement held merit, Su Qianyue was acutely aware that Jiang Feng had almost no chance of securing such a transition. Firstly, the number of positions available for transitioning to permanent status was exceedingly limited, and they were typically filled by individuals with connections. Secondly, Jiang Feng had recently faced repercussions for defending his student Huang Yao, and she had pressured the school not to dismiss him, while the school would not retaliate against her. Given her status as a legitimate faculty member, it was highly likely they would vent their frustrations on Jiang Feng instead. They might not dismiss Jiang Feng, but they could certainly deny him the opportunity to transition to a permanent position. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the fact that she had dragged Jiang Feng into this situation. Su Qianyue's father and the other individuals in the room were unaware of these circumstances. Upon hearing that Jiang Feng had a promising chance of transitioning to a permanent position at Jiangxing University, the atmosphere in the hospital room brightened once more. Even a middle-aged woman accompanying a patient in the clinic approached Jiang Feng and inquired, "Young man, do you have a girlfriend?" "I have a niece." "Auntie, he has a girlfriend," Su Qianyu interjected with a smile. Jiang Feng cast a glance at Su Qianyu but remained silent. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Feng and Su Qianyu departed from the hospital. "Teacher Su, may I ask where I can find my girlfriend?" Jiang Feng chuckled. "At the adult store. Go ahead. They have everything you need, and they can even deliver from other places. You can even customize items to match those of celebrity starlets." By the way, Su Qianyu recalled, "Have you heard of Xin Yue?" Jiang Feng felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Naturally, he had heard of the big star. Stealing himself. He asked, "What about her? She seems to be from Jiangcheng as well." "Is that so?" "I'm not quite sure," Jiang Feng replied, trying to maintain his composure. "Who do you think is more attractive, your Weiwei's sister or Xin Yue?" Su Qianyu laughed lightly. Jiang Feng felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. However, he secretly sighed in relief. As Su Qianyu did not seem to connect Weiwei's sister with Xin Yue. Thank goodness she didn't call her Yuwei's sister at that moment, Jiang Feng thought. At this moment, Su Qianyu glanced at the time and suggested, "Let's head back." Before Jiang Feng could speak, her phone rang. It was a call from Wu Zhe. Su Qianyu did not shy away from Jiang Feng and directly pressed the answer button. "Hello," she said calmly. "Qianyu, you're not at home?" Wu Zhe inquired. It seemed he had returned today. "No." Su Qianyu paused briefly before replying, "I am at Jiang Feng's house." Jiang Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Oh, at Jiang Feng's house? All right, I understand." Wu Zhe continued, "It's getting late. You two should rest early." Su Qianyu could not help but retort, "Wu Zhe, aren't you worried that I'm staying over at another man's house?" "I trust you," Wu Zhe replied. Jiang Feng was moved by his lack of concern about Su Qianyu staying over. Su Qianyu's expression remained impassive as she replied, "All right, you take care." With that, she hung up the phone. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly to calm herself. "Let's go back," Su Qianyu said softly. "Back to my place?" Jiang Feng asked. "What else?" Su Qianyu paused and added, "Don't worry, your good brother has already agreed." Jiang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He could tell that Su Qianyu was harboring some frustration. It was rather strange for her husband to agree to her staying with another man, and it was only natural for her to be upset. Jiang Feng chose not to comment further. Soon after, they took a taxi back to Jiang Feng's rental apartment. "It's getting late. You should shower and sleep," he suggested. It seems I don't have any women's pajamas at home. I'll go buy you a set," Jiang Feng said, recalling that he had only purchased lingerie for Su Qianyu before. "Thank you," she replied. As Jiang Feng prepared to leave, Su Qianyu followed him to the door. "Are you scared to be home alone?" he asked. "A little," she admitted. Jiang Feng smiled and said, "Then let's go buy pajamas together." "All right," she agreed. Near Jiang Feng's apartment, there was a lingerie store that stayed open late, which also sold sleepwear. Upon entering the store, they were greeted by a dazzling array of women's lingerie. From simple, solid colors to exquisite lace designs, from comfortable cotton to sultry silk. The collection catered to every woman's pursuit of fashion, comfort, and individuality. The delicate lace garments appeared as if woven from fine spider silk, with intricate patterns resembling blooming flowers that sparkled faintly under the lights, exuding an air of mystery and allure. Although there were many options in the store, Jiang Feng's gaze lingered on the lace lingerie. What adult man could resist lace? At that moment, Su Qianyu smiled and asked, "Do you think lace is beautiful?" Jiang Feng awkwardly diverted his gaze and replied, "Come help me choose some sleepwear." "Is this appropriate?" he asked hesitantly. "Wu Zhe doesn't mind. Why are you being shy?" Su Qianyu replied calmly. Jiang Feng felt a bead of sweat forming. He gathered his thoughts and pointed to a light blue set of pajamas, saying, "I think that one looks nice." After holding it up to her, he declared, "That's the one. Give it to me. I'll pay," Jiang Feng said. Su Qianyu handed him the pajamas. The price was quite reasonable, a mere 99 yuan for a summer set. After checking out, they left the lingerie store and returned to the apartment. "I'll go shower first," Su Qianyu announced. "Go ahead. I'll watch some TV," Jiang Feng replied. Su Qianyu said nothing further and took the pajamas to the bathroom. Jiang Feng settled on the sofa, but his mind wandered. About 20 minutes later, Su Qianyu emerged from the bathroom, dressed in the new pajamas. I'm done showering. You should wash up and get some sleep, she suggested. All right. Jiang Feng responded and headed to the bathroom, while Su Qianyu took a hairdryer to dry her hair. Once her hair was dry, Su Qianyu returned to the guest room, lying on the bed with her hands behind her head, staring blankly at the ceiling. What am I doing? Staying over at Jiang Feng's place, ostensibly to get back at Wu Zhe, felt out of character for her. She was conservative by nature. After getting married, she had never stayed overnight at a single man's home, let alone dined alone with one. Am I letting loose and competing with Wu Zhe to see who can be more reckless? What if Jiang Feng really wants to sleep with me? I was the one who suggested staying over. Isn't that enticing him? So, if Jiang Feng were to approach me, I would have no grounds to refuse, would I? Su Qianyu's expression remained placid. I wonder how Jiang Feng perceives me now. He must think I'm one of those repressed women who appear virtuous, but are actually promiscuous. Lost in her thoughts, a sudden knock at the guest room door startled her. Is he coming? She felt a surge of anxiety. What is it? She called from behind the door. Don't be afraid. I'm not here to take advantage of you, Jiang Feng assured her. I'm not scared, Su Qianyu insisted, trying to sound brave. Jiang Feng chuckled softly outside the door. Since acquiring the ability to read minds, he often heard Su Qianyu's inner thoughts. This was partly due to their increased interaction, but also because, though she seemed composed, she was quite fragile inside. He could sense her current nervousness. I wanted to ask if you have any clothes that need washing. I'm about to do laundry, and if you have any, I can wash them together, Jiang Feng said. No, I just changed my clothes yesterday. They don't need washing, Su Qianyu replied. All right, then you should get some rest, Jiang Feng said as he prepared to leave. But suddenly, Su Qianyu opened the door and stepped out. What is it? Jiang Feng asked. I want to wash, she said. Wash what? Your clothes. She clarified. After a pause, she added, Don and Appos, T1 owe you too many favors. You and Appos, VE cooked for me, bought me pajamas, and taken me to see my father. I haven't done anything for you. Let me wash your clothes. However, the washing machine at my home has broken down and I have yet to get it repaired. I am hand washing the clothes. After speaking, Su Qianyu inquired, what about the clothes I changed out of? They are in the bathroom, came the reply. Su Qianyu did not respond, and soon returned to the bathroom. A moment later, she poked her head out and said, you should go to bed early. I have no classes tomorrow morning, so I can sleep in at home, but you need to clock in for work every day. How enviable it is to be a part of the regular staff, Jiang Feng remarked. Enough of your banter, just go to sleep, Su Qianyu retorted. Upon saying this, she felt her tone was somewhat inappropriate. After all, she was not Jiang Feng's wife and should not speak in such a homely manner. Nonetheless, Jiang Feng obediently retreated to his room. After he left, Su Qianyu turned her attention back to the laundry. It was then that she noticed the clothes Jiang Feng had left behind, which included not only an outer garment, but also his underwear. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of her mouth. At home, she would wash Wu Zhe's clothes, but they always washed their undergarments separately. Was it somewhat reckless of me to wash a man's underwear that isn't my husband's for the first time? Su Qianyu thought to herself with a hint of self-mockery. After a brief moment, she composed herself and began to wash the clothes. The next day, upon waking, Jiang Feng found Su Qianyu still asleep, while the clothes he had washed the night before were already hung out on the balcony. He prepared breakfast and contemplated knocking on her door to invite her to eat, but ultimately decided against it. Let her rest a little longer. She probably hadn't had much sleep in the past few days. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Feng covered the leftovers and left a note for Su Qianyu before heading off to work. As he arrived at the school gate, he encountered Ning Yin. Teacher Jiang, you seem particularly cheerful today. Have you rekindled an old flame with your ex-wife? Ning Yin teased with a grin. Get lost, Jiang Feng retorted, momentarily recalling the unpleasant encounter he had with Xia Mo the day before, which dampened his spirits. Among all the women he owed the most to, it was Xia Mo. During their marriage, he had made numerous promises to her, yet by the time they divorced, he had fulfilled very few. Although many of those things were beyond his control, he still felt he had let Xia Mo down. Sensing Jiang Feng's sudden mood shift, Ning Yin quickly added, I'm sorry, I meant no harm. It's fine, Jiang Feng replied, regaining his composure with a smile. Let us get to work. We mere mortals labor differently from the privileged teaching staff. Indeed. Wait, I almost forgot. You are the second son of the Ning family. Only I am truly struggling, Jiang Feng responded. The title has a nice ring to it, But Ning Yin sighed and continued, "Never mind, forget I said anything. By the way," suddenly, he looked at Jiang Feng with a fiery gaze. "What else with that look? Get lost, you creep," Jiang Feng said, eyeing him warily. "Teacher Jiang, when are we going to visit Teacher Nangong?" Ning Yin inquired. Jiang Feng felt a bead of sweat form. "Nangong is about to give birth. Why are you still thinking about her?" He replied, "Though she is expecting, there's no news of a partner. It could just be a one-night stand that led to an unexpected pregnancy," Ning Yin argued. "You don't mind?" Jiang Feng asked, incredulous. "It's just a one-night stand. It's mutually beneficial. Why should I care?" Ning Yin countered. Love truly blinds one's judgment," Jiang Feng remarked. At that moment, Ning Yin proposed, "How about we visit Teacher Nangong today? Brother, Nangong Shui is due any day now. What is the point of going? To assist with the delivery?" Jiang Feng replied, somewhat irritably. "I just want to impress her," Ning Yin lamented. Jiang Feng remained silent. Although Ning Yin was a wealthy second-generation heir, he lacked the typical vices associated with his status. He was neither arrogant nor wasteful, yet he was hopelessly infatuated. Ever since he laid eyes on Nangong Shui a year and a half ago, he had been smitten. Upon learning she was a teacher at Jiang University, he applied for a position there as a counselor. However, he knew little about Nangong Shui. She had a frosty demeanor and despised overly persistent suitors. The more fervently Ning Yin pursued her, the more she recoiled. Nonetheless, it was astonishing that a man could make Nangong Shui, the Ice Queen, bear his child. The poster of Xin Yue was stunningly beautiful, but that was merely a facade. While Xin Yue had matured, she was hardly aloof. After all, as a celebrity, she couldn't afford to be. But Nangong Shui was genuinely cold, living up to her name. No, she felt even colder than snow. In the 3 years Jiang Feng had worked with her, he had hardly seen her smile. His former sister-in-law, Xiao Yang, also rarely smiled, yet she didn't exude coldness. In contrast, Nangong Shui came across as an unyielding ice princess. Not even her students dared to joke around with her. Even Jiang Feng felt intimidated in her presence. Previously, someone had humorously referred to Jiang Feng's 4 female colleagues as his 4 concubines, which had startled him. If that rumor reached Nangong Shui's ears, it would be catastrophic. Fortunately, she had not heard such remarks, and no one dared jest about it in her presence. "Ning Yin, you must be a masochist. Nangong Shui is indeed a rare beauty, but this rose has thorns," Jiang Feng remarked. Ning Yin chuckled. "I enjoy this kind of challenge. You really are a weirdo," Jiang Feng teased. "By the way, Jiang Feng, would you like to join me for karaoke tonight?" Ning Yin asked. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, suspecting ulterior motives. "What is the catch? Speak up." "Actually, it's just," Ning Yin hesitated before sighing, "today is my brother's birthday, and he wants to celebrate at KTV with some other wealthy young men from Jiang City. I'm not particularly fond of mingling with them, but I cannot disobey my brother's wishes, so I was hoping you could accompany me." "Is Yin Luo going too?" Jiang Feng suddenly asked. Ning Yin looked surprised. "You know Yin Luo?" "In a way," Jiang Feng replied calmly. He was not acquainted with most of the wealthy young men in Jiang City, but he knew Yin Luo because they had both pursued Xia Mo in the past, making them rivals. "Perfect, that means you absolutely must come with me." Before Jiang Feng could refuse, Ning Yin clasped his hands together and pleaded, "I'm counting on you." Jiang Feng sighed. "Fine, I'll go." Within the school, he was not particularly well-liked by the other counselors. As previously mentioned, the counselors at Jiang University had the potential to transition into full-time positions, but first, they needed to earn the title of Outstanding Counselor of the Year. Jiang Feng had achieved this accolade for the past 2 years, making him a competitor and even an obstacle for those hoping to secure a full-time role. Additionally, his 4 female colleagues were all exceptionally attractive, which only fueled jealousy. Among the staff, Ning Yin was his closest ally, and he too faced exclusion. If their friendship soured, their school lives would be quite challenging. "So it's settled then," he said. Ning Yin, fearful of Jiang Feng changing his mind, promptly dashed away. After Ning Yin left, Jiang Feng prepared to return to school. "Jiang Feng," a familiar voice called out. Jiang Feng turned to see a familiar vehicle parked by the roadside, with a familiar figure inside, Wu Zhe. Upon seeing Wu Zhe, Jiang Feng felt a wave of unease wash over him. Although he could claim to be on a mission to pursue romance, he still felt a twinge of guilt. Once inside the car, Wu Zhe straightforwardly asked, "So, how did it go?" "What do you mean?" Jiang Feng feigned ignorance. "Don't play dumb. Didn't Su Qianyue stay at your place last night?" "It was at my place, yet we did nothing," Jiang Feng remarked. "Indeed, nothing was done." "Really? Wu Zhi questioned with skepticism. You can resist such a captivating beauty as Qianyu? Can't you resist as well? I fear that excessive emotional excitement might trigger my heart condition. Wu Zhi paused briefly and added, Truly? Nothing transpired? Absolutely not. This matter cannot be rushed. If you are too hasty, it may provoke Qianyu's disdain, Wu Zhi advised. No, Wu Zhi, do you genuinely intend to matchmake me with Su Qianyu? Do you think I jest? Wu Zhi paused again and said quietly, I consulted the doctor today. He mentioned that even if the surgery is successful, I must avoid emotional upheaval. He subtly reminded me that, regardless of the surgery's outcome, intimacy poses considerable risk. Do you wish for Qianyu to remain a widow forever? Jiang Feng gazed at Wu Zhi. After a moment of silence, he asked, Are you content with this? Wu Zhi offered a faint smile. Of course, I am not content. Who would want to send their beautiful wife to another man's bed? Yet what choice do I have? Jiang Feng remained silent. Everyone holds different beliefs. If it were him, although he might be labeled selfish, he would never push his wife into another man's embrace while he still lives. However, he somewhat understood Wu Zhi. He had concealed his condition from Su Qianyu, thus being the dishonest party in their marital obligations. Wu Zhi confided that this matter weighed heavily on him, nearly driving him to the brink of collapse. He felt he owed Su Qianyu a debt, hence he wished to find her a suitable companion to alleviate his guilt. But could he truly be a worthy companion for Su Qianyu? Jiang Feng lacked confidence. He had just gone through a divorce, and his ex-wife had even stated, The worst decision of my life was marrying you. In the silence, Wu Zhi said, Enough. Hurry to work. Don't be late. Jiang Feng nodded and departed. Throughout the morning, Jiang Feng was somewhat distracted. At noon, Ningyan approached him. Jiang Feng, let us have lunch at the cafeteria. It's on me, Ningyan said. Jiang Feng nodded. Just as he was about to rise, his phone chimed. It was a WeChat notification. He picked up his phone and glanced at it. It was a message from Su Qianyu. I brought you lunch. It's on the bench behind teaching building 11. At that moment, Ningyan added, Jiang teacher, let us go. I have a bit of an urgent matter, so I want to be going. With that, Jiang Feng left the office. He arrived at the back of teaching building 11. On a bench lay a lunchbox containing stir-fried pork with garlic sauce over rice. Glancing around, he spotted Su Qianyu hiding not far away. Jiang Feng chuckled softly. Su teacher, what are you doing? Jiang Feng laughed lightly. Although this place is secluded, people occasionally come by. It's easy for us to be misunderstood. Since you've come, I shall take my leave. With that, Su Qianyu departed. Back in the office, Yang Tao happened to exit. Su teacher, I didn't see you this morning, Yang Tao remarked. I had no classes and slept in at home. Su Qianyu replied. Is that so? Yang Tao paused before smiling. I'm about to go eat. Would you like to join? I've already eaten at home. Su Qianyu said. Very well, then I shall go eat. Following that, Yang Tao left. Su Qianyu returned to her desk, lost in thought. After a moment, she remembered something, picked up her phone, and sighed. Should I say my husband is carefree or simply indifferent to me? I didn't come home all night. And he didn't even inquire. Just then, a new WeChat message arrived from Jiang Feng. The food was delicious, thank you. As a matter of courtesy, you provided me with lodging, and I provided you with food. A fair exchange, Su Qianyu replied. However, you used ingredients from my fridge, Jiang Feng messaged back. This guy? Su Qianyu felt exasperated and responded. Jiang teacher, being overly calculative will make it difficult to find a girlfriend. Thus, you need not insist on fairness with me. I wish to be kind to you. It is my goodwill, and you need not feel obligated to reciprocate. Jiang Feng sent another message. Reading his words, Su Qianyu felt her heart race unexpectedly. She hurried to calm herself. What just happened? Why did my heart race? No, stop this. Jiang Feng is merely a friend of my husband. I absolutely cannot. Su Qianyu lowered her head slightly, biting her lip. She did not know how long it had been when Yang Tao returned from lunch. Su teacher, are you all right? Yang Tao asked. Su Qianyu composed herself and smiled. I'm fine. She paused, looking at Yang Tao, and suddenly asked, How are things between you and Jiang Feng lately? Why do you ask this? You and Jiang Feng are both divorced and single. There are many rumors about you at school. I'm a bit curious. Su Qianyu said. Yang Tao smiled. She looked at Su Qianyu and chuckled. Since when did Su teacher become so interested in gossip? Su Qianyu stiffened but replied, No woman dislikes gossip, right? Is that so? Yang Tao paused and then calmly said, As for Jiang Feng and me, well, it's nothing. It's just a purely collegial relationship. Oh, Su Qianyu did not pursue the topic further, but shifted the conversation. Speaking of which, isn't teacher Nangong about to give birth? Her due date is in these few days. She mentioned that she would send a message in our WeChat group once she delivers. Since she hasn't she must not have given birth yet, Yang Tao explained. The WeChat group referred to by Yang Tao was a small group created by Jiang Feng. He was the administrator, and the members included the 4 homeroom teachers he collaborated with. Su Qianyu, Yang Tao, and Nangong Shui were all in that group. Originally named Jiang Feng and his beautiful partners, it was later renamed by Nangong Shui, being the best version of oneself. While they were chatting, suddenly the being the best version of oneself WeChat group received a new message. Su Qianyu opened it. Wow, so adorable. Nangong Shui's WeChat account posted a photo of her newborn baby in the group. Little princess, weighing 6 pounds and 6 ounces, Nangong Shui added. Su Qianyu and Yang Tao hadn't reacted yet when someone beat them to it with congratulations. Congratulations, congratulations, Jiang Feng wrote. Su Qianyu and Yang Tao exchanged glances, smirking internally. This guy is so quick to respond. The child's father isn't as excited as you. Yet neither of them commented further, both sending their congratulations in the group. At that moment, Yang Tao sent a message in the group. Nangong, when would it be convenient for us to visit you and the baby? Perhaps tomorrow? The baby was just born naturally, and the head shape is a bit misshapen. The doctor said to wait until tomorrow for recovery. You can come then, Nangong Shui replied in the group. Where's the imperfection? She's beautiful. Su Qianyu messaged back. Gazing at the baby's photo shared by Nangong Shui in the WeChat group, her eyes sparkled with delight. Su Qianyu adored children immensely. She married at a young age, hoping to become a mother early. Yet, unexpectedly, 3 years into her marriage, not only had there been no children, but they hadn't even shared a bed. Speaking of which, how did Nangong Shui come to have this child? She had never mentioned having a boyfriend. Although curious, she found it inappropriate to inquire about such matters. At this moment, Yang Tao looked at Su Qianyu and remarked, speaking of which, Teacher Su, you have been married for 3 years now. Have you not considered having children yet? Su Qianyu offered an awkward smile and replied, I just started working. My career takes precedence. Surely, your child would be as beautiful as a painting, considering your mother is a stunning beauty, Yang Tao said with a pause before adding. Being in a group with you goddesses puts a lot of pressure on me. But you are quite beautiful as well, Teacher Yang, Su Qianyu responded. Yang Tao chuckled. I am aware of my own limitations. After a moment, she asked, so, when do you plan to visit Nangong Shui and her child? How about tonight? Su Qianyu agreed. All right. I will inform Jiang Feng. Subsequently, Su Qianyu dialed Jiang Feng's number. Hello, Jiang Feng's voice came through. Jiang Feng, are you free tonight? Su Qianyu inquired. I have some matters to attend to tonight, Jiang Feng replied. Why the hesitation? Are you planning something nefarious? Su Qianyu teased. Of course not. As a role model, how could I do anything wrong? Jiang Feng paused before adding. Today is brother Ning Yan's birthday, and he insisted I accompany him. All right, I understand. Su Qianyu said. Is there anything you need? Jiang Feng asked. Nothing in particular, you carry on, she replied. Before long, evening arrived. Su Qianyu and Yang Tao made their way to Jiangcheng Maternal and Child Health Hospital, locating Nangong Shui's ward. It was a single room. At that moment, a woman sat on the hospital bed, engrossed in typing on her laptop. She appeared to be around Su Qianyu's age, approximately 24 or 25. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded gracefully over her slender, upright shoulders. Her features were exquisite and flawless, with a jawline as smooth as meticulously polished jade, exuding an air of elegance and aloofness. Her delicate eyebrows arched slightly, resembling 2 meticulously carved willow leaves upon her fair skin, beneath which lay deep, cold eyes reminiscent of twinkling stars, capable of piercing through the world's illusions yet radiating a sense of detachment. Her refined collarbone formed graceful crescent curves upon her snow-white skin, resembling a natural work of art that quietly spoke of her unique beauty and sophistication, captivating all who beheld her. This was Jiang Feng's other partner, Nangong Shui. Upon Su Qianyu and Yang Tao knocking and entering, Nangong Shui appeared somewhat surprised. Why are you both here so soon? Didn't you say you would come tomorrow? I was just eager to see the baby, Su Qianyu smiled. Unfortunately, the child is not here with me, Nangong Shui replied. What? She continued. All babies born at this maternal and child health hospital, regardless of whether they are underweight or premature, are placed in incubators for 24 hours. I only caught a glimpse of mine right after birth and took a photo before the nurse took them away. I see. Had I known, we would have come tomorrow instead, Su Qianyu said. She paused, glancing at the laptop in front of Nangong Shui, and added, You're still working? Shouldn't you be resting? The pain is only during labor. Afterward, there's nothing much to do. So I'm just writing some work plans, Nangong Shui replied. After a moment, she got off the bed and said, You haven't eaten yet, right? Let us go grab a bite. Thus, the three of them headed to the hospital cafeteria. Their presence instantly became the focus of attention in the dining hall. It was completely understandable. Both Nangong Shui and Su Qianyu were renowned beauties in Jiangcheng, while even Yang Tao possessed considerable charm. Did our group leader not accompany you? Nangong Shui asked. He has matters to attend to tonight, Su Qianyu explained. Nangong Shui nodded, not probing further. Soon, she began inquiring about the situation at school. Teacher Nangong, you missed quite a few exciting events during your absence, Yang Tao remarked with a light laugh. Do tell, Nangong Shui urged. Recently, someone spread rumors about Teacher Su, and Jiang Feng confronted the student responsible. He even got into a fight, Yang Tao recounted. That certainly sounds like something he would do, Nangong Shui mused, turning her gaze towards Su Qianyu. Teacher Su, do you feel anything for him? Su Qianyu shrugged. You two are something else. I am a married woman. After all, how could I have feelings for a man who is not my husband? Though she had once stated this with conviction, today, a twinge of uncertainty lingered in her heart. Earlier, when Jiang Feng had messaged her, expressing his willingness to treat her well, her heart had raced for a fleeting moment. Do you have feelings for your husband? Nangong Shui pressed. A shiver ran down Su Qianyu's spine. Nangong Shui's perceptiveness was uncanny. She recalled their previous meal together with Wu Zhe and wondered if Nangong Shui had sensed anything. I remember you mentioned that you love children, right? Nangong Shui continued. Yes. Su Qianyu nodded. Having a child doesn't necessarily require marriage. One can opt for sperm donation, Nangong Shui suggested. Cough, cough. Both Su Qianyu and Yang Tao choked at her boldness. You've misunderstood. I meant one could go to a sperm bank for IVF. Though single women may face some hurdles in approval, there are many methods to get through, she clarified. This left Su Qianyu and Yang Tao momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, Su Qianyu timidly asked, Teacher Nangong, if I may be so bold, what about your child? The male donor's genes are from the sperm bank, Nangong Shui replied. Su Qianyu was taken aback, though she had suspected this earlier. Nangong Shui's calm admission still surprised her. Curiously, Yang Tao asked, Teacher Nangong, do you know whose sperm you used? She hesitated to say the last word. Nangong Shui shook her head. The sperm bank has strict regulations. Donors do not know who their sperm is used by, and the women using it remain unaware of the donor's identity. Besides, it's unnecessary to know who the man is. For me, all I desire is a child. Su Qianyu observed Nangong Shui in silence. Though they were of similar age, Nangong Shui was far more independent and decisive in her dealings. She was unafraid of gossip and indifferent to others' opinions. As for herself, Su Qianyu sighed deeply. At that moment, Nangong Shui looked at Su Qianyu and asked, Teacher Su, have you considered having children? My career takes precedence, Su Qianyu replied, forcing a smile. Everyone has different thoughts. As long as you believe in your choices, that is sufficient. Nangong Shui paused before suddenly saying, By the way, Jiang Feng is quite protective of you. Does he not fear his ex-wife's jealousy? I met his wife once. She is an exceptionally beautiful and possessive woman. Jiang Feng is divorced, Yang Tao interjected. That was expected, Nangong Shui remarked nonchalantly. Su Qianyu stared at Nangong Shui with a peculiar expression. What are you looking at? Nangong Shui returned her gaze. Oh, it's nothing, I just. Su Qianyu hesitated, then smiled. Among the four of us, you seem to know Jiang Feng the best. No, you are mistaken. Among the four of us, the one who knows Jiang Feng best is definitely the one who is currently on a business trip in Beijing, Nangong Shui countered. That is true. After all, they are childhood sweethearts from the same village, Yang Tao agreed. After a pause, she curiously asked, They have known each other for so long, and yet have never dated? You see, Teacher Su and her husband were childhood sweethearts who ultimately found love. My situation, however, is somewhat unique. In truth, very few marry their childhood companions. The familiarity, the deep understanding of one another, often leads to a lack of romantic connection, Su Qianwei remarked. There is some truth to that. The trio ceased their discussion on the matter. After a short while, they had their meal and returned to the hospital room. However, since they could not visit the child, boredom began to set in. Why don't I treat you both to some karaoke? Nangong Shui suddenly suggested. Upon saying this, she turned to Su Qianyu and added, I've heard that teacher Su has a lovely singing voice, and I've always wished to hear it. Who told you that? Su Qianwei replied. While it was true that she sang beautifully, she had never gone to karaoke with her colleagues nor performed at school events. Jiang Feng mentioned it, Nangang Shui responded. Su Qianwei fell silent. Jiang Feng was indeed aware of her talent. At that moment, Nangang Shui insisted, let us go. After all, it's rather dull here. Yang Tao then asked Nangang Shui, are you feeling all right? I'm fine. I gave birth late last night, and I've been lying in bed for nearly 20 hours. Besides, there's a karaoke place nearby, not too far away. It would be a good form of exercise, Nangang Shui explained. All right then, Yang Tao nodded. Su Qianwei could only agree with a slight nod. At that time, in a luxurious private room at Tianshang in Gu KTV, when Jiang Feng and Ning Yin arrived, they found several distinguished gentlemen already gathered there. Jiang Feng scanned the room and recognized one of them, Yin Luo. Yin Luo appeared somewhat surprised by Jiang Feng's arrival. Just then, a young man approached with a furrowed brow. Ning Yin, who is this? The young man asked. Regarding Jiang Feng with a detached tone, this is Ning Wu, the birthday celebrant, and also Ning Yin's elder brother. He is my colleague, Ning Yin stammered. Clearly anxious about her brother's scrutiny, Jiang Feng calmly interjected, happy birthday. If my presence is unwelcome, I shall take my leave. Before Ning Wu could respond, Yin Luo interjected. A guest is a guest. There is no reason to send them away, right, General Ning? Please, take a seat. Sit down, Ning Wu replied coolly. Ning Yin quickly ushered Jiang Feng to a seat. Ning Yin, there is no need to be so frightened. Your brother isn't a monster. Yin Luo said with a smile. I'm not scared, Ning Yin insisted, trying to maintain her composure. Ning Yin, don't sit here. Today is a great opportunity. Go and have a proper chat with your brother, Yin Luo encouraged. Ning Yin hesitated. Go ahead. Yin Xiao is right. If you're unsure of what to say, just pour him a drink. You two can toast together, Jiang Feng suggested. All right. Ning Yin finally acquiesced and rose to leave. Yin Luo then settled next to Jiang Feng, smiling as he remarked, I heard you've divorced Xiaomo? Your news travels fast, Jiang Feng replied nonchalantly. Well, one tends to pay closer attention to those they care about, Yin Luo noted. Jiang Feng remained silent, lifting his beer glass and downing it in one go. Finding oneself drinking alone is rather dull. Yin Luo paused briefly before making a phone call. Moments later, over a dozen elegantly dressed hostesses arrived in the room, buzzing with excitement. They could tell that the men in this room, by their attire and demeanor, were not ordinary. Securing a reservation for this room indicated a person of significant status. This private room was akin to the presidential suite at Tianshang without connections. One simply could not book it. Many women wished to catch the eye of these wealthy heirs. Except for one, and Xiaoya, who, dressed conservatively, appeared quite agitated. However, upon seeing Jiang Feng, her demeanor softened into a smile. Just then, a man in the room pointed at Xiaoya and commanded, You, come here. What for? And Xiaoya retorted, Aren't you one of the hostesses? Come here, sit with me, and drink and sing, the young man replied, his tone growing impatient. Jiang Feng then noticed this individual. Hurry up. Do you know who he is? He asked the young master of the He family from Miracle Group, Ning Wu said coldly. Miracle Group, one of the top 5 private giants in the country, was founded 40 years ago by the current chairman, Yi Tianhong. It grew from a scrap yard into a colossal enterprise with assets exceeding $1 trillion. Its industries span new energy, mining, shipping, and hospitality. The Miracle Hotel, where Jiang Feng and Yang Tao had recently visited, was a property of this vast conglomerate. Additionally, the Miracle Twin Towers, where Xiaomo's company is located, also belongs to Miracle Group, as Yi Tianhong has no heirs. The topic of the heir to Miracle Group has been a hot topic in both entertainment and economic news over the years. Currently, the most likely candidate is Yi Tianhong's nephew, the president of Miracle Group, Yi Quanzhang. The young man who demanded in Xiaoya's attention is named Yi Wensheng, the second son of Yi Quanzhang. I can't take it anymore. I want to hit someone. And Xiaoya's inner voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. Jiang Feng felt a bead of sweat form. Having been undercover at Tianshang for 3 months, if she lost control now, her mission would be compromised. The person she wanted to confront was Yi Wensheng, a member of the Yi family. The influence of the Yi family was not something a mere policewoman could withstand. There was a real possibility that Xiaoya could lose her job due to a moment of impulsiveness, jeopardizing her lifelong dream of being a police officer. Taking a deep breath, before Xiaoya could explode, Jiang Feng suddenly stood up with a smile and said, I'm sorry, but she cannot go with you. Yi Wenxing's pupils constricted. Why not? Because she is my girlfriend, Jiang Feng stated. Oh kid, you're quite bold. You're not afraid of being cuckolded by a KTV hostess? Yi Wenxing laughed lightly, and Xiaoya immediately erupted. What did you say? Jiang Feng quickly rushed over and pulled in Xiaoya out of the room. Do you have any idea who that is? Jiang Feng asked. Who cares who he is? He just deserves a beating, and Xiaoya fumed. His name is Yi Wenxing. He is from the Yi family of Miracle Group. If you hit him, do you think the Yi family will let it slide? Can you keep your police job? Jiang Feng warned. And Xiaoya was taken aback. How? How did you know I'm a police officer? Did my mom tell you? No, I figured it out myself. Jiang Feng paused before smiling and added, Don't worry. I won't tell anyone else. Gradually, and Xiaoya calmed down. I underestimated you, she admitted. At that moment, Ningyan stepped out as well. Jiang Feng, when did you start dating such a beautiful girlfriend? Ningyan asked. Just as Jiang Feng was about to respond, a familiar voice interrupted. Is this Jiang Feng's new girlfriend? It was Negong Shui. Jiang Feng turned to see her, drenched in sweat. Not only had Negong Shui arrived, but Su Qianyue and Yang Tao were also there. Teacher Nangong. Ningyan stuttered in excitement upon seeing Nangong Shui. When did Teacher Jiang start dating? Nangong Shui queried. I have no idea. If Jiang Feng hadn't admitted it just now in the KTV room, I would have been kept in the dark too. Ningyan confessed. Ningyan, are you a fool? Could you not discern that my intentions in speaking those words were to extricate this young lady? Are you aware of who Yi Wenxing is? He is nothing but a scoundrel, Jiang Feng remarked. He previously had no acquaintance with Yi Wenxing. Yet just moments ago in the private room, he heard Yi Wenxing's true intentions. He intended to drug in Xiaoya. It is hard to believe that a disciple from a prestigious family could stoop to such depths. And Xiaoya remained silent, yet her heart was far from content. She naturally understood that Jiang Feng's previous proclamation of affection was merely a ruse to aid her escape. However, Jiang Feng's frantic denial of their relationship irked her further, and Xiaoya's gaze subsequently fell upon Nangong Shui and the others. She had previously encountered Su Qianyue. Although Yang Tao possessed a commendable appearance, she could not be deemed exceptional. However, Nangong Shui was an entirely different matter. Both her beauty and grace were unparalleled. Particularly, her commanding presence was formidable, exceedingly so. Who on earth is this woman? And Xiaoya speculated that this woman was likely a mentor to Jiang Feng. But how could a teacher possess such an imposing aura? As she pondered, several others emerged. Yin Luo, Ning Wu, and that Yi Wenxing. Yi Wenxing continued to mutter under his breath. Upon seeing in Xiaoya, he unleashed a tirade of insults, calling her a filthy wench. At that moment, Nangong Shui turned her head. The sight of her visibly startled Yi Wenxing. He seemed to recognize her and was evidently fearful of her. This piqued Jiang Feng's curiosity. Yi Wenxing was no ordinary wastrel. He was a disciple of the illustrious Yi family from the Miracle Group, and his father was a leading candidate for the group's heir. Even in the capital, Yi Wenxing exuded the air of a spoiled rich kid. How could such a character be intimidated by Nangong Shui? Had she ever bested him in the past? Suddenly, Yi Wenxing's thoughts echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. My heavens, this cold-blooded she-devil is actually in Jiang City. What ill fortune! Had I known she was here, I would have never set foot in this place. Jiang Feng smirked slightly, realizing that Yi Wenxing indeed knew Nangong Shui and harbored a genuine fear of her. Yet, apart from that, he gleaned no additional information. As for Nangong Shui's thoughts, Jiang Feng could only smile wryly. This woman, much like my former sister-in-law, possesses an incredibly strong mental fortitude. It seems unlikely that I will ever decipher the thoughts of these two women. At that moment, Yi Wenxing muttered, I'm tired. I'm heading back. With that, he departed. I shall take my leave as well, Jiang Feng stated. What is the rush? Are you not concerned about your harem being whisked away? Nangong Shui retorted. Cough. Jiang Feng choked slightly. She had indeed caught wind of those rumors. They were merely jesting. Jiang Feng, with a stiff resolve, replied, Then, in your eyes, what do the four of us represent to you? Nangong Shui inquired, her tone indifferent. The strength of her presence caused beads of cold sweat to form on Jiang Feng's brow. This woman undoubtedly suspected that he had referred to the four of them as his harem. At this juncture, Su Qianyue, who had remained silent, suddenly chuckled. All right, let us return to the private room. Their reserved room was adjacent. Just as Jiang Feng prepared to head to the neighboring room, Yin Luo walked over and addressed Jiang Feng coolly. You ought to let Xiao Imo see how popular her ex-husband has become. It was a clear jab. Jiang Feng chose not to respond. His divorce from Xia Mo was partly due to the abundance of beautiful women surrounding him, particularly the 4 female colleagues he worked alongside at school. Yang Tao was not on Xia Mo's radar of concern, primarily because she was already married and had a child. Furthermore, Yang Tao's beauty did not overshadow that of Jiang Feng's 4 female partners. As for Nagong Shui, Xia Mo had little worry. Nagong Shui's demeanor was excessively aloof, and she appeared to have no interest in men. The principal concern was Su Qianyue and his childhood friend, who was also a focal point of Xia Mo's vigilance. At that moment, Nagong Shui shot Yin Luo a glance and remarked, "A hound, no matter how it barks, cannot change the fact that it is a defeated dog." This was a clear insinuation aimed at Yin Luo. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Yin Luo was the son of Jiang City's wealthiest man, and Nagong Shui showed him no respect. Yin Luo, enraged, struggled to contain his indignation. While he was unaware of Nagong Shui's background, Yuanqing's reaction indicated that she was no ordinary woman. Taking a deep breath, Yin Luo turned to Jiang Feng and said, "Jiang Feng, Xia Mo is a good woman. She deserves a devoted partner. As for you, you are unworthy of her. While she may not currently reciprocate my affections, where there is a will, there is a way. I believe that one day she will come to accept me." With that, Yin Luo departed. Jiang Feng remained silent. By all accounts, he and Xia Mo were divorced. Who she chose to be with was no longer his concern. As a former husband, he should sincerely wish for her to find happiness. As the saying goes, parting brings joy to each. However, he found himself unable to utter words of goodwill. Nagong Shui cast a glance at Jiang Feng and sighed. "Men are truly troublesome, which is precisely why I have no desire to seek a boyfriend." Exhaling, Jiang Feng looked at Nagong Shui and said with a light laugh, "Nagong, you should not harbor such a deep-seated prejudice against men. Without men, how would you bear children?" Speaking of which, Ning Yin then looked at Nagong Shui's midsection and inquired, "Teacher Nagong, have you given birth?" Nagong Shui regarded Ning Yin and replied coolly, "Ning Yin, do not waste your time on me. I will not engage with anyone." Ning Yin instantly appeared dejected. Beside them, Ning Wu scowled and said, "Ning Yin, come here." Ning Yin said nothing and followed Ning Wu into the adjacent room. Jiang Feng then accompanied Nagong Shui and the others into the adjacent room. Just as he settled down, Ning Yan's voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. "Life truly feels so dull." Jiang Feng sprang to his feet. "I must check on Ning Yan," he declared, promptly exiting the room. He arrived at the neighboring room, flinging the door open and stepping inside. Ning Yan was kneeling on the floor. Jiang Feng rushed over, lifted Ning Yan up, and said gently, "Ning Yan, a man should never kneel to anyone other than heaven and his parents." Ning Wu's expression darkened as he seized Jiang Feng by the collar, seething. "Jiang Feng, do you think I am afraid to deal with you?" Jiang Feng said nothing, swiftly grasping Ning Wu's wrist before executing a shoulder throw, pinning Ning Wu to the ground. The movements were fluid and seamless. Ning Wu, infuriated, shouted, "Jiang Feng, it seems you seek death. Shall we wager our lives?" Jiang Feng replied coolly. Ning Wu fell silent, unsure if Jiang Feng was serious. At that moment, Jiang Feng released Ning Wu and added, "Everyone possesses their own dignity. You have yours, and Ning Yin has hers. Ning Yin sees you as a mouse sees a cat. I may not have brothers, but I believe this should not characterize a normal brotherly bond. This is a family matter. You ought to mind your own business." Ning Wu rose from the ground, coldly asserting, "You should refrain from meddling in our affairs." He dared not strike again, knowing he was no match for Jiang Feng. Then, "Ning Wu, let me pose a question," Jiang Feng continued. "If one day you find yourself in trouble, will anyone be willing to meddle on your behalf?" Ning Wu was momentarily speechless. He had many friends around him, though they cannot be classified as true friends, nor merely acquaintances driven by self-interest. Their relationship is rather superficial. Individuals like Jiang Feng, who selflessly stand up for their friends, appear to be exceedingly rare. At this moment, Jiang Feng remarked nonchalantly, "But Ning Yin would." Ning Wu was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Feng continued, "Ning Yin often speaks of you. He holds you in high esteem and is aware of the burdens you have shouldered for the Ning family since your father's illness. He wishes to assist you but is apprehensive, fearing his efforts may disappoint you, which is why he has distanced himself, opting to become a counselor at Jiangxing University." Ning Yin was utterly astonished. How could Jiang Feng know this? The reason he had sought refuge at Jiangxing University was that he wished to escape the trappings of being a wealthy heir, desiring a life of freedom. Others assumed he was pursuing romantic interests, particularly with Nagong Shui. However, The truth was that he feared disappointing his brother and betraying his trust, prompting his retreat. Ningwu glanced at Ning Yin, and from his expression, it seemed Jiang Feng's words resonated as truth. His earlier agitation gradually subsided. Observing Ning Yin, he muttered, "I apologize. I have been too stringent with you and neglected your dignity." Ning Yin stared incredulously at Ningwu. Throughout their lives, he had never heard his domineering brother offer an apology. In that moment, the eyes of a 25-year-old man glistened with unshed tears. Jiang Feng, meanwhile, wore a faint smile and quietly departed. After leaving the private room of the Ning brothers, he did not return immediately to Nan Gongshue's group, but instead approached the window and lit a cigarette. Taking a drag, he exhaled a ring of smoke. Regardless of how strained familial ties may become, blood relations invariably lead to reconciliation. But what of marriage? Once separated, the divide often remains unbridged. Perhaps if children were involved, reconciliation might be possible. Yet, despite 3 years of marriage to Xia Mo, they had not pursued parenthood. Contemplating this, Jiang Feng took another puff, inhaling too deeply and choking. Just then, someone approached, took the half-smoked cigarette from his hand, extinguished it, and discarded it in a nearby trash can. "Su Qianhua, what brings you out here?" Jiang Feng inquired. "I was somewhat concerned about you," Su Qianhua responded, suddenly realizing something and quickly adding, "Please don't misunderstand. My concern stems from a colleague and friend perspective." Jiang Feng smiled knowingly. "I understand." Su Qianhua regarded him, hesitating momentarily before asking, "Are you still pondering Yin Luo and Appo's words?" Jiang Feng remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Su Qianhua moved closer, leaning against the window, gazing at the night sky, and softly remarked, "Xia Mo likely still harbors feelings for you. Your relationship differs from mine with Wu Zhe. You both are mutually affectionate. Lovers should ultimately unite. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Jiang Feng smiled at Su Qianhua and said, "I would like to have a drink. Will you accompany me?" "Huh." Su Qianhua's expression revealed her inner conflict. "Just joking," Jiang Feng added. "All right," she replied suddenly. Pausing, she suggested, "Let's go to your place for drinks. If we get too inebriated, at least we won't have to sleep on the street." "You?" Jiang Feng looked at her, then teased. "Are you not worried I might take advantage of you if you become intoxicated?" Su Qianhua chuckled. "Your drinking behavior is quite commendable. Even if you were drunk, you wouldn't misbehave. Besides, it remains uncertain who might get drunk first. If you say that, I must contest it. Let us compare." "Let's go," Su Qianhua decided. "I'll message Yang Tao and the others later." Subsequently, the two departed from the KTV. As soon as they exited, Su Qianhua's phone rang. It was her father calling. She did not shy away from Jiang Feng and answered the call directly. Upon connecting, there was silence on the other end. "Hello, Dad?" Su Qianhua initiated. "Who are you with right now?" Her father's voice echoed from the phone. Su Qianhua glanced at Jiang Feng, then stepped aside to ask, "What is the matter? Are you with Wu Zhe's friend?" Her father pressed. Wait." Before she could finish, her father interrupted, his voice rising. "Su Qianhua, have you forgotten? You are married. You have a husband." Su Qianhua fell silent. After a brief pause, she replied calmly, "Did someone say something to you?" She surmised that her mother-in-law might have spoken to her parents, and her outing with Jiang Feng had likely come to their attention. "Just tell me, are you currently with Wu Zhe's male friend?" Her father insisted. "Yes," Su Qianhua admitted. Before she could clarify, her father erupted, "Su Qianhua, how have you changed so much? You have no shame. Your mother and I still have our dignity." Tears welled up in Su Qianhua's eyes instantaneously. Her father was known for his strict demeanor, yet he seldom spoke to her in such a tone. Shameless was the harshest term Su Qianhua had ever heard her father utter. She had never imagined she would be scolded by her own father in such a manner. At that moment, her heart felt as if it were being wrenched apart, with tears cascading down her cheeks, though she stifled any sounds of weeping. Then, her mother's voice echoed through the phone. "Calm down, please. The doctor advised that if you wish to stay alive, you must not be so agitated." "How could I not be agitated? Our family, the Su family, has always been upright, and now we find ourselves with a daughter who has strayed. Why do you jump to conclusions?" Her mother continued. "Enough. Let me speak with Qianhua." After a brief pause, her mother spoke again. "Qianhua, your mother-in-law just came by. She mentioned that you have been involved with a friend of Jiang Feng's and that you were caught in a hotel together. Is there any truth to this?" "Yes," Su Qianhua replied, gathering her composure. It seemed her mother-in-law had conveniently overlooked the fact that she had been forced to jump into the river by an assailant, instead only informing her parents about the alleged infidelity with Jiang Feng. Yet, Su Qianyue chose not to clarify, as revealing that she had nearly been murdered and that the perpetrator was still at large would only heighten her parents' worries. Her father was already unwell. She did not wish to burden them further. Additionally, she understood that clarifying the truth would only solidify her mother-in-law's intentional concealment of crucial information, and given her father's temperament, he would likely confront her mother-in-law directly, which could provoke a heart attack due to her mother-in-law's sharp tongue. Child, has something happened? Why were you at a hotel with Wu Zhi's friend? This is not like you. Were you coerced? Her mother pressed. Mom, I accidentally fell into the river, and Jiang Feng got wet while trying to save me. We went to the hotel to use their dryer. We didn't engage in any improper behavior, Su Qianwei explained. Is Jiang Feng the one who saved your father? Her mother inquired. Yes, Jiang Feng saved your father. Our family owes him a debt of gratitude. However, Su Qianyue's mother paused, her tone turning serious. Qianyue, you are married. It is best to maintain distance from other men. She hesitated before adding, do not blame your father for his words. Your mother-in-law was here earlier and said many hurtful things. Your father is also feeling very upset. So, mother, you two do not trust that Jiang Feng and I are innocent, do you? Su Qianyue responded calmly. Her mother did not deny it. Just moments ago, Wu Zhi's mother had come over, insisting that Su Qianyue and Jiang Feng had an inappropriate relationship, even showing them a photo of Su Qianyue in a bathrobe in the same room as Jiang Feng. The image, however, did not clearly show Jiang Feng's face, and initially, her parents did not recognize him. Nevertheless, even if they realized that their daughter's supposed affair was with her father's savior, her father would still be furious. With that photo and Su Qianyue's recent cold attitude towards Wu Zhi, her parents had valid reasons to suspect infidelity. Mom, I have something to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Also, given Dad's heart condition, calling him will only agitate him further. Please ask my sister to call him. He listens to her. With that, Su Qianyue ended the call. She did not return to Jiang Feng immediately, but waited until her emotions settled and she had dried her tears before going back. Shall we go? Su Qianyue smiled. Are you all right? Jiang Feng asked, observing her closely. Though Su Qianyue wore a forced smile, she was not adept at concealing her emotions. Jiang Feng could tell she had been crying. He sensed that often, in moments of sorrow, one's emotional defenses might become more pronounced, leading many melancholic individuals toward isolation. I am fine, Su Qianyue replied with composure. She was unwilling to share, and Jiang Feng respected her silence. How about we skip the drinking, and I take you home instead? Jiang Feng suggested. How can a man go back on his word? You promised to drink. Are you treating me like a fool? Su Qianyue retorted. That's not it, Jiang Feng faltered before conceding. All right, let us go. Half an hour later, they arrived at Jiang Feng's rented apartment, carrying some cold dishes purchased from a nearby deli. After setting the table, Jiang Feng brought out some beer. Drinking beer is rather dull. Let us have something stronger, Su Qianyue declared. But why are you being so stingy? If you're hesitant, I'll buy it myself, she replied. Having reached that point in their conversation, Jiang Feng reluctantly retrieved a bottle of his treasured liquor. It's just Wuliangya, not Matai. How stingy of you, Su Qianyue teased as she snatched the bottle from him. After uncorking it, she poured a glass for both herself and Jiang Feng. Cheers, she said. Raising her glass, Jiang Feng gazed at her in silence. There was something off about her demeanor today. What's wrong? She asked. Qianyue, has something happened? Jiang Feng hesitated before speaking. Su Qianyue's expression remained neutral. I mentioned to Wu Zhi that I would be drinking with you today. She refrained from discussing her earlier argument with her parents. Jiang Feng's heart sank at her words, his gaze shifting. Did Su Qianyue sense something? A chill ran down his spine. What are you dawdling for? Drink up, Su Qianyue urged. Oh, Jiang Feng clinked his glass with hers and downed the contents in one go, continuing to observe her closely. Though she was drinking with him, Su Qianyue's gaze remained fixed on the door. Qianyue, are you waiting for Wu Zhi to pick you up? Jiang Feng inquired. Su Qianyue smiled faintly. Do you think he will come to get me? Although she smiled, there was a profound sadness in her expression. Jiang Feng felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. To the outside world, Su Qianyue appeared to be the perfect wife, graceful, kind, and understanding. Yet, beneath that facade, she concealed a multitude of grievances. After a moment, Jiang Feng discreetly took out his phone, intending to message Wu Zhi to come and collect Su Qianyue. However, before he could send the message, Su Qianyue snatched the phone from his hand and glared at him. Do not message him. I want to see if he truly cares about me. Yesterday I stayed here, and we didn't tea drink, so he might think nothing was amiss. But today, we are drinking, and anything could happen. If he still doesn't take care. She paused, downing her drink in one swift motion, then looked at Jiang Feng, saying, if you dare to sleep with me, I will let you. Jiang Feng broke into a sweat. He could tell that Su Qianyue was slightly inebriated, otherwise, she wouldn't have uttered such words. At that moment, Su Qianyue poured another glass for Jiang Feng and commanded, drink. I can see that you possess a hidden desire but lack the courage. You want to sleep with me. But you are afraid, am I right? Jiang Feng's lips twitched, yet he did not deny it. Previously, he had not entertained such thoughts. But after Wu Zhi suggested he pursue Su Qianyue following her divorce, his mindset had indeed shifted. Once we drink, you'll find your courage. Don't be afraid. Can't you see what Wu Zhi is implying? He wants us to be together, Su Qianyue asserted. Jiang Feng hurriedly replied, that's not true. Not true. Su Qianyue chuckled. Do you think I'm foolish, unable to see what is right in front of me? On the day of your divorce, he left me alone at home with you, who was intoxicated, and turned off his phone. Is this what a husband does? Let me tell you, Wu Zhi is nothing but a cuckold. If I don't put him in that position, he will certainly feel distressed. I can fulfill his desire. When we share a bed, I will even live stream it for him. Jiang Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The conversation was becoming increasingly absurd. At that moment, Su Qianyue finished the liquor in her glass and poured herself another beer. Enough drinking. You're already intoxicated, Jiang Feng said, seizing her glass. My husband doesn't care about me, so why should you? Su Qianyue stood up, stumbling over to retrieve her drink. However, she was unsteady on her feet and fell into Jiang Feng's embrace. The beer in his cup tilted, spilling all over Su Qianyue. I'm sorry. Jiang Feng quickly apologized. Su Qianyue remained silent, nestled in his arms, and then suddenly began to sob uncontrollably. Jiang Feng said nothing. He didn't take advantage of the moment to embrace her. He simply sat there, allowing her tears to soak his clothes, knowing that she needed an outlet for her emotions. He could do little else but silently accompany her. Although Su Qianyue had mentioned her willingness to share a bed with him, he recognized that this was merely the ramblings of a drunken woman. Jiang Feng understood her well. She was traditional in character. If he were to take advantage of her drunken state, when she awoke, she would not reproach him but would end up hurting herself. After a long while, having cried her heart out, Su Qianyue gradually calmed down. What time is it? She asked. After her outburst, she seemed much more coherent. It's 11 o'clock at night, Jiang Feng replied. Let us wait another hour. If Wu Zhi doesn't show up, we'll go to bed, she said, pausing before continuing. Jiang Feng was momentarily unsure whether her mention of going to bed meant returning to their respective rooms or sharing a bed. However, he felt too awkward to ask. Su Qianyue straightened up, her gaze more focused and clear now. But the beer had soaked her blouse, making the black lace bra beneath quite visible. Shouldn't you take a shower? I can dry your clothes with a hairdryer, Jiang Feng suggested. No need. Let us wait until after midnight, she replied calmly. Although Su Qianyue appeared composed now, it only added to Jiang Feng's pressure. She was not someone with a hidden strong aura. She was beautiful and had an admirable figure, but her demeanor was gentle, lacking the ability to dominate a room. Otherwise, that Yin Chao would never have dared to spread rumors about her. No one would dare to slander Ningong Shui. These unruly students merely targeted Su Qianyue, believing her easy to bully. Yet at that moment, despite her silence, Su Qianyue exuded an undeniable strength. Jiang Feng felt a significant sense of pressure. He gazed toward the door, mentally urging, Wu Zhi, you scoundrel, hurry up and come get your wife. Yet, Wu Zhi did not arrive. He might have replied to a message, but Jiang Feng had no way of knowing what Wu Zhi had said since Su Qianyue had his phone. When the clock struck midnight, Su Qianyue stood up. She approached the door, locked it, and turned to Jiang Feng, saying, let us go take a shower and sleep. Oh sure, you can go first. Your pajamas are still in your room from yesterday, Jiang Feng replied. Let us go together, Su Qianyue stated calmly. Jiang Feng was momentarily speechless. Are you serious? Su Qianyue added. Are you just being stubborn? Jiang Feng probed. Yes, but I won't regret it, she replied. Jiang Feng stepped closer to her and smiled. But I would regret it. I won't deny that I desire to share a bed with you, but I want it to be with your full consent. Such acts should not be one-sided. Mutual pleasure is the true essence of intimacy. Su Qianyue exhaled softly. Her earlier words had indeed been said in a moment of anger. Had Jiang Feng truly taken her at her word, she might have found herself in a difficult situation. Well then, I'll go take a shower, Su Qianyue said. Jiang Feng nodded. Without further comment, Su Qianyu grabbed the pajamas that Jiang Feng had helped her buy and went to the bathroom. The bathroom was separated by a glass door. As she undressed and caught a glimpse of her own perfect body in the reflection, Su Qianyu suddenly recalled their earlier conversation and felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Pressing her forehead against the glass, she pondered, did I really mean it when I said I wanted to shower with Jiang Feng? How could I have said something like that? Even if I was infuriated by Wu Zhe, I shouldn't have uttered such words. I must be out of my mind. But if it were someone other than Jiang Feng, would I have even thought to say let us shower together? Silently contemplating her thoughts, she spent about 20 minutes in the shower before emerging in her pajamas. You should go take a shower now, she suggested. All right, Jiang Feng responded, heading towards the bathroom as Su Qianyu prepared to dry her hair with a hairdryer. Just as she picked up the device, there was a knock at the door. It must be Wu Zhe, she thought, falling silent. After a moment, she took a deep breath and opened the door. Indeed, Wu Zhe stood outside, accompanied by his mother and Su Qianyu's parents. Surprised by the sudden gathering, Su Qianyu was momentarily stunned. Wu's mother pointed at Su Qianyu with a cold smile, saying, "See, this is your precious daughter. Her upbringing is truly remarkable." Su Qianyu's father, his face darkened with anger, approached her and raised his hand. Just then, Jiang Feng rushed out of the bathroom, having only donned a pair of underwear. In a desperate bid to protect her, he seized Su Qianyu's father's wrist before he could strike. "Uncle, what do you think you're doing?" Jiang Feng asked coolly. "What are you doing here?" Su Qianyu's father paused, looking at Jiang Feng before responding. "You saved me. So you think you can harm my daughter? She is married, don't you know that?" At that moment, Wu's mother chimed in. He is also Wu Zhe's best friend. This revelation only fueled Su Qianyu's father's fury. He glared at Su Qianyu and said, "You are wearing pajamas and staying at your husband's friend's house. How do you plan to explain this?" "I don't need to explain," Su Qianyu replied calmly. Her father, enraged, raised his hand again but suddenly clutched his chest, a pained expression crossing his face. Su Qianyu panicked. Dad, I'm sorry. Please don't scare me." Her voice broke into a sob. "Did someone bring the emergency heart medicine? Quickly, give it to him," Jiang Feng urged. Su Qianyu's mother quickly found the medication and administered it to her husband. After a considerable amount of time, Su Qianyu's father gradually regained his composure. Su Qianyu knelt before him, saying, "I'm sorry, Dad. No need for that. Who can truly control you? However, no one in the Su family has ever betrayed a marriage. No daughter of ours has ever put a green hat on her husband. You are the first. You've truly brought honor to your father," he said coldly. Su Qianyu's eyes reddened as she bit her lip, refraining from defending herself. Even if she spoke, no one would believe her. Today, had it not been for Jiang Feng's composure, he might have already found himself in bed with Jiang Feng. Wu Zhe's expression was conflicted. He hesitated several times, struggling to articulate his thoughts. At that moment, Jiang Feng exhaled softly and remarked, "It was I who threatened Su Qianyu." "What did you say?" Su's father gazed at Jiang Feng, and Su Qianyu was equally taken aback. What was this man talking about? When did he ever threaten her? Jiang Feng continued calmly. "I heard that your family, the Su family, values loyalty and righteousness. In the past, Wu Zhe's father saved your father, and in return, you arranged for Su Qianyu's marriage to Wu Zhe. I saved you that day, yet gained nothing in return, which I found unjust. Therefore, I approached Su Qianyu and told her that the favor of saving her father must be repaid with her own self." Before he could finish his sentence, Su's father seized Jiang Feng by the collar, his anger palpable. "How can that be the same? Su Qianyu is already married, and moreover, she is your brother's wife. How can you even utter such words? You saved my life, but you have no right to ruin my daughter's future. Did you not say that Su Qianyu must express her gratitude to me?" Jiang Feng replied, "What I seek in gratitude is Su Qianyu herself." Before Su's father could explode in anger, Jiang Feng sighed and added, "However, it is unfortunate that despite my efforts to deceive her into coming to me, she still rejected me. She insisted that she is a married woman and that if she were to betray her husband, the person most aggrieved would not be her husband, but rather her father. She said her father has a weak heart, and she does not wish to cause him distress over her indiscretions." Jiang Feng's words were laden with artistry. He took the blame upon himself, subtly criticizing Wu Zhe and her mother-in-law, while also comforting Su's father. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Su's father's previously furious countenance gradually calmed, even tinged with guilt. Su Qianyu stared at Jiang Feng, tears glistening in her eyes. Others were oblivious to the truth, but Su Qianyu understood clearly. Jiang Feng had never coerced her. In her moments of emotional collapse, it was Jiang Feng who had pulled her back from the brink of despair. Wu Zhe, too, found himself in a complex emotional state. As events unfolded, it became evident that he was the instigator. Had he not proposed to bring Jiang Feng and Su Qianyu together, Jiang Feng, with his character, would not have grown close to her. Now, with the evident deepening of their relationship, what should have been a source of joy for him became a convoluted sentiment, not as delightful as he had imagined. Meanwhile, Wu's mother observed Su Qianyu's tearful gaze directed at Jiang Feng with displeasure. Humph, she scoffed. Jiang Feng, you certainly know how to shoulder blame. Mother, please, enough of this. Wu Zhe whispered. I am unafraid. My son is on the brink of death, and yet someone dares to cast a shadow over his honor. I cannot tolerate this. Wu's mother retorted. Her words left everyone, aside from Jiang Feng and Wu Zhe, in stunned silence. What do you mean by that, mother-in-law? Su's mother inquired. Wu Zhe is about to undergo surgery, a procedure fraught with peril, Wu's mother explained. Wu Zhe, what is happening? Su's mother pressed on. Wu's mother's gaze began to flicker. The Wu family had concealed a hereditary heart condition, never disclosing it to the Su family. What is going on? Su's father demanded. Wu's mother found herself in a precarious position, as it was she who had initially suggested keeping the family's hereditary illness a secret. Wu Zhe, what is the truth? Su's father looked at Wu Zhe. Feeling the weight of the moment, Wu Zhe took a deep breath and revealed, our family has a hereditary heart condition. My grandfather and father both succumbed to it. I, too, have congenital heart disease. I apologize for our family's concealment of this matter. That is of no consequence. I, too, have heart issues. Su's father replied after a pause. Your mother mentioned that the surgery is perilous. Is it truly that dangerous? Heart bypass surgeries are quite advanced now. How could there be such risk? My condition is congenital and complex. It cannot merely be resolved through a bypass, Wu Zhe explained. And if surgery is not performed? Su's father inquired. The doctor warned that without surgery, I may have less than a year to live, Wu Zhe replied. How can this be? Su's mother paused, then turned to Su Qianyu. Qianyu, were you unaware of this before? Su Qianyu shook her head. From now on, be sure to accompany Wu Zhe. In such circumstances, he needs your support and encouragement more than ever. I believe you both can overcome this challenge together, Su's mother advised. Su Qianyu's lips quivered, but she ultimately responded calmly, I understand. Then let us depart and not disturb Jiang Feng's rest any longer, Su's mother suggested. With that, everyone began to exit. Su Qianyu lingered at the back. As they neared the door of Jiang Feng's rented apartment, she paused, turned around, and said, goodbye. Jiang Feng smiled and waved goodbye. Su Qianyu's lips moved, but words did not escape her. She quickly departed. After her exit, Jiang Feng sank onto the sofa, feeling a profound sense of loss. He understood that from this point forward, he and Su Qianyu could only be colleagues, perhaps not even friends. Approaching the dining table, he lifted a glass of wine. Suddenly, someone stealthily slipped into the room. Su Qianyu had left the door ajar. And Xiaoya, she exclaimed, oh dear, drinking alone is so dreary. Let your police sister accompany you for a drink. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. Eavesdropping is not polite. I wasn't eavesdropping. It was just too lively a moment. And Xiaoya retorted. Jiang Feng's lips twitched, but he remained silent. And Xiaoya sat opposite him and continued. No wonder you were reluctant to be my pretend boyfriend. It turns out you're attracted to married women, or rather, the wives of your friends. Why don't you go rest if you have nothing to do? Jiang Feng replied. After a moment, he asked, have you completed your undercover mission? And Xiaoya nearly spat blood. You truly know how to hit the nail on the head. She paused, grinning, and added, but I don't blame you. I understand your feelings right now. She then moved behind Jiang Feng and began to massage his shoulders. There are plenty of fish in the sea. If you find yourself lonely, you can always seek me out for a paid chat. Oh, not for sleeping, of course. Jiang Feng remained silent, his mood undeniably melancholic. Come on, it's not like this is your first heartbreak. Didn't your wife just leave you? And Xiaoya remarked. With a light smack, Jiang Feng tapped Xiaoya on the head, exasperated. You really know how to bring up the past. Hey, I warn you. That's assaulting an officer, she said playfully. Then arrest me. Jiang Feng extended his arms. And Xiaoya grinned widely. Arresting people is dull. I prefer capturing hearts. So tell me, what would it take for you to fall for me? Just sleep with me once, and you'll be smitten. Now that's a bit much. But given your recent double heartbreak, I won't hold it against you. And Xiaoya laughed. This woman seemed to revel in his misfortune. Sigh, Jiang Feng, with your character. You shouldn't be so close to a friend's wife. Is it possible that Wu Zhe, knowing his time is limited, actively sought to match you with Su Qianyu? Jiang Feng broke into a light sweat, and Xiaoya, while fiery, possessed a keen sense of intuition and reasoning. Enough of this nonsense. Go back to sleep, he instructed. After speaking, Jiang Feng pushed Xiaoya out of his rental apartment and locked the door behind her. Leaning against the door, his gaze flickered. He wondered whether Su Qianyu had discovered the deal between him and Wu Zhe. Meanwhile, after escorting Wu's mother back home, Wu Zhe and Su Qianyu returned to their new residence. It's getting late, and you have work tomorrow. You should get some rest, Wu Zhe suggested. Are you going out again? Su Qianyu replied calmly. Aye. Before Wu Zhe could respond, Su Qianyu continued. I misunderstood you. I thought you were spending the night elsewhere and turned off your phone because you had another woman. It turns out I was mistaken. You simply wished to share your wife with your good friend. Wu Zhe's heart sank. She had indeed guessed correctly. Regaining his composure, he quickly replied, No, it's not like that. Not like that. Su Qianyu looked into Wu Zhe's eyes and added, Do you dare to say that while looking at me? Feeling guilty, Wu Zhe averted his gaze. The silence that followed could be interpreted as an acquiescence. Wu Zhe, in your eyes, alongside Jiang Feng, what am I? A mere toy to be passed around? Su Qianyu spoke again. It was my fault. I knew my time was limited. Which is why I entrusted Jiang Feng. Wu Zhe paused before responding. I merely wanted to find you a good home. And how do you know Jiang Feng is my ideal home? Su Qianyu retorted. Wu Zhe was momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, he admitted, I was wrong. I acknowledge that I don't know Jiang Feng well enough. I was unaware that he still had ties to his ex-wife and that there were so many women around him. Do you believe this is where you erred? Su Qianyu pressed further. Does Jiang Feng have any other unforgivable flaws? Su Qianyu took a deep breath, exhaling slowly to calm herself before continuing. So, you think it's acceptable to offer your wife to other men while still married? Wu Zhe hesitated, sensing Su Qianyu's calmness, which was more terrifying than her anger. He realized she was seething inside, but refrained from arguing for fear of exacerbating her heart condition. I was wrong, Wu Zhe conceded. With a sigh, Su Qianyu replied, I will accompany you for treatment. Good night. After speaking, she returned to the master bedroom, locking the door behind her. Upon hearing the sound of the lock, Wu Zhe smiled bitterly. Given Su Qianyu's temperament, she would not forgive him. He had also inadvertently dragged Jiang Feng into this situation. Originally, there was a chance for him and Qianyu, but after this incident, Jiang Feng would likely find himself on her blacklist. Alas, harming others is also harming oneself. After a while, Wu Zhe's gaze drifted back to the master bedroom. He knew that neither his father-in-law nor Su Qianyu would propose divorce while he was gravely ill. However, if the surgery were to succeed, would she still want to remain by his side? In the master bedroom, Su Qianyu was indeed furious. She took out her phone, opened WeChat, and prepared to block Jiang Feng, but hesitated at the last step. After all, he was her colleague, a work partner with whom she needed to communicate. After a lengthy contemplation, she ultimately decided against it. Instead, she exited the WeChat group created by Jiang Feng and turned off her phone. Time for sleep. Yet, rest eluded her. She was anxious not only about Wu Zhe's health, but also for other reasons. Lying in bed, her hands resting behind her head, she stared at the ceiling in silence. Should she take out her frustration on Jiang Feng? Although he colluded with Wu Zhe, he had not wronged her directly. The only physical contact had been to save her from drowning through CPR. Last night, he could have taken advantage of the situation but chose restraint. What did he truly think? Did he express those sentiments out of affection, or was he merely adhering to a promise made to Wu Zhe? She was uncertain. Once, she believed Jiang Feng harbored feelings for her, but now, she found herself lost. She couldn't oppose to even discern whether her anger towards Jiang Feng stemmed from his illicit dealings with Wu Zhe or from the sudden realization that his kindness might not be born from affection, but rather a commitment to Wu Zhe. Her thoughts were a tangled mess. Ultimately, she spent a sleepless night. The next day, upon waking, Su Qianyu had prepared breakfast. Have some breakfast, and then I'll accompany you to the hospital, she said calmly. Her emotions had returned to a semblance of stability, no longer teetering on the edge of anger. Yet, this tranquility felt unfamiliar to Wu Zhe. Aren't you supposed to be at work? He asked. We can go on the weekend. I've taken a leave of absence. Su Qianyu replied. I can ask Jiang Feng to accompany me. Wu Zhe began, but was cut off as Su Qianyu remarked. Am I your wife, or is Jiang Feng your wife? I was wrong, Wu Zhe quickly confessed. Eat. I'll tidy up, she said, preparing to leave the dining area. Aren't you going to eat? Wu asked. I didn't poison it, so you can eat without worry. There's no need for me to taste it first, Su Qianwei replied. Wu forced a smile. That and Apos. That's not what I meant. I and Apos am not hungry. Go ahead and eat. Following this, Su Qianwei retreated to her room. Sitting at her vanity, she gazed at her haggard reflection and disheveled hair, lost in thought. After a moment, she shook herself back to reality and began to prepare herself. She was going to the hospital with Wu, and she couldn't appear in such a disheveled state. After applying her makeup, she picked up the hand cream nearby and applied it to her hands. Suddenly, she remembered it was a gift from Jiang Feng. Her first instinct was to rush to the master bedroom's private bathroom to wash her hands, but upon turning on the tap, she quickly shut it off again. Sigh. Although Jiang Feng's intentions may be questionable, the hand cream is innocent. Moreover, while it is technically a gift from Jiang Feng, it is also something I purchased for myself. Returning to the vanity, she continued to apply the hand cream. Once she was satisfied with her appearance, Su Qianwei grabbed her handbag and exited the master bedroom. Wu had also finished his breakfast. Let and Apos, go, Su Qianwei stated flatly. All right. They proceeded together to the hospital. Wu had been receiving treatment at the First People's Hospital of Jiangqing, not the Renai Hospital where Lu Jin worked. Upon arriving at the First People's Hospital, Su Qianwei began to register Wu and managed various procedures, fulfilling her responsibilities as a wife. However, Wu could distinctly sense a growing distance between them. Alas, I truly brought this upon myself. At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly rang out, Wu, what are you doing here? The speaker was a woman of similar age to Wu and Su Qianwei. Though not as beautiful as Su Qianwei, she was dressed quite fashionably. Susuyu, what are you doing here? Wu asked, visibly nervous. The woman named Su blinked playfully. Wu, are you afraid? Afraid of me? Just then, Su Qianwei approached. The paperwork is complete. Let us head to the waiting room, she said, looking at Wu. Okay. Wu hesitated before pointing to the woman named Susu. This is the daughter of our boss, Qian Susu. Susu, this is my wife, Su Qianwei. Qian Susu looked at Su Qianwei, her eyes clearly filled with animosity. Are you Wu's wife? She asked. Is there something you need? Su Qianwei replied calmly. Is someone sick? Wu Qian Susu continued. Just a minor issue. I've already taken leave from your father, Wu interjected. How long is the leave? Qian Susu asked again. A month. A month? Does that mean I won't see you at the company for that long? Qian Susu pressed on. Wu's eyes welled with tears. Are you doing this on purpose? He glanced at Su Qianwei. Her expression remained indifferent. She looked at Wu and suggested. Perhaps this Miss Qian could accompany you to the doctor? No, Wu hesitated, then turned to Qian Susu. I'm off to see the doctor now, goodbye. I'll wait here for you, Qian Susu said. Sister, my wife is here. Don't let her misunderstand, Wu cautioned. Isn't it acceptable for friends to care? Qian Susu retorted. We'll talk about it later, Wu replied, then looked at Su Qianwei. Shall we go? Su Qianwei remained silent and followed Wu to the waiting room. Well, Qian Susu is just that way, rather straightforward, Wu said cautiously. Indeed, she is completely different from me, Su Qianwei remarked. After a moment, she added. I suppose men prefer lively and spirited women? Not at all. I still prefer you, Wu replied. Prefer me enough to give me to another man? Su Qianwei countered. Wu's eyes glistened with tears. This is a matter I cannot overlook. I take it back. I will tell Jiang Feng to stop having designs on my wife. Wu composed himself and added. Su Qianwei chose not to respond. Moments later, it was Wu's turn. Su Qianwei accompanied him to see the doctor, who was the same chief physician Wu had seen before. Dr. Hao, this is my wife. She can sign my surgery consent form, Wu stated. Dr. Hao looked at Su Qianwei and asked, Wu has informed you about the risks of the surgery, right? Yes. Do you have anything to say? Dr. Hao encouraged. Is surgery the only option? Are there no conservative treatment methods? Su Qianwei inquired. Dr. Hao shook his head. Your husband's condition is quite serious. Conservative treatment is no longer effective. Based on the progression of his illness, without surgery, he may only have a year left. Dr. Hao explained. Su Qianwei fell silent for a moment before saying, I understand. I will sign. Dr. Hao nodded. During this time, he paused, then continued, as a physician, I naturally hope for my patient's swift recovery, but there are some things we must state up front. Please go ahead, Su Qianwei responded. The risk of this surgery is significant. Even abroad, the success rate does not exceed 10%. You both need to be psychologically prepared, Dr. Hao cautioned. I understand, Su Qianwei replied. And also, Dr. Hao hesitated before adding, make sure to spend quality time with your husband. In case the surgery fails, right? During this time, be there for him. I understand, Su Qianwei said calmly. I will keep in touch. I will notify you when the surgery is ready. Thank you, Doctor, Su Qianwei expressed. You're welcome. Moments later, Su Qianwei and Wu Zhi exited together. Do you have any plans? I can stay with you, Su Qianwei offered calmly. Before Wu Zhi could respond, Qian Susu hurried over. Wu Zhi, are you okay? What happened? It was evident that she was genuinely concerned about Wu Zhi. Wu Zhi felt a twinge of discomfort. This girl has no sense. My wife is right here. Why is she so enthusiastic? At that moment, Su Qianyue's phone rang. It was a call from the school. Not daring to be careless, she stepped aside and answered. Moments later, she returned to Wu Zhi, hesitant to speak. Wu Zhi smiled, saying, if you have something to attend to, please go ahead. Yes, you go ahead. I will stay with Wu Zhi, Qian Susu added. Wu Zhi wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Is this girl trying to create a scene? He was aware that Qian Susu liked him and had been avoiding her until today when they happened to meet. Then I'll leave it to you, he said. Su Qianyue paused, then looked at Wu Zhi. A student in my class fainted for some reason and was taken to the nearby Renai hospital. I need to check on her. Then you should hurry, Wu Zhi urged. Su Qianyue said nothing further and turned to leave. Wu Zhi watched her retreating figure, feeling a bit downcast. Would Qian Susu care for me? Isn't she even the slightest bit jealous? Though Wu Zhi had been betrothed to his beautiful wife since childhood, he did not truly understand her. Over the past 3 years of marriage, she had always treated him with politeness and respect, but did that equate to love? Wu Zhi was uncertain. Meanwhile, as Su Qianyue rushed to the hospital, Jiang Feng was already waiting outside. How is Wang Tongtong doing? Su Qianyue asked anxiously. Despite her anger towards Jiang Feng and Wu Zhi's partnership, she could distinguish between personal feelings and professional matters. She is still in the emergency room, but she is fine. Don't worry, Jiang Feng reassured her. At that moment, the emergency room door opened and a doctor emerged. Doctor, how is the student from our class? Su Qianyue quickly inquired. She is out of danger now, the doctor confirmed. Su Qianyue sighed in relief, then asked, what exactly happened? She experienced an allergic reaction that led to shock, the doctor explained. She is allergic to seafood. Once she regains consciousness, make sure to instruct her to avoid seafood entirely. Understood, Su Qianyue replied. Jiang Feng furrowed his brow, but remained silent. About an hour later, Wang Tongtong gradually regained consciousness in the intensive care unit, with Jiang Feng and Su Qianyue by her side. Teacher Su, Teacher Jiang, I'm so sorry for the trouble I caused you, Wang Tongtong said apologetically. University is a microcosm of society, where each student has a unique background and experiences, resulting in diverse personalities. Some are outgoing and confident, while others are timid and fearful. Wang Tongtong falls into the latter category, coming from a profoundly troubled family. Her mother was often abused by her father, leaving her with deep psychological scars. One day, after her father beat her mother to the point of bleeding, Wang Tongtong called the police, leading to his arrest. As he was taken away, he threatened her, saying, when I come back, I will deal with you. She was terrified. What left her most desolate was her mother's scorn, blaming her for ruining their family by calling the police, labeling her a harbinger of misfortune. Children raised in such households often live in constant fear, anxious about upsetting others and terrified of abandonment. Tongtong, didn't you know you were allergic to seafood? Su Qianyue asked. I knew, but I couldn't resist the temptation today. I'm sorry for the trouble, Wang Tongtong replied. At that moment, a voice echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. It was Song Chan and the others who forced me to eat. Jiang Feng's pupils dilated. He recognized Song Chan, a student from the first-year law department, who had been part of Wang Tongtong's social circle. Jiang Feng had thought Song Chan was protecting Wang Tongtong, but it now seemed he had been mistaken. This was not protection, it was bullying. At this moment, Su Qianyue sensed that Jiang Feng's emotions were somewhat awry. She tugged at his sleeve, prompting Jiang Feng to snap out of his anger. He remained silent. After a brief pause, Jiang Feng and Su Qianyue departed from the hospital room. What happened to you just now? Su Qianyue inquired. Wang Tongtong. She didn't indulge in seafood on her own. Someone forced her to eat it. Jiang Feng replied. What? Su Qianyue turned to rush back to the room, but Jiang Feng grasped her hand to stop her. If you ask her now, she won't admit it. You know Wang Tongtong's character, don't you? You need to calm down, Jiang Feng advised. Gradually, Su Qianyue's agitation subsided. She then looked down to see Jiang Feng still holding her hand. Ah, I'm sorry. Jiang Feng quickly released her hand, realizing the awkwardness. Having kissed, why the sudden formality? Su Qianyue remarked lightly. Cough. Jiang Feng choked slightly. Hey, Su Qianyue, don't speak with such hypocrisy. I did that to save you, he retorted. Who knows if you're trying to take advantage of the situation? Jiang Feng's face darkened. You woman. At that moment, Su Qianyue stepped in front of Jiang Feng and said coolly, have you realized that I am not as virtuous as you imagine? My character is quite poor. Jiang Feng recognized that Su Qianyue likely knew about Wu Zhi's intentions to matchmake her with him. Was this a subtle rejection? No. Self-deprecation like this indicated a strong refusal. A smirk of self-mockery crept onto Jiang Feng's lips. He hadn't even confessed and was already dismissed. I understand your meaning. I will maintain my distance from you moving forward. After a brief pause, he added, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Jiang Feng walked away. At the moment he turned to leave, Su Qianyue felt a sharp pang in her heart. This was an unfamiliar sensation in her 25 years of life. Though she had felt heartache before, this was the first time it was for a man. Upon receiving news of Wu Zhi's illness, she felt sadness, but it was different from heartache. She opened her mouth, her lips moving as if to speak. Yet no words escaped. Some things are inherently difficult to articulate, especially when her husband is gravely ill. She stood there, like a puppet devoid of its soul. After a moment, she gradually regained her composure and returned to Wang Tongtong's hospital room. Teacher Su, I'm sorry for causing you and Teacher Jiang trouble again. Wang Tongtong said. Su Qianyue reached out to pat Wang Tongtong's head, smiling, not at all a bother. As she gazed at Wang Tongtong, Jiang Feng's words echoed in her mind. After hesitating, she finally spoke, Tongtong, if anyone bullies you, you must tell the teacher. Tears immediately welled up in Wang Tongtong's eyes. Has someone bullied you? Su Qianyue frowned slightly. No, Wang Tongtong replied, yet the tears continued to flow unabated. Su Qianyue chose not to press further. It seemed Jiang Feng understood her student well. This girl indeed wouldn't speak the truth to her. Jiang Feng seemed to be aware of something, and she resolved to inquire later. But suddenly, she recalled that she and Jiang Feng had seemingly quarreled. Su Qianyue fell silent. Meanwhile, after leaving Su Qianyue, Jiang Feng nearly collided with someone around a corner in the hospital. I'm sorry. He had been somewhat distracted. After apologizing, he noticed he had almost bumped into a familiar face, his ex-sister-in-law, Xia Liang. Has your brother-in-law suffered another heartbreak? Xia Liang remarked, her expression unchanged. You heard about it. Huh? Jiang Feng forced a faint smile. Even though I never confessed, it feels as if I've been rejected. Does your brother-in-law like Teacher Su? Xia Liang asked again. Jiang Feng's gaze flickered. I want to tell my sister, Xia Liang added. Jiang Feng lightly tapped Xia Liang's head, teasingly saying, when did you become so gossipy? It seems interesting to watch my brother-in-law date, Xia Liang replied. Jiang Feng felt a bead of sweat form. This emotionless little schemer. He collected himself and changed the subject. What brings you to the hospital? Are you unwell? I heard my mom was hospitalized, so I came to check on her, Xia Liang answered. Oh, is she all right? Though he disliked his former mother-in-law, Jiang Feng wouldn't wish her ill. From what my sister says, it's nothing serious. She insisted on being hospitalized to pressure my sister into marrying Yin Luo. Xia Liang paused before continuing. I wonder when my mom got to know Yin Luo. Oh, I heard Yin Luo is in my mom and Appo's hospital room now. Jiang Feng fell silent. Logically, he and Xia Liang were divorced. Who she was with was none of his concern. Recently, he had developed feelings for another woman. However, hearing about Xia Mo and Yin Luo unsettled him. Just then, Xia Liang's phone buzzed with a WeChat message. She glanced at it and said, my sister is asking where I am. I'll head over now. All right. Xia Liang said nothing further and then departed. Shortly after, she arrived at a cardiovascular ward. Xiaomu sat on the hospital bed chatting with a young man, who was none other than Yin Luo, while Xia Mo stood helplessly beside them. Xiaomu had high blood pressure, but first and second degree high blood pressure didn't require hospitalization. It could be managed with medication at home. Only third degree high blood pressure necessitated hospital admission, and Xiaomu's symptoms were at most first degree, so hospitalization was unwarranted. Yet, if she insisted on staying, the doctors could do little to stop her. After all, many high blood pressure symptoms are subjective. If she claimed to feel unwell and needed to be hospitalized, the hospital couldn't refuse her. Yin Luo, when are you planning to tell your parents about Xiaomu? Xiaomu asked. Xiaomu has been married but has no children, so she won of baggage. You need to clarify this with your parents. Xiaomu continued. Yin Luo smiled. I will. But first, Xiaomo needs to agree. If Xiaomo isn't willing to be with me, I want to have the courage to explain it to my parents. Xiaomu suddenly sat up straight and looked at Xiaomo, stating, Xiaomo, you need to give a clear answer today. I still maintain that I have no thoughts of remarrying, Xiaomo replied. Just for the sake of your career? Xiaomu questioned. Xiaomo, why are you being so unreasonable? The Yin family is quite affluent. They don't need your financial contributions. Xiaomu insisted. No matter how wealthy the Yin family is, it won't belong to me. If you marry Yin, it will be yours, she added. Xiaomo chose not to respond further. She looked at Yin Luo calmly and said, Yin Luo, you should know that your parents will never approve of you marrying a divorced woman. As long as you agree, I will surely persuade them, Yin Luo quickly assured. I'm sorry. I stand by my previous statement. I have no intention of remarrying, Xiaomo calmly reiterated. Xiaomu interjected, Yin Luo, she was hurt by her ex-husband and has some reservations about men. But as the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. After being single for so many years, she will surely feel your sincerity. Xiaomo frowned slightly. Yin Luo hastily added, Xiaomo, please don't misunderstand. I never said that. I only told Aunt that I haven't dated anyone. Xiaomo remained silent. Just then, Xiao Liang entered the room. It seems lively in here. She remarked. Liang, I leave your mother in your care. I need to get back to work, Xiaomo said. Directly addressing your mother, rather than our mother, was telling. After Xiaomo finished speaking, she prepared to leave. Sister, I advise you not to go out right now, Xiao Yang said. Why? Brother-in-law is also in this hospital. I just ran into him, Xiao Yang replied. What? What happened to him? Xiaomo hurriedly asked. So concerned about him, huh? Nonsense. Who's worried about him? I wish he would ascend early so I can enjoy the banquet. Xiaomo firmly denied. Remembering Jiang Feng's infidelity in their wedding room, Xiaomo felt a surge of anger. A few days ago, she had planned to visit Jiang Feng under the pretense of bringing him clothes. In truth, she had intentionally left those clothes behind as an excuse to return later. However, she never expected to find Su Qianyu's shoes at the entrance. Moreover, her clothes had been washed. Although Jiang Feng claimed it was merely due to dust, Xiaomo knew full well that someone had worn them, hence the need for washing. Living in my house, wearing my clothes, sleeping with my man. Su Qianyu, you truly exemplify a model teacher. With this thought, Xiaomo's anger boiled over. If that's the case, I do have some good news to share with you, Xiao Yang said. He won't really be in trouble, will he? It was evident that she was genuinely concerned, despite her earlier words. I just overheard brother-in-law arguing with teacher Su. It seems they had a falling out, Xiao Yang continued. Xiaomo blinked, her expression skeptical. Is that true? Why would I lie to you? Xiao Yang replied. Xiaomo remained silent. Sister, are you feeling particularly happy right now? Xiao Yang asked. Why would I be happy? It has nothing to do with me. A woman who speaks in contradictions, Xiaomo exclaimed in frustration. Such a little schemer. Regaining her composure, Xiaomo smiled slightly and said, You're right. I am quite pleased. That heartless man has been dumped. What a joyous occasion. We must celebrate. At that moment, Xiaomu looked at Yin Luo and said softly, Yin Luo, did you hear that? Mo has long stopped loving Jiang Feng. He will not be a hindrance between you and her. He is a penniless wretch unworthy of comparison. Yin Luo smiled faintly. To outsiders, Jiang Feng and he were worlds apart. One was the sole heir of Jiangqing's wealth, while the other was a destitute debtor. Jiang Feng could never measure up. Yet, 7 years ago, he had lost to such a man. And 7 years later, Jiang Feng remained the greatest obstacle between him and Xiaomo. Others may not understand Xiaomo, but he did. Despite her venomous words about Jiang Feng, deep down, he knew she still cared for him. However, Yin Luo was also confident in himself. He believed that if Xiaomo would give him a chance, he could make her fall in love with him. Xiaomo then looked at Xiao Yang and asked, So, why is Jiang Feng in the hospital? One of our classmates fainted and is hospitalized here, Xiao Yang replied. After a pause, she added, I plan to visit them soon. She glanced at Xiaomo and asked, Sister, are you going? Xiaomo's lips twitched. This girl knew full well that Su Qianyu was likely still there, yet she still encouraged her to go. It was clear she wanted to watch the drama unfold. With a flicker of determination in her eyes, Xiaomo replied, All right. Yin Luo, you should come along. At that moment, Xiaomu interjected, Xiaomo, I'm talking about you. Don't be so stubborn. During the 3 years you were married to Jiang Feng, when did I ever occupy a single room in this hospital? It was all thanks to Yin Luo. You didn't even need to be hospitalized. Xiaomo retorted, "You unfilial daughter. Do I have to be on the brink of death to be admitted?" Xiaomu glared at her. "Auntie, please don't be upset." Xiaomo was only joking. "If she were truly unfilial, she wouldn't have taken leave to accompany you to the hospital," Yin Luo said, then looked at Xiaomo and said, "Xiaomo, shall we step outside?" Xiaomo said nothing and turned to leave the ward, followed by Yin Luo. As Xiao Liang prepared to leave, she was called back by Xiaomu. "Young Liang, come here," Xiaomu said. Xiao Liang approached, asking, "What is it? Why are you so oblivious? Can't you let your sister and Yin Luo be alone together? You insist on being a third wheel," Xiaomu said irritably. "But if I don't go, how will they know where my classmate's ward is?" Xiao Liang retorted. Xiaomu was momentarily speechless. After a moment, she said, "By the way, Liang, you mentioned that Jiang Feng and his mistress had a falling out. Is that true?" "Teacher Su is not a mistress," Xiao Liang replied coolly. All right. She is not a mistress." Xiaomu paused before asking, "So, they really did have a falling out?" "It seems so," Xiao Liang said. "Humph. I knew it wouldn't last long. With Jiang Feng's circumstances, let alone beautiful women, even those over 30 with children would hardly look at him." Xiao Liang sighed lightly and said, "If there is nothing else, I'll be going." Go on. Keep your distance from your sister and Yin Luo. It's best to let them spend time alone," Xiaomu advised. Xiao Liang remained silent and then left. After a few minutes, the three arrived at Wang Tongtong's ward. Xiao Liang knocked on the door. Moments later, the door opened, revealing a beautiful face. It was Su Qianyu. Su Qianyu glanced at Yin Luo and then turned to Xiaomo, saying, "If you wish to find Jiang Feng to boast, I'm afraid you've arrived too late. He has already departed." Xiaomo frowned slightly. "Have you lost your mind?" After a pause, she continued, "He should truly see the gentle and virtuous wife he has always praised in others." "Jiang Feng is already aware," Su Qianyu replied. "Oh, so he cast you aside," Xiaomo remarked. Su Qianyu's expression darkened instantly. "The scene is quite riveting," Xiao Liang interjected unexpectedly. Xiaomo's lips twitched. "This cunning girl informed me about Jiang Feng and urged me to come here. Her intentions are clearly not benign." Su Qianyu remained silent. At this moment, Xiao Liang turned to Su Qianyu and asked, "How is Tong Tong?" "She has fallen asleep," Su Qianyu replied. "What happened to her?" She is allergic to seafood. Today, she accidentally consumed some and fainted due to an allergic reaction. She is now out of danger and simply needs to rest," Su Qianyu explained. "As far as I know, Tong Tong has always been aware of her seafood allergy and is very careful while eating. Why did she suddenly eat seafood today?" Xiao Liang inquired further. She is unwilling to disclose that," Su Qianyu said. "I understand. I will wait here for her to wake up," Xiao Liang stated. Su Qianyu looked at Xiao Liang in surprise. This girl shares a personality trait with Nangong Shui. She is rather aloof and typically has little interaction with others in class. Su Qianyu once thought Xiao Liang was indifferent, but it seems that is not the case. She appears to be cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. It is just too cunning. Both she and her sister, two adults, have been completely manipulated by her. Her gaze shifted back to Xiaomo, and her lips twitched slightly. She has known Xiaomo for several years, as their husbands are good friends. She never imagined that one day they would find themselves at odds over the same man. Ironically, she is a married woman, while Xiaomo has already divorced Jiang Feng. Both of them can now be said to have little to do with Jiang Feng. "Yang, let us wait in the ward," Su Qianyu suggested after a moment. Gathering her emotions, Xiao Liang nodded, and the two entered the ward, closing the door behind them. "Xiaomo, shall we return to your mother now?" Yin Luo asked. Xiaomo remained still, hesitating to speak. However, before she could respond, Yin Luo smiled and added, "Since you decided to date Jiang Feng back then, I have not pursued you. After you married him, I ceased all contact. But now that you are divorced, I can finally pursue you openly. I have liked you for 7 years. How many 7 years are there in a lifetime?" There was a hint of bitterness at the corners of his mouth. "I'm sorry. You need not apologize. This is my issue, not yours. However, your mother is right, and I believe that sincerity can move mountains. One day, you will realize who truly loves you in this world." Yin Luo paused, then smiled gently. "Well, I shall take my leave now." With that, he departed. Xiaomo stood in silence, unsure if she was the only one in Yin Luo's heart, but she was certain she was not Jiang Feng's sole affection. Su Qianyu remained quiet. To this day, she is still unaware of the identity of the sister Wei whom Jiang Feng has been so keen to conceal. If honesty cannot prevail, what meaning does marriage hold? This was also her reason for initiating the divorce. Yet, even after the divorce, she has not shaken off her married mindset. She still longs to know who Sister Weiwei is, and remains concerned about Jiang Feng's interactions with Su Qianhua. Alas, the divorce has left her feeling lonely. She wonders how others manage to move on quickly after a divorce. How vexing. After a while, Xia Imo returned to her mother. "What about Yin Luo?" her mother asked. "He has gone back. You sent him away?" Her mother glared, ready to erupt. Xia Imo remained silent. Although she did not explicitly chase Yin Luo away, her attitude certainly conveyed that sentiment. Gradually, Xiaomo's mother calmed down. She took Xiaomo's hand and asked, "Xiaomo, what do you truly want? Since you initiated the divorce, you must cut ties with Jiang Feng completely. Otherwise, what is the point of your divorce? It would merely allow Jiang Feng to return to singlehood and pursue other women more easily." Xiaomo still did not respond. "Are you content with this? They say divorced couples strive to live better than each other. Look at Jiang Feng, surrounded by beautiful women, living a life of bliss, likely having forgotten who you are. And you? You remain entangled in your marriage to Jiang Feng." Xiaomo remained quiet, but did not retort as she usually would. Seeing this, her mother took the opportunity to press on. "Xiaomo, you should spend more time with Yin Luo. As the saying goes, the quickest way to forget a relationship is to seek new love. If you are willing to open your heart to Yin Luo, you will find he is far better than Jiang Feng." At this point, her mother added indignantly, "That scoundrel Jiang Feng has wasted so many years of my daughter's life. The next time I see him, I will certainly slap him a few times." "You dare?" Xiaomo replied coolly. "Why are you still defending that scoundrel? Our divorce is not solely Jiang Feng's fault. I too have many issues." Xiaomo paused before calmly stating, "I was too domineering and overly sensitive. Yin Luo's affection for me stems from his ignorance of my true nature." "You know you have a bad temper," her mother remarked. "Suit yourself," Xiaomo replied. "All right, say what you will. I only hope you can completely sever ties with Jiang Feng." After a moment, her mother added, "I understand," and hurried to seize Yin Luo. This golden opportunity. The only son of Jiangqing's richest man, how many girls dream of marrying him? You must grasp this chance. Xia Imo fell silent again. Her mother was somewhat speechless. Yet she understood her daughter. It was fine to push a little, but one must not push too hard. This girl is rebellious. The more one pressures her, the more she will resist. On the other side, after Jiang Feng left the hospital, he went to a nearby market to purchase some cosmetic supplies. He did not dwell on the melancholy of heartbreak. While he indeed harbored some feelings for Su Qianhua, her polite rejection was mildly disappointing. However, compared to the pain of his divorce from Xiaomo, it hardly mattered. What is more, Jiang Feng had already anticipated this outcome. Once Su Qianhua learned of Wu Zhi's condition, given her character, regardless of her feelings for him, she would dutifully fulfill her responsibilities as a wife. Thus, events like staying overnight at his house would no longer occur. Jiang Feng was now preparing to address the issue of Song Chan bullying Wang Tongtong. This was his responsibility. Although Wang Tongtong's situation appeared straightforward, resolving it was exceedingly complicated. Firstly, Wang Tongtong was timid and would never dare to come forward to accuse Song Chan of forcing her to eat seafood. Secondly, even if Wang Tongtong were willing to testify, it would be challenging to gather evidence. Even if evidence were obtained, Song Chan would likely only receive a reprimand rather than outright dismissal, as she had not physically harmed Wang Tongtong. Instead, she had employed psychological manipulation, commonly referred to as PUA. She initially befriended the socially anxious Wang Tongtong, leading her to believe she had found a good friend. Then, she began to intimidate and brainwash Wang Tongtong. Such behavior is despicable, yet according to school regulations, it is difficult to use this as grounds for dismissal. Even if she were dismissed, it was uncertain whether Song Chan would cease her harassment of Wang Tongtong. Jiang Feng could only seek alternative solutions. After purchasing some cosmetic tools, Jiang Feng adorned himself with makeup and affixed a false beard. Subsequently, he spent money to acquire a set of tools from a fortune teller, which consisted of a pennant, several copper coins, a peachwood divination stick, and a compass. He then settled onto a bench near a milk tea shop, striking a pose reminiscent of a fortune teller. He often passed this route during his commutes and had frequently seen Song Chan and her entourage coming here for milk tea. As expected, not long after Jiang Feng took his seat, Song Chan and her followers approached to buy milk tea. Song Chan was indeed quite attractive, possessing a semblance of beauty. Perhaps a 7 out of 10. Coupled with her flair for dressing, often in a rather seductive manner, she attracted a fair number of admirers at school. It was even rumored that a few young instructors harbored an interest in her. After purchasing their drinks, Song Chan and her friends walked past the bench where Jiang Feng sat. They noticed him, but paid him little mind, merely perceiving him as an ordinary fortune teller. At that moment, Jiang Feng suddenly spoke, addressing Song Chan. "My dear lady, misfortune approaches you." Song Chan glanced around, her expression darkening as she retorted, "Who are you referring to?" "I am speaking of you," Jiang Feng replied. Instantly, Song Chan and Apos' temper flared. "You scoundrel, do you seek death? Did you cause someone to perish today?" Jiang Feng suddenly interjected. Song Chan was momentarily stunned. "Dead? Wang Tongtong is dead? That can't be. It was merely an allergy. How could she die?" Panic began to set in. If Wang Tongtong were to die, and the police launched an investigation, what if it led back to her? No, her stepfather would beat her again. Her anxiety intensified. Suddenly, a realization struck Song Chan. How could she take the fortune teller and Apos' word seriously? She turned to leave. "I also know that your stepfather often beats you." Jiang Feng lowered his voice once more. Wang Tongtong's complexion turned pale. "Why? How does this person know?" In truth, the circumstances of Song Chan and Wang Tongtong were quite similar. Both had suffered severe psychological trauma due to domestic violence. The difference lay in their reactions. Wang Tongtong had become timid and submissive, while Song Chan chose to bully those even weaker than herself. Jiang Feng continued, "I am aware of the secret you fear most." It was evident that under Jiang Feng's intimidation, Song Chan's psychological defenses had crumbled. This was the moment when his mind-reading ability could easily glean her thoughts. Indeed, after Jiang Feng spoke, Song Chan and Apos' expression shifted dramatically. Simultaneously, her inner voice echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. "Impossible. No one should know about that. Although I possess female external organs, I lack a uterus due to the presence of a male Y chromosome in my genes. I discovered this when I realized I had never menstruated and secretly went to the hospital for an examination. No one should know." Upon hearing Song Chan's thoughts, Jiang Feng was taken aback. The alluring and beautiful Song Chan was, in fact, a boy. Strictly speaking, Song Chan was a woman. Despite having a Y chromosome and lacking a uterus, her facial features conformed to the standards of feminine beauty. Perhaps her Y gene was simply latent. Furthermore, she possessed complete female external organs and identified psychologically as a woman. However, should this truth be revealed, it would undoubtedly devastate her. At that moment, Jiang Feng composed himself and spoke in a low tone. "Do you know? In the realm of genetics, men and women are distinguished by their chromosomes. XX chromosomes denote females, while XY chromosomes denote males." Song Chan's legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. Why? How does this person know everything? Is he truly a deity? Previously dismissive of fortune tellers, Song Chan was now completely awestruck by Jiang Feng. After a brief moment, she recalled something, shooed away her followers, and turned back to Jiang Feng. "By the way, Master, you mentioned that misfortune approaches me. Is there a way to avert it?" "No, wait. You said I caused someone to die. Did she really die?" At that moment, Song Chan and Apos' voice resonated again in Jiang Feng and Apos' mind. "I never intended to harm Tong Tong. Our experiences are similar, and I genuinely wished to befriend her. Yet, I was also frustrated with her for being so submissive, always acquiescing to others without daring to refuse. I hoped she would develop a spirit of resistance. Knowing she was allergic to seafood, I pressured her to eat it, wanting her to learn to say no. However, she still did not refuse and actually ate it. I was so infuriated that I left, unaware of what transpired afterward. I truly did not know she could die from her seafood allergy." Jiang Feng sighed, realizing he had misjudged Song Chan. She was not an irredeemably wicked person. Wang Tongtong had experienced anaphylactic shock, but had been saved. "She is alive," Jiang Feng stated. Song Chan exhaled in relief. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. That voice. She fixed her gaze on Jiang Feng and abruptly tore off the false beard he had applied. "Jiang Feng, it was you. You deceived me." Song Chan was beside herself with rage. "So, you want everyone in school to know you are a man?" Jiang Feng replied nonchalantly. "I am a woman." Song Chan trembled with anger. Her most closely guarded secret, the one she least wanted anyone to discover, was now laid bare. Jiang Feng calmly added, "Rest assured. As long as you cease to bully Tong Tong, I shall keep this under wraps." "Are you threatening me?" "You may interpret it that way. Do you even have the right to be a role model?" Song Chan was visibly incensed. Jiang Feng smiled. "For evildoers, one must resort to harsh measures." "Evildoers?" A hint of self-deprecation crossed Song Chan's lips. "Perhaps in your eyes, I truly am an evildoer. Jiang Feng regarded Song Chan and replied evenly, indeed. In the eyes of many, you are seen as a villain, but not in Wang Tongtong's. She has never accused you of forcing her to eat seafood. She claimed it was her own craving. Song Chan was momentarily stunned. How do you know of this? Teachers possess their own intelligence networks. How else would I uncover so many of your secrets? Jiang Feng smiled. Song Chan's expression darkened. I initially thought you seemed a bit foolish. Yet now I find you rather intimidating. Thank you for the compliment, Jiang Feng replied with a smile. Song Chan felt a surge of frustration but refrained from erupting. After all, her greatest secret lay in Jiang Feng's hands. She remained silent for a moment before asking, where is Tong Tong hospitalized? I wish to visit her. Renai Hospital. Gastroenterology Department, 3rd floor, room 303, Jiang Feng informed her. Got it. Song Chan turned to leave. Behind her, Jiang Feng's voice rang out once more. Song Chan. There is no turning back in life, but one can return to the right path. Song Chan remained silent. What is the right path? She retorted. Her back to Jiang Feng. The path your heart desires is the right one. A path free of guilt is the correct path, Jiang Feng responded. Song Chan continued to remain silent. After a moment, she took a deep breath and added, Teacher Jiang, if only you were our class advisor. Perhaps I would not have made so many mistakes. Without waiting for Jiang Feng's reply, she dashed away. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Feng settled back down. He watched the direction in which Song Chan had departed. Compared to scoundrels like Yaoqing Wang, perhaps this child still had a chance at redemption. A smile crept across Jiang Feng's lips. Renai Hospital, a certain ward. Wang Tongtong remained in a deep slumber, while Xiao Liang and Su Qianyue kept vigil beside her. Su teacher, why did you argue with my brother-in-law? Xiao Liang suddenly inquired. I did not, came the reply. Then allow me to rephrase my question. Xiao Liang paused for a moment before continuing. Why did you push my brother-in-law away? This time, Su Qianyue did not deny it. After a moment of silence, she replied, as a married woman, I should not grow too close to other men. It's not directed specifically at your brother-in-law. It applies to all men. Did something happen? Xiao Liang pressed on. Su Qianyue bit her lip, but remained silent. Xiao Liang chose not to pursue the matter further. At that moment, a knock echoed through the ward. Su Qianyue rose to answer the door. Standing outside was Song Chan, panting heavily, clearly having rushed over. Su teacher, how is Tong Tong? Song Chan asked. She is fine. Just needs some rest, Su Qianyue responded. May I go in to see her? Song Chan inquired again. Of course. Without further ado, Song Chan entered the ward. At that moment, Wang Tongtong awoke. You're here, she smiled. Song Chan, with reddened eyes, approached and suddenly knelt beside Wang Tongtong's bed. This unexpected gesture left everyone in the room bewildered. Even Wang Tongtong herself was taken aback by Song Chan's action. Who is Song Chan? Though academically brilliant, she is also known for her rebellious demeanor, having been involved in at least 10 fights since her freshman year, even taking on seniors. Song Chan, what are you doing? Su Qianyue, regaining her composure, stepped forward. Su teacher, it was I who forced Tong Tong to eat seafood, which caused her allergic shock, Song Chan confessed. Su Qianyue was momentarily stunned. Indeed, Jiang Feng had spoken the truth. Wang Tongtong had been coerced into eating seafood. However, Su Qianyue had heard a bit about Song Chan and knew she was not someone to take lightly. Why would she come forward to apologize? Could it be Jiang Feng's influence? Regaining her composure, Su Qianyue looked at Song Chan and asked, Song Chan, did teacher Jiang send you? Yes. He imparted upon me a very valuable lesson, Song Chan replied. She paused, then looked at Wang Tongtong, saying, Tong Tong, I promise I will never do something so foolish again. Teacher Jiang is right. The path of a clear conscience is the right path. I regretted forcing you to eat seafood, but out of pride, I was reluctant to admit it. I was immature, please forgive me. Wang Tongtong reached out, grasping Song Chan's hand, and smiled, saying, I remember when school started. I was so socially anxious that I didn't dare interact with anyone. Once everyone formed their circles, I realized I was left alone. The thought of spending 4 solitary years was despairing. But then, you reached out to me and illuminated the darkness in my life. So thank you. I would like to be your friend. At that moment, Song Chan was overwhelmed with emotion. Sometimes, the strings of our hearts are struck in an instant. Especially for someone like Song Chan, who has endured significant psychological trauma. Once her sensitive heartstrings were touched, her emotions spiraled out of control. Su Qianyue also smiled faintly. She turned to Xiao Liang and suggested, let us step outside. Xiao Liang nodded in agreement. Thank you too, Su teacher and Liang Liang, Wang Tongtong added. I haven't done much. You should be thanking teacher Jiang, Su Qianhua replied. Indeed. With that, Su Qianhua said no more and left the ward, followed by Xiao Yang. What kind of person do you think my brother-in-law is? Xiao Yang asked. Responsible towards his students and diligent in his work. He truly is the best counselor. Su Qianhua replied. What about his personal life? Xiao Yang probed further. Su Qianhua and Appo's expression grew somewhat awkward. As for his personal life, although I have known him for quite a long time, we haven't interacted much, so I don't know him very well. Sigh, Xiao Yang sighed softly. What's wrong? Su Qianhua asked. I just feel that my brother-in-law is quite pitiful. Xiao Yang didn't say more and added, Su teacher, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. With that, Xiao Yang departed. Su Qianhua remained silent, lost in thought. Just then, her WeChat beeped with a new message. Gathering her composure, she opened her phone to check. Someone had tagged everyone in their high school group chat. Dear classmates, Yaoli and I are hosting our wedding this Saturday at Wufu Hotel. We hope all available classmates can attend. The message was from Yukong, a classmate from high school alongside Jiang Feng, Su Qianhua, and Wu Zhe. Yukong then tagged Wu Zhe and Su Qianhua separately, saying, Wu Zhe, Su Qianhua, you both must come. You are the first couple from our class to tie the knot, and Yao Li and I wish to bask in your good fortune. Su Qianhua read the messages in the group but chose not to respond. Wu Zhe, however, replied with an okay. Then, Yukong tagged Jiang Feng again, insisting, Jiang Feng, you must come as well. Su Qianhua found this peculiar. In her memory, Yukong and Jiang Feng had never had a particularly good relationship during high school. Why single him out for an invitation? Did he somehow learn of Jiang Feng and Appo's divorce? Curiosity piqued, but she refrained from asking in the group. The conversation in the group began to pick up, and amid the chatter, someone suggested holding a high school reunion to coincide with Yukong and Yao Li's wedding. This idea garnered much enthusiasm. It had been nearly 7 years since their graduation, and no reunion had been organized yet. Most had graduated and started working, and everyone was eager to catch up on each other's lives. Although Su Qianhua kept an eye on the group chat, she did not engage in the discussion. Jiang Feng also remained silent. At that moment, Su Qianhua's phone rang. It was a call from Jiang Feng. She collected her thoughts and answered. Hello, Su teacher. Did Song Chan go to the hospital? Jiang Feng inquired. Hearing Jiang Feng address her as Su teacher felt particularly awkward to Su Qianhua, who had grown accustomed to being called Qianhua by him. Yet, she couldn't voice her discomfort, as she had been the one to suggest maintaining a distance. She remained silent, saying nothing. Su teacher? Jiang Feng prompted again. Oh, I'm listening, Su Qianhua responded, regaining her composure. Song Chan is here, accompanying Wang Tongtong in the ward, and she has apologized to her. The two returned to their previous, ordinary colleague dynamic. The events that transpired with Jiang Feng felt like a dream. That's good. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up, Jiang Feng said. Wait. Su Qianhua suddenly interjected. Is there something else? I just wanted to say. I'm sorry. We were indeed wrong to treat you as something disposable. It was extremely disrespectful, Jiang Feng admitted. Su Qianhua remained silent, but did not feel the same anger she had when she first learned of the situation yesterday. Now, she felt remarkably calm. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up, Jiang Feng asked again. About the reunion, Su Qianhua hesitated before adding. Did you see the messages in the group? I did. Is it true that you and Yukong don't get along? Su Qianhua further inquired. Yes. Why is that? Su Qianhua pressed, her curiosity growing. His wife. Jiang Feng hesitated. Su Qianhua's curiosity was now fully piqued. What about his wife? How does that concern you? Su Qianhua spoke again. Well, Jiang Feng hesitated slightly before responding. His wife confessed to me back in high school. Su Qianhua fell silent. During high school, Jiang Feng was indeed a rather despondent person with very few close relationships. Apart from Wu Zhe, she struggled to recall any other friends he might have had. However, to be fair, regardless of his personality or family background, Jiang Feng was undeniably handsome. In high school, many referred to him as the melancholic class heartthrob. Generally, men with a melancholic disposition tend to evoke a woman and Appo's compassion. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Jiang Feng had admirers, given his good looks and brooding nature. Yet, Su Qianhua collected her thoughts and remarked, It seems that Yukong is aware of your situation with Yao Li. I have nothing to do with Yao Li. And I don't and Appo's. Do you know why she confessed to me back then? Jiang Feng replied. Then how did you respond to her at that time? Su Qianhua inquired once more. Jiang Feng remained silent. After a moment, he said, "Teacher Su, when did you become so gossipy?" Su Qianyu chose not to respond. Then, with a decisive click, she hung up. Jiang Feng felt a bead of sweat trickle down. This woman had been rather irritable lately. He composed himself and dismissed the thought. The possibility between him and Su Qianyu had always been slim. His prior fantasies were merely figments of his imagination. It was time to return to reality. Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng. At that moment, a familiar voice called out to him. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Tao had approached him. "What are you thinking about, so lost in thought?" She smiled. Jiang Feng regarded Yang Tao. If he were to consider which woman at his side was most compatible with him, it would undoubtedly be Yang Tao. Both were divorced. Although Jiang Feng was decent-looking, his financial situation was dire, with debts hanging over him. Yang Tao, while also attractive, could not be deemed exceptional. Nevertheless, she was more than adequate for him. Compared to his other 3 female colleagues, Yang Tao was indeed the most well-matched for him. Sighing, he chastised himself for indulging in fanciful thoughts. After all, Yang Tao was not lacking suitors. He recalled that Song Chan's advisor, Yu Wei, was pursuing Yang Tao. Yu Wei was the one who had remarked during the Jiang University job fair that Ning Yin, as a wealthy second generation, is pursuing a position as an advisor with impure motives. "Did you have a quarrel with Teacher Su? I noticed she left our WeChat group," Yang Tao observed. Jiang Feng did not deny it. "Really had a quarrel? Huh? I can't imagine Teacher Su in a dispute," Yang Tao chuckled. "It wasn't much of a quarrel, just nothing significant," Jiang Feng replied calmly. Yang Tao chose not to delve deeper into the topic. She gazed at Jiang Feng, hesitating as if she had something to say. "Yang Tao, if you have something to say, please feel free to express it," Jiang Feng encouraged. "Well," Yang Tao tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and continued, "Today is my father's birthday, and I plan to go home for dinner. But I might return quite late, probably after 10. This morning, news broke of a serial killer case in Jiang City, and the perpetrator has not yet been caught. I and Appos am feeling a bit scared. I and Appos, LL come pick you up," Jiang Feng offered. "Please call me in advance," Yang Tao replied. Jiang Feng smiled. "There's no need to be so polite with me. I have class this afternoon, so I'll take my leave now." "Okay." After Yang Tao departed, Jiang Feng remained seated on the bench, contemplating ways to utilize his mind-reading abilities for financial gain. On the surface, it seemed that mind-reading could easily generate income. For instance, as a member of a corporate negotiation team, he could leverage mind-reading to discern the opponent's bottom line. However, this ability had a significant drawback. It lacked strong defensive capabilities. If the opponent possessed a robust psychological fortitude, it would be quite challenging to extract their true thoughts. Most individuals involved in corporate negotiations were psychologically resilient, making it difficult to eavesdrop on their sentiments. Moreover, he currently lacked the qualifications to participate in such negotiations. He could consider underground gambling, where the gambler's psychological resilience was generally weaker, making it easier to overhear their thoughts. However, as an educator, participating in underground gambling was out of the question. His mother would never forgive him if she knew. Thus, this avenue was swiftly dismissed by Jiang Feng. What should he do then? At that moment, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he immediately pressed the answer button. "Hello," his voice trembled. "Is there any progress in the investigation regarding my mother's traffic accident? I apologize, but we are still working on it. After all, this is a case from 10 years ago, and the investigation is quite challenging." The person on the other end replied. "I understand." Jiang Feng paused and inquired, "Is there a reason for your call?" "I wanted to inform you that we have found a witness, but he demands 100,000 yuan to speak," the caller continued. Jiang Feng frowned. It wasn't that he thought the witness was asking for too much, but rather that he found the investigation company suspicious. Over the years, he had spent tens of thousands on this company, yet they had not uncovered any critical information. "Where's this witness? I want to speak with him personally," Jiang Feng asserted. "You're not a professional and lack negotiation skills. It's better if we handle the communication," the caller insisted. "As for the money, 100,000 is beyond my means." Jiang Feng paused and replied, "Let me talk to the witness. Perhaps I can persuade him to waive the fee." "That is unlikely. Our negotiation expert has already communicated with him for quite a while, and he firmly insists on 100,000 without any room for negotiation." Jiang Feng fell silent. After a brief moment, the caller added, "Hello, Mr. Jiang, are you still there? If you don't have that much money on hand, perhaps you could borrow from friends or family. This is a crucial breakthrough." "Let me meet with the witness," Jiang Feng reiterated. After a brief pause, he coolly stated, If you don't allow me to meet him, then consider the investigation concluded. I will seek another investigation company. We never said you couldn't meet. The caller hesitated before asking. When are you available? I am free right now. Right now? After a brief pause, the caller responded. All right, I'll send you the location. You can come over. Okay. After hanging up, it wasn't until half an hour later that he received a location link directing him to the investigation company. We have brought the witness to the company. You can come directly here, the caller messaged him again. Understood. Jiang Feng collected his thoughts, preparing to head to the investigation company. At that moment, a car pulled up beside him. The window rolled down, revealing a familiar face, and Xiaoya. Jiang Feng, what are you doing here? On a date? Of course. I'm here for a date with you, Jiang Feng teased. All right, let's go, and Xiaoya replied. Unlike the other women around Jiang Feng, she enjoyed teasing him in this manner. Though she had a fiery temper, she was also quite vivacious. Don't joke around. I have something to attend to. With that, Jiang Feng's gaze returned to Xiaoya. Hey, you're not planning to make a scene here, are you? And Xiaoya quipped. Jiang Feng felt a pang of irritation and raised his hand, intending to lightly tap her head, but suddenly recalled her position. He ultimately refrained. Not wishing to be accused of assaulting an officer. Officerin, would you accompany me to a place? Jiang Feng asked. A hotel? Can't you be a bit more serious? Jiang Feng responded, his expression darkening. Just kidding. So, where are we going? And Xiaoya inquired, pausing briefly. Jiang Feng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately revealed the doubts surrounding his mother's death and the investigation company. 10 years ago, a traffic accident. I fear finding clues may prove quite challenging. I'll keep an eye out for you, he said. And Xiaoya paused before continuing. As for the investigation company you mentioned, there are indeed suspicions of fraud, but without evidence, the police cannot take action. I understand, Jiang Feng replied. I will accompany you. Very well, and Xiaoya said. And soon Jiang Feng found himself seated in Xiaoya's vehicle. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the Eagle Eye Investigation Company. This firm had originally been prohibited by the government in the last century. However, in 2003, the State Administration for Industry and Commerce expanded the categories of trademark registration from the original 42 to 45, legalizing private security services, including bodyguard services, detective agencies, and missing persons investigations. While the investigation company was now legal, illicit methods of investigation were still strictly forbidden. Upon entering the company, Jiang Feng and Xiaoya were immediately led to one of the rooms. Inside, besides Jiang Feng and Appo's liaison, Tang Chuan, there was a middle-aged man present. This is him, Tang Chuan said, pausing momentarily before continuing. I've exhausted all my persuasive tactics, yet he refuses to budge, insisting on 100,000 yuan before he will speak. You truly witnessed my mother's accident? Jiang Feng inquired. Naturally, the man replied. At the very least, start by describing the situation. Tell us what kind of vehicle struck her. Otherwise, if you speak without substance, what becomes of the client's money? Tang Chuan interjected. The vehicle that hit your mother was a Toyota, the man claimed. Nonsense. Jiang Feng suddenly exclaimed, his emotions flaring. Manager Tang has already discovered that it was a Hyundai that collided with my mother. The middle-aged man was startled by Jiang Feng's sudden outburst. Oh, is that so? The Toyota and Hyundai logos bear a striking resemblance. I may have made a mistake. The man replied. However, simultaneously, his inner thoughts echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. This Tang Chuan scoundrel is deceiving me. Didn't he say it was a Toyota that hit her? Hearing the man's thoughts confirmed Jiang Feng's suspicions. This man was in cahoots with Tang Chuan, aiming to swindle him further. You two seem to be putting on quite the act, Jiang Feng remarked coldly. Tang Chuan's heart sank. Mr. Jiang, what do you mean by that? Are you and this man conspiring to deceive me, thinking I am a fool? Jiang Feng replied nonchalantly. Hey, Jiang Feng, don't speak recklessly. In our line of work, integrity is paramount. If you continue this nonsense, I will have no choice but to report you, Tang Chuan warned. Jiang Feng suddenly chuckled. Ah, what a coincidence. I was just about to report you myself, he said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man sprang to his feet, ready to flee. Where do you think you're going? And Xiaoya swiftly pinned him to the ground, displaying her impressive skills as a police officer. Tang Chuan was taken aback by Xiaoya's prowess. Who exactly is this woman? After a brief moment, Tang Chuan collected himself and awkwardly smiled. Jiang Feng. We've worked together for several years, and I've uncovered numerous leads for you. There's no need for things to escalate to this level. Let's avoid involving the police. After all, harmony brings prosperity, he suggested with a smile. Very well. I've spent at least 60,000 yuan with you over the years. How much can you refund me? Jiang Feng asked. I'll refund you the entire amount. How does that sound? Tang Chuan offered. Refund it then. Once Tang Chuan transferred the 60,000 yuan to Jiang Feng's account, he and Xiaoya left together. I thought you would ask for more, Xiaoya commented. Tang Chuan is no fool. If I were to demand more, he might retaliate by accusing me of extortion. Those in the investigation business excel at that, Jiang Feng explained. Xiaoya gave him a thumbs up. You're quite composed. Jiang Feng paused, casting a cold glance back at the Eagle Eye Investigation Company. Yet this matter would not be settled so easily, although he had reclaimed the money he had given to Tang Chuan over the years. He had lost precious time in investigating his mother and Appo's traffic accident, a burden he had carried for years. What will you do next? Regarding your mother. Reporting to the police will not result in a case being opened, Xiaoya stated directly. I know, Jiang Feng replied. Should we seek another investigation company? Xiaoya continued. Jiang Feng fell silent. After a moment, a determined glimmer flickered in his eyes. I plan to start my own investigation company, he declared. Are you going to resign from your position as a counselor? No. The scale doesn't need to be large. I can manage it part-time. Being a counselor doesn't require me to be at school every day, Jiang Feng explained. This decision was not a sudden whim. He had considered it previously. Establishing an investigation company would not only be profitable, but also allow him to delve deeper into the industry and cultivate valuable connections. The more connections he had, the easier it would be to investigate his mother's accident. After acquiring mind-reading abilities, his resolve only strengthened. His mind-reading skills could be perfectly applied to an investigation company. Surely, you cannot claim my mind-reading abilities are illegal. There is no law against it. Certainly, immersing myself in this field would be advantageous for investigating your mother and Appo's case. Xiaoya paused, then smiled. If you decide to proceed, I have a friend who owns an investigation company and is looking to sell. Why not acquire that directly? Establishing your own company involves a multitude of procedures: registering the company, obtaining business licenses, renting office space, hiring staff, and so forth. Jiang Feng felt tempted. But purchasing an entire company must require a substantial amount of money, right? He had only just received the 60,000 yuan. Xiaoya smiled. Don't worry. I'm on good terms with him, and I can act as a guarantor. You can pay in installments. Jiang Feng looked skeptical. He did not doubt Xiaoya's ability to guarantee the deal. From the day he met Xiaoya's mother, he realized that while the Yin family was not wealthy, they were undoubtedly middle class, with assets of at least 10 million yuan. Yet, did this woman truly trust him so much? What are you staring at? Xiaoya asked. Aren't you afraid of being implicated if you act as my guarantor? Jiang Feng inquired. Not at all. When the time comes, I will just sell you off to Myanmar. She joked. Jiang Feng was momentarily speechless. After a slight pause, he hesitated before finally saying, Well, thank you. All right, I will contact him now. Xiaoya made a phone call and then gave Jiang Feng an okay gesture. Let us go to the company. Half an hour later, Jiang Feng stood before the Gemini office building, feeling somewhat bewildered. The company where Xiaomo worked was also located here. Jiang Feng, let us go, Xiaoya urged. Oh, Xiaoya did not notice Jiang Feng's unease as she excitedly described the future of the investigation company. Once my undercover mission concludes successfully, I will gain greater influence within the police department, and perhaps I can even secure some police commissions for you. It has become quite common for the police to issue commissions to private investigation firms to assist with cases. Xiaoya's words were not mere whims. She had heard about Jiang Feng's investigative capabilities. Rumor had it that he recently uncovered the identity of the individual who spread rumors about Su Qinyu and assisted the police in cracking a case involving the Dongfang family, who attempted extortion. Moments later, Jiang Feng arrived at the entrance of a company named Dawn, a name that resonated with his aspirations. Under the auspices and personal guarantee of Xiaoya, Jiang Feng has signed an acquisition agreement with the former owner of Dawn for a total price of 5 million, to be paid in installments over 10 years. The initial payment can be made by the end of the year. Thus, Jiang Feng now possesses a company valued at 5 million without any immediate financial outlay. However, while the assets amount to 5 million, the total liabilities have also surged to 5 million, adding significant pressure. The scale of Dawn is relatively modest, employing just over 30 individuals, classifying it as a small enterprise. Currently, the office rent has been prepaid for 10 years, with 3 years remaining. Jiang Feng is not overly concerned about the rent, but must manage the monthly payroll. which amounts to approximately 300,000. Presently, the company holds only one contract worth 300,000 for an extramarital affair investigation, which is currently stalled, leaving the company unable to ascertain the identity of the mistress, much to the client's dissatisfaction, who threatens to withdraw the order. Overall, the company's operational status raises concerns, which is precisely why the former owners sought to sell. Nevertheless, Dawn bears no debt. Its assets include the prepaid office rent, company equipment, and some receivables. Furthermore, having been established for 7 years, it has cultivated a certain level of credibility and client relationships in Jiang City, which constitutes an intangible asset. Additionally, several clients have outstanding debts, accumulating over 2 million in receivables, though this amount has already been classified as bad debt, making recovery unlikely. Nonetheless, even without this 2 million, Dawn retains a valuation of 5 million, a price Jiang Feng finds acceptable. He is confident in his ability to turn the company's fortunes around, especially given his unique ability to read minds. However, his immediate priority remains securing the company's sole existing contract. After signing the acquisition agreement, it was already 6 in the evening. Jiang Feng had only met with a few department managers and had hoped to greet the employees, but they had all left for the day. Nevertheless, they had received notification of the acquisition in their WeChat group. In the office of the general manager of Dawn, Jiang Feng expressed gratitude to Xiaoya, saying, "Thank you for your hard work today. Is that all? What do you want?" She replied. Jiang Feng responded, "I heard your story with Su Qianhua. The affairs involving my brother's wife sound quite thrilling." Jiang Feng rubbed his temples. Just then, his phone rang, an incoming call from Yang Tao. "I'll take this call," he said, stepping aside. "Hello, Teacher Yang," he answered. "Jiang Feng, are you busy?" Yang Tao inquired. "I'm done. What is up?" Jiang Feng replied. "Well," Yang Tao hesitated. "If there's something, just say it," he encouraged. "It's my dad's birthday today, and I went to my parents' house. He saw the news about the Jiang City serial murders and insisted I stay the night, saying it's unsafe to travel alone at night. But my parents and Oppo's house is too far from work, and I have classes tomorrow, so I can only return tonight. I told my dad someone would pick me up, and he insisted that person come over for dinner." Jiang Feng felt a bit of sweat forming. Gathering his composure, he responded, "All right, I understand." Recently, when he had a cold, Yang Tao was the first to care for him. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt he should reciprocate. After ending the call, he returned to Xiaoya. "I owe you a significant favor today. I'll repay you later, all right?" Jiang Feng said. "Wow, Jiang Feng, that is a bit much. I help you, and you owe me?" she teased. Jiang Feng could only roll his eyes at her humor. After a moment, Xiaoya waved her hand and said, "All right, you go ahead and handle your business. I'll take my leave." With that, she departed the office, and Jiang Feng followed suit. Just as he stepped out, the elevator arrived. However, as the doors opened, Jiang Feng felt a sudden chill upon seeing the occupants inside, Xiaomo and her colleagues. They too seemed taken aback upon spotting him. "What is that scoundrel doing here?" one remarked. Jiang Feng composed himself and boldly entered the elevator. "You still have the gall to step inside?" another accused. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. "Why shouldn't I? Is the elevator your personal property? Have you lost your mind?" This provoked the ire of the women present. "Everyone stay calm. This is an elevator, and it's dangerous." Xiaomo intervened, prompting a slight quietness. Upon reaching the ground floor, Jiang Feng exited without uttering a word to Xiaomo. However, unlike before, she did not appear angry this time, as she understood his silence was a form of protection. After his departure, a female colleague remarked, "Manager Xia, look at that scoundrel. So arrogant, not even glancing at you. Who does he think he is? Ridiculous. Even though our manager Xia is divorced, she has plenty of admirers. He has no idea what he's flaunting. Enough, I've already severed ties with him. Ignoring each other is the best outcome," Xiaomo replied. "Indeed. If he were to cling like a fly, that would be annoying." Xiaomo fell silent, but curiosity gnawed at her. Why was Jiang Feng here? Was he looking for her? Approximately 20 minutes later, Xiaomo exited the Gemini building and spotted Jiang Feng at a nearby tea shop specializing in Xinjiang Maojian tea. "Is he buying it for me?" she pondered, knowing she enjoyed tea. Typically frugal, she usually settled for ordinary varieties and seldom indulged in high-end brands like Xinjiang Maojian. Humph. After 4 years of dating and 3 years of marriage, he never bought me any, and now that we're divorced, he remembers, she scoffed internally, though a flicker of anticipation emerged within her. Shortly after, Jiang Feng emerged from the shop with the tea. Xiaomo quickly hid, watching as he hailed a taxi and departed. However, the taxi headed in the opposite direction of her home, causing her expression to grow cold. She said nothing and walked away. Meanwhile, when Jiang Feng arrived at Yang Tao's parents' home, it was already 7 in the evening. After knocking on the door, he felt a bit bewildered upon seeing the gathered family members as the door opened. Yang Tao rushed out, pulling him aside. Jiang Feng, I'm so sorry. Originally, my dad's birthday was just a family dinner, but my mom announced you're coming in the relatives group chat, and then, Yang Tao looked apologetic. If you feel awkward, you don't have to go in, she added. Jiang Feng smiled. I've come this far. I can't back out now. He paused and then joked. So, how did you explain our relationship to them? I told them we're colleagues, but they didn't believe me, she replied, exasperated. Gossip is human nature. After a moment, Jiang Feng said, let us go inside. Okay. Together, they entered the house. He approached a middle-aged man, offering him the Xinyang Maojian tea. Uncle, happy birthday, he said. What a considerate child, the man replied. An elder commented, indeed, he is quite handsome. He and Yang Tao make a lovely pair. Yang Tao's eyes glistened with emotion. I've said it several times. We are merely colleagues, not what you imagine. How come I've never seen you bring other male colleagues home? That was my father insisting on having them over. At that moment, a young girl, appearing no older than 16 or 17, approached Jiang Feng with a playful grin and asked, so what exactly is your relationship with my sister Tao? However, before Jiang Feng could respond, Yang Tao swiftly pulled her away. Today, no one is allowed to ask about this. Otherwise, I will take Jiang Feng and leave right now, she declared. On one hand, she sought to quell the gossip, and on the other, she seemed somewhat apprehensive about hearing Jiang Feng's answer. Yang's mother then interjected, all right, everyone, let us drop the subject. Today is old Yang's birthday, and he is the star of the show. No one should overshadow him. Jiang Feng felt grateful for Yang's mother's intervention. Touched by her kindness, it seemed he had never been particularly favored by middle-aged women, aside from his own mother. Summer Mo's mother disapproved of him, as did Xiaoya's, Xinyue's, and Lu Jian's mothers. Even Su Qianwei's usually gentle mother appeared to harbor some reservations about him, perhaps believing he had disrupted her daughter's relationship with Wu Zhe. In contrast, Yang Tao's mother was the first to show him warmth without hostility. Yang's mother approached Jiang Feng, chuckling softly, I apologize for the gossiping crowd. Please don't take it to heart. Jiang Feng smiled in return. Not at all. I find it rather heartwarming. It is only those who care about you that show concern. You must be a university teacher. You certainly have a way with words. Someone remarked. Actually, I am a counselor, not a teacher, Jiang Feng clarified. A counselor is still a teacher in my eyes. We always addressed our counselors as teachers back in university, another chimed in. Yang's mother added, Yang Tao has shared your situation with us. We do not mind whether you are divorced or a counselor or a teacher. Those details are of little importance. What truly matters is that you both share mutual affection. Yang Tao let out a sigh, exclaiming, Mom, you're gossiping even though you said not to. She turned to Jiang Feng. I've mentioned repeatedly that we are colleagues. Please don't make it awkward for him. Yang and Appo's mother laughed. All right, I understand. Jiang Feng chuckled quietly, choosing not to engage further. His gaze then fell upon a small girl, around 3 or 4 years old, who bore a striking resemblance to Yang Tao. Without a doubt, this was Yang Tao's daughter, Yang Lele. He approached her and pulled out a harmonica from his pocket, neatly packaged. I heard your mother say you love harmonicas, so I brought you one, he said. Yang Lele did not take it immediately, but looked up at Yang Tao. Yang Tao smiled and encouraged, it's a gift from your uncle. You should accept it. Finally, Yang Lele accepted the harmonica and bowed politely. Thank you, uncle. A well-mannered child, albeit a bit shy. It seemed the divorce had affected her more than one might assume. Yang Tao then remarked, the thing I regret most is arguing with my ex-husband in front of the child. Lele used to be so cheerful, but since our arguments, she has become increasingly cautious. People commend her for being sensible, but it pains me. I wish she could be her carefree self again rather than constantly gauging others' expressions. Take it slow, Jiang Feng suggested, his gaze drifting to Yang Lele again, then added with a smile, I actually enjoy being around children. If you like children, why didn't you have any during your 3 years of marriage? She inquired. She wanted to stabilize her career first. Jiang Feng paused before adding. She believed that once she was secure, she could provide a stable environment for the child, which is also a form of responsibility. This sentiment was certainly valid. However, Jiang Feng chose not to elaborate further. The issue of children had been a significant point of contention between him and Summer Mo. They held opposing views on parenthood. Summer Mo believed children should not be disadvantaged from the start, thus it was crucial to work hard while young before having children. Conversely, Jiang Feng felt that a child and Apos' happiness was paramount, regardless of their starting point. Joy and wealth were unrelated. Even playing in the mud could yield a blissful childhood. Adults often overcomplicated matters. They had debated this many times, and even after their divorce, neither had swayed the other. Yang Tao glanced at Jiang Feng, hesitating slightly before saying, This weekend, I want to take the child to the amusement park. If you're available. Before Jiang Feng could respond, she continued, I know you work part-time on weekends. How about I hire you for the day? We need 3 people for some of the parent-child activities. But if you're busy, that is perfectly fine. I'm not entirely sure if I have plans that day. If nothing urgent comes up, I'll accompany you both to the amusement park. As for any payment, just make me your fish-flavored shredded pork rice once more. Jiang Feng smiled. All right. That evening, Jiang Feng made a good impression at Yang's home. It was evident that both Yang Tao's parents and her relatives were pleased with him. Yet, Jiang Feng couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. Yang Tao and I are really not that kind of relationship, he thought, feeling a sense of pressure. He sensed that Yang Tao harbored some feelings for him, which made him uneasy. Having endured a failed marriage, he lacked confidence in providing the happiness Yang Tao sought. Not to mention, he still struggled to forget his ex-wife. And his feelings for Su Qianyue were also complicated. His tendency to become entangled with multiple women could ultimately harm Yang Tao. Around 10:30 that night, Jiang Feng drove Yang Tao and Yang Lele back to their rental apartment. Yang Lele fell asleep shortly after getting into the car, leaving Jiang Feng and Yang Tao in silence. The car was quiet, with only the sound of the tires against the pavement. Are you upset? Yang Tao suddenly broke the silence. Huh? Why would I be? Jiang Feng replied. It seems everyone has misunderstood our relationship, Yang Tao remarked. Jiang Feng chuckled. Then I should feel honored. Someone like me is worthy of a beauty like Teacher Yang. You seem to underestimate yourself. You're not bad at all, Yang Tao said. I wish I could hold myself in higher regard, but Jiang Feng hesitated before asking, have you considered remarrying? Yang Tao, taken aback, felt her ears heat up suddenly. I haven't thought about that yet, she admitted. She indeed had not considered it. While she acknowledged her feelings for Jiang Feng, she was acutely aware of his social circle filled with stunning women, a level of beauty she felt ill-equipped to compete with. Have you really never thought about it? Jiang Feng mused, a bittersweet smile forming as he chastised himself for overthinking. He refrained from saying anything further, and Yang Tao fell silent as well. The car settled back into quietude. About half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of a neighborhood. We're here. I'll wake Lele up, Yang Tao said. No need to wake her. I'll carry her inside, Jiang Feng offered. Saying this, he moved to the back seat and gently lifted the sleeping Yang Lele into his arms. He moved with great care, as if fearing to awaken Yang Lele. Yang Tao stood silently to the side, her emotions complex. Even Lele's biological father had never been this considerate. After a brief moment, Jiang Feng cradled Yang Lele and followed Yang Tao into a rented apartment. Like Jiang Feng's own place, this one also featured 2 bedrooms and a living room. One bedroom was for Yang Tao and Yang Lele, while the other could accommodate guests or parents when they visited. Jiang Feng gently placed Yang Lele on the bed in Yang Tao's room, tucked her in, and then exited the room. It's getting late. You should rest early. I'll head back, Jiang Feng said. How will you return? Yang Tao asked. I'll call a ride. You dare to take a ride-hailing service at this hour? I heard the serial killer was a taxi and ride-hailing driver. Yang Tao hesitated for a moment before adding. Why don't you stay here tonight? There's a guest room available, and you would be going back alone. The final blow is unnecessary, Jiang Feng replied with a smile. He paused again and said, Then, I apologize for the disturbance. Jiang Feng did not wish to stay, but he had overheard Yang Tao's thoughts earlier. According to police reports, the serial killer had been spotted around Yang Tao's neighborhood, with surveillance photos posted at the entrance, though the perpetrator was obscured from view. Yang Tao felt a twinge of fear being alone. That night, Jiang Feng stayed over at Yang Tao's home. In the middle of the night, a sudden, forceful knock echoed at the door. Jiang Feng and Yang Tao were startled awake. As Jiang Feng opened the bedroom door, Yang Tao emerged from the opposite room. Clad in summer pajamas, the loose neckline of her sleepwear slightly opened, revealing a glimpse of her fair neck, reminiscent of a delicate jade pillar that emitted a soft luster. The gentle curves of her shoulders, barely concealed beneath the fabric, evoked the image of small hills shrouded in gossamer, exuding understated elegance. The fullness of her chest accentuated the enticing curve of her figure, akin to a ripe peach, radiating the unique allure of a mature woman. This was Jiang Feng's first encounter with Yang Tao in sleepwear, and his expression was somewhat nuanced. However, the knocking resumed with renewed vigor. At that moment, young Lele woke up, beginning to cry. "You tend to the child while I check who it is," Jiang Feng suggested. "Okay," Yang Tao replied, pausing before adding, "Be careful." "Understood." Jiang Feng then approached the door. Yang Tao's apartment lacked a peephole, preventing them from seeing outside. A man's voice rang out from beyond the door. "Yang Tao, open the door. I know you're here. Hurry." The voice was unmistakably that of someone intoxicated. Yang Tao stepped out of the room once more, taking a deep breath. She looked at Jiang Feng and said, "It's my ex-husband, Yang Jigang. Jiang Feng, you stay with Lele. I will open the door. His shouting will disturb the neighbors. But it's fine. I'll handle it," Yang Tao reassured him. Jiang Feng nodded and retreated to the bedroom. Young Lele seemed to sense her father's return. Yet she appeared frightened, trembling all over. It was evident that Yang Jigang had likely abused young Lele while intoxicated in the past. Jiang Feng opened his arms to embrace young Lele and softly said, "It's all right. Uncle is here. I won't let anyone bully you or your mother." Upon hearing this, young Lele remained silent but gradually ceased trembling. Meanwhile, in the living room, Yang Tao opened the door to reveal a drunken man standing outside. "Yang Tao, we are divorced," she exclaimed, her fists clenched tightly. "So what? Even divorced, you are still my woman. Come sleep with me tonight. Get lost." How shameless. Yang Tao couldn't help but curse. Though typically refined, this was the first time Jiang Feng heard her use such language. Instead of feeling any shame, Yang Jigang grew furious. He seized Yang Tao's sleepwear and yanked it hard, tearing it apart. He then pushed her onto the sofa, attempting to overpower her. However, he was grabbed by the collar from behind and thrown to the ground. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, Yang Jigang was further enraged. "Yang Tao, you filthy whore. You dared to cuckold me. I will make you pay." With that, he lunged at her again, only to be met with a kick to the abdomen from Jiang Feng, causing him to cry out in pain. Jiang Feng remained silent, advancing toward Yang Jigang once more. Fear crept into Yang Jigang's demeanor as the effects of the alcohol began to wane. "What are you doing? You're with my woman, and you hit me? I'll sue you," he stammered, both defiant and cowardly. "Call the police." "Go ahead," Jiang Feng replied. Yang Jigang faltered. His late-night disturbance, unlawful entry, and intent to assault could indeed lead to his imprisonment if reported. "You wait." Yang Jigang spat before retreating in disgrace. Jiang Feng shut the door and turned to Yang Tao, who sat on the floor, dazed, her torn sleepwear exposing much of her skin. At that moment, young Lele dashed out of the room. "Lele, fetch your mom a new sleepwear," Jiang Feng instructed. Without a word, young Lele hurried back to the bedroom. Moments later, she returned with a set of pajamas. "Mom, change your clothes," young Lele said. "I'll use the restroom," Jiang Feng said, stepping away to give Yang Tao privacy. After a brief period, Yang Tao's voice came from the bathroom door. "I'm done changing." Jiang Feng opened the bathroom door to find Yang Tao standing there. Her eyes reddened. He felt a pang of compassion. A woman's greatest fear is often encountering an abusive husband. Earlier at Yang Tao's parents' home, she mentioned that arguments frightened young Lele, but the reality was likely far worse than mere disputes. With a gentle exhale, Jiang Feng reached out, enveloping Yang Tao in a comforting embrace. "It's all right. Don't be afraid. I'll take care of this." Under Jiang Feng's soothing words, Yang Tao gradually regained her composure. "Get some sleep. You have work tomorrow, and Lele has classes as well," Jiang Feng added with a smile. Yang Tao nodded silently before taking Lele back to her room, while Jiang Feng returned to the guest room. Lying in bed, Jiang Feng and Appo's thoughts swirled. He had heard whispers of Yang Tao and Appo's unhappy marriage but knew little of the specifics. Only today did he begin to grasp the underlying issues. Damn it, scoundrel. What kind of man hits his wife? After a while, Jiang Feng and Appo's emotions settled, and he prepared to sleep. Just then, a gentle knock came at his door. Rising, he opened it to find Yang Tao standing outside in her sleepwear. "What's wrong?" he asked. "May I come in?" Yang Tao inquired, her expression serious, as if she had made a significant decision. "Of course," Jiang Feng replied, stepping aside to let her in as she closed the door behind her. To Jiang Feng's astonishment, Yang Tao proceeded to remove her sleepwear. This unexpected action left Jiang Feng momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he quickly grabbed a light blanket and wrapped it around Yang Tao. He was no saint and had his own desires, especially considering he had been separated from Xiao Mo for 6 months. In other words, he has not indulged in carnal pleasures for 6 months. However, he will not allow desire to cloud his judgment. Jiang Feng is not the type to take advantage of someone and then shirk responsibility. If he were to sleep with Yang Tao today, he would undoubtedly take responsibility for her. Yet, he is not mentally prepared for that. Yang Tao seems to have seen through Jiang Feng's thoughts. She removed the summer quilt draped over her and said, "This is my own choice. Moreover, I will not hold you accountable." Jiang Feng gazed at Yang Tao. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Sister Yang Tao, I am helping you because we are colleagues, supporting each other. When I was ill a few days ago, you came to visit and care for me. If this is merely out of gratitude, then the cost is too high. Is it a high cost? If it weren't for you today, I would have been assaulted by Yang Jigang. If such an event occurred, I might feel extreme shame and anger, possibly even harming Yang Jigang and ending up in prison, or in despair, choosing to end my life. Which do you think is the greater cost?" Yang Tao spoke calmly. Jiang Feng fell silent, recalling how desperate Yang Tao had been when she was slapped by Yang Jigang and forcefully pinned to the sofa. Seeing that Jiang Feng remained quiet, Yang Tao smiled wryly, saying, "I'm sorry, I feel like a clown." After saying this, she took her nightgown and prepared to leave. At that moment, Jiang Feng suddenly grasped her hand. "Let us start a relationship," he declared unexpectedly. Yang Tao was momentarily stunned. "What did you say?" "Let us start a relationship," Jiang Feng reiterated, looking at her with a composed demeanor. "Perhaps my suggestion seems abrupt, considering we might not be psychologically ready to embark on a new romance. But if we do not take a step forward, we will never know what lies ahead." I. Yang Tao appeared flustered. "It's all right if you're unwilling," Jiang Feng smiled again. "Let me think about it." With that, Yang Tao hurriedly fled from Jiang Feng's room, clutching her nightgown. "A fine figure," Jiang Feng joked. Yang Tao stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance, before she silently returned to her own room, her cheeks flushed. Leaning against the wall, she breathed heavily. Yang Tao truly did not expect Jiang Feng to make such a proposal. Moreover, she could tell he was serious. To date Jiang Feng? She pondered in silence. She was willing to share a bed with him, but the idea of a relationship made her hesitate. She was not concerned about repeating the mistakes of her previous marriage or encountering the wrong person. Jiang Feng would never be like Yang Jigang, who would find excuses to hit her when drunk. Her hesitation stemmed from a lack of confidence. There were too many goddesses around Jiang Feng. If she became his girlfriend, she would constantly fear losing him to them. Previously, she had always worried about Yang Jigang's drunken violence towards her and their daughter, living in perpetual anxiety. She did not wish to endure such fearful days again. Yet, she also acknowledged that when Jiang Feng suggested a relationship, her heart felt joyful. This should be my best opportunity. If I miss it, perhaps I will never have a fate with Jiang Feng again. She remained silent. In the opposite room, Jiang Feng also wore a bittersweet smile. My second confession in life has been rejected. His previous, unfulfilled romance with Shen Yue was initiated by her desire to date him. His relationship with Xia Mo had been his first confession. As for the recent rejection by Su Qianyue, he hadn't even had the chance to express his feelings. However, compared to Yang Tao's refusal, Su Qianyue's gentle rejection struck him harder, for he had invested genuine feelings in her during these past days. With Yang Tao, his emotions were primarily those of colleagues. Even if he were to be rejected, the impact on him would be minimal. Lying on his bed, Jiang Feng remained silent. After an undetermined period, a knock sounded at his door once more. Collecting his thoughts, he opened the door. Yang Tao stood outside, holding 2 pieces of paper. "What is this?" Jiang Feng inquired, intrigued. "For you," Yang Tao replied, handing him one of the sheets. Jiang Feng glanced at it and felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Boyfriend rental agreement. The document outlined several clauses. Should the need arise, Yang Tao could rent Jiang Feng as her boyfriend, and unless under special circumstances, he could not refuse. The rental fee was set at 100 yuan per hour. Both parties would not interfere in each other's private lives, and they could share a bed once a week. "Teacher Yang, your thinking is quite innovative to come up with something like this," Jiang Feng teased. "I think it's good. If you find a genuine girlfriend, or I find a true boyfriend, we will terminate this arrangement," Yang Tao stated. Jiang Feng remained silent. In truth, he had already deciphered Yang Tao's thoughts. She currently relied on him, yet if their relationship were merely that of ordinary colleagues, There would be no reason for him to do so much for her. However, she was reluctant to pursue a formal relationship with Jiang Feng, fearing the potential for hurt and abandonment. This boyfriend rental agreement was not a whimsical creation. She had contemplated it seriously. After a brief silence, Jiang Feng signed both copies of the agreement. Yang Tao did the same. You keep one, and I'll keep one, she said. Jiang Feng stored the agreements away, then propped his hands behind his head, smiling. So, when shall we share a bed this week? Yang Tao and Apos' face instantly flushed. She appeared to hesitate. But after a deep breath, her expression grew resolute. Subsequently, she removed her shoes and climbed onto Jiang Feng's bed, snuggling under the same quilt with him. Now it was Jiang Feng who felt awkward. To be honest, he had never anticipated that his relationship with Yang Tao would develop to this point. They had been partners for 4 years, always viewing each other as mere colleagues. Now, his partner lay beside him, sharing a bed. The fragrant scent enveloped him, and Jiang Feng began to feel a rising heat. If he could resist this, it would hardly be manly. However, it seemed that Yang Tao sensed his thoughts. My period just ended. I'm still in the safe period. Then, Jiang Feng rolled over, pinning Yang Tao beneath him, and looked into her eyes, calmly stating, If you regret it now, and Apos, it's not too late. Yang Tao's expression remained calm. I will not regret it. In that case, thank you for your hospitality. Jiang Feng replied, lifting Yang Tao's nightgown. The following day, when Jiang Feng awoke, Yang Tao was no longer in his room. He stretched lazily and got up to prepare breakfast. Shortly after, Yang Tao also rose. Ah, why are you up so early? I was just about to get up to make breakfast, she remarked. Jiang Feng smiled. I'm used to it. After a pause, he added, Since you're paying me to be your boyfriend, this is part of my responsibilities. We haven't started the hiring yet. Over the weekend, I would like to hire you to accompany me and Lele to the amusement park. Of course, if you have other plans, that's fine. Our agreement clearly states that you can decline my request if you're unavailable. Yang Tao hesitated before saying, This isn't the hiring period, so don't start timing me. According to their rental boyfriend agreement, Jiang Feng's fee was calculated by the hour at 100 yuan per hour. All right then, let us consider this breakfast as a reward for last night, Jiang Feng chuckled. What? Yang Tao initially froze, then quickly realized, her cheeks turning crimson. I underestimated your mischievous nature, Jiang Feng, Yang Tao remarked, her cheeks flushed. Having regrets? Yang Tao and Apos' emotions gradually stabilized. No, I don't and Apos' regret it, and I won and Apos' She paused, then added softly, but let's be clear, the once-a-week arrangement was fulfilled last night, so there's no more for this week. Oh, Ms. Yang, I believe you and Apos, the one being mischievous. Haven and Apos, you heard the saying, and Apos, appetite comes with eating and Apos. You and Apos, given me a taste of something exquisite, only to deny me more. Isn't that excessively cruel? Not at all. The agreement is quite explicit, once a week. Yang Tao paused again, then said, Besides, your ex-wife is so beautiful. Don't tell me you never engaged in such activities with her? We've been separated for 6 months, Jiang Feng replied calmly. Oh, at that moment, Yang Lele and Apos' voice echoed from the bedroom. Mommy, I and Apos am going to check on the child. Subsequently, Yang Tao emerged from the bedroom with Yang Lele, who was now dressed. Good morning, Uncle, Yang Lele greeted proactively. Compared to their initial encounter at her maternal grandparents' house the previous night, Yang Lele seemed much more affectionate toward Jiang Feng. Despite her young age, not yet 5, Yang Lele possessed a precocious nature, possibly due to her family circumstances. She was reserved but mature. She understood that her parents had divorced and that Jiang Feng might become her stepfather. Initially, she was resistant to the idea. But Jiang Feng's act of rescuing her mother the previous night had significantly reduced her resistance. Good morning, Lele, Jiang Feng responded with a gentle smile. Uncle, will you be coming here every day? Yang Lele inquired further. Yang Tao interjected quickly. It was late last night, so Uncle stayed at our place. He'll be going back to his own home. What if Daddy comes again? Yang Lele persisted. Yang Tao fell silent instantly. She was unsure how Yang Jigang had located them. However, based on her understanding of Yang Jigang, once he became fixated on pursuing her, he would find a way to track her down, regardless of where she hid. At that moment, Jiang Feng gently stroked Yang Lele's head and said with a smile, Don't worry, I'll handle it. Okay. Yang Lele seemed to trust Jiang Feng. She paused, hesitated slightly, but continued, Uncle, just chase Daddy away. Please don't. Kill him. Jiang Feng was taken aback. He had anticipated that Yang Lele might plead on behalf of her father, but he had not expected the word kill to come from the mouth of a child not yet 5 years old. However, he surmised that Yang Jigang must have uttered phrases like "I'm going to kill you" while drunk and assaulting them. This girl was precociously heartbreaking. Yang Jigang, that scoundrel, had an angelic daughter, yet engaged in such despicable behavior. After a brief pause, Jiang Feng took a deep breath and replied with a gentle smile, "I understand." After breakfast, Jiang Feng said, "I should be going now. If we're seen together, it will undoubtedly cause gossip." Yang Tao nodded. Her lips moved slightly as she contemplated asking Jiang Feng how he intended to handle Yang Jigang, but she hesitated, unsure how to broach the subject. If Jiang Feng had simply made a casual remark, pressing the issue would seem presumptuous. Shortly after, Jiang Feng departed from Yang Tao's rented apartment. Following his intimate moment with Yang Tao the previous night, he had learned a great deal about her ex-husband, Yang Jigang. Although he had heard Yang Tao's account of Yang Jigang's actions, Jiang Feng felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate him. However, this was, after all, a society governed by law, not a world from a fantasy novel where one could kill indiscriminately. Moreover, he had promised Yang Lele that he would not kill her father. Yet, without resolving the issue of Yang Jigang, it would be difficult for Yang Tao and her daughter to live in peace. According to Yang Tao, Yang Jigang was a gambler and a drunkard. When he wasn't drinking, he was merely a gambler, and his behavior was relatively normal. However, when intoxicated, he became extremely violent. A gambler, then. Jiang Feng's eyes gleamed, as if he had conceived an idea. According to Yang Tao, Yang Jigang enjoyed gambling in a clandestine underground casino in Jiangxing. But security was tight, and entry was impossible without an introduction from a regular. However, Jiang Feng didn't have any acquaintances who frequented the place. Wait a minute. Jiang Feng grinned. ISN and AMP. Oppos. There's someone readily available? Yang Jigang. Jiang Feng decided to find Yang Jigang and have him lead him to the underground casino. As for the university, skipping at Wuden and Oppos, be a problem. Counselors at Jiangxing University Waren and Oppos, required to be on duty regularly, and their work schedules were flexible. Unless there were specific tasks, they didn't even need to go to the university every day. Of course, they were still required to address student issues promptly. He took out his phone and dialed Yang Jigang's number. The call connected after a prolonged series of rings. "Hello, who is it?" The tone was impatient. But it was indeed Yang Jigang's voice. "The person who beat you up last night," Jiang Feng said calmly. Yang Jigang didn't immediately comprehend. He had been drunk and causing trouble the previous night, and his memory was hazy. However, after careful consideration, Yang Jigang suddenly recalled the events of the previous night and became enraged. "You little punk, you dare cuckold me. I was drunk yesterday, which is why I couldn't beat you. Come out and face me one-on-one if you have the guts." Yang Jigang exclaimed furiously. All right. Subsequently, the two agreed to meet at an abandoned factory in the eastern suburbs of Jiangxing. Jiang Feng arrived early. About half an hour later, Yang Jigang arrived as well, alone. A scoundrel like him wouldn't have anyone to help him, nor did he have the connections to call for assistance. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, Yang Jigang immediately charged forward, swinging his fist. However, Jiang Feng delivered a straight punch that dazed Yang Jigang. Too weak. Jiang Feng's skills had always been above average. Initially, the labor company had contacted Jiang Feng about working as security for Shun Yue's Jiangxing concert because they were impressed with his abilities. Yang Jigang was also awakened by Jiang Feng's punch. He was indeed no match for Jiang Feng. His anger dissipated instantly. This guy was a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong, only capable of abusing women and children. At that moment, Jiang Feng continued. "The reason I asked you to meet here today isn't to fight. You and Yang Tao are divorced. Don't harass her anymore. Sure, give me money. Give me $1 million. And I and Oppos, LL stop bothering Yang Tao," Yang Jigang said, adopting a roguelike stance. "Yang Jigang, do you know this is extortion and you could go to jail for it?" Jiang Feng asked. Yang Jigang retorted defiantly, You can't scare me. Anyway, if you don't give me money, I'll keep harassing Yang Tao." Jiang Feng stared at Yang Jigang, and after a moment, he suddenly said, "I heard you're a gambler. How about we have a bet? If you win, I'll give you $1 million. But if you lose, I understand. If I lose, I'll never bother Yang Tao again. What should we bet on?" Jiang Feng asked. In reality, he had a good idea of what Yang Jigang would gamble on. Among the various card games, he particularly favored a variant of poker. As expected, Yang Jigang said, "We'll bet on." All right. Seeing Jiang Feng agree, Yang Jigang was overjoyed. It was a game of chance and skill. The skill lay in observing the opponent's facial expressions to deduce the strength of their hand. In Yang Jigang's opinion, someone like Jiang Feng, who had no experience with gambling, would be easily read. He was certain he would win. But I wanted to be in a fair venue. I don and amp. Oppos, T want you using technological means to cheat. Jiang Feng said. I'll take you to a place, Yang Jigang offered. Where? Once you go, you'll understand, Yang Jigang remarked. Approximately half an hour later, Yang Jigang escorted Jiang Feng to a seemingly ordinary orchard on the outskirts. This is where? Jiang Feng inquired. This is an underground casino, Yang Jigang responded. Jiang Feng, with a skeptical expression, questioned, You're not colluding with the underground casino, are you? He intentionally posed the question. Brother, you should inquire. This underground casino is the fairest. Anyone who dares to cheat here is courting death. Moreover, they operate the casino without being the house. They merely take a commission from the winners and engage in usury. Yang Jigang explained. Jiang Feng had already heard about this from Yang Tao the previous night. Yang Jigang had previously mentioned it while intoxicated. All right, Jiang Feng feigned reluctance. His objective was to engage in the gambling establishment. Even if Yang Jigang hadn't brought him here, he would have found a way to coax him into it. His plan was to unfold within this underground casino. They entered the orchard and underwent rigorous scrutiny before being granted access. Moments later, Jiang Feng followed Yang Jigang into a building within the orchard, then through a secret passage leading underground. After traversing a dim corridor, Jiang Feng was taken aback by the sight before him. Hidden underground was a casino spanning 1,000 square feet. Despite it being morning, the casino already buzzed with activity. The noise deafening yet muffled from the outside. Hey, Yang Jigang, have you struck it rich again? A casino patron remarked. Xingu, I'm going to challenge this guy one-on-one today. You can act as witnesses. If I win, you can take a commission of 100,000. According to the casino's rules, after the gambling session concluded, the establishment would take a 10% cut from the winner. Such confidence. Very well. Subsequently, the casino staff set up a poker table specifically for Jiang Feng and Yang Jigang. One-on-one matches were not uncommon in this underground casino. Jiang Feng and Yang Jigang took their seats, and the dealer distributed 100,000 in chips to each of them. The player who lost all their chips first would be deemed the loser. Per the agreement between Jiang Feng, Yang Jigang, and the casino, regardless of who won, they would owe the casino 100,000 as a commission. Once seated, a dealer clad in revealing attire began to deal the cards. The rules of the game were straightforward. 3 cards, with matching numbers known as a leopard, being the highest. A trio of aces constituted the greatest leopard. Next in rank was a flush, followed by a straight, and then a pair. After each received their 3 cards, Jiang Feng glanced at his hand. An ace. The highest card, but the remaining cards were low. Just then, Yang Jigang and Oppos' thoughts echoed in Jiang Feng and Oppos' mind. Damn, what kind of cards are these? The highest is a king. A faint smile crept across Jiang Feng's lips. He knew that Yang Jigang, a poor gambler, had a fragile mental state, making it easy to eavesdrop on his thoughts. This gentleman, it's your turn to speak. Are you going to wager? The dealer prompted. Jiang Feng composed himself and pushed all his chips onto the table. Starting with 1,000, Jiang Feng still had 99,000 left, betting it all. Yang Jigang was taken aback by Jiang Feng's audacity. Does this guy really have such strong cards? Observing Jiang Feng's demeanor, he appeared completely unfazed, devoid of any telltale signs of anxiety. Why was he so calm? Was this truly his first time in a casino? Typically, newcomers would be quite nervous. Yet this fellow exuded a steadiness akin to a seasoned gambler. Come on, are you in or out? Jiang Feng urged. Yang Jigang's gaze flickered. Ultimately, he decided, I'm out. Next round. Jiang Feng then gathered his chips, including the starting money for both players, totaling 100,000 and 1,000. The dealer continued to deal cards. Jiang Feng persistently utilized his mind-reading ability to monitor Yang Jigang's thoughts, maintaining control over the game's dynamics. Half an hour later, Yang Jigang was left with only 10 chips. Yang Jigang, you've lost. A wager is a wager. The witnesses here will testify if you continue to harass your ex-wife. Even the house will not condone it, Jiang Feng stated coolly. I haven't lost. I still have 10 chips. Yang Jigang was growing desperate. 10 chips were insufficient for the minimum bet. Each round required 1,000 to start. At this point, a casino staff member interjected, Yang Jigang, you've indeed lost. Since you wanted us as witnesses, we have an obligation to oversee you. If you persist in pursuing your ex-wife, you won't be welcome here anymore. For a gambler, being barred from the casino is worse than death. Hey, Jiang Feng, I can take a loan. That last round counts as your win. Yang Tao can take her away. I want to set up another cash game with you. If you agree, I promise not to bother Yang Tao again. Regardless of the outcome, Yang Jigang proposed. Could he really borrow money? Jiang Feng observed the casino personnel and added, I heard he has a house, but I'm unsure if he brought the title deed. In truth, according to Yang Tao, the house had already been sold off at a loss. We know his residence. We've been there before. The casino staff paused, glancing at Yang Jigang before smiling slightly. Yang Jigang, we are old acquaintances. You don't need to provide the title deed. A simple IOU will suffice. All right. Yang Jigang acquiesced, completely enthralled. He wasn't trying to win Yang Tao back. He aimed to win Jiang Feng's money. Yang Jigang was oblivious to Jiang Feng's true identity. Yet he presumed that Yang Tao's partner must be wealthy. The casino staff then asked, so will you borrow? Yang Jigang, gritting his teeth, replied, I will borrow. Jiang Feng feigned indifference. If that's the case, I suppose I'll indulge you a bit longer. In the subsequent 2 hours, Yang Jigang accrued over 500,000 in usury. When a gambler becomes desperate, such is the outcome. However, Jiang Feng deliberately stoked the flames, provoking Yang Jigang. This was part of his plan. Even if Yang Jigang had not suggested borrowing money to continue gambling, Jiang Feng would have found a way to make it happen. Yet, Jiang Feng did not anticipate how smoothly his scheme would unfold. He underestimated the folly of a gambler. Yang Jigang, 500,000 is the limit. We cannot extend further credit. Remember to repay on time. Otherwise, when the brothers come knocking, things might get unpleasant. I know. Yang Jigang replied vacantly as he staggered out of the casino. After Yang Jigang's departure, the casino staff turned to Jiang Feng and suggested, Brother, let's exchange chips for cash. Jiang Feng then converted his chips into cash, and after deducting the casino's commission, he had 400,000 in cash remaining. However, he chose not to accept the money. What does this mean? Is the amount short? A casino official inquired. No. I wish to convey that Yang Jigang likely has no assets left to repay, Jiang Feng clarified. The official's pupils dilated. What do you mean? From what I know, Yang Jigang recently sold his house, and most of the proceeds have already been squandered. Furthermore, he may have other debts. If you delay, he might be under the thumb of other creditors, Jiang Feng warned. So you used this just now? You certainly have some nerve. What kind of scheme is this? Several casino enforcers began to encircle Jiang Feng. I will take nothing from this money. I will return it to you. All I ask is that Yang Jigang cease to trouble his ex-wife. She is now my partner, Jiang Feng asserted, patting the 400,000 in cash before him. The casino official stood momentarily stunned. Jiang Feng and Oppo's unexpected gesture of sending money took him by surprise. After a brief moment, he broke into a smile and patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder, saying, Brother, you are quite remarkable. I understand your intentions. Rest assured, we have numerous methods to deal with those who neglect their debts. For instance, we possess specialized fishing vessels that venture into distant waters, where many gamblers unable to repay their debts find employment. It's a good job. I've seen Yang Jigang excel at fishing. I hope he can repay his debts and return to shore soon. Jiang Feng chuckled lightly. The casino manager shook his head, responding, You still fail to comprehend these gamblers. They cannot rid themselves of their addiction. Yang Jigang is likely destined to spend his life aboard a deep-sea fishing vessel. Now, let us handle the remaining matters. You need not concern yourself with them. With that, he turned to a nearby man and instructed, Go retrieve Yang Jigang. Jiang Feng chose not to linger at the casino and departed promptly. As he left, he chanced upon the casino staff apprehending Yang Jigang. Jiang Feng and Oppo's expression remained indifferent. Although this was part of his design, had Yang Jigang not succumbed to gambling, he would not have fallen victim. For a hopeless gambler, the best fate is to toil at sea. Indeed, deep-sea fishing is quite fitting. Jiang Feng hummed a cheerful tune as he walked away. At Jiangxing University, within a teacher and Oppo's office, the most fervent topic of discussion today was the matter of Nangong Shui giving birth. Everyone was speculating about the identity of the child and Oppo's father. However, Yang Tao appeared somewhat dazed, showing little interest in the subject. Firstly, she was already aware that Nangong Shui had conceived through artificial insemination using sperm from a sperm bank. Secondly, she had heard that Jiang Feng had taken leave today, surmising he might be seeking out Yang Jigang, which caused her some concern. Lost in thought, a voice suddenly broke through. Teacher Yang, who are you thinking about so intently? It was Su Qianhua. Yang Tao composed herself and smiled, replying, "Oh, nothing much." After a brief pause, she added, "It seems your husband dropped you off at school today. Your marital relationship appears to be quite harmonious." "It's adequate," Su Qianhua replied calmly. Yang Tao refrained from further comment. At that moment, her phone's notification light began to blink. Upon checking, she found a message from Jiang Feng. "It and Amp, Oppos, S all taken care of. Don and Amp, Oppos, T worry. He won and Amp, Oppos, T trouble you anymore. He is about to embark on a deep-sea fishing vessel." Yang Tao felt a surge of joy. This could be the best outcome for her. Although she harbored resentment towards Yang Jigang, she could not bring herself to harm him. Moreover, committing murder would lead to imprisonment. Sending him to a deep-sea fishing vessel was truly splendid. Once at sea, he would be unable to return for at least a year and a half. How did Jiang Feng manage to get Yang Jigang onto that fishing vessel? Jiang Feng was truly impressive. Yang Tao was oblivious to the growing admiration she felt for him. Last night had also been remarkable. Suddenly, her thoughts took a mischievous turn, causing her cheeks to flush. At that moment, Su Qianwei blinked and asked, "Teacher Yang, why is your face so red?" "Oh, it's nothing. I was just reading a little romantic literature," Yang Tao replied. "Really? Teacher Yang, you have such interests?" Su Qianwei exclaimed. "What can I say? My relationship with my ex-husband was quite poor, leaving me with little intimacy. Unlike you and your husband, who are so affectionate, we, the lonely women, understand the solitude of an empty room." Yang Tao chuckled. Su Qianwei's lips twitched. "After 3 years of marriage, I'm still a virgin. Our relationship is truly wonderful." She wanted to retort, but held her tongue. However, she couldn't help but wonder if Jiang Feng had pursued her that night. Thinking of Jiang Feng, Su Qianwei fell silent. Once very close to him, they now seemed to drift apart, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of obstruction in her heart. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. "What is happening?" someone inquired. "It seems Xin Yue disguised herself to come to our school and was discovered by the students," someone reported from outside. "Xin Yue? That big star? What is she doing at our school? Who knows? Let us go see. Opportunities to meet a celebrity are rare." However, by the time everyone ventured out, Xin Yue had already departed. They returned to the office, and Su Qianwei and Yang Tao resumed their positions at their desks, which were adjacent to one another. Sitting at her desk, Yang Tao took out a small mirror to check her appearance and applied some lip balm. "Teacher Yang, have you encountered some good fortune?" Su Qianwei leaned over and asked. "Today is payday. Does that count as good fortune?" Yang Tao smiled. "It certainly does. But..." Su Qianwei chose not to press further, as it was clear Yang Tao was reluctant to share her happiness. "Is it related to Jiang Feng?" Su Qianwei's expression remained calm, her thoughts unknown. At that moment, Jiang Feng arrived at the Gemini office building. He announced in the Dawn employee WeChat group that he would be meeting with the staff today. At the Dawn headquarters, most employees attended, except for a few on business trips. After all, this was their first encounter with the new boss. However, each person held their own thoughts. Upon learning that the company had been sold, the staff initially felt a sense of relief, as the previous owner had struggled financially and could not continue investing due to a significant decline in business. Consequently, they faced layoffs and pay cuts. With the company now under new ownership, there was hope for continued investment to secure their salaries. However, the new boss and Oppos' background was thoroughly investigated, revealing troubling details. The counselor from Jiangxin University was rumored to have debts from high-interest loans and had previously worked as a food delivery driver. The acquisition funds were set to be paid in installments, with someone guaranteeing the loan. In short, the new boss might be even poorer than the employees. Upon realizing this, the atmosphere at Dawn soured further, and many core staff members began to process their resignations. When Jiang Feng arrived at the company, several resignation letters were already on his desk. He didn't even know who had submitted them, and simply signed them without hesitation. With his mind elsewhere, staying on seemed futile. Moments later, Jiang Feng met with the staff in the conference room. "You all seem to be aware of my situation, so I want to elaborate. If you wish to resign, simply head to HR to complete the necessary paperwork. As for those who choose to stay..." Jiang Feng paused before adding, "I assure you that salaries will be paid on time. Will there be compensation for resignation?" A male employee stood up to ask. His name was Su Chang, a longtime employee at Dawn, currently managing the only business contract the company had. "Have we failed to pay your salaries?" Jiang Feng countered. "No." "Have we violated the work contract?" No." Then why should you receive compensation for voluntarily resigning? Jiang Feng responded. Su Chang was left speechless by Jiang Feng's retort. Jiang Feng then looked at Su Chang again, saying, Your name is Su Chang, correct? Yes. You have been managing the 24 to 35 contract, haven't you? Jiang Feng continued. Yes, I have. You will no longer be responsible for that contract, Jiang Feng stated flatly. Initially, he sought to present a more approachable image to his employees. However, given that they had already discerned his true nature, any attempts at being amiable would only render him vulnerable in their eyes. Thus, he resolved to alter his strategy, opting for a more assertive approach. The individual he designated as the example was Su Chang. According to the former boss, Su Chang was a long-serving employee who had made significant contributions to the company. Yet, it was precisely these accolades that had led him to develop an air of arrogance. The order valued at 240,000, originally assigned to another employee, had been forcibly usurped by him. Jiang Feng's words left Su Chang momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he managed to respond, Boss, what do you mean by that? Literally, are you incapable of understanding? Jiang Feng replied coolly. That's not the point. I've been managing this order for quite some time. On what grounds do you take it from me? Su Chang retorted, his dissatisfaction palpable. Because this order was never yours to begin with. Company policy dictates that the person who secures the order is responsible for it. You have taken away someone else's hard-won order, and yet you feel entitled to it despite having accomplished nothing? Jiang Feng countered. You have no understanding of this order. It is quite complex. Since you find it so challenging, return it to Li Jiesin, Jiang Feng stated matter-of-factly. Li Jiesin was indeed the one who had secured this order. Fine, I can return it to Li Jiesin, but boss, this is our only current order. If it falls through, the company and Oppo's revenue will be jeopardized. And how do we support dozens of employees? Su Chang argued. That is my concern, Jiang Feng replied tersely. Su Chang was left speechless, his frustration simmering beneath the surface. A moment later, he took a deep breath and said, All right, I will return the order to Li Jiesin. At that moment, a female employee rose from the crowd. Her expression uneasy. Boss, I fear that if I do not perform well, I will jeopardize the company, Lu Jai admitted anxiously. The entire company was aware that this order was crucial for their survival. Earlier in the year, there had been numerous entrusted orders, but in recent months, clients had been canceling contracts, even forfeiting their deposits. This was a result of several core employees leaving Dawn Company to establish a rival firm named Tianyin, taking many key clients with them. Those who remained at Dawn were evidently lacking in professional capability compared to their competitors, leading to a significant decline in both existing and new orders. Now, the sole remaining order, valued at 300,000, was perceived as the hope of the entire village. Thus, the pressure on Li Jiesin was immense. Do not worry, I will assist you in fulfilling this order, Jiang Feng assured her. Su Chang suddenly chuckled. Boss, you are new to this industry and lack the necessary understanding. The essence of our work lies in relationships. Clients must trust you before they feel secure in trusting you with their orders. Building this trust takes time, and your abrupt change of leadership might lead clients to withdraw their contracts. He smiled, recalling how the former boss had been similarly intimidated by his arguments. However, Jiang Feng was unperturbed. I have already stated, this is my concern. Your task is to ensure a smooth handover to Li Iran as swiftly as possible, Jiang Feng reiterated. Very well, Su Chang said, raising his hands in resignation. He was curious to see what confidence this new boss possessed. When the order slipped from his grasp, he would understand the weight of his decisions. Approximately an hour later, a stylishly dressed middle-aged woman arrived at the company, her demeanor less than pleasant. Upon spotting her, Su Chang promptly approached her. Wenjia, you have arrived, he greeted. She was the sole client for Dawn's existing order. Where's your new boss? The middle-aged woman inquired coldly. In the general manager's office, Su Chang replied. Pausing momentarily, he added, Wenjia, you are not considering canceling the contract, are you? We rely solely on this order. If you withdraw, dozens of us will be left in dire straits. That is of no concern to me. All I know is that your efficiency is lacking, and I am prepared to transfer the contract to Tianyin, she declared. Su Chang's expression soured, but internally he felt elated. Such individuals, already detached from the company, would welcome its downfall, possibly netting them severance compensation. After all, while Dawn's cash flow had ceased, it remained debt-free and possessed substantial fixed assets, sufficient for employee payouts. At that moment, Jiang Feng emerged from the office. When Jia, greetings. I am Jiang Feng, the new owner of Dawn. He introduced himself. After a brief pause, he added, shall we discuss this in my office? The middle-aged woman remained silent as she followed Jiang Feng into the general manager's office. Jiang, how has Dawn come to this? It has been 3 months since you began investigating my husband's mistress, yet there has been no progress. My patience is wearing thin. Let us terminate the contract. Please, do not rush. Have some tea, Jiang Feng offered, pouring her a cup. Not in a hurry. Your wife is with another man, and you do not wish to identify him immediately? The middle-aged woman hesitated before stating, I did not come for tea. Cancel the contract and refund my deposit of 100,000. Here is my proposal. By midnight tonight, I will locate your husband's mistress. If I fail, I will refund your entire deposit, Jiang Feng asserted. The woman regarded him skeptically. You are not planning to abscond with my money, are you? Jiang Feng offered a wry smile. Madam, I just purchased Dawn for 5 million. Would I risk it for your 100,000? She pondered this for a moment, realizing it was not a particularly foolish gamble. You are not in a rush to terminate the contract, correct? Jiang Feng continued. All right, I will grant you another half a day, she relented before departing. After her exit, Jiang Feng led Li Jiesin out of the office. Li Jiesin was an intern at the company, a senior student. While her appearance was not striking, she possessed a certain charm. In Jiang Feng and Appo's presence, she appeared somewhat anxious. I understand you are still a university student. Which institution do you attend? Jiang Feng inquired casually. Jiangqing University of Science and Technology, Li Jiesin replied. Ah, Jiang Science and Technology. You are my junior, Jiang Feng remarked with a smile. Li Jiesin expressed surprise. You also attended Jiang Science and Technology? Yes, I graduated 4 years ago. I completed my studies just as you began, Jiang Feng mused, reflecting on the passage of time. He glanced at Li Jiesin once more, contemplating why someone with her disposition would choose to intern at a detective agency. As he pondered, the elevator doors opened, and Jiang Feng wiped the sweat from his brow. What a small world it was. Xiao Mo was inside the elevator as well. This time, however, no other colleagues were present. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, Xiao Mo hesitated briefly before glancing at Li Jiesin with a cool demeanor, saying nothing. Li Jiesin, on the other hand, appeared astonished. Are you Senior Xiao Mo? She exclaimed excitedly. And you are? Xiao Mo inquired. I am a student at Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology. I have seen your photo in the Outstanding Graduates section, and I have admired your artwork in the art club. It is truly exceptional, on par with, if not superior to, those from art academies, Li Jiesin gushed. She paused for a moment, and then said, I heard from a senior in the club that Senior Xiao Mo not only excels in painting, but is also exceptionally beautiful. Indeed, she is stunning. It was evident that Li Jiesin harbored a deep admiration for Xiao Mo. At that moment, Li Jiesin suddenly recalled something and turned to Jiang Feng, asking, Boss, you must be from the same cohort as Senior Xiao Mo, right? Do you know her? Boss. Xiao Mo's expression darkened. Could it be that this rascal Jiang Feng was fabricating an identity to deceive a college student? Jiang Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Even if he couldn't hear Xiao Mo's thoughts, he could guess what she was contemplating. Just then, the elevator doors opened, but not on the first floor. It was on the next level. At that moment, Xiao Mo abruptly pulled Jiang Feng out of the elevator, leaving Li Jiesin somewhat bewildered. Wait for me on the first floor, Jiang Feng instructed. The elevator doors closed once more, continuing its descent. Xiao Mo then released Jiang Feng's hand. Jiang Feng, how can you have no sense of decency? You would deceive such an innocent junior? Xiao Mo said coldly. Jiang Feng remained silent. After a brief pause, he finally asked, Are you willing to hear my explanation? Go ahead, Xiao Mo replied. Jiang Feng then recounted the situation. So, you're essentially borrowing money to start a company? Xiao Mo remarked after hearing him out. Your interpretation is not entirely incorrect, Jiang Feng admitted. Why this sudden effort? Before the divorce, I urged you to resign countless times. Yet you refused, Xiao Mo stated matter-of-factly. I have not resigned. It's just that this opportunity with Dawn came up, so I accepted it. Sighing, Xiao Mo continued. I truly don't know how to address you. Do you truly think you've gained something? You have no understanding of the market research industry. Our company previously collaborated with Dawn for market research, and at that time, they were still reliable. But then things changed. Earlier this year, their core team left to establish a new company. Now, even businesses in the same office building are reluctant to entrust projects to Dawn. What you have acquired is merely an empty shell. It's worth no more than 3 million, let alone 5. Trust me, Jiang Feng smiled softly. Trust you? Xia Mo hesitated, gazing at Jiang Feng. I trusted you, which is why I married you. But how many of your promises have you fulfilled? I'm sorry. Jiang Feng replied. There's no need for that. We no longer have any ties. Xia Mo said calmly. Just then, her phone rang in her pocket. When Xia Mo took out her phone, Jiang Feng noticed the caller's name, Yin Luo. In that instant, Jiang Feng felt a tightness in his chest. Yet, he could not voice any reproach. As Xia Mo had pointed out, they were already divorced. Their relationship was severed. Who she chose to be with was of no concern to him. Moreover, he was already entangled with Yang Tao the day before. Still, a pang of sadness lingered. I won't disturb you any longer. I must take my leave, Jiang Feng said before departing. Xia Mo's lips moved slightly, but ultimately, she said nothing. A little later, Jiang Feng took the elevator down to the first floor, where Li Jiesin awaited him in the lobby. Upon seeing Jiang Feng approach, Li Jiesin rushed over, curiosity evident in her demeanor. Boss, what is your relationship with Senior Xia Mo? Ex-husband and ex-wife, Jiang Feng replied nonchalantly. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Li Jiesin stammered, caught off guard. It's fine, I don't hold it against you. But why would someone with such a gentle disposition like you join a research company? Jiang Feng inquired. After a brief silence, Li Jiesin replied. Well, my boyfriend used to work here, so I came along. Boyfriend? Which one? He has already transferred to Tianyan. Li Jiesin said. Why didn't you follow him? Because. Li Jiesin's eyes reddened slightly. We had a disagreement. She quickly wiped her eyes and added, Boss, I haven't done anything disloyal to the company. I took the commission order from Ms. Gu, and my boyfriend has been urging me to transfer the clients to Tianyan. But I've refused. Jiang Feng smiled. I believe you. Li Jiesin composed herself and then asked, by the way, boss, how do we find Ms. Gu's husband's mistress? Just ask directly. Huh. About an hour later, Jiang Feng led Li Jiesin to another office building and arrived at the 8th floor. This was the company of Gu Wen's husband. Jiang Feng approached the front desk. Hello, I'm looking for your general manager Lin, he stated. Do you have an appointment? We are sent by his wife, Jiang Feng replied straightforwardly. The front desk staff exchanged a subtle glance before saying, please wait a moment. After a brief interval, the receptionist returned. Mr. Lin has requested you to come in. Under the guidance of the receptionist, Jiang Feng and Li Jiesin entered the general manager's office, where they encountered a middle-aged man in his 40s. You were sent by Gu Wen? The middle-aged man paused before continuing. What does she want? Is it amusing to cause a ruckus every day? If you didn't have a mistress, she wouldn't be making a fuss, Jiang Feng retorted. Ridiculous. Just because she claims I have a mistress doesn't mean I actually do. I know she has been investigating me, but what has she discovered? It's all nonsense. The middle-aged man argued. Jiang Feng smiled. Don't underestimate her. She has indeed uncovered something. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. What do you mean? The middle-aged man's expression shifted, revealing a hint of panic. What I mean is, we already know the name of your mistress, Jiang Feng stated. Li Jiesin beside him looked completely bewildered. When did he find out? The boss really knows how to intimidate people. At that moment, the middle-aged man and Apos' thoughts echoed in Jiang Feng and Apos' mind. Impossible. I've eliminated all evidence. How could she find out about my sister-in-law? Hearing the middle-aged man and Apos' thoughts, Jiang Feng inwardly cursed the shameless man for even involving his sister-in-law. However, he quickly reconsidered. Su Qianwei was, in a sense, also his sister-in-law. The middle-aged man snapped back to reality, regaining his composure. He looked at Jiang Feng with a cold smile. Ha, you think you can fool me? Youngster, you're still too naive. Is that so? Would you like me to recount the story of you and your sister-in-law? Jiang Feng challenged. The middle-aged man was now thoroughly stunned. He truly knows. After a moment, the middle-aged man took a deep breath and asked Jiang Feng, does my wife know? If she knew, we wouldn't be here. We haven't informed her yet, Jiang Feng replied. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. He realized that his wife's investigator had uncovered his affair with his sister-in-law, but had not immediately reported it to her. Instead, they had come to him, evidently seeking greater leverage. If that were the case, it would be easy to resolve. Matters that could be settled with money are no issue at all. I don't want to beat around the bush. Name your price, the middle-aged man said directly. Don't you feel any guilt for cheating on your sister-in-law? Jiang Feng asked. That's my business. Just get to the point and name your price, the middle-aged man insisted. Jiang Feng shook his head. I won't name a price. Why not? Because I'm afraid you'll accuse me of extortion. Then why are you here? Jiang Feng smiled. I just wanted to confirm. I didn't expect you to admit it so readily. The middle-aged man was left speechless, furious at himself for being so easily manipulated. All right, we should take our leave. Goodbye, Jiang Feng said before leading Li Jiesin out. On the way back, Li Jiesin remained in a daze. Until Jiang Feng called Gu Wen and sent her the recording from her husband's office, Li Jiesin was still in a daze. Boss, you are truly remarkable, Li Jiesin exclaimed, her face filled with admiration. No wonder Sister Xia Mo chose to marry you. Jiang Feng suddenly recalled Yin Luo's phone call to Xia Mo, and a wave of gloom washed over him. You really know how to bring up sensitive topics. Before Jiang Feng had a chance to return to the company, Gu Wen had already transferred the remaining 200,000 to the company's account. She was indeed a straightforward person. The rest of the staff had also learned that Jiang Feng and Li Jiesin had fulfilled the commission, which left everyone astounded, particularly Su Chang, who had been following this case for 3 months. Although he had been somewhat sluggish, he had indeed conducted an investigation, but to no avail. Why? How could Jiang Feng resolve it so swiftly? While Jiang Feng and Li Jiesin had left together, everyone in the company understood that Li Jiesin lacked the capability. It was undoubtedly the new boss who had managed it. Those who had previously been pessimistic about the company's future began to feel optimistic again. Some employees who had considered resigning abandoned their thoughts of departure. Meanwhile, Su Chang found himself in a difficult position. Originally, after the core team of the company left earlier in the year, he had become the company's figurehead, somewhat intoxicated by his newfound status. Now that such a formidable boss had arrived, what was his value to the company? 20 minutes later, Li Jiesin returned to the company. But Jiang Feng had not yet come back. Where's the boss? The employees around Li Jiesin inquired. He went back to Jiang University, Li Jiesin replied. On the other side, around 4 in the afternoon, Jiang Feng returned to the counselor's office. By then, Xin Yue had already left for several hours, yet discussions about the matter were still ongoing. One of the counselors, a staunch fan of Xin Yue, was particularly animated. What has Du Jun been taking? He seems so excited, Jiang Feng remarked. A few hours ago, Xin Yue came to our school. The big star Xin Yue, Ningyan replied. What was she here for? Jiang Feng inquired further. I don't damp, oppose, Tino. Jiang Feng chose not to press the matter further. It was normal for Xin Yue to return to Jiang City, as her concert would be held at Jiang City Stadium in 10 days. Following her routine, she would typically arrive at the location at least 10 days prior to prepare. This was her dedication to her craft. However, Jiang Feng did not believe she had come to Jiang University specifically to find him. After a decade apart, she had not contacted him even once. Why would she come to the university looking for him? She probably wasn't even aware that he worked at Jiang University. As for why Xin Yue had come to Jiang University, Jiang Feng was not surprised. Years ago, they had made a pact to both attend Jiang University and become alumni. Xin Yue was 3 years older than Jiang Feng. They had only attended the same elementary school. While she was in the 3rd year of junior high, he was still in 6th grade. During her senior year, he was in the 3rd year of junior high. Their reunion in university was a promise they had made. However, Xin Yue had debuted early during her senior year and had not taken the college entrance examination, thus she had not enrolled in Jiang University. Although Jiang Feng had taken the exam, he had not met the cutoff score and was only able to attend Jiang City University of Science and Technology. While Jiang City University of Science and Technology was still a first-tier institution, it was merely an ordinary one. Ultimately, neither of them had fulfilled their original promise. However, that was no longer of consequence. Many of their agreements had become void after Xin Yue's debut. This one was inconsequential. Jiang Feng did not dwell on it further and began addressing his responsibilities as a counselor. He had not disclosed his business ventures to anyone. By the time he finished addressing the backlog of work, it was already around 6 or 7 in the evening, and the office was nearly empty. Jiang Feng tidied his desk before leaving the office. Outside, darkness had descended, and it was raining. Rainy days were not particularly pleasant for Jiang Feng, as they brought back many memories. The most vivid recollection was of the day Xin Yue left, when he had chased after her car through the storm, stumbling and falling, utterly disheveled, while her vehicle never stopped. Reflecting on this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but smirk at himself. To our big star sister, I, her former young boyfriend, was likely worth less than a blade of grass in her life. A moment later, Jiang Feng descended the steps of the office building and walked into the rain. Just then, an umbrella was held over his head. Jiang Feng turned to see his stunningly beautiful face. Su Qianhua, are you out of your mind? It's raining, and you're walking outside, Su Qianhua said. Jiang Feng chuckled. I just haven't experienced the feeling of getting wet in a long time, and wanted to reminisce. Su Qianyue rolled her eyes. You masochist. Now, she was polite to her husband, but had become less courteous towards Jiang Feng than before. Masochist? Perhaps a little. Jiang Feng admitted, pausing to look at Su Qianyue. Why haven't you gotten off work yet? I'm waiting for Wuja to pick me up. I didn't drive today, Su Qianyue replied. After a moment, she added, when Wuja arrives, I'll take you along. No, I don't want to be a third wheel, Jiang Feng smiled. Su Qianyue regarded him, calmly stating, are you avoiding me? Normally, it should be me avoiding you. Given how strange you and Wuja are. Jiang Feng's mouth twitched slightly, and he fell silent. Had he not entertained any inappropriate thoughts, he could have confidently denied it. But in truth, he had indeed harbored such thoughts about Su Qianyue. I mainly worry that your mother might misunderstand, Jiang Feng said, forcing himself to speak. Su Qianyue fell silent. At that moment, a car pulled up in front of them. Wuja had arrived. Your husband is here. I'll take my leave now. Oh, may I borrow your umbrella? Jiang Feng remarked to Su Qianyue. Jiang Feng, I'll take you with me, Wuja said from the car. No need. I want to take a walk in the rain, Jiang Feng replied with a smile. You still want to catch a cold? Then have Teacher Yang take care of you? Su Qianyue said flatly. Jiang Feng felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. After a moment, he relented. Then, I appreciate the both of you. Subsequently, he voluntarily took a seat in the back seat, while Su Qianyue occupied the front passenger seat. As the car started, the atmosphere inside was decidedly awkward. Primarily for Jiang Feng and Wuja, while Su Qianyue remained silent, her expression cool. Jiang Feng and Wuja both felt somewhat uneasy. A short while later, Wuja broke the silence. Jiang Feng, have you been in touch with Xiaomo recently? I just saw her today, Jiang Feng replied. What? Is there a rekindling of old flames? Wuja queried. You don't understand Xiaomo. Once she makes a decision, she won't look back. Jiang Feng paused before calmly adding, we just happened to run into each other. What a pity. Xiaomo is a good woman, Wuja remarked. Suddenly, Su Qianyue interjected. So, you're trying to matchmake me and Jiang Feng, essentially aiming for Xiaomo? You actually want to swap partners with Jiang Feng, right? Cough cough. Wuja choked. I didn't tea. He paused before quickly adding, Jiang Feng, I didn't mean it that way. Jiang Feng smiled. I know. The car fell silent once more. After a moment, Wuja spoke again. By the way, Jiang Feng, on Saturday night, Yukong and Yao Li are getting married. Are you going? Wuja seemed to have tagged Jiang Feng in the group chat. I'm not sure if I'll have time, Jiang Feng replied. On Saturday, he might have to accompany Yang Tao and Yang Lele to the amusement park, so he wasn't certain when he would return. Moreover, among his high school classmates, aside from Wuja and Su Qianyue, it seemed he had no other friends. Are you still delivering takeout? Wuja remarked. No, it's about other matters. Jiang Feng replied, accompanying a woman. Huh? There and Oppos, there's no fault in that. Jiang Feng continued. I and Oppos. V noticed that since your divorce, your romantic prospects seem to have flourished. Wuja responded, no need to envy me. Your beautiful Su is more than a match for me and my entourage. Jiang Feng chuckled. I wouldn't dare to claim such a thing. Su Qianyue paused for a moment before adding, whether it's teacher Nangong or your childhood sweetheart. Both are universally regarded as goddesses. Even teacher Yang Tao possesses more femininity than I do. In truth, men tend to prefer women like teacher Yang. Jiang Feng felt a pang of anxiety. Could she possibly know about his affair with Yang Tao? He shook off the thought. Why should he feel guilty? With Wuja's illness now public, Su Qianyue could never be with him again. Yang Tao was indeed a remarkable woman, Jiang Feng stated. Su Qianyue chose not to respond further. Moments later, they arrived at the entrance of Jiang Feng and Oppos' apartment complex. All right, I and Oppos, V arrived. Do take care, Jiang Feng said as he exited the vehicle. Understood, Wuja replied. Su Qianyue remained silent. After Wuja drove off with Su Qianyue, Jiang Feng entered the complex. Upon stepping into the elevator, he caught sight of a poster of Shen Yuwei, which stirred feelings of agitation within him. He had believed that a decade had sufficiently allowed him to move on from that tragic first love of his youth, yet it seemed otherwise. The news of Shen Yuwei coming to Jiang City had resurfaced memories that he thought were buried deep within. Upon returning to his apartment and taking a cold shower, Jiang Feng gradually regained his composure. When he entered his bedroom, he noticed an unread WeChat message. It was from an account bearing the image of a white hyacinth. Under the nickname Xiongdada. This was a reference to the sender's true name, Chu Shiqing, his childhood sweetheart from the same village, and one of his 4 female colleagues at Jiang City University, currently on a business trip. In their village, 3 children were born in the same year: Jiang Feng, Chu Qing, and his male friend Qin Lin, who had moved away about a decade ago due to his parents' job transfer. Jiang Feng and Chu Shiqing remained in Jiang City, but their paths diverged significantly. After graduating with a master's degree from Yenjing Normal University, Chu Shiqing secured a teaching position at Jiang City University and secretly pursued a career as a web novelist. However, Jiang Feng was unaware of her pen name, as she kept it closely guarded. Jiang Feng, Chu Shiqing, and Qin Lin were all born in the same year, with Chu Shiqing being the eldest, Jiang Feng second, and Qin Lin third. As children, during the height of Bears on the Loose, Chu Shiqing had playfully dubbed herself Xiongda, Bear 1. With Jiang Feng as Xiong Er, Bear 2, and Qin Lin as Xiong San, Bear 3. As they grew older, Jiang Feng occasionally found himself reflecting that Xiongda was indeed a fitting title. Presently, Chu Shiqing boasted a G cup size, the largest among all the women in Jiang Feng's life. Remarkably, despite her size, they retained an exquisite shape. Of course, Jiang Feng had never seen her in such a state, only imagining it based on her summer attire. Collecting his thoughts, Jiang Feng opened the WeChat message from Chu Shiqing. The content was simple. Did you divorce Xiao? Earlier in the year, she had left for a 6-month training program at Tsinghua University, returning in a month's time. She was unaware of Jiang Feng's divorce, as he had not shared the news with her. I filed for divorce a little over a month ago and just received the certificate a few days ago, Jiang Feng replied, pausing before asking, how did you find out? From Xiaomo's moments, Chu Shiqing responded. I haven't seen her post anything, Jiang Feng noted, aware he was still on Xiaomo's WeChat friend list. Clearly, you've been blocked, Chu Shiqing observed. Jiang Feng's lips twitched. He composed himself and inquired, what did she post? Chu Shiqing sent him a screenshot of Xiaomo's moment. It featured an image of tea leaves with the caption, since a decision has been made, move forward without looking back. There are surely better sights and better people ahead. This was posted a couple of days ago, likely just seen by Chu Shiqing today. Yet, Jiang Feng pondered why she chose a seemingly ambiguous image of tea. He knew Xiao enjoyed tea, but the significance of the image eluded him. Wait a moment, Jiang Feng thought, glancing at the date of Chu Shiqing's moment. It seemed to coincide with the day he visited Yang Tao's parents' home, where he had purchased tea for Yang's father. Just prior, he had encountered Xiao in the elevator of the Gemini building. Could it be that she saw me buying tea? Jiang Feng rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Based on his understanding of Xiao, she undoubtedly had seen him. If that were the case, her cryptic post made perfect sense. Damn, this world is incredibly small, Jiang Feng couldn't help but murmur. Suddenly, Chu Shiqing interjected, are you and Su Qianyu involved? Coughing, Jiang Feng nearly choked. If anyone knew about his affairs, it would be Chu Shiqing. She understood him better than Xiao ever could, having grown up together. No one is spreading rumors. Jiang Feng vehemently denied. How interesting. I found inspiration for my new novel. The male protagonist's brother is gravely ill and attempts to facilitate a romance between the protagonist and his wife. However, the brother and Appo's wife discovers this and angrily exits the friend group. Xiong Er, what do you think of this theme? Chu Shiqing continued. Jiang Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow. My childhood sweetheart is quite terrifying. She seemed to have an uncanny awareness of his relationships and the personalities of those around him. In a sense, she was more formidable than Nangong Shui. Among Jiang Feng's 4 female colleagues, Nangong Shui was the coldest and most acerbic, but not malicious. Yang Tao and Su Qianyu were also not of a scheming nature. However, his childhood sweetheart, while appearing gentle and refined, possessed a cunning depth. Although Jiang Feng had grown up alongside Chu Shiqing, he still felt he had much to learn about her. Fortunately, she shifted the conversation. By the way, I read in the news that Yue seems to have come to Jiang University to find you? Chu Shiqing inquired. Not a chance. We haven't been in touch for a decade. She probably doesn't even remember who I am, Jiang Feng replied calmly. How could that be? Your first love? How could she forget? Chu Shiqing countered. Jiang Feng felt a chill run down his spine. This woman knows about my affair with Xin Yue. When did she find out? Their relationship had been a closely guarded secret, known only to them. Initially, only he and Xin Yue were privy to it, until his love letters were discovered by Xin's mother, who stormed over to Jiang's family. At the time, Jiang Feng's mother was still alive. Subsequently, Jiang Feng's parents also learned of it, but only their 2 families were aware. Both his father and mother were tight-lipped. and the Shun family was even less likely to share such matters. Chu Shiqing, do you possess mind-reading abilities? Jiang Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Oh, you are simply too easy to read, she replied. After Yue moved away from the village, you were utterly forlorn. It was only natural. My mother had an accident during that time, and I was in a state of distress. Yet it was different. Others may not have noticed. But I grew up watching you, so I understand, Chu Shiqing replied. Jiang Feng frowned. You speak as if you were my elder. Have you not noticed? Throughout your growth, I have consistently played the role of your mother. The maternal affection you have been deprived of, I have endeavored to provide. Go away. No eggs. Jiang Feng rested one hand on his forehead, feeling somewhat exasperated. After a brief moment, he reflected on the fact that among the women in his life, the only one with whom he could engage in playful banter was Chu Shiqing. Although she often enjoyed poking fun at herself, she maintained an air of dignity as a university lecturer in public. It was likely that only Jiang Feng was aware of her true nature, cunning, sharp-tongued, and lecherous. Chu Shiqing's demeanor in front of Jiang Feng resembled that of the female police officer next door, yet in Xiaoya was genuine and straightforward, lacking in pretense and malice. In contrast, Chu Shiqing presented two entirely different personas, embodying the ultimate scheming queen. At that moment, Chu Shiqing sent another photo, inquiring, "What do you think of my outfit?" Jiang Feng glanced at the image, his expression nuanced. In the photograph, Chu Shiqing sported a pair of black and gold-rimmed glasses. Her hair was neatly tied back into a professional bun, with a few rebellious strands playfully framing her cheeks, adding a touch of charm and allure. She wore a fitted professional attire. The white shirt accentuated her fair complexion, the collar slightly open, revealing a delicate glimpse of her collarbone, exuding an air of effortless sensuality. The tailored blazer hugged her figure, perfectly outlining her slender waist and subtly curved bust, showcasing a mature woman's unique elegance. Beneath her black skirt were her long, beautifully shaped legs, encased in black stockings, their lines tight and smooth, inviting contemplation. "What do you think? Is it too provocative?" Chu Shiqing messaged again. Jiang Feng smirked slightly. "My dear, it's rather inappropriate to label yourself in such a manner. You are a teacher. If others were to see you like this, it would tarnish your image. Then I shall switch careers to become a live streamer. Will you be my top supporter?" Chu Shiqing replied. "No money. Moreover, I will never allow you to venture into such a profession," Jiang Feng stated. "I was merely joking. Do you take me so seriously? With my extraordinary talents, even if I cannot be a teacher, I can always continue writing novels. If all else fails, I can rely on childhood friends for sustenance. As long as I do not starve, that is sufficient. My spiritual nourishment outweighs material needs." Chu Shiqing paused, then sent another message. Jiang Feng, "The websites you provided me have all been blocked. Could you share a few more? Preferably ones for online viewing, as I dislike downloading." Jiang Feng, "The websites she referenced were specifically adult sites. All the ones I have are also blocked. Perhaps it is an opportunity for you to refrain from indulging in such desires. As the ancients said, food and lust are inherent to human nature. I cannot quit." Jiang Feng disregarded her request for websites and instead inquired, "By the way, Qin Lin is also in Yanjing. Have you two met?" "We have. We had dinner together yesterday," Chu Shiqing replied. "How has that fellow been? Does he have a girlfriend?" "Yes. His girlfriend was present at dinner yesterday. She is sweet and lovely. Ah, he has finally come to his senses. After so many years of avoiding relationships. I initially thought he might be gay." Jiang Feng paused, then continued. "When will he bring his girlfriend back to Jiangqing?" "He doesn't dare to." "Why not?" "Because some people enjoy pursuing their friends and oppos, wives." Jiang Feng, his expression darkened. This was no longer a pleasant conversation. "I need to take a shower. I just got caught in the rain." "We can talk later," Jiang Feng added. "Why not go live while showering? Let me see little Jiang Feng. It has been a while since I last laid eyes on him," Chu Shiqing suggested. Jiang Feng, at a loss for words. He chose to ignore her and proceeded to shower. After his bath, he emerged to find two unread messages on his phone. One was from Chu Shiqing. "It must be too small. Sorry to make you show me." Jiang Feng simply ignored it. The other was from Xiao Yang, brother-in-law. "Are you busy?" "Not busy." "What an oppos is up?" Jiang Feng replied. "Wang Tong knitted you a safety knot and wants to give it to you personally. We and oppos, now at the entrance of your community," Xiao Yang informed him. "Oh, I and oppos, come down now." Jiang Feng quickly dressed and made his way downstairs. Shortly after, he spotted Wang Tong and Xiao Liang at the community entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Feng approach, Wang Tongtong bowed deeply. "Thank you, Teacher Jiang," she said. Xiao Liang added. Song Chan told her that it was you who asked her to apologize to Tongtong. Jiang Feng smiled. "As your counselor, that is part of my duty. But no teacher has ever cared for me like this," Wang Tongtong remarked. After a moment, she produced a handcrafted safety knot and presented it to Jiang Feng, saying, "You once mentioned not to let students buy you things. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it." She suddenly remembered something and added, I just wanted to express my gratitude to you, with no other intentions. If you find it inappropriate, then I." Before she could finish, Jiang Feng took the safety knot from her hands and smiled. "Thank you." Wang Tongtong sighed in relief. She had feared Jiang Feng would refuse. "Xiao Liang, let us head back," she said, glancing at Xiao Liang. Xiao Liang nodded, and the two prepared to take a taxi. "Wait a moment," Jiang Feng suddenly called out. He then left briefly and returned with 2 packages of Xinjiang Maojian tea. Each package weighed nearly a pound and cost over 2,000 yuan, representing this year's new harvest. "This package of tea is for your sister," Jiang Feng stated. "There must be a reason behind it. I once promised your sister I would bring her good tea. Though this promise comes a bit late, please convey my apologies to her. If she refuses, you may handle it as you see fit." After a pause, Jiang Feng continued, "And this package is for your father, to express my gratitude for his understanding and tolerance towards me over the past 3 years." In truth, among the Xia family, the most vehement opposition to Jiang Feng and Xiao Mo's relationship had come from Xiao's mother. Initially, Xiao's father had also been against it, but over time, he had gradually accepted Jiang Feng after his marriage to Xiao Mo. "Don't I get anything?" Xiao Yang asked. Jiang Feng smiled. "What would you like?" "You already gifted me tickets to Shen Yue's concert." Xiao Yang paused, accepted the 2 packages of tea, and then said, "Let's head back now." Jiang Feng nodded. Xiao Yang said nothing further and led Wang Tongtong away. "Xiao Yang, what is your relationship with Teacher Jiang?" Wang Tongtong asked curiously. "He is my brother-in-law." "Huh?" Wang Tongtong exclaimed in surprise. "This is the first time I've heard that." "To be precise, my former brother-in-law," Xiao Yang clarified. "Oh, I see." Xiao Yang then added, "Let me take you back to school." "I can return on my own," Wang Tongtong replied. "I insist on escorting you." "Jiangqing isn't very safe at night," Xiao Yang insisted. "Thank you." At 10 o'clock in the evening, in the Xia household, Xia Mo returned home. "Why are you back so late? Have you been drinking?" Xiao's father casually inquired. Xiao's mother chuckled. She must have been on a date with Yin Luo. As Xia Mo exchanged her shoes at the entrance, she replied, "We had a company dinner. If you drank, why didn't you call Yin Luo to give you a ride home? You are unaware that a series of murders occurred in Jiangcheng, and as of now, the perpetrator remains at large. You do not fear encountering dangerous individuals," lamented Mother Xia. "Enough of your grumbling," Father Xia interjected, pausing momentarily before continuing. "I cannot fathom what you think about daily. Even if Yin Luo wishes to marry Xiao Mo, would his parents consent? Yin Luo is the sole heir of the Yin family, a household of immense wealth in Jiangqing. Would they allow him to wed a divorced woman?" "Hey, Xiao Hongjun, what do you mean by that? Are you belittling your own daughter?" Mother Xia retorted. "Furthermore, why did Mo become divorced? Had you been steadfast in your opposition to Jiang Feng and Mo's marriage from the beginning, would she have ended up divorced?" Mother Xia asserted. Xia Mo remained silent, preparing to return to her room. At that moment, the door swung open again. Xiao Liang had returned. The 3 individuals in the room were taken aback. Typically, Xiao Liang only returns on weekends, specifically Friday evenings, but tomorrow is not yet Friday. Liang, why are you back at this hour?" Xiao Mo inquired. "Just some matters to attend to," Xiao Liang replied, pausing to look at Xiao Mo before asking, "Sister, have you been drinking?" There was a company dinner." "And I had a bit," Xiao Mo admitted, her gaze falling upon the 2 packages of tea Xiao Liang held. "Did you buy those?" "Yes. One for you. One for father," Xiao Liang replied. At this point, Mother Xia approached, glancing at the tea. "Xinjiang Maojian, and it's this year's new tea. This must be quite expensive." "Over 2,000 a package," Xiao Liang confirmed. "No, Xiao Liang, where did you get so much money?" Mother Xia questioned. "Actually, I found it on the way," Xiao Liang responded. "Is that true? Otherwise, how would you afford such expensive tea?" Xiao Liang retorted. "Found it, huh? Your sister and your father can make do with regular tea. We should sell this expensive Xinjiang Maojian," Mother Xia suggested. Xiao Liang swiftly took 1 package of tea and replied coolly, "My sister gave it to me. Why should we sell it?" With that, Xia Mo took the tea and returned to her bedroom. Mother Xia continued to murmur, "What is this girl being stubborn about? Why has she never tasted good tea? It's all because Jiang Feng was so inept. If she had chosen Yin Luo, she could have had not just Xinyang Maojian, but even the finest tea from the heavens. However, fate has now granted her another opportunity for choice. I hope she does not remain obstinate." Xia Liang ignored her mother and approached Father Xia, presenting him with the remaining package of tea. "Father, this is for you." Father Xia remained silent. Once Mother Xia retreated to her room, he said, "Was this sent by Jiang Feng?" Xia Liang was taken aback. "How did you know?" Seeing your sister's reaction, it was evident. "When has she ever received such an expensive gift from anyone else?" Father Xia remarked. Xia Liang nodded in agreement. A father knows his daughter well. Father Xia shot Xia Liang a disapproving glance and sighed. Even though these two children are divorced, they are still tangled in their feelings. Your sister claims to be moving forward, yet she remains stagnant. It's just that a broken mirror is difficult to mend. He paused, gazing at Xia Liang, and added, "When you have the chance, encourage your sister. Although I do not support her relationship with Yin Luo, she must look ahead now that she has divorced. If being with Jiang Feng brings more pain than happiness, why should she continue to torment herself?" "I understand," Xia Liang replied calmly. After a moment, she approached Xia Mo's door and knocked. "Sister, I'm coming in." "Come in." The door isn't locked. Xia Mo's voice called from within. Xia Liang pushed the door open. Xia Mo was sitting on the bed reading, the package of tea resting on the bedside table. "Aren't you going to open it and taste it?" Xia Liang asked. "It's better to be cautious with unknown items," Xia Mo replied. "Then I shall discard it," Xia Liang said, reaching for the tea. However, just as her hand reached out, Xia Mo swiftly snatched it away first. "What a waste to throw it away. We could resell it for 2,000, Xia Mo remarked. Xia Liang looked at her sister in silence. Xia Mo felt uneasy under her scrutiny. After a moment, she suddenly asked, "When did he give you the tea?" "Tonight," Xia Liang replied. "So late? Were you with him?" Xia Mo's brow furrowed slightly. "Are you jealous of your own sister? Besides, haven't you divorced him?" Xia Liang replied coolly, "You are still holding on to him." "Ha, what a joke. Who is my ex-husband?" "I have no recollection," Xia Mo responded. "I hope you can maintain that attitude at his wedding," Xia Liang stated. Xia Mo froze. "What do you mean? Jiang Feng is getting married? To whom?" "I don't know. I just heard about it," Xia Liang replied. This girl speaks nonsense with a straight face, making it impossible to discern the truth behind her words. After a pause, Xia Liang added, "Should I help you inquire?" "No need." Xia Mo paused before saying, "I have nothing to do with him anymore. Who he marries is of no concern to me." She glanced at the tea in her hand and tossed it to Xia Liang. "Take the tea. I detest Xinyang Maojian." Xia Liang remained silent as she accepted the tea and departed. However, she did not open the package but simply placed it in the drawer of her own room. Sigh. Troublesome woman, Xia Liang sighed. She knew her sister well, proud and stubborn, unwilling to shatter her carefully constructed facade and confront her true feelings. Whether her sister desired to reconcile with Jiang Feng or to sever all ties, Xia Liang would support her. Yet, as their parents had said, despite her divorce, her sister had not moved forward. She remained trapped in a state of confusion and indecision. In Xia Mo's room, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Is that scoundrel getting married? Who is the bride? Why so suddenly? Is it a shotgun wedding? He has always wanted a child. With this thought, Xia Mo fell silent. She and Jiang Feng had many disagreements, one of which concerned having children. Jiang Feng had always wanted a child, but Xia Mo believed they had just graduated, their careers were unstable, and they hadn't even bought a house yet. Bringing a child into the world would not provide a suitable environment for education. Every time the topic of children arose, they would part ways in discord. Who would bear him a child? Speaking of which, that woman Nin Gongxue seems to have already given birth. Is it her? But after reflecting, Xia Mo felt that it did not seem likely. When Nin Gongxue was pregnant, she and Jiang Feng had confronted each other over this issue. At that moment, Jiang Feng swore to the heavens that he had never shared a bed with Nin Gongxue. Moreover, with her cold and aloof demeanor, it was unlikely she would ever deign to look at him. So, who could it possibly be? She found herself in a quandary. After a brief moment, Xia Mo suddenly recalled Xia Liang and Appo's words, a self-deprecating smile emerging on her lips. Alas, everyone could see through her fade. Despite her divorce, she remained ensnared in her marriage with Jiang Feng. Xia Mo, how foolish you are. While Jiang Feng reveled in his newfound freedom post-divorce, she fell silent, lost in her thoughts. The following day, As Xia Mo rose and opened her door, she coincidentally encountered Xia Liang passing by. "Sister, did you not sleep well?" Xia Liang inquired. "Oh, there were mosquitoes," Xia Mo replied. "I thought you were troubled about who your brother-in-law and Oppo's new partner might be," Xia Liang remarked. Xia Mo's expression darkened at her sister's insinuation. That cunning little girl. She was clearly feigning ignorance. After a hasty breakfast, Xia Mo left her home. Upon arriving at the Gemini office tower, she realized that Jiang Feng's company was also located there. Ronghai Trading, where she worked, had previously collaborated with Dawn on a market research project for a certain brand of down jackets in Jiangxing, which Xia Mo had personally overseen. However, that partnership had not yielded favorable results. The market research report provided by Dawn had diverged significantly from reality, leading to considerable losses for Ronghai. Consequently, they had never collaborated again, even being blacklisted by the company. That fellow had never truly engaged in business, although he had managed many as a counselor. Overseeing students and managing a company were entirely different matters. Why should I concern myself with his financial woes? His losses are of no consequence to me. Yet, as she stepped into the elevator, her gaze lingered on the button for the 6th floor. Ronghai's office was on the 9th floor, while Dawn's was on the 6th. During the peak hours of the morning, employees were continually entering the building. At that moment, 2 women clad in standard office attire entered the elevator. As soon as they stepped in, one of the women began excitedly recounting to the other. "You should have seen Su Chang's face yesterday when our new boss called him out. He nearly turned purple. Our new boss is quite impressive, isn't he?" The other replied. "Indeed. Previously, we dug into his background and discovered he was merely a counselor from Jiangxing University, recently divorced and in debt to loan sharks. He acquired our company through a middleman, reportedly paying in installments, a true life loser. Many of us are preparing to jump ship, fearing this company won't last a month under his leadership. In fact, the company had only one remaining contract. The deal that Su Chang had struggled with for months was resolved by the new boss in mere hours." "Wow, is our new boss really that capable?" One colleague marveled. "How did he end up bankrupt and in debt, with a runaway wife?" The other inquired curiously. "I have no idea. Perhaps his wife swindled him," was the reply. Xia Mo listened in silence, her face darkening. Upon returning to her office, she sat in her chair, staring blankly at her computer screen, her thoughts clearly elsewhere. That man seemed to be doing quite well. Many divorced couples secretly wished for their ex-partners to suffer, a facet of human nature. Yet, Xia Mo felt no such bitterness. She was genuinely pleased to hear that Jiang Feng had stabilized the company. She hoped he would earn enough to repay the high-interest loans for his mother's medical treatment. Lost in thought, a knock on the door interrupted her reverie. Xia Mo composed herself and said, "Please come in." Her assistant, Enku, entered the office. "President Xia, in a week, Ronghai's second-hand car dealership will open. They've been acquiring second-hand cars from various locations to stock the garage. Would you like to visit today? I'm concerned they might cause chaos, which could reflect poorly on you," Enku advised. Ronghai is a large trading conglomerate headquartered in the capital, encompassing numerous business projects. The Jiangxing branch, initially focused on clothing, had been misguidedly expanded into the second-hand car market by the previous manager. Xia Mo had opposed this venture, believing the leap from clothing to cars was too vast. However, her objections had gone unheard, and now, as the new manager of the Jiangxing branch, she found herself overseeing the imminent launch of this project. Given the substantial investment already made, it was impractical to halt operations now. However, Xia Mo hesitated. "I don't really understand the second-hand car market or its complexities." "Then we should find an expert," Enku suggested. "Where can we find one?" After a moment of thought, Enku added, "I recall there is an investigative firm in our building. I wonder if they have any knowledge of the second-hand car industry." "Are you referring to Dawn?" Xia Mo asked. "Yes, that's the one." Enku paused before continuing, "But I heard from colleagues that Dawn's business capabilities are rather lacking. Our company suffered significant losses from our previous collaboration. Having joined the company relatively recently, Enku had learned about the issues through others. However, Xia Mo interjected, "I've heard they recently acquired a new boss who seems quite competent. You could investigate discreetly. Just remember, do not use the company and Oppo's name. Our company has lost trust in Dawn after our past experiences." "What name should I use?" Enku inquired. "Use your own name. Of course, I will cover any fees." "You're going to pay out of your pocket for the company?" Enku asked incredulously. "It's fine," Xia Mo replied. Enku looked touched. "President Xia, you are truly wonderful to the company." Xia Mo offered a faint smile, but remained silent. She had her own motives. She wished to connect with Dawn's personnel to discover who Jiang Feng was now involved with. No wonder Nangang Shui had astutely critiqued Xiao Mo, though beautiful. She was also headstrong and prone to fixation. However, Enku was oblivious to Xiao Mo and Amp, Oppo's connection with Dawn and Amp, Oppo's new boss. She simply viewed Xiao Mo as exceptionally generous. Understood. I will go investigate Dawn now. With that, Enku departed, heading to the 6th floor to Dawn's office. However, after inquiring around, it seemed that the employees at Dawn were also not well versed in the second-hand car industry. Enku left feeling somewhat disheartened. Just as she was exiting Dawn's office, she nearly collided with someone, Jiang Feng. I'm so sorry, Enku exclaimed repeatedly. It's all right, Jiang Feng replied, observing Enku. She had only recently joined Ronghai and did not recognize him, having missed the scene when he had previously caused a stir at the company. However, Jiang Feng was acquainted with Enku. He recognized her as Xiaomo's assistant. Do you need something? Jiang Feng inquired again. Oh, I represent Ronghai Commerce. Our company and Oppo's used car trading branch is about to open, and President Xiao wishes to take a look. However, we lack expertise in second-hand cars, so we were hoping to find a professional to accompany us. I just asked, but it seems the staff from the investigation company also lacks knowledge in used cars. Enku replied. Jiang Feng's gaze flickered as he remained silent. At that moment, Enku prepared to leave. I understand second-hand cars, Jiang Feng stated. Really? Enku asked skeptically. You aren't trying to deceive me, are you? Jiang Feng chuckled softly. I am the owner of this investigation company. Seriously? Just then, an employee from Dawn emerged. Boss, good morning, the employee greeted Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Enku blinked. You really are the new boss of Dawn. Absolutely. Jiang Feng affirmed. Shall we sign the contract? Are we signing the contract already? Shuden and Oppos, we assess first? Jiang Feng asked. No need. We are in a hurry. Besides. Enku paused and continued. Our manager mentioned that Dawn has a new owner who is quite capable. Since President Xia has said so, you must be impressive. Since you trust me, let us proceed with the contract, Jiang Feng replied. A moment later, Enku looked at the contract Jiang Feng had handed over and hesitantly said, Boss Jiang, ISN and Oppos, this commission a bit steep? 1,000 per hour? Not at all. You can inquire. My rates are quite reasonable, Jiang Feng assured. However, this is a private commission from our manager, and we cannot get the company to reimburse it. If we hire you for a day, even at 5 hours, it would amount to 5,000. Our manager ISNT wealthy. 5,000 is too much. Can you reduce it? Enku pleaded. Perhaps you could consult your manager first? Jiang Feng suggested. All right. Enku then dialed Xia Mo's number to explain the situation. That scoundrel! Xia Mo exclaimed, visibly displeased. To be fair, Jiang Feng's quote ISNT exorbitant. But he knows I sent Enku, and he still charges. All right, Jiang Feng. Charging for your services, huh? Fine, you've got guts. Xia Mo sighed, then declared, I will personally sign the contract. Shortly after, Xia Mo arrived at the general manager's office of Dawn. President Xia, you're here. Enku said hurriedly. Please step out. I need to have a word with President Jiang, Xia Mo instructed. Understood. Enku exited promptly. Once alone with Jiang Feng, Xia Mo smiled thinly. Oh dear, my ex-husband is quite impressive now. Praise me. And you expect to be paid? Who has praised you? Xia Mo was fuming but restrained herself. Jiang Feng, we were together for 7 years. How many times did we share a bed? Where's the payment? Xia Mo pressed. The times we shared a bed balance out, don't you think? Jiang Feng replied with a smirk. Jiang Feng, you have some nerve. Xia Mo retorted through gritted teeth. Jiang Feng chuckled. So, will you sign the contract? I won't. Others may not know you, but I do. You don't even own a car. What do you know about second-hand vehicles? Xia Mo shot back. That statement is rather biased. On our first encounter, I had no experience either, yet we managed just fine. Didn't we? Xia Mo fell silent, then suddenly leaned against Jiang Feng's shoulder and playfully bit him. Ouch! Jiang Feng winced in pain. Are you a little dog? You shameless and scrupulous man. Xia Mo glared at him, though a hint of blush crept to her cheeks, revealing her embarrassment. After a brief moment, Xia Mo took a deep breath, picked up a pen, and signed the contract Jiang Feng had prepared. Jiang Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xia Mo would actually sign. Even if she had chosen not to, he would still assist her. All right, I've signed the contract. Let us go, Xia Mo stated calmly. She believed that after 7 years together, she understood Jiang Feng well. However, following their divorce, she gradually realized how little she truly knew about him. It was as if she had never comprehended his audacity and capability in running a business. In her eyes, Jiang Feng had always been a man content with mediocrity, one of many who sought stability and shied away from high-risk ventures. Even when opportunities arose, he failed to seize them. Such individuals were not necessarily in the wrong. They often settled into the realm of the ordinary, perhaps even the mediocre. Xiaomo's expectation of Jiang Feng was not to be just another average man, which contributed to her growing disappointment in him. But she never imagined that Jiang Feng had actually established a company, and it was thriving. Within a single day of acquisition, he had stabilized a nearly failing enterprise. This alone was a remarkable feat now. He claimed to possess a deep understanding of the second-hand car market, a territory she had not previously associated with him. Yesterday and Oppo's successful arrangement with Dawn might have been mere coincidence. I truly do not believe he understands the second-hand car market. Just wait until he embarrasses himself. Then I shall revel in mocking him. Xiaomo continued to dwell on Jiang Feng's decision to charge her. Approximately an hour later, Jiang Feng, Xiaomo, and Nku arrived at the eastern outskirts of Jiang City. This location housed the largest second-hand car market in the city, featuring dozens of dealerships. Among them, 5 or 6 were of considerable scale, including the soon-to-open Ronghai Commerce used car dealership. However, Ronghai Commerce was still in preparation, with its official opening a week away. Currently, they were engaged in acquiring second-hand vehicles. Upon entering the Ronghai Commerce used car dealership, Jiang Feng, Xiaomo, and Nku found numerous vehicles queued for evaluation and acquisition. The arrival of Xiaomo surprised Tang Yan, the dealership manager. "President Xia, what brings you here?" Tang Yan asked. "I came to take a look. Today marks the first day of officially acquiring second-hand vehicles, correct?" Xiaomo inquired. "Indeed. As you can see, many good cars have come in today," Tang Yan remarked, casting a glance at Jiang Feng. He paused before asking, "And this gentleman is?" "He is my friend, accompanying me for a visit," Xiaomo replied. Tang Yan did not press further. At that moment, another man approached. "Manager Tang, why did you wander off mid-conversation?" "Oh, our leader has arrived. I needed to come greet them," Tang Yan answered. "Greetings, boss." The man then turned to Jiang Feng. Xiaomo remained silent. Tang Yan quickly pointed at Xiaomo, saying, "This is our leader." The man regarded Xiaomo with an odd expression. Suddenly, Jiang Feng heard the man's inner thoughts. TSK, she is so young to be the manager of Ronghai's Jiang City branch. She must have climbed the ranks using her looks. Yet, she is indeed quite beautiful. Jiang Feng felt a chill run through him. The man, oblivious to Jiang Feng's reaction, continued speaking to Tang Yan. "Manager Tang, I've already clarified the situation regarding my vehicle. There was a mortgage loan, but it has been resolved. And I have retrieved the vehicle registration from the bank." Tang Yan nodded. "There seems to be no issue. Therefore, 25,000. Does that work for you?" 25,000 is too little. I bought this car just a year ago, and it's in excellent condition. It should fetch at least 30,000, the man countered. 28,000 at most, Tang Yan replied. "Fine," the man conceded reluctantly. "Let us proceed with the paperwork." "Wait a moment," Jiang Feng suddenly interjected. "What's the matter, brother?" The man asked nonchalantly. "The vehicle you possess appears to have issues." Jiang Feng has just overheard the man's inner thoughts. "I refuse to be the fool in this situation. Let a large company like Ronghai take the fall instead. It is evident that the car has problems, yet the specifics have not been disclosed in the man and Oppo's thoughts." However, Jiang Feng has become increasingly adept at guiding the psychological responses of others. Indeed, upon Jiang Feng speaking, the man exhibited clear signs of fluster. At this moment, he was even more susceptible to Jiang Feng's eavesdropping on his thoughts. Could it be? How does this man know there is a dual loan issue with the vehicle? The man, steeling himself, responded, "Brother, you mustn't make baseless claims. This car has been inspected by Ronghai's technicians. There are no issues." "No issues with a dual loan?" Jiang Feng pressed, his tone sharpening. The man's complexion changed dramatically. "What is a dual loan?" Nku inquired curiously. "It refers to certain vehicles having 2 loans. One is a car purchase loan, and the other is a credit loan. There was a case in the news where a newly opened used car dealership acquired a vehicle from another intermediary. Although the bank's mortgage had been released, and the transfer could proceed normally, the owner's app account could not be changed due to unsettled credit loans with the manufacturer. In today's market, electric vehicles heavily rely on app accounts, and without the ability to change the app account, customers will not make a purchase. The vehicle in the news ultimately became Oppo's dead stock and oppos, leading to significant losses for the dealership. Is there no legal recourse? Xiaomo asked. It was futile. The case in the news was taken to court, but the ruling stated that as long as the vehicle can be transferred at the vehicle management office, it is considered a legal transaction. Acquiring such a vehicle means accepting the loss, Jiang Feng remarked, observing the man. You must also be in the used car intermediary business, right? You inadvertently acquired a problematic dual loan vehicle, unable to sell it directly to a new client, and now you wish to shift this burden onto us at Ronghai. Where is your integrity? The man turned crimson at Jiang Feng's words. Fine, if you don't want to buy it, I'll sell it at a loss. With that, he drove away in his car. Although the man never directly admitted to his vehicle and oppos' issues, his demeanor confirmed Jiang Feng and oppos' assertions. Wow, Mr. Jiang, you are remarkable, Ku exclaimed, her admiration palpable. As a recent graduate, she was easily impressed. Xiaomo smirked slightly. After a moment, she regained her composure and focused her gaze on Jiang Feng, surprised to discover his understanding of the used car market. In truth, Jiang Feng wasn't oppos' entirely knowledgeable. He had merely overheard the term and oppos', dual loan and oppos', through his mind-reading ability and discreetly researched it on his phone. Coincidentally, he found information about a legal case involving dual loans online, which he adeptly employed. Nevertheless, the outcome was impressive. The admiration in Nku's eyes, especially Xiaomo's astonishment, filled Jiang Feng with a sense of accomplishment. Men possess a psychological need for the admiration of the women they favor, as it fosters a profound sense of achievement. Subsequently, Jiang Feng contemplated something, his lips twitching slightly. Despite being surrounded by beautiful women, the one he cherished most remained Xiaomo. After all, they had only recently divorced, and even considering their previous separation, it was insufficient to erase the bond forged over 7 years. He also recalled how Xiaomu had been fervently attempting to matchmake Xiaomo with Yan Luo, which stirred a wave of agitation within him. Gradually, his emotions began to settle. They were divorced now. What did it matter who his ex-wife chose to be with? At that moment, Tang Yin anxiously approached Xiaomo and said, Manager Xiao, I apologize. It was my negligence that nearly caused significant losses for the company. You realize this? If it weren't for my friend being here today, this single vehicle would have cost the company over 200,000. Xiaomo paused and added, conduct a thorough investigation into similar transaction pitfalls. Yes, Tang Yin replied, hastily departing. Nku, go buy some drinks, Xiaomo instructed Nku, who complied and left. This left only Jiang Feng and Xiaomo together. How did you discern that the vehicle had a dual loan issue? Xiaomo inquired. While the vehicle's condition may be assessed through experience, how did you ascertain the loan issue? I possess a mind-reading ability, Jiang Feng replied with a smile. Xiaomo shot him an incredulous look. Can we not play around? Jiang Feng chuckled. It's not difficult to deduce. The man exuded an eagerness to sell the car, which raised suspicion. If the vehicle has passed rigorous inspection, then any issue must lie within the loans. All I needed to do was probe a little, and he revealed his own hand. While there was an element of guesswork involved, sharp observational skills were necessary to execute such ruse. Manager Xia, do you not feel that the commission you are paying is exceptionally worthwhile? Jiang Feng asked with a grin. Initially, I thought it was worth it. But seeing your smug demeanor has made me reconsider, Xiaomo replied. Hey, Xiaomo, do you know what makes you particularly irksome? What? Being insincere, obsessed with appearances, and being stubborn, Jiang Feng stated. Xiaomo and oppos' expression darkened further. As if you have any right to speak about appearances or sincerity. She paused, then asked, when you saw Yan Luo calling me that day, what was your reaction? I felt quite dejected. I was jealous, Jiang Feng admitted. Xiaomo was taken aback. Jiang Feng was not adhering to the expected script. She had anticipated him to dismiss it, saying, who cares? It doesn't concern me. Xiaomo fell silent. But upon Jiang Feng and oppos' candid admission of jealousy, her mood shifted from gloom to brightness. Momentarily, a trace of self-deprecation appeared on Xiaomo and oppos' lips. Even post-divorce, her emotions still revolved around Jiang Feng. Xiaomo, this isn't right, she thought. After a brief pause, Xiaomo suddenly lifted her head to regard Jiang Feng and calmly asked, who is that sister Weiwei you mentioned? Jiang Feng wiped his cold sweat. This woman was relentless. Even after their divorce, she still fixated on this matter. Must I not disclose it? Xiaomo pressed. I truly cannot, Jiang Feng insisted. Had Xin Yue not been a celebrity, and had he been of legal age during their relationship, these matters would not remain shrouded in secrecy. However, upon parting from Shen Yue, he had vowed to keep their relationship hidden forever, a promise he still honored. Yet, the commitments he made to Xiao had remained unfulfilled even until their divorce. Seeing Jiang Feng and Apos' reluctance to divulge further details, Xiao nodded. I asked too much. After glancing at the time, she said, it has been an hour since we signed the contract. Let us settle the payment. Manager Xiao, are you certain? Today marks Ronghai used car dealership's first large-scale acquisition of used cars, and your presence here could significantly affect your professional reputation should we acquire too many problematic vehicles. Jiang Feng cautioned. Xiao appeared somewhat perturbed. Jiang Feng and Apos' assertion was indeed valid. Then let Apos' wait before settling the payment. She ultimately conceded. Perhaps deep down, she too did not want Jiang Feng to leave, recognizing that opportunities to intertwine their work with personal interactions were rare. In the wake of their divorce, chances for them to be together had dwindled. Subsequently, Jiang Feng accompanied Xiao at the Ronghai used car dealership until 4:00 and Apos' o'clock in the afternoon. Today's acquisition of second-hand vehicles has nearly come to an end. With Jiang Feng's assistance, Ronghai second-hand car dealership has continuously uncovered several problematic vehicles, thereby salvaging losses exceeding $1 million for the company. Moreover, thanks to Jiang Feng and Apos' help, Ronghai second-hand car dealership has made a name for itself today, instilling a sense of caution among unscrupulous clients who would otherwise attempt to sell their faulty vehicles to them. At this moment, Jiang Feng glanced at the time and remarked, Xiao, I must take my leave. It's Friday, and I have a class meeting to attend. You may continue with your tasks. Suddenly, Xiao recalled something. Let me settle the accounts with you first. Jiang Feng chuckled and produced the entrusted contract he had signed with Xiao, saying, You mean this? With that, he tore the contract in front of her and added, Did you truly believe I would charge you? After 7 years together. Do you really know me so little? Xiao and Apos' lips twitched, yet she remained silent. All right, I and Apos' off, Jiang Feng declared, preparing to leave. Xiao said. At this juncture, Xiao interjected. Jiang Feng halted, turning to her. What did Xiao say? She said you were getting married, Xiao responded. Jiang Feng erupted into a silent laugh. What are you laughing at? You actually believe it? Xiao paused, taken aback. You mean, Xiao is deceiving me? Jiang Feng approached her, ruffling Xiao and Apos' hair, and teasingly said, You, the elder sister, are being outsmarted by your younger sister daily. Where and Apos' your shrewdness as a career woman? While doing so, Jiang Feng suddenly recalled their divorce, realizing such intimate gestures were inappropriate. He sheepishly withdrew his hand. I must be going, farewell. With that, he turned and walked away. Xiao and Apos' lips quivered, but ultimately, she said nothing. On the other side, Jiang Feng remained silent on his way back to school. At that moment, the taxi's radio echoed with a deep, magnetic male voice. Now, let us enter today's classic nostalgia segment. The first classic song we recommend is Love You in My Heart. This song was originally performed by the singer Zhang Ling in the 1950s and 60s in Hong Kong. Adapted from the English song More Than I Can Say. Let us now enjoy this classic melody. Following a brief silence, the familiar tune began to play. Oh, love you in my heart is hard to express. I do not know what to say. A bittersweet smile crept onto Jiang Feng's face. This song, in its poignant simplicity, resonated perfectly with his current sentiment. Jiang Feng sensed that Xiao still harbored feelings for him. Yet, just as he found it difficult to voice his emotions, Xiao too struggled to articulate thoughts of reconciliation. Their divorce was not a mere impulsive decision born from a quarrel, but rather the culmination of countless domestic conflicts. Before their divorce, they had been living apart for 6 long months, and ultimately, they chose to part ways. Marriage is never merely about love. In quiet contemplation, the taxi arrived at the entrance of Jiangfeng University. Jiang Feng composed himself, settled the fare, and alighted. At Jiangfeng University, class meetings are typically held once a month, attended by both the homeroom teacher and the counselor. Jiang Feng managed 4 classes, rotating the responsibility for these meetings, meaning he attended one almost every week. This week's meeting was for the junior psychology class, led by Nangong Shui. Among the 4 classes he taught, this one was the most troublesome for him. It seemed that psychology students generally regarded others as naive, exhibiting a pervasive sense of confidence that bordered on arrogance. Of course, Not all psychology students were like this. For instance, Guazihan, who previously worked part-time at the Jiangfeng sperm bank, had a more easygoing demeanor. Upon exiting the taxi, Jiang Feng hurried towards the classroom. Nangong Shui had just given birth and was likely still in the hospital. He needed to preside over the class meeting. However, to his surprise, he spotted Nangong Shui approaching the teaching building. Ms. Nangong, aren't and Oppos, you supposed to be in confinement? Jiang Feng inquired. I and Oppos, VE already been discharged, she replied, pausing before adding. I have been exercising since childhood. My body is not so frail. And the baby? The nanny is taking care of him. Are you planning to wean him? Jiang Feng asked casually. Yes. Although the hospital recommends breastfeeding, I have to return to work and simply do not have the time, Nangong Shui replied. When can I come to see the baby? I have prepared a gift, but haven't had the chance to deliver it, Jiang Feng said. No need. It's not for you. It's for the child, he added. Very well. She paused before continuing. Tomorrow, Teacher Su and the others plan to visit my home. You should come along. Tomorrow? I might have something on, Jiang Feng said, knowing he was likely to accompany Yang Tao and Yang Lele to the amusement park. After the class meeting, I can take you to my house, Nangong Shui suggested. Is that convenient? Jiang Feng replied hesitantly. What is inconvenient about it? Do you have ulterior motives? Before he could respond, she added, if that is your intention, I advise you to remain calm. Even though I've just given birth, you might not be my match. Nangong Shui possessed this confidence. It is widely known that she embodies the grace and resilience of a plum blossom in winter, but few are aware of her formidable strength. Likely on par with Xiaoliang, Xiaoliang was also a force to be reckoned with. However, Jiang Feng was no slouch either, should a confrontation arise. He might not necessarily be outmatched by Nangong Shui. Nevertheless, engaging in physical conflict with a woman was not Jiang Feng and Oppos' style. Absolutely not, he stated. Shall we go? Nangong Shui prompted. They then walked side by side toward the teaching building. Although she was aware that Su Qianyu had exited the group chat, she refrained from inquiring further, showing little interest in the gossip among colleagues. As they approached the classroom door, a girl rushed out, her eyes red with tears. Jiang Feng was taken aback. It was Guazihan. In his memory, Guazihan had always been a cheerful and optimistic person, and it was rare to see her in such distress. What happened? Jiang Feng asked, gathering his composure. It and Amp, Oppos, nothing, Guazihan replied. Just then, another girl dashed out from the classroom, saying, Songrin just posted a psychological test in the group, asking everyone to analyze Guazihan's psychology regarding her part-time job at the sperm bank. Guazihan agreed, but some boys went too far, pretending to analyze her psychology while actually launching personal attacks against her. The girl glanced at Nangong Shui before continuing. They hinted at mocking Ms. Nangong. What did they say? Nangong Shui inquired. They suggested that Ms. Nangong and Oppos' child was conceived with sperm from the bank, possibly even selected by Guazihan, and insinuated that Guazihan and I are in a same-sex relationship? Nangong Shui asked. The girl nodded. Nangong Shui took a deep breath and pulled Guazihan back into the classroom. As Nangong Shui entered, the previously rowdy students fell silent instantly. The pressure she exerted was not to be underestimated. Her innate authority was genuinely formidable. Jiang Feng followed her into the classroom, but remained at the door, silent. Standing at the podium, Nangong Shui scanned the room and calmly stated, I heard some of you are curious about who the father of my child is. The students were too intimidated to respond. Those who had broached the topic earlier avoided her gaze, feeling guilty. It and Oppos, all right. Rather than let you all guess, I might as well tell you directly. Nangong Shui paused for a moment, then continued, I am unaware of the child's paternity, as I underwent artificial insemination utilizing sperm procured from a sperm bank. Jiang Feng, who was standing at the entrance, blinked, taken aback by this revelation. He mused over this information, his expression subtly shifting. The classroom fell into a hushed silence. Why the sudden reticence? Were you not engaged in a lively discussion moments ago? I have also heard rumors that Jihan has been falsely portrayed as my paramour. How amusing. While I harbor no interest in men, when have I ever expressed interest in women? My sole fascination lies with cadavers. In truth, during my university years, I sought to enroll in our medical school's course on anatomy, but it was restricted to medical students. Nonetheless, I frequented the lectures and even managed to gain access to the medical school's morgue through networking. I have even personally dissected corpses, including that of a deceased university student, roughly the same age as yourselves. Jiang Feng, who was standing at the entrance, felt goosebumps erupt on his skin, let alone the students present. They were all too terrified to even lift their heads. Jiang Feng cast a glance at Nangong Shui, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. This woman was truly formidable, and it seemed that only she could keep these unruly psychology students in check. At that moment, Nangong Shui turned her gaze towards Jiang Feng and said, "Teacher Jiang, perhaps you would like to say a few words as well." Jiang Feng composed himself and stepped onto the podium. The students, who had been suppressed by Nangong Shui's aura, breathed a collective sigh of relief upon seeing Jiang Feng take the stage. While Nangong Shui held sway over them, Jiang Feng, as their counselor, did not. In the past, they had frequently played pranks on Jiang Feng. However, with Nangong Shui present, they dared not be too audacious. Jiang Feng placed his hands on the podium and addressed the students in a calm voice. The university established the psychology program to enable you to better alleviate psychological ailments and foster a harmonious society, not to allow you to wantonly attack your fellow students and teachers. Many of the students secretly curled their lips at Jiang Feng and App's words. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Feng and App's mind. Ugh, the same old platitudes. I and App's am sick of hearing them. If Nangong Shui weren't and App's here, I'd give him a piece of my mind. The voice belonged to a man named Song Ren, the instigator of the evening's events, who had presented the psychological analysis question that had sparked the conflict. Song Ren, Jiang Feng suddenly said. Yes? Song Ren stood up. I understand you initiated tonight's debacle? Jiang Feng inquired. I merely posed a question to everyone. We often devise psychological analysis questions based on the people and events around us. It is part of our academic curriculum. Furthermore, Gua Zhihan consented to it. She was simply unable to handle it in the end, Song Ren retorted. Gua Zhihan's eyes instantly welled up with tears once more. Would Gua Zhihan have been unable to handle it if you had engaged in a proper discussion? You deviated from the topic and began slandering teacher Nangong and Gua Zhihan. And you have the audacity to claim you are justified? Jiang Feng's voice grew stern. The crowd was taken aback. Even Nangong Shui, who was standing at the entrance, was somewhat surprised. She was familiar with Jiang Feng's personality. Usually, he was always suppressed by these psychology students. They had often managed to break him down directly. These psychology students were particularly adept at it. Therefore, Jiang Feng tended to be rather timid when facing his own students. At times, even when she was there to support him, he did not seem to have much confidence, fearing that his thoughts would be exposed by the students, which would be humiliating. As a result, he would be obsequious and ridiculed by the students. What has gotten into him today? Nangong Shui wondered inwardly, but she remained silent. At that moment, Jiang Feng fixed his gaze on Song Ren and continued, Song Ren, do you believe you are adept at psychological analysis? I believe I am quite proficient, at least more so than teacher Jiang, Song Ren replied. A ripple of snickers spread through the classroom. Jiang Feng chuckled as well. If you put it that way, then I, as your teacher, cannot accept that. Jiang Feng paused, then looked at Song Ren and said, Song Ren, let us engage in a psychological testing game. The crowd stared at Jiang Feng in disbelief. Has this guy lost his mind? What gives him the confidence to play psychology games with Song Ren? Song Ren's psychology grades are the highest in the entire school. Nangong Shui also raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise flashing across her cool eyes. This was an unexpected turn of events. However, it is rather intriguing. Jiang Feng looked at Song Ren with a smile and asked, What is the matter? Are you afraid? He had initially thought that Song Ren would be difficult to deal with. After all, psychology students generally possessed strong mental fortitude, making it challenging to eavesdrop on their thoughts. However, just now, without deliberately attempting to eavesdrop, Song Ren's thoughts had resonated in his mind. This suggested that Song Ren was merely a paper tiger, strong on the outside and skilled at managing his expressions, but inwardly easily broken. Who is afraid? Song Ren paused, then asked, How shall we play? It is quite simple. We shall each write down what we are currently thinking, and then have the other person guess. We shall see who guesses correctly. It is a rudimentary psychological testing game. What do you say? Jiang Feng paused, then added, If I win, you must apologize to Gua Zhihan and teacher Nangong in front of the entire class. And if you lose? Song Ren countered. If I lose, I shall resign from my position as counselor, Jiang Feng replied calmly. Upon hearing this, a wave of commotion erupted in the classroom. Many who were eager to see Jiang Feng make a fool of himself felt that Jiang Feng's wager was too high. Nangong Shui frowned slightly and was about to speak when Jiang Feng looked at Song Ren and asked, What is the matter? Are you afraid? I am merely concerned that someone will write something nonsensical. If you write something irrelevant, how am I supposed to guess? In your eyes, would I, as a teacher, do something so unseemly? Or perhaps we could do this. I have a friend who is a police officer. I could see if I could borrow a lie detector. Jiang Feng suggested. That will not be necessary. I can discern whether someone is lying or not. Song Rin replied with a smile. Then it is settled, Jiang Feng said. Pausing before adding, let us begin. In the end, Nangong Shui remained silent. The Jiang Feng standing on the podium tonight was somewhat unfamiliar. However, she did not dislike this change. Previously, she had not been particularly fond of Jiang Feng as a partner, precisely because she found him overly weak. However, for him to actually engage in a psychological testing game with Song Ren was perhaps a bit presumptuous. While Song Ren and Appo's personality was not particularly agreeable, he was quite skilled in psychology. Jiang Feng was likely to suffer a crushing defeat. Subsequently, Jiang Feng and Song Ren each wrote down what they were thinking on a piece of paper. The two pieces of paper were folded and placed on the podium. Then, the game commenced. According to the rules, the person guessing could ask up to 5 questions, and the person whose answer was closest to the truth would be the victor. Who shall guess first? Jiang Feng asked. I shall go first, Song Ren replied, pausing before looking at Jiang Feng and asking. Is what you wrote related to the people in the class, including yourself and teacher Nangong? Yes, Jiang Feng replied. Does it relate to you? Song Ren pressed. Yes. Jiang Feng replied. Does it relate to the punishment? Song Ren continued. Yes, Jiang Feng replied. Song Ren had correctly guessed 3 times in a row, eliciting a stir among the class. As expected of the top student in the program, it feels like our counselor is completely under his control. I thought he had some trump card, given his imposing demeanor earlier. Our counselor is a bit of a joke. Song Ren could not help but allow a smug smile to creep across his face. Teacher Jiang, to be honest, playing this kind of psychological testing game with you is a bit unfair, as you are too easy to guess. Enough with the idle chatter. You have 2 more opportunities to ask questions, Jiang Feng interjected. There is no need, Song Ren said, pausing before adding. I can tell you what you wrote right now. What have I written? Jiang Feng inquired calmly. You wrote that if you lose, you will honor your commitment and resign. This is the final lesson we receive as educators. Song Ren replied with a pause before smiling. Jiang Feng grinned widely. No, what I actually wrote was that I am certain to win. And then I will employ all means necessary to ensure you fulfill the wager and publicly apologize to Gua Jihan and teacher Nangong, even if it means exchanging my future as a counselor for your promising career as a psychology major. Impossible. I know you. Even if you think that way, you wouldn't write it down, Song Ren remarked, labeling Jiang Feng as hypocritical. Teacher Nangong, please show Song Ren my note. Nangong Shui then picked up Jiang Feng's paper, glanced at it, and stated, Indeed, what teacher Jiang wrote is exactly what he just said. Impossible, Song Ren exclaimed, snatching the note away. The paper indeed contained Jiang Feng's earlier words. You cheated. You didn't express your true thoughts. Song Ren was flustered and indignant. You're the top of the psychology program. Take your loss gracefully and stop embarrassing yourself, Nangong Shui interjected. I haven't and Oppos, T lost yet. At least I and Oppos, V narrowed down the possibilities, Song Ren countered, pausing before adding, Teacher Jiang, it's your turn to guess what I wrote. Remember, you have only 5 questions. Jiang Feng smiled, no need. You wrote that if I lose, I can forego resignation. But I must perform a complete set of calisthenics in public, am I right? Song Ren was momentarily stunned. How did you guess that? And with such precision. His years of studying psychology left him momentarily speechless. Observing Song Ren and Appo's reaction, Nangong Shui also showed a flicker of surprise. She then unfolded Song Ren and Appo's note, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. Exactly the same. The classmates could not contain their excitement. Teacher Nangong, did Teacher Jiang guess correctly? Absolutely correct, Nangong Shui affirmed. A chorus of awe erupted from the class. Their gazes towards Jiang Feng transformed entirely. At this moment, Song Ren regained his composure. How did you deduce that? He asked again. Quite simply, my understanding of you far surpasses your understanding of me, Jiang Feng replied, unwilling to confess any mind-reading abilities. So, this has nothing to do with psychological testing? Song Ren inquired. But it pertains to the wager, Jiang Feng replied coolly. Song Ren, a man who can accept defeat gracefully may appear more attractive in the eyes of certain women. The last statement seemed to carry a deeper meaning. Song Ren stared at Jiang Feng in disbelief, recognizing the implications of his words. A chill ran down his spine. This man understood his thoughts. I underestimated him. This fellow is a master of feigned simplicity. After a brief pause, Songren took a deep breath and said, I've got it. He approached Guijihan and stated, I and Oppos, am sorry. She remained silent. Suddenly, Songren slapped himself across the face, startling everyone around. Guijihan quickly responded, I understand. Being classmates. She didn't want to escalate the situation. Next, Songren faced Nangong Shui, bowing his head, Teacher Nangong, I apologize. It won't happen again. It's noted, Nangong Shui replied blandly. He then turned to Jiang Feng, saying, Teacher Jiang, I got a bit carried away. Today, you taught me a profound lesson, from which I have greatly benefited. This was not mere flattery, it was genuinely how he felt. Jiang Feng patted Songren on the shoulder, smiling, your professional competence is beyond question. But you tend to be overly obstinate. While no one may exploit this trait within the school, the outside world is fraught with unexpected dangers. Nangong Shui added, what Teacher Jiang says is true. Society is far more malevolent than you might imagine. Yet, despite these perils, both Jiang and I hope you can maintain an optimistic spirit. She paused before continuing, today and Oppos' class meeting will focus on discussing the role of psychology in society. At 9:00 and Oppos' clock that evening, Jiang Feng and Nangong Shui finally departed the school. Typically, these monthly class meetings concluded within an hour, but today, the psychology class meeting extended for over 2 hours. In an unusually passionate atmosphere, students eagerly shared their thoughts on the societal impact of psychology. Jiang Feng, you've truly impressed me today, Nangong Shui remarked. Thank you for the compliment, Jiang Feng replied with a smile. How did you know what was written on Songren's note? She asked. I possess a sort of insight. Jiang Feng joked. Nangong Shui shot him a knowing glance, but chose not to press further. Are you coming to my house to see the baby? If not, I and Oppos' LL drive you home directly. Jiang Feng contemplated and replied, perhaps not. It and Oppos' too late. And if we and Oppos' re-seen together, rumors about us will surely spread. Do you think we lack rumors already? Nangong Shui countered. After a moment, she added, even if I hadn't heard it firsthand. I know people are saying behind my back that you are the father of my child. Jiang Feng remained silent. He could have confidently denied such a claim, as he and Nangong Shui had never been intimate. However, upon learning that she had used sperm from a sperm bank for artificial insemination, his certainty wavered. Rumors circulated that Jiang Feng was in debt and would do anything for money. While not entirely accurate, he would never engage in illegal activities. He had indeed done some foolish things for money, such as donating sperm, which paid well. The higher one and Oppos' education and better one and Oppos' appearance, the more one could earn. Reflecting on the timeline, that was 7 years ago when he was a freshman and had not yet begun dating Xiaomo. After his mother's passing, Jiang Feng struggled to manage his tuition and living expenses independently. One day, he came across a flyer for a sperm donation program. Although it was presented as charitable, there was compensation involved. Thus, Jiang Feng was tempted. At that time, he received 3,000 yuan. Recently, he heard that the price had risen to over 6,000, prompting his astonishment at how much the compensation had increased. Of course, he had no way of knowing if Nangong Shui used his sperm, nor did she know whose sperm she had used. Strict regulations governed this aspect, and given Nangong Shui and Oppos' character, she would likely not seek out the identity of the child and Oppos' father. She seemed to be the person least interested in any connection with the father. She simply desired a child. At this moment, Nangong Shui paused and said, I should still take you to my home. I have something to give you. Okay. Jiang Feng nodded. He then got into Nangong Shui's car, a luxurious Land Rover SUV worth around 2 million, even pricier than Lu Jian's Yangwang U8. The car alone indicated that Nangong Shui did not come from an ordinary family, yet she had never mentioned her background, and Jiang Feng felt it inappropriate to inquire. The journey was quiet, with neither Jiang Feng nor Nangong Shui initiating conversation. Nangong Shui naturally possessed a cool demeanor and was not overly talkative. The river breeze seemed at a loss for words. Wasn't Oppos' quite talkative just a moment ago in class. At this time, Nangong Shui spoke up. Are you afraid to speak freely in front of me? Am I a fierce tigress? She added. No, it's just, Jiang Feng paused, then smiled. You give off an aura of an ice queen, very aloof, yet upon closer interaction, your heart is not cold at all. You are more like a person who appears cold on the outside, but is warm within. You can take that as a compliment, Nangong Shui replied. The car fell silent once more. After a moment, Nangong Shui continued. What are your thoughts on using sperm from a sperm bank to have a child? I think it's quite normal. Men seek surrogates for children. Why shouldn't women use sperm from a sperm bank? Jiang Feng responded. Nangong Shui appeared slightly surprised. You are rather open-minded. Jiang Feng twitched his lips, but remained silent. If he had not been a sperm donor himself, he would not have agreed with Nangong Shui's decision. The sperm in the bank is intended for couples struggling with fertility. Nangong Shui could easily follow the conventional route of marrying and having children. Her choice to bypass men entirely and opt for sperm bank donations somewhat undermined male dignity. Nevertheless, Jiang Feng understood that Nangong Shui was not a feminist. Perhaps something in her past had led her to distrust men. What had transpired in her life remained a mystery to him. Nangong Shui had built formidable psychological defenses that he could not penetrate. Perhaps one day, when her defenses crumbled, he might hear her true thoughts. But for now, that was not the case. Moreover, it was hard for Jiang Feng to imagine what could cause such a composed and mature woman to experience a psychological breakdown. For the remainder of the journey, neither of them spoke. About half an hour later, Nangong Shui's car entered a villa district in Jiangqing. Nangong Laoshi. You must be quite wealthy, aren't you? Jiang Feng could not help but comment. It's a rented villa, Nangong Shui replied calmly. She did not directly address whether she was indeed affluent. Shortly thereafter, the car stopped in front of Villa number 9. We arrived, Nangong Shui announced. They both exited the vehicle, and with a glance, she unlocked the villa door. As soon as the door opened, a middle-aged woman approached. Jiang Feng felt a slight sweat break out. Another acquaintance. Though it was said that coincidence does not exist, this was too coincidental. Moreover, Jiang Feng's gaze fell upon the woman, and he felt his lips twitch. This middle-aged woman was none other than Chu Shiqing's mother. Jiang Feng had never expected that, among the numerous postpartum caretakers in Jiangqing, Nangong Shui would choose Chu's mother. At that moment, seeing Jiang Feng, Chu's mother was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Feng. She glanced at Nangong Shui. Nangong Shui was also slightly surprised before asking, Do you two know each other? She is Chu Shiqing's mother, Jiang Feng replied. Nangong Shui paused and looked at Chu's mother. Auntie. So you are teacher Chu's mother. That reassures me. Jiang Feng added. Auntie, your employer is a college colleague of Shiqing. I see, Chu's mother said, glancing between Jiang Feng and Nangong Shui. So you two are? Jiang Feng is here to collect something and check on the child, Nangong Shui explained. Chu's mother wore a strange expression, but said nothing. Jiang Feng. Please wait a moment. I'll get the party organization records for the students, which you need to submit to the academic office tomorrow, Nangong Shui said. All right, Jiang Feng replied. After Nangong Shui returned to the house, Chu's mother turned to Jiang Feng and remarked, Jiang Feng, did you abandon Xiaomo because you've latched onto a wealthy beauty? Auntie, please don't say that. My relationship with teacher Nangong is entirely innocent. Jiang Feng hurriedly defended himself. Is that so? I feel like that child resembles you when you were little, she teased. Cough, cough. Jiang Feng nearly choked. The child had only just been born. How could one discern anything? He forced himself to respond. His mind was racing. Chu Shiqing's mother had been a well-known postpartum caretaker in the village. It was said that after his mother gave birth to him, she was too weak to care for him, and Chu Shiqing's mother had come to help. She had witnessed him as a child. But could Nangong Shui's child truly be his? The thought filled him with excitement and trepidation. He had always longed for a child of his own, but had never realized that dream. If Nangong Shui discovered he was the father, she might take the child and leave without a word. Legally, he had no claim to the child. Calm down. Perhaps it was merely Auntie's misunderstanding. After all, newborns tend to look similar. Jiang Feng reassured himself. After a moment, he composed himself and looked at Chu's mother, saying, Auntie, I swear on my life that teacher Nangong and I have never crossed any lines. Please do not speak of this in the village. Especially not in front of teacher Nangong. I understand. I'm a postpartum caretaker, not a gossip monger, Chu's mother replied. After a pause, she added, however, that child does bear a striking resemblance to you as a child. Jiang Feng felt a lump in his throat. Auntie, please stop. Chu's mother chuckled. All right, I understand. She paused, suddenly recalling something, and asked, by the way, has Shiqing been in touch with you recently? Yes, we chatted on WeChat just yesterday, Jiang Feng replied. Chu's mother then erupted in anger. That ungrateful girl hasn't called me in a week. I video called her, and she always says she is busy. Yet she has time to chat with you. After a moment, she inquired, what have you two been discussing? She has been in Yanqing for almost half a year. Has she found a boyfriend? I'm not sure. You should talk to her more often. She's almost 26 and still has no boyfriend. Doesn't she feel any shame? Chu's mother criticized. Jiang Feng forced a smile and remained silent. To him, it seemed Chu Shiqing had little shame in his presence. He wondered if she behaved similarly in front of Qin Lin. At that moment, Nangang Shui returned, holding a file folder in one hand and cradling a swaddled infant in the other. It's the third day since the birth. The baby has finally started to look somewhat better and is not as unattractive as when first born, Nangang Shui remarked. When she mentioned the child, a rare gentleness radiated from her eyes. It was evident that she genuinely cherished the baby. Jiang Feng accepted the file folder from her, and his gaze fell upon the child she held. He was momentarily taken aback, as if his mind had stalled. No wonder Auntie said the child resembled him as a child. The resemblance to his own baby photos was uncanny. What and Apos? S wrong? Nangang Shui noticed Jiang Feng and Apos' reaction and asked, "Oh, it's nothing. I just think your son is quite handsome," Jiang Feng replied. "He looks much better today than when he was just born," Nangang Shui added. Jiang Feng remained silent. The more he looked at the child, the more he saw his own likeness. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the mind. After all newborns tend to look similar, he thought. A moment later, he suddenly remembered something. Right. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a red envelope containing 1,000 yuan. "This is a gift for the child. Please don't think it's too little." Jiang Feng spoke. "If you have plenty, I won't take any." Nangang Shui then accepted Jiang Feng's red envelope and added, "I thank you on behalf of my son. You and Apos, re-welcome." He paused, glanced at the time, and continued, "It and Apos. It's getting late. I should head back." Nangang Shui nodded. "Be careful on the way. The murderer from the serial killings in Jiangxing is still at large." "Understood." Jiang Feng then turned to Chu's mother, saying, "Aunt Lian, I'm leaving now. Go ahead." Suddenly, Chu's mother recalled something and added, "Don't forget what I just told you. When you have time, persuade Chu Shiqing. She's not a child anymore. It and Apos. It's time she finds a partner." Chu and Apos' mother was not worried about any romantic involvement between Jiang Feng and Chu Shiqing. They had grown up together. And after all these years, no sparks had ignited. In the future, it seemed even less likely. Sometimes, being too familiar with someone truly extinguishes romantic feelings. This was for the best. Chu's mother harbored no malice toward Jiang Feng. She had cared for him during his childhood. However, concerning her daughter's marriage, as a mother, she naturally wished for her daughter to marry into a good family. Jiang Feng was a decent person, but he had already been married. Moreover, she was somewhat aware of the Jiang family's circumstances. Years ago, they had taken out high-interest loans for Jiang Feng's mother's medical treatment, and they were still in debt. Chu's mother's sentiments were entirely understandable. "I know, and I will urge her to bring back a son-in-law for you soon," Jiang Feng said with a smile, waving goodbye as he departed. As he stepped out of Nangang Shui's villa, he heard footsteps behind him. Nangang Shui approached again. "Let me drive you back," she offered. Jiang Feng glanced at the villa. "The children have Aunt Lian to look after them," Nangang Shui added. That would be troublesome," Jiang Feng replied. He understood Nangang Shui and Apos' character. She was not one to beat around the bush and detested indecisive people. Thus, he found himself once more in Nangang Shui and Apos' car. "By the way, I seem to have never asked where you live," she remarked. "Happiness Community on Pingan Road," Jiang Feng replied. Nangang Shui said no more and drove away. On the way, she suddenly spoke. "I heard you aren't particularly popular with middle-aged women, but judging by Aunt Lian's attitude toward you, it seems quite favorable." Jiang Feng chuckled. "That's because I have no ambiguous relationship with her daughter. If her daughter were dating me, do you think she'd still have the same attitude?" After a pause, with his hands behind his head, he added, "Ultimately, it's because I'm not excellent enough. You're living too exhaustively. One shouldn't live for others," Nangang Shui said softly. "Yet, who in this world can genuinely achieve such a feat?" Jiang Feng paused, looking at Nangang Shui, and said, "Aren't you also living for your child?" Nangang Shui fell silent. After a moment, Jiang Feng glanced at her, hesitated slightly, and finally said, "Teacher Nangang, no one can bear all of life's hardships alone. That's why we seek friendships. If you trust me, feel free to confide your grievances or complaints. A reasonable release of emotions is also part of managing life." "Do I seem like the type who harbors deep grievances?" she asked. "Not at all, but I can see you carry a heavy heart," Jiang Feng replied. Nangang Shui remained silent, not denying it. After a moment, she calmly stated, "I Don and Apos, trust you." Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback. "Teacher Nangang, That's rather unappealing. You know? He couldn't and oppose. T help but retort. Do I appear to be the type of woman who is endearing? Nangong Shui countered. Not particularly. The car fell silent again. About 20 minutes later, Nangong Shui's vehicle halted at the entrance of Jiang Feng's apartment complex. Then I'll take my leave, Jiang Feng said. Thank you, Nangong Shui suddenly remarked. For what? Jiang Feng inquired. No one has ever told me to reach out if I'm feeling down. After a brief pause, she added, perhaps it's because I have always been independent. They think I can handle everything on my own without worries or sadness. To them, I'm just an emotionless, all-capable machine. But you're right, I too can feel sorrow and grief. Jiang Feng smiled and said, honesty is the first step to liberating one's thoughts. Teacher Nangong, keep it up. Nangong Shui shot him a glance. You shine bright with a little sunshine, but with a bit of flood, you'd overflow. After a pause, she continued, I'm leaving. You should head back and get some rest. With that, she started the car and drove away. Jiang Feng turned back to the complex. Upon returning to his apartment, his phone rang. It was Yang Tao calling. He pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Jiang Feng? Yang Tao's voice came through. It is, Jiang Feng replied. Are you free tomorrow? Yang Tao asked. Yes. Then will you accompany Lele to the amusement park tomorrow? Sure. All right, see you tomorrow. After hanging up with Yang Tao, Jiang Feng hummed while preparing dinner. Life was beginning to show promise. Recently, the company he had acquired, Dawn Investigation, had secured several orders through his first client's referral. For these contracts, Jiang Feng didn't need to be involved in every detail. He only handled the troublesome tasks. Routine matters were delegated to the staff, otherwise, he would be overburdened. With multiple contracts being signed simultaneously, the company was short-staffed. It seemed he would need to recruit some university students for part-time work since they were likely to be available. Overall, the company's situation was evidently improving. As for matters of the heart, Jiang Feng's smile gradually faded. Although his relationship with Yang Tao had made significant progress, it seemed to be confined to that boundary. Yang Tao was a woman of clarity. She understood her desires and the contributions required. Thus, the rental boyfriend agreement had placed a constraint on their relationship. As for other women, after his divorce from Xiao, he and she were destined to forget each other. Since Wu Zhi's illness had been revealed, his relationship with Su Qianyue had regressed to a state reminiscent of their pre-divorce days. And his first love, Xinyue, was now a stranger. Though surrounded by beautiful women, would he truly end up alone in his twilight years? Jiang Feng felt a pang of melancholy. After a moment, he gently shook his head, dismissing the thoughts, and began preparing dinner. Then, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Xiaoya standing there. Is there anything to eat? I'm hungry, she said, rubbing her stomach. Among the women in his life, the one who had offered him the most support was undoubtedly Xiao, but his childhood companion, Chu Shiqing, had also been a significant source of help. At the tender age of 15, after experiencing the heartbreak of his first love and the death of his mother, Jiang Feng's life had been filled with despair. Worsened by his father's descent into alcoholism and depression, it was Chu Shiqing who remained by his side, guiding him and providing support, preventing him from succumbing to utter hopelessness. If Xiao and Appos' assistance was a mere embellishment, then Chu Shiqing and Appos' was akin to a lifeline in the snow. The second greatest source of support had indeed been Xiao, who helped him emerge from the shadows of being abandoned by Xinyue. It was Xiao who rekindled her former cheerfulness, smiles, and even confidence. After all, many had pursued her in the past, including Yin Luo, the sole heir of Jiangqing's wealthiest family, yet she chose to embrace her own path. This decision allowed Jiang Feng to regain the confidence he had once lost. The most significant support he received came from the woman before him, Officer in Xiaoya. Previously, she had introduced him and personally acted as a guarantor, enabling him to secure the Dawn Investigation Company with a guarantee of 5 million. Without hesitation, she agreed, viewing it as inconsequential. As long as Jiang Feng repaid the loan, she would incur no loss. For Jiang Feng, however, this gesture represented immense trust and assistance. Later, when Jiang Feng inquired what return she desired, her response was simply to share a meal together, to which he readily agreed. Just as he was about to prepare, his phone rang again. It was Wu Zhi calling. I'll take this call, he said, stepping onto the balcony to answer. Hello, Wu Zhi, Jiang Feng greeted. What are you up to? Wu Zhi replied. Their essay class meeting at school today, so I'll be home late. I'm just about to cook. Jiang Feng paused before responding. What's the matter? Haven't tea eaten yet? Perfect timing. Let us go out for barbecue, Wu suggested. Jiang Feng hesitated before asking, is Teacher Su there? Yes, Wu confirmed. Then I won't be going, Jiang Feng declared. I want barbecue. At that moment, and Xiaoya interjected. Hey, Jiang Feng, it's not polite to eavesdrop on others' phone calls. Jiang Feng shot her a disapproving look. I wasn't eavesdropping. My hearing is just quite sharp. And Xiaoya retorted. Jiang Feng smirked, composed himself, and said into the phone, send me the location. All right, it's a popular barbecue spot in Jiangcheng. Wu replied before hanging up and sending Jiang Feng the location. He then put away his phone, chuckling. Looks like Jiang Feng has quite the romantic fortune. I just called him, and it's late, yet he is with a woman at his place. I wonder who she is. Su Qianyue, maintaining a composed demeanor, remarked. If you're envious, you could seek someone out yourself. I'm not envious. Having you by my side is enough, Wu responded. Just then, a woman's voice chimed in. Brother Wu, what a coincidence. Wu looked at the approaching figure, his eyes misty. It was Qian Susu, the daughter of their boss, whom Su Qianwei had encountered once during a hospital visit. At that time, the girl had even provoked Su Qianwei, who had chosen to ignore her. Not enough, I fear, Su Qianwei said coolly. Wu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He knew that Qian Susu had feelings for him, but despite having informed her of his marriage, he hadn't firmly rejected her advances, which he recognized as a misstep. Unlike Jiang Feng, who was single and free to flirt without consequence, Wu and Appo's ambiguous attitude towards Qian Susu was indeed irresponsible towards his marriage. As he pondered this, Qian Susu approached and remarked, glancing at Su Qianyue, sister-in-law is here too. Miss Qian is still as lively and charming as ever. What can one do? Youth is a treasure. I'm merely 21 and still a university student, Qian Susu replied. At 21, she was a senior at Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology, making her Jiang Feng's junior. With June just beginning, her claim of being a university student was valid. Wu wiped his forehead, realizing that Qian Susu was once again provoking Su Qianyue. However, Su Qianyue seemed unaffected by Qian Susu and Appo's taunts. Youth is indeed wonderful, she replied indifferently. Qian Susu felt a twinge of disappointment, as if her efforts were falling flat. At that moment, Jiang Feng arrived with Xiaoya. Seeing them together surprised both Wu and Su Qianyue, who recognized Xiaoya as the singing princess from the KTV. Is this the woman Jiang Feng is now involved with? Wu wondered. However, despite her modest chest, Xiaoya's beauty was undeniable, rivaling even that of Su Qianyue. Su Qianyue remained calm, lost in her thoughts. Qian Susu gazed at Jiang Feng, astonished. Are you Jiang Feng? She inquired. Jiang Feng blinked in surprise. You know me? I'm classmates with Li Jiesin, who interned at your company. She has been telling me about you, calling you the best and most capable boss she has ever met. It seems she is quite taken with you. Wait, what boss? Wu interrupted, raising an eyebrow. Huh? Isn't he your friend? You didn't know he recently acquired a company? Qian Susu replied, bewildered. Wu and Su Qianyue exchanged glances, equally unaware. It's only been a couple of days since it happened. I hadn't mentioned it yet. Jiang Feng then proceeded to explain the situation. So this mission helped you with a 5 million guarantee? Wu asked. Yes, Jiang Feng confirmed. Wow, what extraordinary capabilities do you possess? Jealousy twists my soul. Wu exclaimed. Jiang Feng chuckled. Come on, you marrying Teacher Su is already a divine favor. Don't be greedy. Qian Susu then clung to Wu's arm and declared, what is 5 million? I'd gladly offer you a guarantee of 10 million. Wu felt a chill run down his spine and stole a glance at Su Qianyue, who remained unmoved. He felt a mix of anxiety and disappointment. Qian Susu then turned to Su Qianyue, asking, Hey, Su Qianyue, do you love Brother Wu or not? I'm putting myself out there. And you're not even angry? I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave, Su Qianyue stated abruptly, rising to depart. Ah, is she finally feeling jealous? It seems she still cares for you, Qian Susu remarked as she released Wu's arm. Wu remained silent, pondering whether Su Qianyue's jealousy stemmed from Jiang Feng or himself. Encouraged by his nudging, Jiang Feng and Su Qianyue had shared many experiences lately, including the time he rescued her from an assailant. Su Qianyue was not a heartless person. She would not remain indifferent to Jiang Feng's actions. However, Wu was uncertain about the depth of Su Qianyue's feelings for Jiang Feng. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Wu felt a mix of complex emotions. Initially, He had genuinely wanted to match Jiang Feng with Su Qianyue, yet his feelings had evolved over time, leading to a sense of anguish and even resistance towards their blossoming relationship. In the midst of Wu Zhi's internal conflict, Jiang Feng turned to Xiaoya, instructing, "You should follow her. Teacher Su is the sole survivor of the recent serial killings in Jiangxing. Given the killer's unstable psyche, he is likely to target her again." "Understood," and Xiaoya replied, discreetly trailing behind Su Qianyue. They maintained a distance of about 20 meters and walked for roughly 500 meters before Su Qianyue suddenly halted. "Why are you following me?" she asked. Once discovered, and Xiaoya approached her directly, responding, "I didn't want to. Jiang Feng asked me to follow you. He is concerned you might be targeted again by the serial killer." And Xiaoya paused momentarily before expressing her bewilderment. "I simply cannot comprehend why he is so attentive to the wives of others, particularly those of his own friends. Does he not fear being labeled as a husband snatcher?" Su Qianyue regarded Xiaoya in silence for a moment before responding, "Surely you are not a karaoke princess?" "I am a police officer," and Xiaoya replied nonchalantly. "Ah, I see," Su Qianyue acknowledged. "I happen to be a neighbor of Jiang Feng, and I overheard the melodramatic events of that night." At this juncture, and Xiaoya added, her expression tinged with curiosity, "So, Su teacher, between your husband and Jiang Feng, whom do you find yourself favoring more in your heart at this moment?"